Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. A Tuesday morning here on The Roast. And good morning to everybody out there, you overnight dancers, graveyard shift workers. Hopefully you had a good shift last night as we get ready for some Warriors basketball a little bit later today. Good morning to all the firefighters, all the security guards, everybody working for APEC or working at APEC. You got the streets blocked off. It's a wild scene downtown, So make sure if you're going to the Warriors game, get there early. You want to beat traffic. It's going to be nasty, so you want to maybe give yourself some time to get there on time for tip-off. And tip-off, we never know. Steph Curry may not play. He's questionable due to right knee soreness. Boy, they need Stephen Curry. Stephen Curry has been on a heater. He scored 338 points so far this season. The combination of Clay, Wiggins, and Chris Paul have scored 367 points. So, yeah, Steph Curry, not having him tonight could be a problem for the Golden State Warriors.
Was it on the little innocuous play near the sidelines where he kind of banged knees and fell down?
Second half drive. So we'll see what happens there. I'm hearing Steph Curry may play, but you just never know. Steve Kerr may pull it back for cautionary reasons. But, look, the Warriors need to win. The Niners got their win on Sunday by any means necessary. They're now 6-3, and I feel really good about them moving forward. We can get into that, 888-957-9570. But also the Warriors need to win as well. This feels not just because of group play in the in-season tournament and getting another point and getting closer to the knockout stage here. They just need to win. They need to win bad to snap this 3-game losing streak.
Well, they're not the same kind of player in their respective sport. But for me, when you watch back that Niner game, there's so many different thoughts on, like, hey, thank God Trent Williams is back. Wow, how much different does the offense look? Thank God Debo's back. The offense looks way better. But the biggest takeaway for me was like, okay, Nick Bosa is right. Because if they want to win a championship, they need the apex version of Nick Bosa. I look at the Warriors, B, and I say to myself, if they're going to be right, they need an apex version or something that resembles that of Andrew Wiggins. And I just don't know how you get that out of him right now. And I've written down all these questions regarding Wiggins of how you can kind of jolt him out of it. I don't know what it ended up being with Nick Bosa, if he just played better, but clearly he was rejuvenated emotionally, physically, mentally, whatever it was, it worked. And he looked like himself on Sunday.
He did look like himself, and Andrew Wiggins hasn't looked like himself. Or some people may think this is who Andrew Wiggins is. I don't think he's quite this.
No.
I mean, 15% from the three-point line right now with Andrew Wiggins. You got some slumps here. Andrew Wiggins right now just averaging 10.5 points per game, but more concerning to me is the rebounding, just 3.7. And then when you look at the efficiency numbers there, Andrew Wiggins shooting 41% from the floor, and you talk about 15.4% from the three-point line. So here's what I'm gathering. It's not just Andrew Wiggins. There's a little bit of Clay. There's everybody outside of Stephen Curry. This team can't shoot. They're 26th in the league in field goal percentage. 26th in the league in field goal percentage, and 20th in the league when it comes to three-point percentage. And that's partly due to Stephen Curry being on it here. So how do you get Wiggins going? How do you need Clay going? I don't know, but what I'm seeing is when I watched the game back yesterday, and I'm watching the movements against Minnesota, and they were up 36-30, and it looked like they was about to break out of something. Then they just have 4 straight bad offensive possessions, bad shot taking. And what I see is this, not only the lack of speed, but bad body movements in the motion offense. Their bodies just look slow. They're not moving, and when they're moving, it is slow. They don't have the rhythm right now. So how do you get a rhythm? I don't know. Do you shorten the rotation? Do you get guys more reps within the game? Do you try to let Wiggins play out of it and give him more minutes? Do you give Clay more minutes? I don't know what you do here. You try to get these guys rolling. But right now they just look slow as a team. They can't stop anybody at the point of attack. Offensively at the point of attack, they can't dribble drive by anybody. And so when you get a guy like Wiggins and Clay, and I'm looking at the 2 big lineup with Looney and Draymond Green, they need creators to create shots for them. Clay at this stage of his career needs people to create shots for him. And I thought that was the case last season. Too much time, he's dribbling. Andrew Wiggins right now needs somebody to create him open buckets, but the space he wants to operate in, you can't because you have Looney and Draymond off the floor at the same time. So maybe there's a tweak in a lineup that you need. And I don't know what that tweak is. I don't know if it's Kuminga. I don't know if it's Moody. I don't know if it's GP2. I don't know if it's CP3. But right now the Warriors look slow, and dare I say, they look a little old.
I mean, yeah, they were old. I mean, heading into the year. the Wiggins thing is interesting because, like, you're referencing the motion offense. Ideally, where do you get him going on the court? Is it from 3-point land? Is it attacking the hoop?
It's the mid block. It's the elbow. It's 15 feet and in.
So you're throwing it to him, and then you're running split action off of it?
You can run some split action off of it, or you could just say, you know what, just go one-on-one. Get yours. Because I believe Andrew Wiggins is a good one-on-one player, but he's forcing it. And Steve Kerr said it the other night. I'm not going to call plays. I'm not calling plays for him. He needs to be more aggressive, crash the glass. But even doing that, like
he's missed so many layups.
And here's another thing:
he's missed 1,000 layups.
When I look at the body, and I look at Andrew Wiggins, and usually he plays around 180, 190 pounds. He looks frail right now. He looks frail. He doesn't look as strong as he used to look. You look at him on the block, you look at him at a rebound, he's kind of just flying around. He doesn't look as strong as he's looked in past years. So maybe that has to do with his finishing, where he's short on the baby hook or long on the baby hook, not finishing. Airballing. He doesn't look as strong as he used to look. So I don't know what's going on. Just look at his body. He doesn't look as strong as he did the championship year. Doesn't look as strong as he did the beginning of last year. So I don't know how you get him going. I really don't know. And I'm glad I don't get paid to do that, but they've got to get him going if they want to get to where they need to get to.
There's
if not, then it's a different conversation by February.
I mean, well, if not, I mean, they're in deep trouble. I mean, they're very limited in what they can do in terms of, like, moving pieces around. If you're looking for, like, an internal solution, like, because that's what I'm thinking of. Like, before we start going, trade this guy, trade that, let's look internally. Like, you referenced some of the players that might come off the bench. To me, splitting up Draymond and Looney is a start. That's kind of where I would start. And I don't know who it is. Like, I don't really know if I love CP3 in the starting lineup because you're giving up a lot of perimeter defense. Like, you're giving up a lot of that. And now who's protecting the rim, right? Because you're going to get a lot of blow-bys with that group out there. I don't know if it's GP2 because now I don't know if I necessarily trust him to help space the floor. And then process of elimination, like Kuminga, kind of clunky with Steph at times. He can kind of force things and make a situation worse on his own behalf. I look at Moses Moody. He feels logical, to slide in with all of those guys, but I don't know. He's still only 21, TDP, I don't think he's ready for a role like that. Saric, I think they're in a really tough spot here. They need these guys to start playing better, but I would start by trying Draymond at the small ball 5. That to me would be the logistical start, the starting point, and then have TDP be my third center, if you will, in this rotation. And I'm playing Saric. I know I want to play him as a stretch 5, but maybe I'm playing him as more of a passing 4. I don't know, man. Everything's up in the air right now. But starting CP3, I don't know if that's necessarily a quick fix.
Yeah, I don't know, because defensively, you have problems there. You don't have quick feet. So teams are just blowing by. Like watching Anthony Edwards, and even against Andrew Wiggins, because I know that's where we started.
Excellent.
He went at Andrew Wiggins, quick dribble through the legs, post up, off the backboard. Just like, damn, this guy's legit. And Wiggins, we expect him to be that defender at the point of attack, that Rocco that Klay Thompson was before the injuries, where he's on the ball, pressing in 94 feet and making life difficult for you. And right now, you don't even see that with Andrew Wiggins. So defensively, Wiggins' offense is affecting his defense. And he's not the same defender at the point of attack. So when you say about Chris Paul coming in, first of all, you got all these ball handlers on his team. The only guy who can create for themselves right now is Stephen Curry.
Absolutely.
And that's the worst combination to have in the NBA. Defensively, when you have Steph or you have CP3 together and you have Klay Thompson on the floor at the same time, and then Andrew Wiggins, who's not defending at a high level right now, all of a sudden you got 3 guys in the backcourt who can't stay in front of who can't keep their man in front of them. Darius Garland, Donovan Mitchell, Anthony Edwards, they got whatever they wanted. And then, Lord help us, Thursday and Saturday was Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who's going to live in the paint. So now teams are getting 2 feet in the paint at will. They're collapsing your defense. They're breaking your defense down. And now you get to points in the paint. Now they're getting easy buckets. So now they're getting easy buckets. The 3-point discrepancy is not as wide as it used to be. So now you got problems because now you're not defending at the point of attack and you're not blowing by anybody offensively. Like look at the points in the paint the last 3 games. 164 to 114. That's where the Warriors have been outscored when it comes to points in the paint. What does that tell me? Your defense is getting collapsed. You're allowing these guys to dribble drive and just go to the rim. So teams know, 1, you can't stay in front of us. 2, you got no rim protection.
Well,
it's a daily combination, man.
And they're falling asleep off ball because you're getting a lot of people cutting baseline. You're getting a lot of people attacking. I mean, how many alley-oops over the last couple of games?
Yeah, they're triple drive penetration. They're collapsing your defense.
And their help defense is not good right now. And then, Draymond getting himself thrown out of that game, you lose some defensive IQ as well, especially in the fourth quarter. So I think they're in a tough spot. But go back to Wiggins for a second. There's the offensive equation, and then there's the big picture equation, right? Okay, where on the court do you get him his shots? I don't love him just bombs away, trying to get hot as he's just chucking threes.
He's not a consistent 3-point shooter.
No, he's back iron on everything. And so if you bench him in terms of the start, at the start of the game, do you lose him? Do you lose him altogether? Because it feels like you've already lost him emotionally, and maybe that's too strong. But he doesn't look like he wants to be a part of anything right now. He's just going through the motions. And maybe when you're playing bad, your body language isn't going to be good, and so it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. But his body language looks so bad right now.
Yeah, it's not good. And, again, his offense is affecting his defense. There's no doubt about that. And so, I know the conversation, a lot of fans, hey, man, just trade Andrew Wiggins. Well, you're not going to do that right now. What are you going to flip him for? And if you don't think highly of Andrew Wiggins, what do you think other teams think of Andrew Wiggins? If you don't think highly of him, you think an NBA exec who gets paid for this thinks highly of him right now? So, no, you're not trading Andrew Wiggins right now. You're not trading Clay right now. You're not going to do that. Not right now. It's November. When we get to January, you get to February, you may be having a different conversation, just like last season. You weren't going to flip James Wiseman in November. You weren't going to flip Jordan Poole in November. You had to wait for a second. And they waited, and they flipped James Wiseman at the trade deadline. That's what's going to happen. So they're going to play the string out here with Andrew Wiggins. But I'm looking at his numbers here, Shasky.
Wiggins?
2.4 3-point attempts a game. Now, that's not a lot, but the shot looks flat. He's shooting 15.4% from three.
Flat's
it looks flat. But I'm looking at him being aggressive. When Wiggins is rolling, he's going to the cup. He's got the baby hook rolling. He's the Penny Hardaway move where he goes through the legs, behind the back, step back, elbow jumper, boom. So
he likes that little play where he gets into the paint and then stops and then does a little fadeaway.
Right.
None of that is falling. And even his little putback bunnies aren't falling. The poor guy can't buy a bucket. And it feels like every miss, the fan base in the arena. Again, I've only been to one game, but in the arena, you can feel the energy just getting lower and lower and lower with every miss. The poor guy just needs a breakout game.
No, he needs a breakout game.
In the worst way.
No doubt about that.
In the worst way.
No,
you know what he needs? A couple of transition dunks.
Yeah, and they're not getting out in transition.
No, because they're not getting stops.
Well, they're not quick enough right now. And two, I'm noticing teams, after the Warriors make a basket, teams are getting on the other end and getting layups.
Well,
they're getting great shots. Yeah. So defensively, the Warriors as a whole look slow. And if Wiggins is not going to defend, then you have, outside of Draymond Green, Clay and Steph are not defending. They're getting blown by. Chris Paul can't stand in front of nobody right now. It's tough right now as a team defense. And then I look at other numbers too, where the Warriors really separated themselves from everybody, was the made threes. All right, the last 3 games, the Warriors are averaging about 12 made threes a game. Their opponents, 10. Overall, they're a +5 in made threes. When you have a jump shooting team like the Warriors, and you're only a +5 the last 3 games in made threes against these opponents, that's not good enough for them.
But I don't think they are a jump shooting team anymore. Who okay,
then who are they?
Well,
offensively.
Steph is.
Yeah.
Clay is. Who else?
Well, they're definitely not a team that's going to dump it down on the block and get easy buckets.
That I agree with.
So what are you?
I agree with.
What are you? A team that's getting backdoor cuts?
Well, right now you're a team that doesn't really have a true offensive identity. That's what it feels like to me.
So there needs to be a tweak maybe in the philosophy.
Is Saric considered essentially a jump shooter?
He's a pick and pop guy.
Yeah, so I'd throw him in that bucket. I don't know if Moody's a jump shot guy. I don't think so. Definitely not coming.
Well, what is he?
What, Moody? Moody's a hustle guy.
All I'm saying, but the Warriors, but really, when you look at the Warriors, even take the KD years. Yeah, KD, Clay, Steph. Who else was a good jump shooter?
You had a couple of guys off the. Was Bazemore a jump shooter?
No.
I'm asking out loud.
No. So they really only had.
But Clay was. If you're going to say that, Clay was a different Clay.
Clay was a different Clay.
You know, that's a big part of where we're at.
But that you basically made my point. The last 3 games, when you look at made threes, it's 12-10 on average. When made threes, Warriors advantage 12-10. That was the great separator for them.
Yeah, but
you will usually be 16-10, even without the lack of shooting, without these guys.
What you're saying, like, and I like, we have to acknowledge that, like, everyone wants, well, you paid Clay. Yes, but the ethos of the team prior and how they're operating currently is based off what they used to be. And the problem is right now is that, again, Clay's just not the shooter that he once was. And he can reach back and be that guy once every 3 or 4 games, but to be that guy consistently was what made him him. And they're built for him to be he has to be, you know what I mean? And it's unfortunate because to me, he doesn't fit that anymore. And I think they need somebody else to step up here. And they're in a tough spot. Like, CP3's not shooting well right now. The assist numbers are there. He is not shooting well at all.
Again, that's the great equalizer. Their 3-point shooting, whether it was Clay, Steph, or whoever else.
Well, also, Draymond was a better shooter in 2016.
Yeah, but, I mean, that was 2016. We're 8 years away from that now. And actually, Draymond Green shot the ball well this year.
He shot
45% from 3.
Well.
So he's actually shot the ball well.
And they missed JP. And JP was a big part of them being a jump shooting team last year.
Yeah, but
we could talk about all the things JP isn't.
Well, he shot 32% from 3, so he wasn't a good jump shooter last year at all. He was very inconsistent. But there was a threat of it, right? There's a threat.
I mean, like, and he's also one of the rare guys that could blow by someone. Now, he might smoke it at the rim, but he could blow by someone. I know we want to rip JP, not you, but in general, people want to rip JP for all the things he wasn't. But what he was a guy who could blow by people, who could hit shots from the outside. You had to at least honor him a little.
I know a lot of people are roasting on JP, and that's fine.
I feel like it's
but you know what? If we want to think JP was the problem last year, then wait for the 30 for 30 10 years from now, and you'll see who the problem was, or you see what the problem was. We'll get to that later. But the one thing JP was a guy who could create for others.
Yes.
Now, he didn't do it all the time. He created for himself, but he's a guy who could blow by his man and get to the rack. You don't have many guys on this team. You may have Steph, and that's about it. That's about it. And that's a problem for an older team that's slower. Again, just look at their body movements. They're not moving fast enough. Their cuts are not crisp. Their cuts are not fast.
Are buckets coming easy for Steph Curry in the half court?
Absolutely not.
I feel like he's working he's still elite. He's one of the best players in the game. But I feel like he's working so hard to get a shot up right now. It's just... their offensive continuity is not there, and you don't have enough contributors.
Yes.
And that's where I'm looking at, like, GP2 is never going to be able to carry you offensively for stretches.
Right.
I don't think these guys, I don't know. I don't know what they'll end up being. But Moody and Kuminga, I think they owe it to themselves to give them a more prominent role and just see what it looks like over a couple of week period, because they're not getting anywhere if those guys don't take a step forward.
Yeah,
and they need to find out what they are so they can make a determination on if those guys are part of the future or part of whatever it takes to get you the future.
Right, no doubt. No doubt. Now I'm looking at Sacramento last night, blasted Cleveland Cavaliers, and I'm like, Fox got back, and look at Fox, able to blow by his defender, and all of a sudden Keegan Murray started cooking.
Keegan Murray
all of a sudden Red Velvet started cooking. Yeah. Why? Because you got a guy who could break down the defense consistently, but the spacing on the floor right now, and this is why I think you may have to tweak the starting lineup, is because when you got Chris Paul out there, for example, with the second unit, and I know the bench has been really, really good, but the thing with Chris Paul is he needs to be surrounded by shooters.
Yes.
Right now, I don't know if Moody's that shooter. I don't know if Kuminga's that shooter. And outside of Sarge with the pick and pop, if you get a smaller defender on him, it takes away Sarge. So he needs to be in a better spot with lineups to get shooters going on. We can talk more about this on the other side. 888-957-9570. Dub Nation, if you want to chime in. How do you get Andrew Wiggins going? I mean, it starts there.
It feels like Steph and a bunch of role players.
Yeah, and that's not good.
Well,
that's
it's a league of 2 and 3 stars.
That's not good enough right now. So shout out to YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We appreciate you. And shout out to the Comcast Business text line as well. Baldy's coming up at 7:30. Cannot wait for that to talk about the 49ers. And Jim Peterson, former Golden State Warrior. He's been on the Minnesota Timberwolves broadcast for a long time. He's full of energy. He'll break down the T-Wolves, getting to Anthony Edwards, going at Draymond Green. There's a lot going on with the Golden State Warriors. Boy, just like Saturday night, how we felt going into the Niners game, needed a win, feels like that with the Golden State Warriors. It's only game 12. But boy, it's a massive one for the Dubs to get back on track. We'll continue to talk about that, sponsored by AC Transit.
Are you a mechanic with at least 4 years?
All right, Dub Nation, it's Draymond Green. Tip-off is coming later today with the great Tim Roy, and then tune into the Morning Roast tomorrow morning for the best Warriors coverage.
All right, Day-Day. Need to get Day-Day. Keep him on the floor. Keep him on the floor.
You don't like him getting thrown out?
No, I mean,
Absolutely incredible.
I couldn't. I know we've had a Niner game and a second game, Warrior game. The way he got thrown out of that game the other night was just.
It's not. He's above that. He knows it. And look, he said Draymond, he sent out an Instagram post saying that, look, man, that's just who I am. And I'm not changing. I've been doing it for 12 years. So, you know what? We have to live with it. We do.
Do we?
We have no choice. What else are we going to do?
Well, it's called growth and maturation. You know what I mean? Like, I would expect someone to grow a little. You know?
Well,
I'm not the same person I was when I was 30.
Well, it hasn't happened yet. It's probably not going to happen now.
I'm not a system player. I am a system.
He's 12 years in the league. We saw it in Sacramento. We saw it a couple years ago in the finals. We saw it Saturday night. We saw him talking trash to Anthony Edwards. So, you know what?
But it doesn't help the team. Like, we can all come to this agreement. I'm not saying that's what you're saying, but he's in such denial. It's like, dude, it's not helping the team, nor is it helping his standing with the referees. Now, does it fire up the crowd at times and give the team a slight jolt? Absolutely. But I think most Warrior fans would agree. The team is better with Draymond available to play than they are with him getting chucked.
But in terms of the attitude and the theatrics, that's just who he is. He's not changing.
I know.
He's not changing.
You're probably right.
I mean, he's got the extension. He's not changing. So, you know, it's Day-Day being Day-Day. You know what? They went on a 17-7 run in the third quarter. Almost had the lead going into the fourth quarter. Then in the fourth, Cleveland executed. They got big on them. They got into their chalk strap. Basically defended, took away their airspace, and it was a problem. The Cleveland Cavaliers outscored the Warriors in the paint 108-62 in 2 games.
That's bad.
The last 3 games against Denver, against Cleveland, against Minnesota on Sunday, the Warriors have been outscored in the paint 164-114.
But doesn't that go back to last year when they lost Anthony Davis? No, you could say, hey, it's Anthony Davis. He's a superstar. But he dominated them in the paint on both ends.
Exactly. So those type of bigs give them problems. So then guess what? The Western Conference is full of those type of bigs.
I mean, we field calls every single day about they don't have size, they don't have bigs. It does feel like we've reached an inflection point because their shooting doesn't offset. Their offensive skill hasn't been able to offset this year, at least recently, the lack of size.
No, they're 26th in field goal percentage and 28th in three-point percentage. They're not getting easy shots. And the size thing, when you think about your championship years, and I hear this, like, you don't need to get bigger. They won small. But the thing is, with their bigs, whether it was David West, Zaza Pachulia, JaVale McGee, Andrew Bogut, Festus Ezeli, they're guys who could block shots at the rim.
Yes.
Who at least, when you drove the rack, you thought about going into the rack. Because if you didn't make it, Zaza, David West, Festus, Bogut was going to smack your ass onto the court.
Yeah.
And you're going to pay for going to the rim. They don't have an enforcer down low right now. They just don't.
Did you see Johnny Kuminga tries to go up for a dunk, and Rudy Gobert met him at the rim?
I mean, to sund him.
Look, I know a lot of people don't like Rudy Gobert, and I know he's getting paid a lot of money and all this. I respect that dude. He goes up, like, he'll get yammed on, but he goes up for the block. He doesn't go up for I'm not saying the block as in block charge. He goes up to try to swat your shot. I don't know. There's a little part of me that actually likes him the more and more I watch him.
And he also mucked up the game by doing this. Despite Draymond Green shooting 45% from 3, if you watch that game, you watch it closely, Rudy Gobert said, go ahead, Draymond, shoot the 3.
Yeah.
Go ahead. And they started playing him just like Anthony Davis does, just like some of these teams where they say Draymond Green will give you 15 feet of space, go ahead and shoot it, and give him the Tony Allen treatment. We're back to that again, and that's going to muck up the offense even more if Rudy Gobert is able to just sit and camp in the paint and not defend Draymond Green.
Watching Draymond late in that game, like, comes flying down the court, stops on a dime, he's wide open, and then he, like, pivots and does the shovel pass to a double-teamed Steph Curry, like, bail me out, bail us out. And it's like we're asking Steph to do way too much. And then, again, I'm looking at this team right now, B, and I'm trying to find solutions. And one of the solutions, at least before we go outside, I'm looking internally. To me, I think you owe it to yourself to see if Moody and Kuminga can take an offensive leap forward and try to run some stuff that better fits them. Now, with Kuminga, I feel like it's more pick and roll. I don't know if Steve's going to adjust that much to him, but I'd try it before I go outside the building. I don't know, maybe Saric instead of Looney. I don't love that. I don't think it's sustainable, but for a short stretch, does Saric give you a little more stretch shooting and kind of space the floor with those starters? Right now, Kevon Looney, Draymond Green, Steph, Wiggins, and Clay as a starting unit is not cutting it.
No, it's not. They're getting
Even
off the
for a
slow
couple
starts.
minutes.
They're getting off the slow starts. It's just not good enough right now. But you know what? Teams know the Warriors' age. And other teams know that, they can't stay in front of us right now. They just can't. And you know what I noticed Saturday and Sunday, actually? Watching the Cleveland Cavaliers, and they weren't afraid of Draymond Green. They were talking that talk, and they were coming at the Warriors. I mean, they came at them. They took the fight to them, and they really just took the air out of the crowd. And then you think about Sunday. Jonathan Kuminga went to the basket, looked at Naz Reid, and Naz Reid said, "Boy, get out of my face." These other teams no longer fear the Warriors anymore. They just don't. And that was something that they had. Even 2 years ago, when Steph was coming down, you had the third quarter runs, and everybody, oh boy, here come the Warriors. Damn it, we lost. You would just watch the opponents just mentally just give up and say, we got no shot against this team. Clay's bombing. He's got a pool party going on. Crowd's going crazy. Remember Jamal Crawford was talking about, man, you even got the DJ sneak this in you with the music that he's playing. These teams are coming in here. Minnesota, Cleveland, and even Denver with the way they guarded the Warriors in that game Thursday. They don't fear the Warriors anymore. Now that fear factor's gone, and I understand, they're mortal. They're back on our level playing field. Because of the foot speed, because of the quickness, because of the body movements, because of the lack of creators offensively, because of the lack of the inability to play point of attack defense to keep your man in front of you. These teams are getting 2 feet in the paint. They're going to the rack at will. That fear factor, I noticed that over the weekend. Nobody wanted to talk about it, but the fear factor is now gone for these opponents.
Because no one's in their prime but Wiggins. I mean, who on this roster?
I don't think they fear anybody. That's the entire team.
But who's in their prime?
That's what I'm saying. They don't fear this team anymore. The fear factor's gone. That's something they had mentally, that mental edge against opponents. When they walked into Chase Center, they knew they were getting rolled. They were like, damn, here comes the avalanche. It's over.
I mean, it's tough for me to, equate 5 years ago to 2 years ago. So I don't know what point are you talking about? You think 2 years ago they still had that fear of people?
Absolutely. The Warriors, even last year when you walked into Chase Center, team still had a little bit of fear with the Warriors. The Warriors won 33 games last year chasing her. They're 33-8. 33-8 at home.
So what was it last year? Because it's relatively this similar roster.
You don't have Jordan Poole. You got a lot of youngsters.
Is it decline?
Well, I'm just saying, teams coming into Chase Center.
They see
That's basically what it was.
A player?
They see vulnerable team. It's a team, not players. Not a player. It's a team that's vulnerable.
Well, I mean, like right now, again, it feels like Steph and the others. I mean, that's what it looks like. It looks like, hey, if we just slow down Steph, not that you're going to stop him, slow him down a little, we dare anyone else to have a good game.
Well, just your presence at home. When teams walked into Chase Center, there's like, damn, okay, we got the Splash Brothers. And even Poole with the pool party stuff. And yeah, Draymond Green barking. And yeah, guys coming off the bench. Looney was playing a lot better. Wiggins was off to a hot start. They won 33 games at home last year. I don't know if they're going to win 33 at Chase Center this season.
Well, they're
funny. 1-3 right now at Chase Center.
I don't know.
So whether it's 5 years ago, 7 years ago, 2 years ago, last year, I'm just watching teams walking at Chase Center, and they're feeling very comfortable.
So what's the biggest difference between last year and this year then?
I just think the mental edge. I think teams now know, watching that film in the playoffs, if we make Clay put the ball on the floor, they can't run their offense. Wiggins, they don't fear him right now. They're going at him. Yeah. They're going at him. So I
So
just think the
their
fear
starting
factor's gone.
five that was so good last year, 2, 3, 4 of the guys on that starting lineup are all depreciating, and people are looking at them as
see, I never bought into the whole best net rating with the starting unit.
Okay.
I didn't buy into that because you look at the Sacramento series, or you just look at the playoffs last year. 13 games, the Warriors switched their lineup up 6 times.
yeah.
So that whole net rating thing with the starters, they got off to slow starts last year.
Well, that's why I don't know why we're beholden to it at the beginning of this year. I would switch that up and try different lineups. I mean, like I'm looking at it right now. You only have a couple of things. Either Dre sits to start the game, Looney sits to start the game, Wiggins sits to start the game, or Clay sits to start the game. You're starting Steph, right? So it's one of those other 4 guys. I'm looking for solutions. I don't know. I don't know. Is it GP2 to get you some perimeter defense? Boy, I think feels like that congests the floor even more. Now I got 3 non-shooters in Looney and Draymond out there. Okay, is it TDP? Wow, I'm going to start a rookie? Probably not. Is it Kuminga? I mean, he has a tough time playing with Steph Curry, especially to start games. Is it Moody? All right, well, which one of my perimeter guys is taking a seat? Is it Saric? Now I'm taking some defensive hits and some rebounding hits. So I'm looking for solutions. I want to hear what anyone has out there.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. I don't know. I don't have a solution. Not right now. Nor am I a coach. But I do think you're going to have to switch up the bigs at least. You're going to have to switch it up because you need more spacing. And you know what? You may just be a defensive liability all season, the Golden State Warriors as a whole.
And just
so
lean
what do
into
you
offense?
do? Lean into offense.
Okay.
Turn the pace up. Pick it up a little bit. Let's play a little faster. Let's go offense for defense. Maybe your best defense this season is your offense.
So you start CP3?
Well, that's a little too small. And now you're playing a little slower.
I agree. Plus,
Now
he's
you're
done
playing
really
slower.
good things with that second unit. That's one of the few things that feels like it's going well for them right now.
All right, we go to Anthony and Benicia on the other side. 888-957-9570. What is the solution to get this team off to faster starts? What is the solution overall? Do you play more zone on defense to kind of combat some of the lack of foot speed that you have
They
right now?
tried it in spurts.
It didn't work. It did not work well. So it is a Warriors game day brought to you by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming live sports.
Now it's time for the closer of the week.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Chris Paul, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonta Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Saw CP3 Saturday warming up. He's a good spirit. He's a good dude, man. He's a really good dude. Getting to know him a little bit. I like CP3. Now, the question is, do you start CP3? Is that the resolution to what's going on with the starting unit? As this segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Again, Brian Baldniger at 7:30. Jim Peterson, the voice, or one of the many voices of the T-Wolves, but he's a color analyst, former Golden State Warrior. He's Mully's boy. I think he's going to join us on pregame, too. But Jim Pete, man, he's full of energy. He's jacked up about this T-Wolves team. I can tell you that much. They're rolling right now, starting the season. And, of course, this is an in-season tournament game. Group play. It's group play, baby. Warriors can win 2 points here or get the 2 points in group play by beating the T-Wolves tonight at home. You have the new court. Yeah, I know, man. New court. People are fired up about it.
You referenced Chris Paul, maybe wanting to be in the starting lineup. The one thing that is going better for this team from last year to this year, it feels like that second unit and the stabilization there. And I love having another quarterback out on that floor when Steph Curry's out. And so, I mean, I'm sure they could find a way to tinker it to where both guys are on the floor the entire game, even if he starts the game, CP3, and kind of adjust everyone's minute allocation. But, boy, I don't really want to mess with that. I like him coming in a couple minutes into the game after kind of getting a feel for what's going on and, hey, what does our team need right now, and changing up the pace and going from motion. And I know he's doing way more motion offense this year than he's accustomed to. I'm hesitant to try to say that that's the fix.
Yeah, I don't know what the fix is. Maybe Anthony Mbenisha has the fix. Maybe he has the fix. Anthony, top of the top, what's going on?
Top of the top, my brothers. So first thing first, I got 3 points. But so let me just get right into it. First of all, I don't think there's a fix for Wiggs because Wiggs is not in a slump. Wiggs is just uninspired and not interested in playing because when Clay's in a slump, he's still trying. And then there comes a point where he's trying too hard. Wiggs isn't doing that. He's honestly just going through the motions. And so that's why I believe that he is just not interested in playing right now. What the reason is, I have no idea. Maybe it can be he didn't want to get the vaccine a couple years ago. I remember that was lingering. Maybe it's the way the punch kind of how that all kind of worked out to a certain degree. Maybe it's Draymond continuing to bring it up and throw Jordan Poole under the bus. There can be a plethora of reasons why Wiggins is just not interested, but it really does seem like he don't even want to be here. And so there's no fixing him. The best thing to do is honestly either let it keep going or take him out of the starting unit and insert somebody that's more equipped to take his spot, which would probably be JK because they're around the same size, the same athletic ability, and we do need some athleticism and youth in the starting lineup because the starting lineup is just not cutting it right now, and the only person that's coming to play is Steph. And again, when Clay forces it, people want to trade him. But it's like he has to force it if we need points. My second point is we're also just too small, too slow, and too old. And that's where I questioned Kerr earlier this season. And I remember I messaged you maybe yesterday or the day before, Bonta, about this is going to be the test with Kerr. How is he going to incorporate these youngsters? Because we are going to need them. And it seems like we need them now more than ever because we need some youth and we need some athleticism to inject. And then the second thing is we might really need to take a look at our offensive philosophy. Yeah. Because right now we're shooting threes, but we're not making them.
20th in the league, Anthony. 20th in the league. 20th in the league when it comes to three-point percentage right now, and that's with Stephen Curry on a heater. Oh, he dropped. Bye-bye, Anthony. Good call, Anthony. Good call. It's a lot of things I agree with. You may have to tweak some things. Now, when will Steve Kerr do it? The other night, after losing to Minnesota, by the way, Minnesota's 7-2, and they dealt Boston their first loss. Anthony, this team is for real.
They look hungry.
I'm telling you, Minnesota is here. They're arriving, folks. This is a good basketball team. They've got bigs. They have athleticism. They could throw a guy like Kyle Anderson on Dario Saric, and that takes away his airspace for threes. Now, Dario made a good adjustment going down to the rack last game, but Steve Kerr, is he concerned about the loss? Is he concerned about the slow start at home? Here's Steve Kerr after the loss to Minnesota.
I'm actually not overly concerned, to be honest with you. I think, the season is filled with ups and downs, and, we're in a little bit of a spell right now, but, it's not like we were the world's greatest team when we were 6-2, and we're not the world's worst team losing the last 3. It's just, this is part of the season. And I think we just played, back to back, 2 great defensive teams that, throttled us, and we need to figure out some things offensively, and I'm confident that we will.
Steve Kerr's confident. Are you? 888-957-9570.
Well, I do think these matchups have been a little difficult. Now, I know there's more and more of them down the pike. You're not going to be able to face the also-rans of the NBA every single week. I don't see how they're all of a sudden going to become some crazy elite perimeter defensive team. They have guys that can do some really nice. GP2 is an excellent perimeter defender, but you can't play him more than like 20 minutes a game, right? No. Because there's offensive struggles that come along with it. I don't see who the other guy is that's going to have a stretch of shooting that's going to sustain for more than a week or two, right? Like, who on this roster right now has a track record outside of Klay Thompson, not named Steph, who is going to carry them offensively for more than a week?
Yeah, I mean, Wiggins did it back in Minnesota. So I heard a story about Wiggs where he was balling. He was trying to go for the All-Star game, and he had a 2-week stretch where he may have been one of the best players in the league.
Okay.
And then he get the All-Star bid, and he kind of just, afterwards started floating a little bit. And that's kind of been the story of his career. He has the capability to carry an offense. The guy's a gifted scorer. You don't just score 24 points a game in this league, just, getting out of bed. Like, the guy can score, but he hasn't been consistent at doing it. And I don't know if he has that in him now. So to your point, we saw Klay carry this team in January and March offensively. I don't know if Klay has that, because to Anthony's point, when Klay's forcing it, and that was so good about the first 9 games of the season, he didn't force it. It was
more rhythmic.
It was rhythmic. He let the offense come to him. He played his role. But now when you get guys who are slumping and struggling, and you put the ball in his hands, and it's like, well, who else is going to shoot? It's the same thing that happened in the Lakers series in the playoffs, which ousted them. It wasn't that Klay was bad, and he'll admit it. He told Anthony Slater that, and Anthony Slater will join us tomorrow at about 7:30 on the Warriors Wednesday. But Klay was put in a position to where it's like, well, nobody else is shooting it. Draymond's not shooting it. Looney's not shooting it. Poole's not playing. Kuminga's not playing. Who else is going to shoot the ball outside of Steph? So you put him in a bad spot here, and he looked bad in doing it. Klay has never been a great shot creator, not even for himself. So now you're asking him to do it at this stage of his career. It's not going to look good, folks. So I don't know what you do here. I don't know how you get easy buckets. Again, you got to somehow get some easy buckets. You're 26 in the league in field goal percentage, and you're getting dominated when it comes to points in the paint. Something's got to flip.
But that's where, like, Wiggins has become so vital, because he's one of the few guys in his prime who's athletic, who can run the floor. I mean, who else can run the floor? Kuminga?
Yeah.
Moody. Right? So
GP2 can run the floor.
I just think I look at the Klay Wiggins thing, and everyone keeps pointing the finger at both those guys. To me, it's like they both can't slump simultaneously, and that's the problem right now. Is it feels like both of them have slumped the last couple of games simultaneously, and it looks really, really ugly. If they play a more complimentary brand of basketball, I think everything looks a lot better. But are we putting too much on Wiggins has to be the second best player on the team?
Yeah.
Is that unfair?
Yeah, that is unfair. And really this whole pecking order thing is like second best player, third best player, fourth best player. When did we start doing that in the game of basketball?
Well, I think you look around and it's a lot of like 1-2 combos.
Right, I get the 1-2 combos, but the Warriors were always good where it's like, okay, Klay was quote-unquote the number 2, but you know what? He just played his game.
Yeah.
The motion offense kind of took care of itself, the ball movement, the passing, the assist numbers. They just need to play better, but Wiggins has to play better. He can't average 10 points a game. Can't shoot 18% from the free three-point line. And then when you look at his free throws, he's not getting to the free throw line. And when he does get to the free throw line, he's shooting 50% from the charity stripe. Andrew Wiggins.
Him and Kuminga, it's a wonder that they hit any free throws. I mean, seriously.
Well, Kuminga's at least shooting 75.5%.
Is he that much?
He's 75%.
I feel like he split every free throw I've seen.
He went 8 for 11 against Cleveland. I'll take that all day long.
I thought it was worse than that.
He was 8 for 11. Wow. Actually, Kuminga's at 75.5%. Wow. It's not bad for him.
No, I thought it was worse.
Andrew Wiggins is at 50% from the free throw line. That's not good.
Wow.
So he's got to, I don't care if he's the second best player, third best player, he has to be a lot better.
Would
I think
you
we can
give
all agree
Moody
on
his
that.
minutes and just swap them out and have maybe Wiggins play with CP3 and that second unit a little more?
I don't know because now you put more on Moses Moody's plate, and maybe he does. Maybe he is better.
I mean, I trust Moses Moody in a catch and shoot situation today, but that might flip 2 games from now.
Right. And here's the flip side. What if he has a bad game?
See that, but that's where I kind of want to
switch, and then you switch back, and I don't know. I don't know what you do.
I think you owe it to yourself to see some of the younger players with more expanded roles and give it a couple of games because it can't hurt. I mean, you're playing really bad right now. Yeah. They're in year 3. If they're not going to be able to help contribute more than, I mean, Moody's getting like 16 minutes a game. If he can't give you more than that, you know, they're in trouble. Like, they expect this guy to be farther along. I'm sure they've had different trade offers over the years that they could have gotten something maybe, you know, more finished product to down the line. You kind of owe it to yourself to give these younger guys an expanded role because they're going to be the fountain of youth for some of the older players. And if they're not going to take that leap forward, well, then you gotta kind of reorganize the entire ship.
And maybe you got to rethink your thought process, and maybe it's not championship or bust. And maybe you got to retinker things and reload and dare I say rebuild? Because that's what we're talking about here. That's what we're talking about. Let's go to Jay.
Rebuild with Steph Curry?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that word. It's interesting that you bring that up. I mean, it's easy to say. It's impossible to try to convince Steph Curry, hey, we're going to take a little step back for a big step forward.
Well, that's what we're
in the middle of your career as the sand is coming out of the hourglass.
Well, that's what we're talking about if we're bitching Andrew Wiggins. Because is Moses Moody ready to contribute at a championship level?
Right now, I'm seeing more positive play from Moody than I am from Wiggins. And so, not that Wiggins is done forever. It's just for right now, I'm trying to make the most out of my roster. And so, I don't know. I'm trying to win tonight.
Yeah, it's a must win.
You know,
it's
like
kind of a must win.
I'm just thinking, I'm thinking out loud.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1, San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch stream, sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Very sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Also, shout out to the Comcast Business Text line. See your texts. I'll read some of them on the other side as well. But let's get to the lines. Jay in Oakland. Jay in Oakland, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
What's up, Jay?
Top of the morning.
Top of the morning.
Hey, Bonte, man, your telepathic powers is on point today, man, because you took the words right out my mouth, man. Like, you pretty much hit the points I was going to call in and give my take. And I think the reason for that is because anyone with two working eyes, can see what the problem is. The Warriors, man, we're too small and we're too slow. The first point I was going to call and make my point is we're getting killed in the paint.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, by 30, some games, 30, almost 40 points in the paint.
Jay, real quick. In the 2 Cavalier games, they got outscored in the paint 108-62.
Yeah.
And one of those games, they got outscored by 34.
Yeah, even though we won against OKC, they killed us in the paint.
Yeah.
Big time.
So it's like, all right, obviously, like I said, we're too small. Objectively, we're too small, we're too slow. You made a point where you're like, yo, teams are coming into the Chase Center with no fear. That's on a macro level. On a micro level, they're on the court, they're blowing past all our perimeter players, and they have no rim protector. There's no one to fear at the basket. So they're either finishing in the paint or they're kicking out for an uncontested 3. So to answer you guys' questions, what's the solution? You know, I'm not Dunleavy. You know, it's not my job. But I think, obviously, at the end of the day, I don't think the solution is on the court right now. I think we need some upgrades. And I think that's just how I feel about it.
Is it just that shots aren't falling? Because I keep hearing from everybody that, like, hey, we did start off really well. And I know that they're playing more teams that are going to resemble playoff teams. But, Bonte, is it that simple? Like, Wiggs gets going, more shots start falling for him, more shots start falling for everyone else.
Just look at the second, third, and fourth quarter. Look at the second quarter against Cleveland last Saturday night. Now, that was the second quarter that Cleveland just absolutely dominated.
Ran them off the floor.
Sunday, 2 Sundays ago, It was 28-15 in the second quarter. Warriors go 5 of 27 from the floor. They go 8 minutes and 22 seconds without hitting a field goal. All right. Last Saturday night against Cleveland, the second quarter just went haywire. They outscored you 38-21. I mean, they just smoked you. And the shots, it's not just shots falling. Look at the contest. Teams are contesting and getting into their airspace. They're not getting open shots whatsoever.
I mean, they got
everything
four
is
bigs,
contested.
4 bigs who would be prominent players on the Warriors in terms of playing time.
But even their guards.
Oh, their guards
even their
are
threes.
killing. Donovan
their
Mitchell's a
forwards.
monster.
Their forwards, offensively, the Warriors, they can't create space right now. So they're not creating open shots. So it's not just, hey, these shots will fall. They got to create good looks. Their looks that they're getting are bad, and they're getting contested because nobody can create. Nobody can take their man off the dribble outside of Stephen Curry. It's a problem. It's a problem with this team. So maybe the answer isn't on the team. We'll see. Let's go to Joel in San Jose, and then we'll get to our boy Bay Rob, man. Been a while with Bay Rob. Joel in San Jose, what's happening?
Yo, man, thanks for the call. You guys took a lot of points out of my mouth as well. I think a dangerous thing that we've slipped into here is this team does not really have a legit NBA 2 guard. I think Klay Thompson, I love him. We all love him. He's a little bit past his prime. He can't keep his man in front of him. He's not hitting the shots he used to. And then you have this kid in Moses Moody who can keep his man in front of him, who can keep a shot, and he's getting 17 minutes. Klay's getting 31 minutes. I want those minutes flipped. I want Moody in the starting lineup because you got to see if Moody can do it. He needs to figure out how to elevate, and maybe with the starting rotation lineup gift and this responsibility, he will elevate. And the other thing is the rim protection is abysmal. You look at that Cavs team, they crushed us 2 times in 3 days, and the Kings boat raced them last night. It's not working.
You know, I'm Joel, good call. I'm actually open to that. I'm open, and I'll tell you why I'm open. And look, this is no shade at Klay Thompson. I'm open to what he just said. Starting Moody for Klay. And I'll tell you why. Now, I don't know about the minutes being flipped, 31 for 17. And look, again, I don't care about starters. I care about who's finishing the basketball game. Klay's going to finish the game because of his shooting. And he defensively, he's a lot better, I think, than Moses Moody in terms of just understanding the team concept. But I'm open to that in this sense. You start Moses Moody. Klay Thompson, I think, fits better with Chris Paul. When I look at the second unit, although the second unit is off to a roaring start and they're outscoring opponents by 15 points per game, Chris Paul does need to be surrounded by shooters.
Yes.
He's at his best when he's surrounded by shooters. I don't know if Moody's that shooter yet. I know Kuminga's not that shooter yet. But if I get Chris Paul with Klay and Sarge, now I got better shooting around Chris Paul. That's why I would be open to something like that, because I'm looking at the second unit saying, okay, if they do play, I got shooters around Chris Paul. Now, Moody right now is only shooting 34% from the three-point line. So if you do start him, understand this, folks. You're not going to have, that's one less shooter next to Stephen Curry. And now the offense in the half court may look a lot more constipated and a lot more congested with Moses Moody in there.
You're having to give up on both ends, right? So, like, I don't know. Like, I'm looking at it. The first 3 weeks of this season, you've played some elite shooting guards. I guess Devin Booker's a shooting guard, but he's been playing more point for that team. But, like, physically, that's a shooting guard. Right. You know? Donovan Mitchell, Anthony Edwards. I mean, these are great players. These aren't good players. These are great players. Right. Some of the best players in the league. Right. Now, there are other guys throughout the league that you're going to have to be able to guard. I mean, at some point, you're going to have to go up against Paul George, coming up here. There's a lot of guys out there. I would give it a look and see. I don't know if it's a catch-all.
Well, see,
I don't know if it's some magic potion.
Yeah, here's my issue with it, though. First 9 games, we all praised Klay Thompson for the way he played. He had a bad weekend. Had a very bad weekend. And all of a sudden, we're going to fall into this trap of, hey, let's go ahead and bench him after 2 bad games. This is who Klay's been, even when he was in his prime. He'll have a couple bad games, 5 great games. Now, at this stage of his career, he may not have that. He may have 2 bad games and 2 good games. 2 bad games, 1 good game. I don't know. But it is funny to me how quickly we're ready to pivot off of Klay in the starting lineup. After 2 bad games, Wiggins been bad the entire season.
Well, I think everybody's ready to pivot off of Wiggins right now.
But Klay had a bad weekend, and now all of a sudden we want to bench him. Now, I'd be open to it. But just be prepared for some of the cons that comes with Moses Moody. And the cons, I mean, the lack of dribbling. Can he blow by his guy? Can he shoot as well as Klay Thompson, even when he does get open shots?
No, he can't.
Now all of a sudden, what you're doing, if you do start Moody, all of a sudden these defenses are like, you know what? Let's double the hell out of Steph Curry and make somebody else make a play.
Well,
and that's where you're getting into trouble.
Moody's a little better off the dribble than where Klay's at in his career. I would say this, like, there's two separate conversations with Klay. There's the offensive conversation, and then there's the defensive conversation. And unfortunately, the defensive conversation, I think, for him, because of Steph and CP3's inadequacies as defenders, it really hinders unfairly Klay Thompson, because now he's forced to guard people out of position because those guys can't guard people out of position, right? And so, like, I think there's the offensive conversation, which, yeah, he fits, and there's a lot of good things that he does offensively for both lineups, whether it be the starting unit or some sort of secondary unit. But then there's like this defensive conversation, and they're independent of each other. Yeah. And I think that, like, right now, I would try to shore up my defense a little and some of my hustle plays. And that's the other area where I think Moody can do a lot. Is there's a lot of, like, deflections, getting in passing lanes, hustling for balls. I don't know. I think I'd give it a look, but I don't think it solves everything.
Yeah.
I mean, they need Wiggins to play better. Period.
Let's go to Bay Rob, real quick, out there in the streets in the Bay Area. Bay Rob, what's happening, my man? Good morning.
Nah, what's up with my family, man? Top of the morning. As far as with the Warriors, y'all right on point. Butcher Boy, Vontae, we've been talking about this, man. What happened last year with the Lakers, man? Yep. They pounded us on the rebound. Mm-hmm. Look what the Lakers have done. They have stolen damn near every big man in the NBA. Like, that small ball is over with. It's over with for us with that. And the only person that we have that could put pressure on the defense is Stephen Curry. Like, that's the thing with Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson could shoot the hell out of the ball. We know that. Klay Thompson cannot go to the basket. He's not a good finisher at the basket. Mm-hmm. Wiggins is a good finisher at the basket. But right now, I don't know what the hell going on with Wiggins. We can't make no excuse for him, but he has no motivation to finish the ball at the basket and put pressure on the defense.
Good stuff, Bay Rob. I hear you, man. Call us back if you want to finish up on that call, but I get your point taken. We're going to pivot here. Baldy's coming up at 7:30. If you want more Warrior calls, 888-957-9570. Situation critical for the Golden State Warriors, man. They got to get a win in the worst way. But what's coming up on the game, sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. If you have IRS and state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein, because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 188-TAX-EXIT, 888-TAX-EXIT.
Since first opening its doors in
upset in the game. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Loon Dog, we need you tonight, man. Gobert, Karl Anthony Towns, Nas Reed. Minnesota's the problem. They're 7-2. Yeah, they're 7-2 on the season. They want to win in this group tournament as well. Teams want to win, you know. I love how Steph Curry broke it down for people who are still confused about it. It's like, hey, if you just read through it, you know, it's right there for you. But we'll get back to Minnesota. Let's get to the Niners.
Joe Shasky, two big in-season tournament guys.
Huge guys, huge fans of the IST, the in-season tournament.
They're calling it.
Yeah, that's what we're calling it on
I
Warriors
like that,
Pregame Live.
the IST.
The IST. We'll get back to the Warriors because we got Baldy coming up at 7:30. And the Niners had a big-time win on Sunday. And I think they calmed the waters. They calmed the noise, whether it was Steve Wilkes coming from the booth to the sideline, pardon me, whether it was Brock Purdy not turning the ball over, whether it's the defensive line getting after the quarterback, whether it's Deebo Samuel being back, whether McCaffrey running the ball well, 4.8 yards a carry, 4.9 yards a carry. Look, man, the Niners, they rectified things. And they look like the team that we saw that won 5 games in the first 5 weeks of the NFL season. I feel really good about where they're at right now. But a couple guys who played this game said some things on Undisputed. Richard Sherman and Keyshawn Johnson. We're not going to play any Skip stuff because Skip is out of his mind. I don't even think he watches the game. I think he legit might be senile. Like, Skip Bayless got issues, man. But Keyshawn Johnson and Richard Sherman, I do respect. I do respect. I want you to get your thoughts on what Richard Sherman said about the 49ers after they beat down the Jaguars 34-3.
They cured the things that were ailing them for the last 3 weeks. They're playing better defensively. They're getting pressure on the quarterback. They're going back to the basics. Fred Warner with the interception. Talanoa Hufanga with the interception. The D-line is getting pressure. Chase Young comes in and adds a whole different element. Somebody other than Nicholas John Bosa is getting chipped for a change. And then that opens up the lanes for Javon Hargraves and Eric Armstead to go and do their work. Randy Gregory got some pressure on the quarterback. So it's really fun to see. Charvarius Ward got some PBUs, looked really good. When there's pressure on the quarterback, everything different. Everything looks better. They held a team that was on a 5-game winning streak to 3 points at home. It's an East Coast time zone trip, which West Coast teams always struggle with.
Niners have been really good on these East Coast 10 o'clock games under Kyle Shanahan, by the way. I got to pull up the record for that, but it feels like they've been really, really good. Pittsburgh this year, obviously Jacksonville. They lost to Cleveland. I get it, 10 o'clock in the morning. They had a chance to win a game, but Jake Moody goes, right. We got to fix that problem. But otherwise, I think under Shanahan, Niners have been really good on the East Coast. But what do you think about what Sherman said there?
Well, he kind of echoed my sentiments from earlier today, which is like, for me, the biggest thing to come out of Sunday, obviously the health is huge, but the biggest thing is like, wow, Bosa's back. Like, that's the Bosa that we need. Now, he's got to sustain that, and he's got to continue to play that well, but they weren't going to go anywhere unless Nick Bosa got somewhere close to Deep Boy from last year. And to see him play that way, that, to me, was the biggest revelation because we need this team to be able to get stops defensively. They are built to run the ball, and they are built to get stops, get a lead, pin their ears back, and harass quarterbacks. That's how the entire defense was built, and it feels like that's how the entire, architecture of the squad is built under Shanahan. Get leads, rush the quarterback, run the ball down teams' throats, and then all the play action stuff and the throws and all that. It all builds off of that. So getting that 7-0 lead and getting that stop right away, and Bosa getting sacks and Armstead, that boom, that's my biggest thing. It's like, yeah, Bosa's back.
Yeah, Bosa is back in a big way, and he had help. But Keyshawn Johnson mentioned this about Steve Wilkes, and we made a big deal about it. I think everybody made a big deal about it. And maybe it is a difference maker. Maybe I'm not putting too much stock into it, but maybe it is the difference of Steve Wilkes being in the booth and on the sideline. Maybe that is everything this team needed. Keyshawn Johnson said it's a dangerous proposition for the rest of the NFC that Steve Wilkes is back on the sideline with the Niners.
Are they back at the top? I would say clearly they're headed in that direction. Okay, this is one game, obviously, and Steve Wilkes is on the sideline, and like Richard just said, probably is not going back upstairs. So that spells bad news for a lot of teams in the NFC, whether it's the regular season or into the playoffs, teams that they've beaten in the past, teams that they got to see in the future. And with him standing on the sideline, the communication is there. It just seems like defensively, they were there playing hard-nosed, lights out, all 11 hats to the football on every single down.
Pursuit to the football.
The Steve Wilkes on the sideline, again, I'm not a player on the team. If they think it means a lot, great. I don't think it means a whole lot. Guys played more energetic. They played better. They looked healthier. They looked faster. They looked like they knew exactly what they wanted to do. I thought the scheme was better. I don't know how much the scheme changes with him on the sideline. I don't know the answer to that. I would love to hear Steve Wilkes kind of explain, what kind of subtle nuances throughout the game is the game called differently because you're standing there versus up in the booth. I don't have the answer to that, but they played really well, right? So, I mean, it meant maybe something, and clearly the players responded to it. Is it a short-term fix? I guess. I know that's not the answer. I don't know, B. What do you think?
I don't know. Maybe there is something to the immediate communication. Now, this is something again. We kind of I kind of poo-pooed it.
I think a lot of people did. Baldy did.
But yeah, Baldy did as well. But it was something in training camp I remember we had a conversation about. And I said, there's going to be a difference this year with Wilkes in the booth. Nobody really picked up on that. Nobody really talked about it. And then when they won 5 games, it wasn't really an issue. They won the first 5 games. They adjusted to the second half of the Rams game, right? They adjusted. Held the Rams at 7 points. Or 3 points, and the Rams kicked that field goal at the end. But they held the Rams to 6 points in the second half of that game, just like Minnesota. So I don't know how big of a deal it was, but obviously this team needed something. They needed something. Maybe that was a spark. Maybe it was just Chase Young. Maybe it was just Bosa being Bosa. Maybe it was Hargrave being Hargrave. I don't know, but it helped. He's not going back to the booth, and so we could put that to rest. Wilkes is back on the sideline. The defense performed at a high level, just like they did the first 5 weeks of the season. And now here we are at 6-3, and I'm thinking to myself after watching Seattle on Sunday and then watching a little bit of Seattle yesterday, I feel really good about the matchups against Seattle. Right? Honestly, I feel really good. If the Niners play like this, there's only one team that could beat them in the NFC, and that's Philadelphia. And even then, if the Niners play like this with Purdy playing the way he played on Sunday, it can beat Philly.
So for you then, this game really flipped your feeling about everything. where they were prior.
Yeah, flipped everything.
So you're feeling really good. Well, I think a lot of people feel like that.
Yeah, and even with the 3-game losing streak, they've been able to bounce back. They had the 4-game losing streak in 2021. Now the whole 10 o'clock thing, them going on the East Coast, they were 4-0 going to on the East Coast for 10 a.m. games in 2021. Last year they were 0-2. The Chicago game they lost at 10 in the morning, and they lost in Atlanta when 7 defensive starters were out. But they didn't have any more 10 o'clock games.
Aberrations.
Yeah, but the year before they were 4-0. Let's go to Verducci before we get to Baldy in 5 minutes. Brian Baldinger, Appointment Radio coming up in 5 minutes. Verducci in the El Dorado Hills. What up, Ducci?
What's up, baby? Bang, bang, not again. Happy Tuesday. It was impressive to see what was going on Sunday. To see Chase Young, the effect that he had, how he opened up things for Bosa and Hargrave, to see our defensive backs playing a little bit better. And people got to realize with the DBs on the back end of that D, we're still getting Womack and Luther back. So that's pretty much like going to the trade deadline and adding a couple of additions there. So we don't have to see any more Oliver or Thomas. And then on the offensive side, I mean, they spread the ball around. Purdy was Purdy. The offensive line held up. I did like Feliciano that came in. I think he played really well. And if McKivitz is going to be hurt for a little bit, I wouldn't mind them picking up Collins. But overall, loved how just Shanahan kept the pedal to the metal. And yes, Wilkes makes a huge difference on the sideline. I know when I played ball, I fed off my coach, the energy he provided for me hitting the sidelines. And so, anyways, great to see it. Bang, bang, not again. And you know what? Nothing to worry about.
Ducci, where'd you play ball at? You were at SI, right?
I was at SI, and I had a coach by the name of Mr. Buford. And,
Steve Bluford.
That's it, baby. Steve Bluford, and he was one of my favorite coaches, man, and you fed off of his energy off the sideline. And anyways, man, big difference. I love you guys. Let's go, Niners, baby. We're winning it this week. Let's go.
Well, how many D coordinators call high school games from the booth? High school defensive coordinators. That's an interesting question.
I wouldn't even. I don't know. Maybe Coach Antoine Evans could let us know.
You got to Google it.
But I will say this: like whether he's in his man cave in his chair, like he's my dad, or whether he's in the booth or on the sidelines, he did do some schematic differences this week that he hasn't done in weeks past. I thought they showed a variety of fronts pre-snap, which were really exotic, and then like you didn't know who was coming and who wasn't.
Yeah.
They did some slight personnel upgrades. Chase Young is an upgrade over whatever else they were trotting out there,
Right.
whether it be 5% upgrade or a 50%
Right.
upgrade. It was an upgrade. And removing Isaiah Oliver and putting Diamondor Lenore in the slot, it worked out. Now, will it work out long term? I don't know. We'll see. But I thought he schematically throughout the week did some things to set himself up to be ready to go, whether he was on the sidelines, in the booth. We could laugh at it, but like
I'm not laughing at it.
I
mean,
think it
you
is
know,
funny because I
it's-
feel like we put a lot on it.
No, well, Steve Wilkes said it's much is being made of it. Baldy said the same thing. So and I've talked to other people around the league, and it's whatever. Look, they got the win, 34-3. Everybody's happy.
Guys played
He's on
better.
the sideline. That's my big takeaway.
Guys played
They
better.
just play better and
Yes.
they tackle well. Atco Pest Control, by the way, they're on the YouTube chat right now. Hey, give them a call right now. They got a very special online deal for you for all your pest control needs. Shout out to Atco Pest Control Guru. I expect 2% of your next check.
I'm very encouraged seeing, just Chase Young and Nick Bosa. There's a bromance going on. And whether it's short-lived or whether it's sustainable, I'm telling you, man, I love watching those two together.
Let's go to Joe in Seattle real quick before we get to Baldy. Joe in Seattle, what's happening? What's up, Joe?
Hey guys, we got to put the rest of this silly Steve Wilkes on the sidelines talk. I'm fed up with it. George Seifert was in the booth. Mike Holmgren was in the booth. Mike Shanahan was in the booth. And Pete Carroll, when it was DC here, was on the sidelines. Kyle's on the sideline. It doesn't matter. It's the decisions they made. And they benched Oliver, who had a 0% defense rate. It's the decisions they make, the players they play. It's not where he is. We're better than this. We're smarter than this. Let's move on past this, guys.
Yeah, I want to too, Joe. I'm kind of in your camp. I thought it was overblown. Baldy said the same. Whatever. Look, the players are happy. The team's happy.
Yeah.
They got a big 34-3 win. Thanks for the call,
It
Joe.
does feel like we've made a mountain out. What do they say? Yeah. Mountain out of a anthill?
Mole out of a mountain.
No, a
mountain out of a mole.
Molehill.
Yeah,
there you go. So
JJ and Concord.
I don't know what a molehill is.
JJ and Concord, TC and Sack. Hang on tight. We'll get to you
What is a
after
mole?
Baldy. Baldy, Brian Baldinger, presented by our proud partner, Go to State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Building better starts with Go to State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. Shark Week starts now.
Let's go.
And we love Baldy. He joins us every single week, 7:30 in the morning on a Tuesday, and we're breaking down a big-time win for the 49ers as they get back on track, 34-3 in Duval County, and really shut down the Jaguars here. And for me, Baldy, pardon me, I'm going to start here. I thought the game was going to come down to the trenches. Which defensive line was going to show up? What was the offensive line going to look like here? And defensively, I thought that 3-and-out to start the game really set the tone. Travis Etienne couldn't get going. Trevor Lawrence couldn't get going. Now, was there a scheme change? Was it because Steve Wilkes was on the sideline? What did you see from this defense Sunday morning when they shut down the Jaguars and held them to 3 points? And good morning to you, Baldy.
Yeah, good morning, Bonte, Joe. Well, the first thing they did, they came out with a 5-man defensive line. They have never shown that before. So, the Eagles play a 5-man defensive line a great deal, but it's the first time I've seen it from the 49ers. So they didn't play it a lot, but they played it probably like 7 or 8 plays in a game. It was a change-up. They're basically saying, look, if you throw it, we got 5 one-on-ones. We feel pretty good that one of them can win. And if you run it, we're just going to plug every gap and let Fred just go clean up. And that's kind of what they did, at time. That was one change-up. And I just thought they were just played fast. Everybody was stepping up, flying to the football, just watching everybody. I mean, they got off blocks. They didn't stay blocked. I mean, just kind of the basics of playing good defense.
Baldy, whenever I hear your voice and I see you on the Zoom, it makes me smile. God, so happy to see you on a Tuesday.
Thanks, Joe.
No, it's just you brighten my day because it's a little wet out here and it's it's gloomy
I'm coming
in
out
the Bay
there
Area.
on Sunday, Joe. I'll be out there at Levi Sunday.
Tampa Bay. You coming to this beatdown?
Let's go.
This might be a bad spot for Baker and company,
Baldy. I'm not only coming to that game. I'm coming to Week 14 against Seattle as well.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh, Baldy. So you know what, Baldy?
West Coast swings right now.
Well, you know what, Baldy? We got to get you to Chase Center Saturday. Warriors at OKC.
Ooh.
This Saturday?
This Saturday.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh, Bonte. Yeah, hook me up, man. I got to get there.
Come hang out with Bully in the crew.
Yeah.
You see Shasky as well.
All right.
Let's do it.
I'm coming.
Let's do it. All right. So I in this game, I saw early in the game they had. I sound like like some fake X's and O nerd. So I don't even the A gap. Okay. I saw Chase and Bosa lined up over the center in the A gap, and I was like, oh, I've never seen that before. And clearly, it was Bosa's best game. What did you see from Nick Bosa in this game? Was it schematic? Was it effort? Was there a variety of moves? Did he just finally play well? Like, why was he so much more impactful in this game?
He looked really charged, to be honest with you. I didn't think he played a whole lot different than he'd been playing. But, he got the ball out of, Lawrence's hands. I mean, he was just it's hard to say if he was more aggressive because that make it sound like he wasn't aggressive in the other games. He just seemed a lot more charged up. Maybe he was fresher, more rested. Maybe it was the addition of Chase Young. Maybe it was listening to all the noise out there about, just sick of losing and a whole month without that feeling. So I just think it was a combination of all those things.
Yeah, they got.
And then look, he's lined up over a rookie.
Right.
Now, he's a Buckeye, too.
Okay.
He's second, he's Anton Harrison, he's a rookie. I mean, Nick has seen a lot from Chris Jones early in the year. He's seen a lot of guys in this league that he's every bit, if not better than. Beat that kid. Like, the last thing he wants is that to be on his resume, that Anton Harrison shut him out. Like, nobody wants that on the resume. It doesn't matter how many sacks you get or how many wins you get. You just don't want that on your resume if you're the reigning defensive player of the year.
And what did you think of Chase Young? Like, how did they play in tandem? How did Chase play individually? He wasn't in there the first drive, but felt like he played a lot the rest of the game, and I liked what I saw.
Yeah, they played both sides. Mostly Nick played on the left side and Chase on the right side. But, I felt like it was a Buckeye reunion. Like they were enjoying just meeting at the quarterback like they did a couple of times. I think, honestly, the addition of Chase just energized the whole group.
Yeah.
And not that Chase was all world. He played well, because he's such a great athlete. He's not a great pass rusher, but he's such a great athlete. His movement, his speed, his burst, it was on display. I just think having a guy on the other side like that, that's almost like the twin, is something that I think you need. I think every defensive end needs that. And nothing against Cleveland Farrell or anybody else that's played opposite Nick this year, but he's got a freak on the other side right now, and there's no excuses right now.
Right.
They've done everything they can to bolster this group. It's time to go win games and win the line of scrimmage.
No doubt. And they did that. Holding Jacksonville. The previous three games, Baldy, the Niners had given up 122 yards per game. They're giving up 4.4 yards a carry. That's down to 3.5 against Jacksonville. So you're right about that. And I love that five-man front. I want to see more of it. Philadelphia does it. We saw Cincinnati do it a little bit against the Niners. Let's see more of it. 8 snaps? Let me see 18 snaps. That's tough to block there, but offensively, it was good to see Brock Purdy not turn the ball over. Now, he got away with the no throwing the first touchdown pass, but overall, I thought Brock Purdy was tough on Sunday. 3 touchdown passes. What about the play to George Kittle? Staying in the pocket, double clutching, and throwing it down the sidelines there to give his player, a playmaker, an opportunity to win a one-on-one matchup. I thought Purdy, he calmed the waters this week down in Jacksonville with his performance on Sunday.
So I still, I've watched that play to Kittle for 66 yards. I don't know. I had friends of mine in my office here. I've been watching that play since basically 6 o'clock yesterday morning. And I'm almost positive he was told to pump to Ayuk right there. And it's just a post wheel route. Like it's a combination. It's a pretty typical combination on that side right there against that coverage. And I swear, like Shanahan, when he saw it, he didn't even look. Like he already knew it was a touchdown.
Yeah.
Like he was just like, we got it.
Right.
But in order to do that, all you see is Brock Purdy is the top of his hand. He can't even follow through because it's just collapsed on top of him. But the pump brought the safety, Cisco, straight up. Like this, the safety just took himself right out of the play. So even if George beats the corner like he does on the pump, like there's no safety over the top to like keep him out of the end zone. So he walks into the end zone, but it was just dynamic. I mean, his touchdown passes were incredible. I thought he was, because not many offenses have their quarterback throwing the ball deep into the middle of the field as frequently as the 49ers do. They love their in-cuts. But those throws all have to be layered. There's Foye Oluokun there. There's Rayshon Jenkins there. There's Cisco. There's, Foley Fotokasi with his hand up in his face. Like, those are not easy throws over the middle of the field, yet they threw them over and over again.
I feel like, as I'm watching like C.J. Stroud right now, throw a lot of layered throws over a linebacker, underneath the safety, or whatever the spot is on the field. That is like the true line of demarcation between the elite players and the just good ones. Like, we talk about arm strength so much, like throw it 80 yards on a rifle. You don't do that very often, as you watch Josh Allen struggle, for example. Guy's got a howitzer. But the layered throws from Purdy and from other young players, isn't that the height of sophisticated quarterback play right now in the NFL? The layered throw?
I think so, Joe, because, that's where the danger is.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you look at Brock Purdy's interceptions, they're all in the middle of the field. Outside of the one to the sideline by Jermaine Pratt, where, it was just kind of a freaky play by Pratt. But most of these been over the middle. And so, like I said, even when we were talking last week, I said, I don't want to see Brock Purdy get conservative. I don't want to see him stop attacking, because that's going to take what has made him special away. And so the mistakes are going to happen. You're going to get fooled. Dak Prescott got fooled the other day by the Giants, threw it into coverage. It's going to happen. But the worst thing you can do is get conservative and just start, okay, you know what? We'll check it down. We'll throw it to the sideline. We'll take the safe throws. We'll throw screens. Like, you're not winning championships like that.
Yep.
Mahomes doesn't have 2 in the bank for being conservative.
Right.
He's got 2 in the bank because he never stops attacking. And even if he makes a mistake or a receiver drops a ball and it gets intercepted, whatever it is, like, you just got to power on.
Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, breaking down the Niners' big-time win over the Jaguars, 34-3. I thought it started with the defensive line, that first 3 and out. Fred Warner was popping people. He had a similar hit on Najee Harris, the one he laid on Travis Etienne in that second quarter. It was vicious. But offensively, and looking at this offensive line, Baldy, they got back to running the football again. McCaffrey had nearly 100 yards, running at 4.8 yards a pop. The running game was rolling here. What about this offensive line? And we'll get to Debo and Trent. But obviously, Trent Williams is a big difference maker. But overall, I thought the offensive line played solid.
Yeah, they get different left guard, Feliciano in there at left guard. But Trent just makes such a difference.
Yep.
Anytime you want to run the perimeter and you're running to the left, I mean, he's just gonna move bodies. He's an easy guy to get behind when you run toss crack and he's out pulling. Darius Williams, who is a great corner, wanted no part of Trent Williams on any of those plays.
You ever see something like that? You ever see something like that? He made a business decision. It's like, I'm not getting it for the 71.
Look, I mean, like Darius Williams, he only leads the league in passes defense. He's a good player. 3 interceptions. I get on him all the time because he should have 6, but he keeps dropping the interceptions. But but he sees Trent Williams on the move. Like, he's just backing up. He's just trying to basically wait for Oluokun to come over there and clean it up, or some linebacker to come and make the tackle. So, but look, Trent makes a difference. But look, Feliciano played well in there. They came off the ball good. They got to the second level. That's not an easy front to run against, and they had a good day doing it.
Bonte's been all over the Debo thing, and I'm wrong on this one. Like, I'm watching it this weekend. I'm sitting there. I'm going, Debo makes a big difference. Obviously, Trent makes a huge difference as well. I don't want to diminish him, but just the pressure he puts on a defense to account for where he's at the line of scrimmage, in motion, in the backfield, it just opens everything up. And I feel like I've really undervalued Debo Samuel's presence. Did you see that on film?
Yeah, I do, Joe. But you know what I see even more? It's just he just brings a toughness to the offense. He brings a linebacker's mentality to the offense. Nobody is going to tackle him one-on-one. He's going to run through contact. He's going to get yards after. Like, Kittle's like that too. But, look, Brandon Ayuk is a great route runner. He's a great receiver. It's not really his specialty. But it is Debo's, and that's why they line him up at the tailback position, because he invites contact, and then he makes you pay for the contact. And I just think he gives that whole team of toughness. We all get excited when we see him in the open field, and he's just running. You're like, here we go. Like, is he going to finish this thing in the paint? What's he going to do? Who's he going to damage here on his way? Right. It's just he just leaves a path of destruction, and every team needs that level of toughness. It's hard to develop with the way teams practice now. You've got to be able to have those type of players that just sort of energize your whole group out there on the field game day.
No doubt. I'm 100% with you. He's a tone setter. And he may not fit every team, but he fits this team. It's similar to Draymond Green for me. You know, he may not fit every NBA team, but he fits the Warriors. Similar to Deebo Samuel here. But look, a lot has been made about Christian McCaffrey, right? And I didn't love the end of the game where they were trying to get him the touchdown record. You know, want to preserve him there. However, Baldy, I'm in the camp of C-Mac needs to see 20 to 25 touches a game. And I don't care about anything else. Now, there is, you know, some fans are concerned about his workload here. These guys train all offseason to carry the ball 300, 400 times a season here. Where are you at when it comes to C-Mac's workload here? Because personally, Baldy, I can't take this guy off the field. He's that dynamic. I don't want to see him off the field. I want to get him as many touches as possible, but I get the wear and tear aspect of everything. Where do you stand with that, Baldy?
Well, if you just said 20 carries a game, I mean, the 49ers want to play 20 games this year.
Mm-hmm.
That's 400 touches. He did that once in Carolina, and he was on the shelf for the next 2 years, on and off the shelf. Like, it's just too much. It just is. You look at the wear and tear that those guys take and the way that he runs between the tackles, I just think you better get, you know, whether it's Mitchell or Mason or somebody like touches and get them some rhythm. I think you got to preserve them to a degree, especially if it's a runaway game.
Right.
Like you got to find ways to get them off the field. You just do. I understand what you're saying, and I agree. But at the same time, if you said 400 touches is too much, 300 is where you're trying to get to, but that's not going to be enough for this offense.
Are
It's
those
too good in the receiving game?
I was going to, not sorry to cut you off, Baldy, but are those guys behind him good enough? Mitchell, TDP,
No, there's a drop
Mason.
No, they're not as talented. I mean, they don't have the footwork, and they don't have the vision that Christian has, and so there's a drop off. There just is. It's the eyes tell you there's a drop off. The production tells you there's a drop off, but still, you got to find a way to, because you just can't play him as. I just think that he might be able to go 400 carries and be fine and get to the offseason.
Right.
But not many backs can do it. And I've tracked it. I mean, I don't care if your name was Sean Alexander or Deuce McAllister. Every single back that went 400 touches literally was washed up the next year.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a line of demarcation when it comes to that amount of touches and hits. Should he be in the running for MVP? I know quarterback gets a lot of the accolades, and it feels like a quarterback award at this point. But I mean, he should be in the conversation for MVP. Christian McCaffrey, no?
Well, I mean, right now it leads this league in rushing, and so by a pretty good margin, by over 100 yards. And then if you look at the number of touchdowns, and you look at, I think it depends if the 49ers go on a 6-win tear right here, and they're competing with Philadelphia for the number 1 seed, I think he could gain a lot of votes. But it's going to be hard not to give it to a quarterback, simply because they touch it so often. And, I don't care whether it's C.J. Stroud or Brock Purdy or Tua. Like, it's going to be hard not to give it to a quarterback. It's going to be hard not to give it, if one of these receivers has 150 catches this year. Right now, CeeDee Lamb has got 500 yards receiving the last 3 games. Yeah. Like, if he breaks the record or somebody, it's going to be hard not to give it to a receiver this year if they put up 2,000 yards and 15 touchdowns like some of them might do. So I think there's a lot of competition from other positions as well.
That's amazing here. CeeDee Lamb and some of the production in the passing game is just wild. Looking ahead to Tampa Bay. They're coming in on Sunday. They've had an up-and-down season. They've lost some really close games. They outlasted Titans on Sunday 20-6. It feels like this could be a bad spot for them coming into Levi Stadium. What do you make of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? Where are they at right now, Baldy?
I thought it was a bad spot when they came in there last year, Bunch.
And it proved to be.
Didn't Dre Greenlaw want to have Tom Brady sign his interception?
Exactly.
Like
35-7 at the half.
Yeah. No, it was. I did that game, and I think that was Brock Purdy's first start.
It was. You're right.
So there is all of those things, storylines going on. When I watch Tampa, look, there's still Mike Evans and Chris Godwin out there that they can beat you over the top or after the catch. They're capable. Baker is a pretty good deep ball thrower when he gets protection. They can't run the ball. They couldn't run the ball last year.
Yeah.
They can't run the ball this year. It's been a problem. Defensively, you know all the names. Like all those, Antoine Winfield and Carlton Davis and Levante David, Devin White, you know all the names. They're still good. They're still good on that side of the ball. They're not like Super Bowl winning dominant on that side of the ball right now. And so Shaq Barrett's still there, and you know all the names. They're just a little bit off. They're still good against the run. They break down in coverage a bunch, and then sometimes I wonder if the right hand knows what the left hand is doing when I watch that team and the way that they break down. But they do break down. So, look, the 49ers are a better roster. They're a better team. You know, this is the time. Like, it's Thanksgiving next week. It's time to start stacking wins. You know, like, the losing streak is over. You got through that phase. Like, now they need to, like, okay, just show. Now what you have to do is go, okay, we went to Jacksonville. We won the game that we had to win. It made us feel good on the way back. Now it's time to just start making layups. Like, this should be a layup, you know? And there's not many layups in the NFL, but this should be a layup at home.
Right.
You know, against Tampa. You got to make your layups. And then, you know, when you get to the Steph Curry, you know, 30-foot shots to win games, they're on the schedule coming up.
If you and I were in an elevator and we're doing the elevator pitch here, right? Like, I feel like Sunday was a big pendulum game, and they look great. They looked great. When they're humming and they're playing really good, what makes them so unique, the 49ers? You and I are in the bottom floor, and we're going up to the top floor, and you had to pitch it to me. How would you describe that to somebody who maybe doesn't know football that well?
I would say it's a chunk play offense. So if you're in the huddle, if you're, you know, Sean Burford in the huddle, and you just complete a 22-yard dig route to Ayuk, in the huddle, you're saying we're scoring on this drive. Doesn't matter where you start the drive. So they're a chunk play offense. And then defensively, look, I've said this before, but there's not many things that give me the joy of watching Fred Warner play football. Yeah. Like, there's very few things that I can actually say in my life that give me the same joy of watching Fred play. And when he plays like that, which he does every week, I mean, that defense is just so much fun to watch. Like, because they play so hard, so fast. Even if they make a mistake, the speed of the defense covers for it and stops the big play. So I'd say chunk offense and just pure joy on defense.
Baldy, let me ask you this one, because you were in M&T Bank Stadium watching that crazy Ravens and Browns game with the Browns coming all the way back and winning that football game. Who had the more impressive victory, and who's the team that could go on a hot streak outside of the 49ers moving forward? Is it those Cleveland Browns that you just watched, or is it the Detroit Lions who won a depressive game at SoFi Stadium against the Chargers?
Or the Texans.
Yeah, or the Texans.
I mean, that was
Cincinnati.
a big win.
Yeah, or the Texans and C.J. Stroud and DeMeco Ryans.
Well, look, at Detroit, I mean, he gave up 38 points. So, you know, that's not anything to be proud of. But offensively, they put up 550 yards of offense against, you know, I mean, I don't know what the Chargers do on defense, but
I don't either.
Just a head scratcher. But, you know, when you run for 200 yards in this business, and it's not like, okay, the quarterback got 60, but your two running back, you know, go get you 100 yards. You know, Montgomery and the rookie Gibbs. I mean, they just dominate the line of scrimmage. They're really good on that side of the ball. There's a really good, creative offense. That offense is every bit as creative and fun to watch as when the 49ers are humming. So from an entertainment standpoint, the Lions are always going to entertain you because of the formations, the motions, the creativity in their offense, and the players that they have and how they use them. It's really something to study and to watch.
What about that Browns team moving forward? Should we start to take them seriously in the AFC?
Yeah, you know why? Because defensively, they just put so much pressure on you. And it's way more than just Myles Garrett. Like, they change things up. Their corners play press man coverage. They challenge, like they did against the 49ers. They challenge every single throw. The coordinator, Jim Schwartz, I didn't know he had these blitz combinations in his bag of tricks, but he does. And he's pulling them out right now. And, you know, they made an impressive pick six. They got him back in the game. They shut down Lamar Jackson. And he's about as dynamic a player as there is in his business, and they just throttled him. So when you can do that, you know, you can win a lot of football games.
As a lover of defense and just unbelievable edge rushers. With all respect to Reggie White, Bruce Smith, Lawrence Taylor, like that era, and I'm sure I'm omitting a lot of great players. That era was spectacular. And you look at the record books, I mean, it's the who's who of the greatest players of all time. Are there more great pass rushers now than ever before? Because I look around this league, TJ Watt, Myles Garrett, Bosa. I mean, there are so many, even Jadeveon Clowney, who's like an afterthought when we think about all these great edge. He had 2 sacks over the weekend. It feels like there are more premium edge rushers now than ever before. But am I wrong about that?
Well, I mean, they throw the ball a lot more now. So
That's
there's
true.
a lot more opportunities, Joe. But as a guy that played with and against Reggie White,
I know,
and and a guy that had to block Lawrence Taylor, and and a guy that had to block Bruce Smith,
Kevin Green, Charles Haley.
I know it sounds absurd. It sounds absurd.
Charles Mann, but like, this is a good era. Like Danielle Hunter.
Okay, it is a good era.
Really,
right.
It used to be 15 sacks was like the benchmark for a season. Now, I know we played an extra game, but 20 sacks is now the benchmark. Danielle Hunter. Like, there's a lot of guys that could get there this year. But, they're getting – the coordinators are getting smarter. They're really creating – even when you saw Chase Young and Nick Bosa in the A-gaps the other day, like, they're just getting more creative. You see Myles Garrett. Like, if I'm playing center on Sunday and Myles Garrett lines up over me, standing up like he's Steph Curry, ready to cross over, dribble on me, like, that's not the best feeling in the world, especially if he comes to my snapping hand. Like, Bruce Smith used to do that every once in a while. Reggie White used to do that once in a while, and you go, please, Lord, like, just once. I don't want to do this more than one time today. Like, it's just not fair. So they're getting more creative in how they make sure that these edge rushers get a real one-on-one, and they're not getting chipped, and they're not getting doubled, and they're not just getting tripled like they do to Max Crosby almost every week.
By the way, I saw Mad Max went to that Vegas stadium, Baldy. First of all, Legion Stadium's unbelievable.
Yeah.
But I watched Max Crosby every single play. There's not a player who may play harder than him.
Every snap.
Every snap, Baldy. He was creating holding calls. He was stuffing the run. He gets up and lets the crowd know about it. Mad Max is as impressive as they come. So maybe this is the era for defensive ends.
Max coming on my podcast today, man.
Is he really?
Oh, yeah.
Well, hey, Raider Nation's feeling good right now going down to South Beach, Miami. Watch out for the Raiders and Antonio Pierce.
I mean, if they can run the ball the way that they've been running it, and they can even run it a little bit better and take a little bit off the plate of Aiden O'Connell, like shorten the game and keep 2 off the field and, all those weapons over there, like they can keep this thing close, and you get it close in the fourth quarter. Like, you got Devontae, you got different playmakers out there. Who knows?
What's the podcast, Baldy, that you're going to pop on with Mad Max?
All City, All NFL. The All City Network. Yep, it's you can find it on the All City Networks and YouTube and all that kind of stuff. But Max is coming on today at 4:00 today. I said, stay as long as you want, Max. We got an hour. You want an hour and a half? We'll just let it roll.
Right. Yeah, I love
no
that.
big deal.
I love that. Joe Spinotti, our board op here, technical producer, loves that. He's happy with his Raiders right now and Antonio Pierce. Baldy, we'll see you this weekend, man. We can't wait.
Yeah. You guys going to be out there?
Yeah, I do. I got to do double duty, man. So I'll be out there. We'll get Bully out there. You won't have the day off, so you guys can talk some hoops. Maybe even pop you on the set, Baldy. You know how to work. You're good on camera.
I'll come find you. I'll be out there early, man. I can't wait to get there.
All right, can't wait to see you, Baldy. Baldy,
All right, guys.
Baldy.
Thanks for brightening up the morning.
See you Sunday, man.
All right, see you Sunday. Brian Baldy here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. With that said, 888-957-9570. We'll react to Baldy. TC in Sacramento, he was on the line. We had a couple other people on the line. Go ahead and call about the 49ers, man. How you feeling about the Niners? We'll react to what Baldy had to say, our big takeaways from that. But first, we got to get to the injury report.
Oh, yeah!
Woo! All right, the Warriors looking to snap a 3-game losing streak. They're 1-3 at home to start the season. And they got the T-Wolves for a little baseball doubleheader, I guess a day off. But the in-season tournament game, group play, the Dubs last night snuck this through Twitter, snuck this through social media. But Stephen Curry, questionable due to right knee soreness to belief as Steph banged his knee sometime in the second half of Sunday's game against the T-Wolves. While no official call has been made, the Warriors are not expected to push Steph to play at less than 100% this early in the season. We shall see. Boy, they got to get this game, and without Stephen to make it that much more difficult, of course, he's one of the best players in this league, and he's had a terrific start to the season. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What do you know? Raiders are 2-0 since Hillary jumped on the show and started talking that talk about the Raiders. That's enough of Hillary. We'll get back to the Niners. We'll get to the Warriors as well. That's what's coming up in the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Good morning to everybody out there on a Tuesday morning. Don't forget, man, traffic might get nasty today with the APEC. What is this? What the hell is even going on in the city right now? I don't even know. But APEC event in town. And
I had never heard of it.
Yeah, I had never heard of it.
Am I wrong for that?
I don't even know what the hell it is.
Asian Pacific Economic Cooperation.
All right, so all the hotels are booked. All the big dogs are in town. Kamala Harris is in town. I think Joe Biden's going to be in town.
There's an awful lot of people in town.
A lot of politicians. Everybody. I seen Raj Mathai in the city setting up shop for NBC.
Of course, Raj was here.
I mean, Raj, of course, a big event. Raj has got to be all over it. Even the Warriors, Raj could have any job in his market if he wanted to. That's my guy, though. Good morning to him.
Market,
country, the country. No doubt about that. Mr. Olympian, Mr. Olympian. My bad, Raj. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. But the APEC event is in town. Take public transportation if you can, or you're going to need to get into the city very, very early. It's a 7 o'clock tip. You better get here at about 4 o'clock, seriously, because traffic's going to be nasty tonight. So on behalf of the Warriors, on behalf of everybody here at 95.7 The Game, Warriors do have a home game Tuesday and Thursday. Get to the city early. You want to get to the city early because driving downtown is going to be nasty.
From Mr. Irrelevant to superstardom, no, not Raj Mathai, but Brock Purdy. 17 games. I know you like that transition.
Yeah.
17 games he's played now as the starting quarterback of your San Francisco 49ers. He's 13-4. He's second in QBR over that time. I know QBR, people roll their eyes.
Even QBR and quarterback wins do start to bug me now.
Huh?
Quarterback wins, like when we gave quarterbacks a record, like there's 31 and 17.
Well, the team's 13-4.
Yeah. Because the Jimmy Garoppolo stuff, kind of put that to bed, and Mina Kimes kind of put that to bed. But go ahead, continue.
No. I'm rattling off some of the data. He's first in yards per attempt, which has always been a good indicator of who's playing well. It's not the end all be all. Sixth in completion percentage. We know that Shanahan doesn't want the ball to hit the ground. He wants you to be accurate, and so right near the 70% mark, Jimmy was always right around that 70% mark. Right. He's sixth in all of the NFL during that time period. 31 touchdowns in 17 games, essentially. And that includes a couple playoff games where you're going to play better defenses, you assume. And remember, 3 of those were against the Seahawks, which is a divisional rival, all in a short period of time. 31 touchdowns will put him 5th over that time period amongst all of the other quarterbacks in the league, and a 3.9% interception rate, which would be 3rd overall in the NFL. Now, I'm giving you the data.
Third highest?
No, third lowest. Third lowest in the NFL. I'm giving you all the data. On this year, he's on pace for about 30 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, and about 4,500 yards, which would all be Niner records since Jeff Garcia. He's been really good this year. And he had a bad stretch of fourth quarter performances. And for him to come out and kick butt and make the fourth quarter completely irrelevant where Sam Darnold could come in and play. Now the team did that, and he was a big part of that. And Baldy's talking about that throw that he made. I feel like Brock Purdy, through 1 year, has been a smashing success, and anything otherwise feels foolish to say out loud.
Yeah. There's no doubt about that. I mean, they're winning games. They got to the NFC Championship game. They're 6-3 right now. They started off 5-0, and he had a rough patch. There's no doubt he had a rough patch.
Yes.
And he needed that win. He needed to play well for his psyche and for everybody's psyche, because there's no doubt. You could think differently, and this is
he addressed the team, Bonte. Did you hear that?
No, I did hear that.
He went up in front of us and said, "Hey, my bad. I made a lot of mistakes in the fourth quarter. Not you and me, him."
No, yeah, exactly. He turned the ball over 5 times in 5 straight quarters. He played terrible. I know people say, well, he had a really good 3-game stretch despite the turnovers. Can't have a really good stretch when you turn the ball over. It's not possible. When you turn the ball over, that's not good. You lose games like that. But
look at Josh
overall, he's been really, really good. And so I got no complaints about Brock Purdy. But you better believe these next 8 games are huge for him. I still stand by what I said during the bye week. And what I said was, first of all, I didn't say that Sam Darnold was going to replace him. But these next 9 games, because here's I want to get something clear. When it comes to Brock Purdy, he has played very, very well. I didn't think there was in any case, that Shanahan was going to bench Brock Purdy, nor should Shanahan had benched Brock Purdy. I don't care if he threw 3 interceptions against Jacksonville. Yeah, you do yourself you do yourself a service by playing him throughout this season and figure out who he is. I need to find out if this guy is going to be my franchise quarterback. I need to find out if I can go into next season with Brock Purdy as the starter. So by any means necessary, I did not want to see Sam Darnold. I did not want to see him whatsoever. Let Brock Purdy play. Now, he bounced back in Jacksonville, threw for 296 yards, 3 touchdowns, 7 incompletions. There was like one no throw on a touchdown pass to Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
That was that.
It's a great no throw to have.
That was that. That was that. But for this team, it's Brock Purdy's offense. So I thought it was ridiculous to even think that Sam Darnold was going to take his job or Sam Darnold was going to push him. But the noise would have got louder, no doubt about that. But I thought these next 9 games, and he got one out the way with the big win in Jacksonville, I thought these next 9 for Brock Purdy was essential to show that Shanahan, the fan base, his teammates, I am the guy out here in San Francisco. So we can move on from that. Sam Darnold's not playing football this year for the 49ers, and thank God he's not.
Well, no, look, I'm optimistic on Purdy. He's looked amazing, right? But there is one thing that is going to be, not this week, but just moving forward, it's going to be a part of how we evaluate him. When they're at full strength, he looks amazing. But when they're missing a part here and there, you miss Trent, you miss Debo, those are 2 big parts. A lot of quarterbacks would struggle. A lot of them. I'm watching Josh Allen with an up and down running game. He's turning the ball over left and right. He's lost his offensive coordinator a couple years ago. He doesn't look the same, right? McDermott is probably going to be on the hot seat because the quarterback is turning the ball over left and right.
And his defense broke down.
And the talent is undeniable on Josh Allen. So I look at Brock Purdy right now, and he just needs to continue to play the game that he's playing. And my most important aspect to watching Brock Purdy, and it seems the things I'm most impressed with, is his pocket presence and his ability to evade the rush. He's only at 16 sacks this year. I don't think highly of this offensive line as a whole, as a huge unit. Love Trent. He's an all-timer. The rest has been hit and miss. I think Purdy's made a great job of feeling the pressure, evading the rush, making plays where there are none. He's been spectacular.
So I don't necessarily want to push back at it, but when I hear this, I do cringe a little bit.
What?
Because I think it's unfair. I think it's unfair to Brock. I think it's unfair to Jamie. I think it's unfair to any quarterback out there missing a weapon when we say, he needs all those guys out there to perform at an optimal level, to perform at a high level. Now, quarterbacks are dealt blows here. Mahomes has been dealt blows here. Joe Burrow had to win games without T. Higgins this year. Now, he did do it on Sunday without T. Higgins, but he had to win games without T. Higgins. Dak Prescott at times has to win games without his top flight performers. Quarterbacks should be able to prevail if they have at least 2 weapons. Like, you're telling me that despite missing Deebo Samuel, it's not good enough to win football games with Ayuk and George Kittle. Both those guys are legit players. So if a guy does go down, importance obviously is Trent Williams. You lose Trent Williams on the offensive line, the season's cooked.
I mean, he's an all-time offensive.
He's an all-time. He's a Hall of Famer, no doubt about that.
Yeah.
But, Jimmy, a lot of his games didn't have all of his weapons.
Kittle missed a lot of time.
He didn't have a lot of weapons.
Debo missed time.
And we just never warranted that excuse for Jimmy for whatever reason. We said, Jimmy couldn't get it done. So you may not have everybody for all 17 games. And so that's where when you want to take that next step. When you want to take that next step. And Brock's really good right now. I don't think there's 12 quarterbacks better than Brock right now.
I think everyone agrees.
But when you want to take that next step, can you steal a game without one of these performers?
Well, and I know we're getting way ahead of ourselves, but as you start to look around at how money is allocated to the quarterback position, okay, I do take some pause because I'm sitting here, I'm going, all right, when he's making $1 million and you can afford Debo and you can afford Ayuk and you can afford Kittle and Trent Williams, him making $1 million makes a lot of sense.
It does.
But when that quarterback starts to make $20 million, $35 million, and you take away CMC and Kittle, because that's what $35 million would get you right now. CMC and Kittle. It looks a lot different. And now I'm asking my quarterback to do more. Mm-hmm. This is the question that's being asked by Dallas fans. Hey, Dak's good. Is he $40 million good?
Yeah.
No, we're not there yet. We're way ahead of ourselves. This is a conversation for down the line. And I think that's why when the Texans fans look at C.J. Stroud, they're optimistic. You know why? Because they're saying, who the hell knew who Nico Collins was?
Tank Dell.
I mean, come on.
Tank Dell.
I mean, they don't even have a running game.
Noah Brown. You just heard of Noah Brown 3 weeks ago, and he's making plays. So that's
now, maybe these guys are household names 2 years from now, and they're the Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. But as of right now, I'm just saying, that's the conversation that Texas, and they're now through the roof in terms of optimism.
I don't even know if I'm going to say it anyway, and I already know how it's going to come off.
What's that?
And I'm not even trying to be passive aggressive. I'm not hating at all. But the great quarterbacks elevate their offense. Can we all agree that during the 3-game losing streak, Brock failed to elevate this offense without some playmakers?
Oh,
that's the elite of the elite.
I think when it was fourth quarter time, they fell up short. Yes, they fell short.
They fell short.
As a team, and you know him in particular, yes.
And you know what? That's not a knock on Brock because this is the first time he's going through it.
No, he's
I will warn
a young player
him,
growing.
I'll warn him saying, you know what? He's still going to go through growing pains, excuse me. But during the 3-game losing streak, I found out, okay, you need Deebo Samuel. You need Trent Williams.
Right now.
You need Christian McCaffrey. Yeah. You need, now, 2 years from now, Brock may be able to elevate an offense without these weapons. That's the next step for him. But thankfully on this team,
I think you're 100%.
On this team, you got Deebo, IU, Kittle, and you got C-Mac humming, good. Brock just runs the offense. He's a conductor. He's getting the passes through. He's making plays down the field. I had no problem with it. But for now, he's not there yet in terms of elevating an offense without all of his weapons. And I think that's fair to say. I'm not even hating on him. It is what it is. But thankfully, we don't ask him to do that.
No doubt. I think that's if we're having a reasonable conversation about quarterback play, I think everything you're saying is totally spot on. And look, everyone's going to point to Brady. Look at Brady at 25 and look at Brady at 35. Look how much better he is. And he was a completely different player, right? Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
Part of what has elevated Patrick Mahomes in the legacy and the story building, winning a Super Bowl without Tyreek Hill.
Yep.
Am I wrong?
And he did that. He did. He
made Juju Smith-Schuster look like a very good player.
That's the difference.
What is Mac Jones making Juju Smith-Schuster look like?
Juju's, he's on a milk carton. So that's what it is. So
I think you're right.
And Joe Burrow, look, he's won games without T. Higgins. He just lost a game without T. Higgins. But it shows that, boy, the margin for error when you don't have all your top flight players. Now, he's able to do it for a couple games.
Yes.
But against a team like the Texans, it's like, oh, boy, we don't have T. Higgins. Now they're suffocating Jamar Chase.
Wouldn't you say that same thing for the most part about Kirk Cousins' career? And everyone would say, even the biggest hater on Kirk Cousins would be like, he's a very good player. You can win a lot of games with Kirk Cousins. But, boy, you better have a lot around him, to elevate him. And he's at the end of his career.
But you know what, though?
So I'm looking at where Brock is right now. I think Brock can do a little more than guys like that with a little less. And as time goes on and he continues to develop and he builds on what he's built through, his comprehension of the offense is only going to grow. His ability to make plays with lesser than is only going to grow. His ability to master the offense and get guys in position will only grow. It's not going to go backwards, in my estimation. I feel like arrow up on Brock.
Yeah, no doubt. Kirk Cousins did beat the Niners without Justin Jefferson.
That's a good counter.
He did beat us. He shredded the Niners defense there. But Brock is progressing very, very well. I don't have any complaints about him. I like the way he bounced back. But also, it was just a reminder to Niner fans, look, man, Deebo Samuel's been one of the best draft picks at the wide receiver position in this franchise's history, along with outside of Jerry Rice, which happened in 1985, and outside of Terrell Owens, who was drafted in the 3rd round, all right, out of Tennessee Chattanooga, the Niners have not done well drafting wide receivers. No. It warms my heart to know that they took a chance on Deebo Samuel in the 2nd round, and they took a chance on Brandon Ayuk in the 1st round. And again, as a duo, there's not many better duos than these guys. And we're going to have the numbers on the stat sheet because of the way the Niners play offense with running the football and, in the way they don't pass the ball down the field. But as a duo, something we discussed in training camp, Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel have been everything for the 49ers in terms of where they drafted them and what they've done in the 49er uniform. Deebo's impact on this football team, he only had 59 total yards Sunday. But boy, what he does to open up this offense, to take some of the pressure off of Christian McCaffrey, take pressure off of George Kittle or Brandon Ayuk. These two guys have to deliver for the 49ers, and that helps out Brock, man. Yeah. Helps out Brock a lot. So give Brock credit. He's playing well. But can he elevate this team to the next level without one of them? Hopefully we never see that because I want all these guys playing in every single game.
I was comparing and contrasting Michael Crabtree's overall numbers to Deebo Samuel's last night, and I'm looking at him, and Crabtree played in, I would say, a more he was the number one wide receiver offense than what Debo's played in? Because Debo is not the number one priority, at least in terms of throwing the ball. You can make an argument it's Kittle. You can make an argument it's Brandon Ayuk. You can make an argument it's CMC before you even get to Debo. Debo's already had a more impactful NFL career with the Niners in his 5 seasons, parts of 5 seasons, than the 6 full seasons of Michael Crabtree.
Yeah. And J.J. Stokes, who the Niners traded up for out of UCLA. I mean, and I like J.J. as a guy. I hate saying that, but there's no doubt.
And Crabtree was good for the Niners. I don't think he was bad. I'm just saying, like, Debo's been a better ball player for them.
No
and
doubt.
I think he sets the tone more than he has. He's had singular seasons, more impactful. He's been more dominant in the playoffs. Like, Debo's been awesome. And you're right, B. Like, I slept on the importance of Debo Samuel.
Let's go to, all right, we got time. Let's go to Brian and Palo Alto. He wants to challenge a Brock Purdy take. Go ahead, BPA. The floor is yours.
I think, hey guys, how you doing? There's no quarterback in the history of the game is as good without their weapons as they are with their weapons, right? So you take Jerry Rice and John Taylor out of the 49er offense, Joe Montana's not that great, right? It's just a fact. And so if there's 3 active quarterbacks in the NFL that have won a Super Bowl, and we don't know exactly where it lands with Brock, but he's pretty darn good. We'll see how it plays out. But, like, there aren't 5 quarterbacks I'd rather have over him. Look at these guys. Look at Josh Allen. Guy's a turnover machine. You look at some of these guys, and, like, ultimately what you do on the field matters. Like, it doesn't, like Josh Allen threw 80 yards across his body in a pre-draft drill or whatever. It matters what you do on the field. And, like, what Brock's doing on the field is top 5 in this league. We'll see how it lands. It's hard to win Super Bowls.
Of course it is.
3 active quarterbacks.
Brian, BPA, does it sound like we're slandering Brock Purdy at all?
Yeah, that's what people do. They chip at the margins. And, like, again, we'll see. I don't know yet. How is he going to respond in a Super Bowl against Patrick Mahomes? I don't know. Right? So far, he's been pretty good in the playoffs. We don't know. So,
can I ask a question here? Like, honestly, Brian, and I think Brock's excellent for what the Niners want to do. Do you really think John Lynch picks up the phone, calls Buffalo, and says, "I'll trade you Brock Purdy for Josh Allen," and both teams are like Buffalo's like, "Yep, we'll do that." Like, 32 GMs in the league are taking Josh Allen over Brock Purdy, and I love Brock Purdy, but come on.
But can we move on from that though? Right? Like,
I know, but you just said that, and that's
you brought it up, not us.
I know you brought that up, and so I'm just countering. I mean, we can love Brock Purdy, but we can also be realistic.
You know what? I would say a little bit more of what we've seen for a year with Josh Allen. A little bit more. He's led the NFL in turnovers for a year.
They've won double-digit games 3 consecutive years.
Yeah, and how are they doing right now?
Well, I mean, obviously this year's not a great year.
They're in the
by the way, by the way, he's not playing well, but are they blaming Josh? No.
They should.
They are blaming Josh.
Yeah, he had 4 turnovers last night.
They are blaming Josh.
In this case, every single thing, Brock throws, 25 for 30 for 300, and we're talking, all we're doing is finding, things
really
we can pick on in the margins.
But we're really not. All I said was BPA was he's failed to elevate the offense. We saw that in the 3 games without Debo and Trent. And Brock said it. Brock said it. With Debo Samuel in the huddle, I was able to have a sigh of relief and feel good because I had my safety valve back. I had my safety blanket back. That's why I don't like talking about Brock Purdy.
But why is it like when we talk about sports, right? We're assessing, we're critiquing, we're talking, all right? We talk about strengths and we talk about weaknesses. If we were talking about the greatest basketball player the Warriors have ever had, his name is Steph Curry. Most people would say, yeah, dunking from the free throw line is not a strength. Defense is not a strength, right? Right? Like, we have no problem critiquing the greatest basketball player of all time.
Wow. Speaking of Buffalo, Adam Schefter just reported this. Breaking news in Buffalo. They just fired offensive coordinator Ken Dorsey. Got fired.
Wow.
From the Buffalo Bills.
I told you when I came in this morning, I said, would Harbaugh go to Buffalo?
Nah, his wife doesn't want to move there. That's a real thing.
No, I'm just saying, if I'm him, that's a great spot.
He may like that, but the wifey wants to be back in
They want to run the ball. Harbaugh will run it 40 times in a row if you want.
No doubt.
Right?
So Joe Brady, remember Joe Brady who coached up Joe Burrow at LSU who got fired from Carolina? He'll be the interim offensive coordinator.
Boy, the Brian Daboll exit has really caused
look, man,
wrinkles. No, but
I don't even.
But
honestly,
why can't we have a sophisticated conversation?
Well,
we talk about Nick Bosa. Well, he doesn't stuff the run as well as he does rush the passer. But yet we can't talk about Brock Purdy without coming off as slander, hatred. It's not. We're talking about the player. The guy's really good. And again, really, 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 really good. But to say that like 31 GMs are taking Brock Purdy over Josh Allen, I don't think that that's accurate. And I don't think that's a hot take. I think that's being realistic.
Well, I get it all the time. I say Bosa didn't perform in the playoffs. Oh man, you hate Nick Bosa, or I don't even care. I don't even care. But I'm just trying to have a conversation about Brock and say, look, and that's okay if he's not ready to elevate his offense without weapons. That's not the conversation. That's not even a point of this conversation at all. It's okay. It's what he's done through 17 games. And what he's done through 17 games is help the Niners remain a winner. He looks like on Sunday, boy, you got a quarterback for the foreseeable future. Now, when we start talking money and contract extensions, we can have a different conversation.
Yes,
but for right now, for this football team, I never wanted Darnold to play. I just brought up the fact that, hey, if he continues to turn the ball over, you don't think that Kyle Shanahan and this fan base and this media market is going to start talking about Sam Darnold, maybe replace? Shanahan already got the question after they lost 3 games in a row. Now, it was a dumb question to ask Shanahan whether or not he's going to replace a quarterback. No, you're not going to do that. This is Brock's team. This is Brock's team, and Brock has been good for this team. Borderline great. We're just having a conversation that, hey, you know what? There were some struggles without Trent and Deebo Samuel. There was.
At one point, and I know people have forgotten this, but at one point with Jimmy Garoppolo, the marriage was so strong, people were like, we found our guy for 10 years. I mean, that's what we thought. So, the league, things change so quickly. 4 weeks ago, we thought Sean Payton was an idiot and that Russell Wilson was done. 4 weeks later, we're saying, oh my God, they might have had the 2 biggest wins of the season back-to-back in beating Kansas City and beating Buffalo. So the league flips very quickly.
Yeah, so listen, man. Brock played great on Sunday. You tip your cap to him. He bounced back from his worst stretch of his young career. He fought through adversity, and he balled out on Sunday against the Jaguars. You got your quarterback. No more Darnold talk. I'm happy with that. I never wanted to see Darnold on the field. Purdy's the guy. All the weapons are back. Now it's go time. You heard from Baldy. It's time to stack wins. And you got a great chance. I think the Niners are going to mollywop the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It's going to get ugly on Sunday for the Bucs.
It feels like the pendulum has swung back in their favor, and they're in a good spot.
All right, let's break here. 888-957-9570. We'll break down some of what Baldy said. Are the Niners back? 888-957-9570. How are you feeling about the 49ers? Are they that Super Bowl contender that you thought they were the first 5 weeks of the season? Are they back? Are they back? By the way, Buffalo firing Ken Dorsey as offensive coordinator. Somebody's got to be the scapegoat. It sure ain't going to be Josh Allen, huh?
Oh, Miami quarterback having a rough day. What's new?
What is new? National champion Ken Dorsey. Miramonte High, Ken Dorsey. Orinda, California, Ken Dorsey. Anyway, more coming up on the road, sponsored by the Caltrans Stormwater Program.
I'm optimistic, Bonte.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's GP2 here. The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasty is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
All right, good morning, everybody. What's up, GP2? See you later on tonight when the Warriors take on the Minnesota Timberwolves. Don't forget, you want to get there early because of this APEC event shutting down downtown San Francisco. I think the Bay Bridge is going to be shut down a little bit. What are they moving to 2 lanes or something like that? No, did I hear that wrong? There's something happening in traffic. But anyway,
people are lined up at 4 in the morning.
Right, yeah. On behalf of the Warriors, you want to get here early. 7 o'clock tip. You may want to plan to get into the city by 4 o'clock, seriously, and just chill to get ready for Wolves and Warriors. Warriors on a 3-game skid. We'll get back to them in just a second. Jim Peterson, color analyst of the Minnesota Timberwolves, he will join us at, 9:20 or 9:30? 9:20?
9:20.
9:20. He'll join us at 9:20 here on the Morning Roast. He's a former Warrior. He's got a lot of energy. It's going to be a lot of fun talking to him. Then we'll have him on the pregame show later on NBC Sports Bay Area as the Warriors try to get a win. You know, going back to the 49ers, and we're all feeling good. I'm struggling here, folks. Because if you critique the quarterback a little bit, it's classified as slander. I don't know how much I could praise Brock Purdy, other than saying, first of all, he deserves this season to play quarterback. All right. I never thought he should be benched. I just basically cited, I know how this fan base works. I know how this market works. I know how the 49ers work. Nobody does quarterback controversies better than the 49ers. That's just the business we're in. We know it. And if Purdy would have struggled, which he didn't, thank God he didn't. He threw three touchdowns against the Jaguars, and I felt good about the quarterback.
With no
First
Banks.
drive, no Banks. Stood in the pocket, took punishment, got the ball out fast, threw for damn near 300 yards, and he threw for 3 touchdowns.
Some dimes.
Check the box. Check the box. I never thought he should get benched. I just said, look, if he struggles, the noise is going to get louder about Darnold, which was true. He got to question Shanahan in the media about Sam Darnold. Well, we're not slandering him. What we know right now is he needs all his weapons, okay? Right now in his young career, can he elevate the offense without Said Debo, without Ayuk? Well, he won a game without Ayuk against the New York Giants. Now, the New York Giants are one of the worst teams in the league. But he did win a game without Ayuk. But, boy, nobody slandered Brock Purdy. He's damn good, and I feel good about Brock Purdy. I hate Brock Purdy so much. Let me say that. I hate Brock Purdy so much that I picked the Niners to beat the Eagles in the NFC Championship despite having Brock Purdy. All right? Like, come on, folks.
You bought your girl a jersey. Brock Purdy's NFL career ranks since the merger among 339 quarterbacks with a minimum of 400 attempts, okay? Mm-hmm. He's number 1 in passer rating, number 1 in completion percentage, number 1 is in yards per attempt, and number 1 in pass touchdowns per attempt.
Mm-hmm.
He's been not just good, he's been historically good, right? And so whether people are waiting for him to fall back,
right,
shoot a drop, regression, no, none of those things. We're just saying, like, wow, is this sustainable? It's the same question that people are having with C.J. Stroud right now with a much smaller sample size, C.J. Stroud. Wow, this is spectacular. How real is this?
May be real.
Is this our guy for the next 10 years? Now, they obviously took him number 2 overall. I do believe, and I know for myself, had they taken Brock Purdy in the 3rd round, 4th round, 5th round, I am 100% sure my opinion of who he was at the very onset would have been changed. Now the draft position is irrelevant. You are who you are. Like, I don't care that Draymond Green was a 2nd-round pick. If you'd have told me he was the 9th pick overall in the draft, I'd have believed you. He's had a Hall of Fame career.
What about Jokic?
Right? Exactly. Jokic, great example. You know, there's many of them throughout the years. Tom Brady, at one point, it just doesn't matter. I know that at the beginning with Brock Purdy, had he been a 2nd, 3rd, 4th-round pick, I would have thought of looking at him different in training camp. I would have looked at his passes in the preseason differently. But all that stuff is irrelevant now. We've got 17 games of data, and he's a damn good quarterback.
He is, and Shanahan believes he's a good quarterback. Now, what about scoring on the opening drive? Because I thought, I talked to you yesterday, I was like, man, I felt really good about that game very early in the first quarter. You got the 3 and out. You showed the 5-man front. You got Chase Young and Bosa hovering around the A-cast. You got Fred Warner knocking Travis Etienne's head off, took the soul out of his poor body. That's 2 running backs. Fred Warner's just completely annihilated. Najee Harris, Travis Etienne. And he's probably did it to more running backs. But the offense picking up the defense, saying, you know what? You forced a 3 and out. It's our turn to go down the field and score. Now, the touchdown pass wasn't pretty. Shanahan went crazy. But you know what? They scored. And that's what matters. Here's Shanahan on the opening drive scores.
I think it's big. We always want to score on our opening drive. Same thing with our opening drive in the third quarter. But I don't put much more emphasis on it than every other drive. I kind of feel the same on all the drives. Anytime we don't score on a drive, whatever that reason is, you're always feeling real frustrated. I mean, you want to start out great and do it on the first as much as possible, but I've never sat there and made a big emphasis to our team about that being more important than any other one.
That was from the conference call. Obviously, he was on the phone. I don't know if he was on Bluetooth. Was he wearing AirPods? How does Shanahan do that? Does he have a landline phone?
I feel like he's a speakerphone guy. Like he's sitting there, he's got the phone in front of him, he's just talking on speaker.
And look, he could say he doesn't put any more emphasis on the other drives, but like, fine, like whatever. I'll take him at face value. But for this team, I think the first drive is so important. Like getting 7 on the board. The entire defense is different. When they're up 7-0, doesn't everything else change?
Well, that's why,
And I'm not trying to hate on him. I'm just saying, like, I get what he's saying, but I actually think it's more important for this team than most.
And look, I know a lot of people calling cap, but in real time, during the game, when I saw the way the Niners came out, and they came out and set the tone early, and then they got another stop, like Doug Peterson was in this presser, highlighted their first 4 drives. Jacksonville did nothing. And at that point, I was like, oh, the Niners they got this.
I know. I lost in fantasy because Trevor Lawrence had a 0 as a quarterback in fantasy.
But in terms of like before the game, was I worried? I wouldn't even say worried's a word. It was just, I don't know how this team's going to respond.
Yes.
We hadn't seen this version of the 49ers respond to adversity. They hadn't done it well yet. Now, during the game, once they got that 3 and out, and during the game, I'm like, oh, this might get ugly. This might get real ugly for the Jaguars. And it did get ugly for them. But in terms of the drives and, opening drives or whatnot, here's the deal. See, I want to address something real quick on YouTube in a second. It's something funny.
Okay.
Trenton Debo. Maybe that's all they needed to be back. Here's what Shanahan said about that.
I think getting them back is just a boost for our offense, mentally, just because, they're 2 leaders of our team. They're both 2 captains on what they bring to the game. But, I think guys just love having them out there. I don't think the game unfolded much that way. Trent's by no means wasn't close to 100%, and I thought it was pretty courageous just to be able to battle throughout that game. And Debo didn't get involved that much. I know he got that reverse and stuff, but it's he didn't get too much more. So I don't think it had a huge impact on the game, but just the way it unfolded. But our players, I think, just knowing they were going to be out there always gives them more confidence.
Yeah, I'm gonna like humbly disagree with Shanahan here. First play it again. These are my notes, just my notes, and I'm going to read them verbatim. 1st and 10, CMC run, big. Debo, jet fake, watch the defenders. 2nd and 5, CMC pass. Debo in backfield, he was the fake. CMC one-on-one. 1st and 10, Kittle wide open. Defense looking at CMC and Debo. Like, Debo being out there had a huge impact.
Gravity.
Huge impact on the first drive.
Gravity. Baldy, here's what he said about Deebo Samuel being back.
He just brings a toughness to the offense. He brings a linebacker's mentality to the offense. Nobody is going to tackle him one-on-one. He's going to run through contact. He's going to get yards after. Like, Kittle's like that too. But, look, Brandon Ayuk is a great route runner. He's a great receiver. It's not really his specialty. But it is Debo's, and that's why they line him up at the tailback position. Because he invites contact, and then he makes you pay for the contact. And I just think he gives that whole team of toughness. We all get excited when we see him in the open field, and he's just running. You're like, here we go. Like, is he going to finish this thing in the paint? What's he going to do? Who's he going to damage here on his way? It's just he just leaves a path of destruction. And every team needs that level of toughness. It's hard to develop with the way teams practice now. You've got to be able to have those type of players that just sort of energize your whole group out there on the field game day.
There it is. That's Baldy about Deebo Samuel. Right. So let's stop disrespecting our own. Understand that Debo's a tough SOB. He's a tone setter. He's a tone setter that George Kittle used to be for this football team. Now you got 2 of them. You got George Kittle, you got Debo. Hell, you may have 3 of them with Trent Williams running down DBs, pulling around the edge. They played well. Now, I do want to address something here. I don't want to derail the show, but Tyler Miller, for some reason, talk about Ubering and working at nights, and it got to the point where Tyler Miller says, I doubt Bonta and Shasky shower before the show at 6 a.m. Let me tell you something, brother. I cannot start my day without a shower. If I don't take a shower in the morning, it screws up my entire day. I need to feel that hot water. I need to feel that shampoo. I need to feel that soap. I need to feel good about myself. So, brother, we shower every single morning. I've been taking showers in the morning since I was able to take showers. I don't know what life is like without taking a shower in the morning. Oh my God, are you kidding me?
Yeah, I'm
So I just want to address that real quick. Something funny. It's like we're not walking into the studio stinking. I don't know about everybody else. I know I got to start my day with a shower. There's no doubt about that. So there it is.
Well, I'm with you. I probably shower multiple times depending on how much working out and things like that. Like I have to start my day with a shower, and then if I do any kind of sweating activity, there's another shower.
There you go.
Got to do it.
There you go.
Yeah, I need to brush my teeth, shower. It's all encompassing, and I got to shave every couple days. Like I can't do the growth thing.
Yeah, what is going on here?
Bonta,
cold showers only? No, I take hot showers. I can't do cold showers. Even on hot days, I can't take cold showers. Got to have hot water. Anyway, the morning shower hour is over.
You know what Debo is slowly closing in on?
What's that?
Closing in on like the top 20 of all time in terms of touchdowns in a 49er uniform. Like that's one thing I think I've really underrated about him. When he gets near that end zone, he scores almost every time.
Yep.
The guy has 13 receiving touchdowns in his NFL career and 16 rushing touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
He has more rushing touchdowns than he has receiving touchdowns, which is crazy. Some guys with over 30, Ricky Waters, Brent Jones, Garrison Hurst, Tom Raffman, Steve Young, J.D. Smith. Those are all guys in the 30s and 40s. John Taylor, Freddie Solomon, Dwight Clark, Billy Wilson. Let me guess. Can you name the top 3 guys all time in terms of total touchdowns in a 49er uniform?
Rushing touchdowns?
Receiving and rushing.
Receiving and rushing. Jerry Rice
is number 1, 187.
T.O. is in that top
83.
3. Roger Craig.
Roger Craig is 5. 3 and 4.
Perry.
3 is Joe Perry.
Yep, Joe Perry.
And number 4 is Frank Gore.
There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go.
The guy with the closest connection to this particular era outside of Frank Gore, Vernon Davis with 55.
Right.
We underrated how good Vernon Davis was.
Vernon Davis really good. Really good here. 888-957-9570. Jim Peterson's going to join us at 9:20. We'll get back into the Golden State Warriors because does anybody have any solutions on what can get this team back on track? They're 6-5 after a 6-3 start. Wash your back, Phil Mike. He's right. Wash your back. 6-3 start.
What does that even mean?
Wash your back.
I know, but is it a metaphor for something else?
Nah, just wash your back.
Oh.
Don't, wash that back. Pay attention because, some people get in the shower and just throw soap on and let the water rinse it off. But I got a little scrubber. Scrub the back. It feels good.
Yeah.
Scratches the itch out and everything like that. I love it.
Well, it's for exfoliating purposes as well.
There you go. So I like washing your back. Wash your back, man. Phil Mike. Shout out to Phil Mike. A lot of people concerned about the Warriors with this 3-game losing streak, and there is reason to be concerned. One, they look a little slow right now. The body move is not moving fast. The points in the paint, 164 to 114 in the last 3 games. When you think about the Cleveland Cavaliers, 108 to 62. You think about the Warriors shooting. Their shooting's not good. They're 26th in the league when it comes to shooting and field goal percentage. They're 20th in the league when it comes to 3-point percentage. They're not getting quality shots. They're not getting guys outside of Steph Curry to create their own shot. So,
Is this on the players or is this on the coach to turn things around?
Players got to play, right? Especially in basketball. How much can a coach can't create separation for you.
Yeah.
A coach can't stand in front of their defender in front of you. Coach can't box out for you. Can he
do lineups?
Maybe there's some different combinations.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, no, I think combinations, maybe you can nitpick. Maybe there got to be some tweaks. Maybe there needs to be some tweaks. I'll send the audio from Chris Muller from the other day on the postgame show when Laura Britt filled in at very well for your boy. But I don't know if there's the answers on this team. They might not have the answers.
Can we all agree as Mike Malone gets his extension yesterday, and rightfully so, we all agree Steve Kerr's a pretty good coach.
I think he's a Hall of Fame level coach.
I mean, that's like undeniable. I mean, he's one of the top champions of all time. Phil Jackson, 11 rings. Red Auerbach, 9. Popovich and Riley, 5. John Kundla, who was with the Lakers back in the 50s, nobody knows. He has 5. And Steve Kerr with 4.
Mm-hmm.
The next closest guy all have 2. Yep. And Spoelstra's one of the active guys with 2. So he's doubled up what Eric Spoelstra's done. And you could say he's had better teams and all that. Well, the results are the results.
Mm-hmm.
Steve Kerr is an all-time coach. All-time coach. I think he's got a tough task ahead of him here. You've got an aging roster, which is very difficult. You've got egos that you have to work with. You have guys whose abilities might be slipping slightly. You have people that have fragile sense of being right now, whether that's Wiggins in terms of physically fragile or mentally fragile. I don't know, some combination of both. You've got young players who want an ascending role who may or may not even be good. We don't even know. You've got guys who get themselves thrown out of games at times, but you're very vital to what we're doing. You got a Hall of Fame point guard who has a self-worth that's rightful, but also you have to make the best of your team and your situation. And him playing with Steph, you can only do it for so long because of the defensive struggles. I think Steve Kerr's in a really tough spot.
Yeah, personnel may not be great. May not be great. How do you get Andrew Wiggins going? I don't know. He's got to get more aggressive. But what I just see from the body type with Andrew Wiggins, it doesn't look as strong as he has in years past. It just doesn't look as strong, and he's not going to the hole as strong or as aggressive as he used to. Are the youngsters the answers? Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga the answers? Are they better than last year? I don't know yet. They look better with Chris Paul, but if you elevate their role, how much better would they be? Will you be able to live with some of the mistakes that Kuminga still makes? Now, he's doing a lot of good. I don't want to take anything away from Kuminga. He's being aggressive. He's getting to the free throw line, but the field goal percentage ain't there. The three-point percentage is not there.
Well, he's crashing into people, too, still a little here and there.
So how does that look if you give him more minutes? Does it look clunkier? Does it look good? I don't know, but we may have to find that answer out.
Are you willing to sacrifice some games now in November if you think that there's an eventual growth and payoff for some of these younger players?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Who is that coming at the expense of?
But is Steph Curry willing to do that? Is Draymond Green willing to do that? Is Steve Kerr and Joe Lacob willing to do that? Is Mike Dunleavy willing to do that? I don't know. The West is stacked, folks. Dallas is winning games. Denver's Denver. They're the defending champs. The Lakers will make a run or they will make a trade.
So how much longer do you allow the Wiggins thing to kind of play out?
I think we got to stick to the script, man, with the 14 games.
And where do we at
We're 11
now?
games now.
Okay,
we got 3 games left.
A couple more.
We got Minnesota. We got OKC. And then you get Houston on Sunday. Monday.
I worry about his psyche. Not any more or less than any of the other players. I don't want to single him out, but I do worry about losing him for the whole season. And you're going to need him at some point. So whatever they determine to do with him, whether it's he takes a different role, he takes a different minute allocation, they change up how they're getting him. I think this is a very delicate spot that they're in with him, and they need him. They can't just force him to the bench not to be summoned again. They're going to need his activity desperately.
Well, Ramona Shelburne, I was watching NBA Today on ESPN yesterday, and they were talking ad nauseum about the Golden State Warriors or Kendrick Perkins. I don't really listen to Perkins, but he mentioned chemistry issues or whatnot. And then Ramona Shelburne talked about CP3. And last week, maybe the week before, CP3 was at a podium, and he discussed it, and he kept it real. Look, I'm still trying to get accustomed to coming off the bench. It's different for me. I've never come off the bench before. This is the first time he's ever come off the bench. Now, does he start? Does he get benched? What happens here if they start losing some games here? Here's Ramona Shelburne on NBA Today yesterday discussing CP3.
Feeling around the Warriors was, as long as it's working, as long as they are winning, Chris Paul is willing to make those sacrifices. But that magic that we saw a little bit early on in the season, it's clearly start to run out. Is it still working?
No. I mean, look, he's coming off the bench, and the whole talk in the offseason was we have 6 starters, and somebody's always going to be hurt, so Chris Paul's going to start.
And in the Celtics, 6 starters.
That's not happening.
Right.
He's moved to the bench permanently. That's his role now. Dario Saric is starting in this game. And Steph Curry, you heard what he said. It seems like it's a little hard to create open looks, good looks for ourselves. You know who could help with that? Chris Paul. Like, I understand that they have issues with size. I mean, you're playing the Timberwolves. It's hard to trot out guys with the small lineup. But it's a little like the Olympic team. Like, Steve Kerr had the Olympic team, and that's what they struggled with as well. Chris Paul, obviously, they got smaller when they put him in the starting lineup. But they're not creating shots. Steph Curry's working way too hard, and Chris Paul can help.
So is that the solution? To insert CP3 into the starting lineup and kind of break this bench apart? Because then all of a sudden, maybe you don't have that conductor with the bench unit that you needed last year.
Well, let's say.
So there's some give and take to everything here, folks.
Agreed. So let's say, in this hypothetical, okay, before we even get there, if he, and I think Ramon is pretty tapped in, but if at the first sign of adversity, he's already kind of complaining a little, and I don't know if he is or isn't.
Nah, I don't think he is.
Okay.
I think Chris Paul.
But if he is, that would be very disappointing.
Well, Chris Paul's been a total professional.
Okay.
A total professional the entire time. He adjusted to his role. But if they don't win, then maybe Chris Paul's like, hey, I can help with that.
So let's say, okay, let's work with this then. Let's say that they allocate the minutes to where CP3 can get back with that second unit for a long enough overlapping time. They're going to figure it out. If you start, because we know it's about closing lineups, but right now, starting the game has been a problem.
It has been a big problem.
Steph and CP3, let's say you start there. Then who?
Don't know. Do you break up the two big lineup? Do you break up Wiggins? Do you break up Clay? What do you do?
I'm actually open to both of those. So let's say you get the shooter out there in Klay Thompson. Okay? And I'm going to put Draymond Green in the starting lineup as well. I'm going to move Looney to the bench.
Boy, I know. That's three guys in the backcourt that is having trouble staying in front of their man on the defensive side of the court.
So would you rather I flip Wiggins to the bench and move Clay back in to the bench? Or what do you...
I don't know. I really don't know. I'm eager to see tonight. I want to give this starting unit a couple more games before I just punt and pull the plug on it. But you may have to do something drastic here.
I feel like the Looney Draymond thing has run its course.
Here's Mully.
Okay.
The other night on the post-game show, I was obviously in Vegas, but Chris Mully and I talk nearly every day. We talked ad nauseum yesterday about this team and just kind of thinking about some lineups and things like this. Here's Mully on the post-game show Sunday after the Warriors lost to the T-Wolves to lose their third straight game.
Steph's putting up dynamic numbers, MVP numbers. He needs his teammates to find their rhythm and their flow. To me, it's not just the starters or the subs. I think Steve Kerr has to look at sprinkling in a few different lineups, and not necessarily changing the starting lineup, but within the game, maybe getting some youth and athleticism around some of those vets.
That's Chris Paul. That's Chris Mullen talking about the lineups and maybe tinkering something. So not necessarily changing the starting lineup, but within the game, different combinations. Instead of going to hockey subs, right? They're going to the hockey sub where they bring in Sarge, CP3, Moody, like Kuminga. Maybe you're sprinkling in here and there. All right, maybe here's CP3. All right, here's Sarge with CP3 and Steph.
If you split up Clay and Wiggins,
right?
All right, one of them is not starting the game. You split them up. Then who's the logical guy to play alongside? Does Clay play better with Kuminga or does Clay play better with Moody?
Here's the problem with any of that. You still have Draymond Green and Kevon Looney.
I'm splitting them up too.
And opposing teams are not respecting Draymond Green's offense enough, even though he's shooting 45% from the floor, from the three-point line so far this season. And his offense has not been a problem. Draymond Green has actually been really good offensively.
I kind of want him to keep shooting.
But maybe that's it. Maybe you split the bigs up. But then again, you go to a lineup with no rim protection. And then you have a backcourt that, again, at the point of attack, defensively, are getting blown by.
Well, right now you don't have any rim protection.
So do you just go all offense and say screw it?
I think you got to lean into your strengths. And I think right now, you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. And so you have to give something up to get something. And
so
right
you
now,
go all offense, which I'm okay with. Maybe you have to do that. And you say punt defense.
I feel like I'm biting the bullet there. Yeah, I think I might have to.
Let's go to the line.
I'm looking at, I need to split up Clay and Wiggins. The two of them cannot be cold simultaneously. So I would try to maybe go Kuminga, Clay, CP3, Steph, and Dre, and then have Moody and Wiggins and whoever, Saric, all together out on the floor, or flip-flop it and start Wiggins with Moody and have Kuminga and Clay come off the bench. I don't know, but I'm thinking of splitting up the Clay Wiggins thing. That's
as
just
well
off
as
the top.
As well as Looney. So you're talking about inserting two new starters instead of one new starter.
I think you need some drastic changes.
Let's go to James in Sacramento.
I'm trying. I'm thinking out loud. It might not be right.
James in Sacramento, what's happening?
What's up, guys? Thanks for having me on the show.
Anytime.
So I hate to say this, but the solution to the Warriors' issues is not on the roster, and Steph Curry is putting up MVP-like numbers. It is time for this front office to go all in. One of the reasons they traded for CP was that he was on an expiring contract. They could move him again. They got to go star hunting. They got to package CP, Moody, Kuminga, all the first-round picks they got. They need to get Steph help. They got to go for championships now before Steph is gone. And one of the eyes I'm keeping my eye on is Siakam out in Toronto. They got to go get him. That's my thoughts.
So getting Siakam instantaneously puts them into the upper echelon of the league. I don't think
I understand your thought process here, James, but Siakam's not that guy to me. That's just my opinion. Right now, he's lost to Toronto. But go ahead, James, finish up.
Do you guys have any thoughts on who could be that guy? Because to me, you make that package. You get Curry, Clay, Wiggins, Dre, Siakam starting, Looney off the bench. That's a solid.
So who are you
pick.
trading away? CP3?
Yeah, and why are we? And James, thanks for the call.
Well,
but
the first call is trades.
I feel very uncomfortable trading anybody through the first 11 games of the season.
Let's find
they were just
internal
6-3.
solutions.
Okay, they just lost it back-to-back. Kind of a schedule loss if you really keep it a buck.
The Minnesota one?
So here's the thing, and as a gamblers will know this. NBA, especially when it comes to betting on the NBA. And this, actually asked Festus about this and Mully about this off the record. What is it about a team going on a long road trip? Remember, the Warriors played 8 games in 8 different cities, and they finally come back home. Festus and Mully said, yeah, that first game back at home is always a struggle. Always. So Cleveland was better. I don't want to make any excuses. Cleveland was a better team on Saturday. But just as a gambler and then just listening to those guys, because I asked them the same question off the record, hey, what is it about that first game back at home after a long road trip? Yeah, it gets a little clunky. So you lose to Cleveland. Then you have a back-to-back against a younger team in Minnesota who had the day off and were chilling in the Bay Area. Hell, they may have had tickets to the game on Saturday. They may have watched Steph Curry in person and said, okay, we're at Chase Center. Let's get used to it, blah, blah, blah. You play it back-to-back. Let's see what happens tonight before we start making trades, all right? Let's see what happens. Let's not freak out 11 games into the season. That's what I don't want to get into.
I think that's why I'm just trying to look again. I might
know it's not you, but
no, I might be way off. I'm trying to find internal solutions, and that's why I'm like, right now, to me, Dre and Looney, I'd split them up, and then Clay and Wiggins, I'd split them up, and I just see what it looks like. And it might not be right. I don't know, but. And I think you got to also adjust some of the offense. I'm not saying go full pick and roll all season long.
It can't be all motion.
No, but integrate more of it, especially if you're going to, let's say in this hypothetical, Kuminga starts, right? Kuminga is better suited to run more pick and roll than he is this motion offense with Steph Curry. So that acclimates him a little better, and that gets
Steve Kerr do that?
What?
Will Steve Kerr do that?
Well,
because he hasn't gone away, because he wouldn't go for it last year. Listen,
something's got to
I thought you could have maximized Jordan Poole and James Wiseman.
CP3's the greatest pick and roll player maybe ever.
Exactly. And I thought Jordan Poole could run a good pick and roll. Steve Kerr didn't do it last year. See, it's not in his DNA. He's going to stick to the script here.
But I would say this is like, we all realize, like, coming out of the playing game, you're not winning a championship that way. And if we're all about winning a championship, you have to first see if you can maximize your roster. And I'm looking at the greatest pick and roll player of all time. I need to cater more, not all of it, but more of it in his direction a little to accentuate his ability. He is a great player still.
Man, it does feel like when we get a loss, boy, we go, ooh, boy. It's like we lost a championship around here. We're 11 games in, folks. It's just before we start trading pieces away. Let's see how this plays out. Let's see how it plays out. Even Atco Pest Control's coming at me. Atco Pest Control, be cool. You got an online deal right now. I'm trying to get you some money here. Don't come at me. Come at the rats that are eating up these streets.
The rats on the table.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HG1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch stream, sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you're there. Let's get back to the lines here. A lot of people want to talk some Dubs. Let's go to Doug in Berkeley. Doug in Berkeley. Long time no talk. What's happening, Doug?
Hey, guys. Good morning. How you doing?
Good, man.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. You know, I think you guys hit on all the points, except one that we just never seem to talk about. Back in the day, early in Kerr's tenure here, we were younger, faster, and we could make up for our lack of size. we've always been too small. We've always been too small, and it shows more now because the roster's older, and it shows up glaringly against bigger teams. Last two teams we played. But I think the guys have to work too hard to get the rebounds.
They do.
Taken away from the offensive game.
Yep.
Okay, and they're older now.
Mm-hmm.
So if we don't get some size, Clay's working too hard.
Yep.
To get the shot. We never talk about it, but we all know it, and I think that's really the problem.
Well, wouldn't you? God, I don't want to say start a rookie because that seems really aggressive and over the top. But I do think TDP needs to play more. He's got something. He's got a little more agility. He's a thicker dude. He can move. He can get up and down the floor. Is he going to get in foul trouble? Of course he is. But I think an expanded role, and I'm not saying he's starting, but an expanded role for TDP would be something that I would encourage.
TDP, obviously, I know a lot of people complaining Sunday night about him. You do realize that he played a game Friday night in Santa Cruz in a home opener for the Sea Dogs.
And I don't love that.
And played Saturday.
Yeah.
So Steve Kerr and probably Dr. Rick Celebrini was not going to play him at a high level 3 straight games. The guy needed some time off.
Yeah, but after we've seen the first couple of weeks,
I hear you
personally,
but we all,
and I get the development aspect. I don't need him in Santa Cruz right now.
But I'm just pointing out why he may not have played Sunday because he played in Santa Cruz Friday. Now, I didn't love him playing in Santa Cruz Friday. You need him on a big league team, but I get what Kerr and company are doing. They're trying to get those guys acclimated and get them some run. If they're not going to play on a big league club, go down to Santa Cruz and get some run here. The whole misnomer, again, this whole thing about small ball. When the Warriors had Andre Iguodala and Kevin Durant, and even Harrison Barnes, they weren't really small.
Well, and Clay, this is the other secret sauce of the Splash Bros. Clay was a 6'6" dude guarding point guards.
6'7" guy guarding point guards. But they weren't really small. Kevin Durant has a wingspan that's over 7 feet.
I agree.
Andre Iguodala has a long wingspan. Draymond Green has a long wingspan. So as much as we thought it was small ball, they still were long, athletic, and quicker to the ball. Now they're going extra small, and you're a lot older. And you got Clay coming off of 2 major injuries. He's never going to be the same. Ever be the same. So it is what it is with Clay. We got to live with it. Unfortunately, we got to live with it. What do you want to do? You want to trade him already? Had a bad weekend. The first 9 games, everybody said, "Whoa, look at Clay sacrificing Clay's approach to the game." All of a sudden, we want to trade him after 2 games? Come on, people. Let's relax a little bit, please. Austin in the Bay. Austin, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, nothing much. Hey, Vontae, hear me out. Look, we didn't trade Chris. We traded Jordan Poole for a reason. We didn't trade. We traded him for a reason, right? But we don't want Kuminga playing that role. I feel like we should, play him like Gary Payton, freelancing in the offense, bringing that energy and that defense like he was when he first came to the Warriors. We don't see that anymore. We just see him wanting the ball more and more, just like Jordan Poole. It's starting to get me irritated. And also, I think we should bring in Santos. I think he'll bring in another kick in the energy with that size and with that shot and with the ball handling and passing. But I just need Kuminga to play that Gary Payton role. We don't need him coming off screen, but we need, offense. We need that freelance role.
Guy Santos has, I don't even know. You tell me, has he suited up for a game?
No, he's on a 2-way deal. I like Guy Santos and his energy. Is he ready to play at a high level, the level that the Warriors want to play at? I don't have the answer to that. If he was able to play, trust me, Kerr would suit him up. These guys know what they're doing. They've hung 4 banners, right? It's not like they just woke up and learned a game of basketball yesterday.
Kerr's the highest percentage playoff coach in terms of winning percentage in the history of the NBA. He has the highest winning percentage in the history of the NBA.
So you got that. And then I also saw a take about Garuba, who's on the 2-way. Maybe we need to go see Garuba. Now we're let this thing play out, man. We're 3 straight losses, man. Whoa.
Would you start GP2 instead of maybe one of the rookie players in terms of if you were to go CP3 and Steph? So now you're going to go CP3, Steph, I don't know, whatever combination, but throw GP2 out there. Is that, even though he plays bigger than his size, people are going to look at the depth chart and the heights and stuff, and but he plays way bigger than that. Is that, to me, he's more of a 20-minute, somewhere in the middle of the game guy, maybe down the stretch. I don't know if I'm starting the game with him. What do you think?
Yeah, I feel a little uncomfortable starting GP2, Chris Paul, and Steph Curry together. GP2 can pick it up full court at the point of attack. He'll make a ball handler's life miserable. But that's, what are you starting on the back end? Are you going Wiggins or Dre? Are you going Wiggins and Looney? Are you going Dre and Looney? I'm not sure if I'm with that lineup here. Maybe you just don't have the answers within this lineup. Maybe. But maybe what Chris Mullin said it. Maybe you tinker. You tinker with something here. Now, let's see how it plays out. Again, you're not going to figure out who a basketball team is the first 10 games of the season. You may not figure it out through the first 20 games of the season. Sometimes it takes you 30 games. Remember when the Boston Celtics advanced to the NBA Finals? They were 21-22 at one point. Had a players-only meeting, and then they went on a run and went through the Eastern Conference and took the Warriors to 6 games. So maybe you just don't know yet. It's a long season, folks. We're not out of November yet, but we do have issues, and we have size issues, as Sean in Oakland wants to talk about here on the roast. What's up, Sean?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Nothing much, man.
How y'all doing?
Good.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about this for like years now. Besides them winning that championship, and what was that? 2021. They won that last championship or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But size always been an issue for us. And other times when we had Durant, at least we had like Chris Billa,
right,
and all these other long guys on the team.
Zaza Pachulia.
Yeah, Zaza Pachulia. Then other times, won championships, we had Zealy and David West and all these other cats. We had dogs back then. It's just like it's hard right now. It's like everybody is gearing up to kill us in the size factor, from the Lakers to the Minnesota Timberwolves, all the way. Everybody's long and big and stuff. We gotta do something about this.
No doubt.
We can. So I don't know about. We can't start Chris Paul and Steph Curry at the same time. That's even making us even smaller than whatever. And then putting GP.
The answer, Sean, because we got to run here. We got to squeeze one more call in before we get to break. The answer may not be on this roster because, again, at the point of attack, they can't keep anybody out the paint. All right, they're giving up points to the paint because your defense is getting collapsed left and right. All right? You don't have rim protection. Again, when you had the Zazas, the JaVale McGee's, the Festises, the Bogut's, the David West, even Kevin Durant, he was blocking shots at an alarming rate his first year with the Golden State Warriors. You don't have rim protection. So now dribble drive penetration is killing you, and they're going to the rim at will because, we don't respect their bigs because they're not blocking shots. So the answer may not even be on this roster. That may be the case by January. Last year, we touched on it. If Wiseman struggled and the youngsters struggled, well, you know what? You're going to have to reevaluate the situation in January, February. You know what they did? They moved Wiseman because he wasn't the answer. The same thing can happen this year, but you're not going to start making wholesale changes 11 games into the season. I just think that's ludicrous. I'm sorry. I think that's ludicrous to make wholesale changes outside of the roster. You got to see what you have within the roster, all right? And right now within the roster, you just may not be good enough. That may be that may be it. Father Time may have kicked this team in the ass. You may have just gotten old and you gotten slower, and now you can't stay in front of nobody and you can't create good shots. That may be the answer. But you're not going to make wholesale changes. This is not how pro sports works, folks. 3-game losing streak, you're not going to start trading everybody away.
Well, I mean, LeBron does trade all his team away, and
by February,
they have like 8
by February.
I know February. I know I'm teasing, but I'm just it was a joke. I'm saying what do you have 8 new teammates?
Yeah, I don't know.
Was that what it was?
I don't know.
Not 6. Yeah, thank you.
I don't know, man. I don't know, but I think it's a little ridiculous. But you know what? They are struggling, and Wiggins does have to play better. He does. TC can't open the cow. We're gonna get to everybody here on the phone lines. We appreciate the calls. 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570 is the number. Jim Peterson, color analyst of the T-Wolves, coming up, presented by AC Transit.
Minnesota! Get in where you fit in. AC Transit wants you to drive to East Bay.
All right. Do the Warriors, do I have the answers for the Golden State Warriors? No, I don't have the answers.
What?
I don't have the answers, Sway. Steve Kerr may not even have the answers.
Listen to the story I'm about to tell.
Steve Kerr may not have the answer. I don't know. Maybe the answer's not on this roster. But I'm not going to freak out here and start making wholesale changes and trade this guy, this guy. Here's a crazy part about trades.
Let's trade
and
everyone.
Especially from fans, right?
Let's trade everyone.
Not only do you want to trade these guys, but you think that you're going to get somebody like a Pascal Siakam or somebody.
No.
You don't think Andrew Wiggins is good.
Guy Santos for Giannis.
But yeah.
What? Like who says no?
Like you want to trade Andrew Wiggins? What do you expect to get back for Andrew Wiggins? That's what I know. If you want to start trading now, I'm
Julius
not trading
Randle.
Andrew. Like that's the thing. Klay Thompson. You guys all say Klay Thompson's washed. You want to trade him, but yet you expect to get a premium package back. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Like what? This ain't fantasy basketball. All right, you're not playing on DraftKings.
Well, your
folks.
friends aren't even making those trades with
Right.
you. Like, come on, like
I don't get it. Klay had 2 bad games in a row. Now we know who Klay is. The Klay we saw the first 9 games is the Klay I need. But good Lord. Good Lord, folks. So let's get to TC and Sack real quick, and then we'll get to Ken Upper the Cow before Jim Pete. What's up, TC? We got about 30 seconds here.
Oh, man, Bonte, Joe, what's going on?
What's up, baby?
Oh, man, just chilling, man. Hey, look, check it out, man. Look, hey, y'all the Warriors came kind of back down to earth. We'll see what happened, man. You see my Kings back on track, man. We'll see what happened, man. We'll see what happened with the Warriors. Y'all jumped out fast and in a hurry and kind of came back down. But I don't know. To be honest, it ain't time to jump off the ship.
Right.
You know, Warrior fans, y'all be easy. We'll see how it goes. But, you know, my Kings back on track, and it's going to be fun, man. Y'all get ready.
All right, TC, we'll get ready. We'll get ready. Do we got time for Ken Upper the Cow? We got Jim Pete. All right, Ken Upper the Cow, hang tight, man. We'll get you after our boy Jim Peterson, color analyst, longtime color analyst for the Minnesota Timberwolves, and, of course, a former Warrior. He's back in the Bay. Of course, he was here Sunday. I think we'll have him on a pregame show as well on Warriors Pregame Live on NBC Sports Bay Area. Jim, good morning. Always energetic. Always keeps it real. What's going on, Jim? Welcome to the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill. How are you?
Good to hear you guys, man. It's been a little while. We had a great series last year with the Warriors and a good game one. But today is an in-season tournament game.
Yes,
it's
sir.
A big day.
Yes,
it's a
sir.
big day.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Group plays in group play. We got group play today, and Anthony Edwards is coming. And this guy, he's
already
here.
arrived.
He's arrived.
What are
He's
we
a
talking
star.
about?
He is a star. I love Naz Reid. We wanted Naz Reid on the team. Naz Reid seems to always kill the Warriors. Warrior fans has a fascination that one day he may wear a Warrior uniform, but he signed a deal last year with you guys. Let's start with Anthony Edwards and the way he responded to Draymond Green, but as well as him just taking that jump from all-star to maybe an all-NBA player. Can you discuss Anthony Edwards and his progression throughout his career?
Yeah, I mean, it's just so funny because people try to, relive it. And if you guys remember, Joe and Bonta, it was not clear cut, that draft 4 years ago because LaMelo Ball, James Wiseman, Anthony Edwards, it was pretty close. And I think people thought James Wiseman was going to be a much better prospect, but it wasn't that easy to decide back before the draft happened. So, because Anthony Edwards was, one of the big stories that came out of the summer when Ant played with Steve Kerr with Team USA, and Ant talks about this all the time, was the importance of Steve Kerr to him kind of changing gears and how he prepared to play, because Steve basically told Anthony Edwards that he didn't go hard enough. When he came here to work out for the Warriors before the draft, Kerr basically told Ant, you don't play hard enough. If if we had the number one pick, we wouldn't pick you. And Ant talked about how important that is. So that was huge. And so he's always been confident. He did an interview with our sideline reporter, Marty Gellner. And in that interview, he's so confident. He's saying, hey, I'm A1 from day one. I'm a home run hitter. I'm the guy. I'm him. And so he played that way. And the progression for him has been pretty meteoric, because I think right now he's not just a franchise player, but I think he can be kind of on that same level as Luka and Giannis and Steph, of being kind of a league sort of face of the league kind of player. So he's just super confident. And like, I just kind of wonder if it's going to be a good idea for some guys to talk smack to Ant.
Well, what's he make?
No, yeah.
He's going to make you pay. I think Anthony Edwards is going to seriously be on the same level of like, don't talk to Ant like Jordan was. Like guys learn to not talk to Jordan. I think you're going to learn not talk to Ant.
I mean, he's awesome. And our guy Wiseman is in Detroit. And so, we're lamenting that one. I got to ask you big picture here with the Timberwolves. And I want to ask you about the Warriors. Have you met A-Rod? Because I heard A-Rod completed this deal of being a part owner of the Timberwolves. Have you had a chance to meet him?
Oh, yeah. I've been around A-Rod a lot. A-Rod's been, pretty good to deal with. He's just such a – have you guys ever met him?
No.
Have you ever met –
Well, I've seen him around. He comes around Chase Center. He has the shades on. And
Fonte says he's not that big.
Nah, he looks smaller, but I mean, considered baseball, he looked larger than life in the batter's box.
He's a big dude. A-Rod, Alex is a big guy. He's pretty a physical specimen. Like when you think about baseball players, like he's pretty intimidating. But he's good friends with Barry Bonds. Like he's been he's brought Barry Bonds to games. Like when we've been in town. So he and Barry are good friends. But no, A-Rod's been great. Like he's been, the deal still hasn't been fully consummated yet. They're going to have to get that done after the first of the year, and they'll probably get a little bit of an extension. But it still remains to be seen if it fully happens. But I'm pretty confident, and they've been great. I mean, like Alex has really he's been really communicative with me and Michael Grady, my broadcast partner. He's always asking us what we need, and like he's always trying to make things better. And in a lot of ways, like he does things that both he and Mark Lurie do things a little different than our current owner, Glenn Taylor. Glenn is, in his 80s, and he's these guys are trying to do the right thing. Well, one of the things they did was they got Tim Connolly from Denver. That's what they wanted to make a big splash. So they paid a lot of money to get Tim from Denver and brought him to Minnesota. So those guys are trying to do big things. Yeah, no,
I really love the jerseys you guys were wearing the other night. I mean, they're nostalgic yet still current. I love those uniforms on Sunday night. As a non-Warrior in the bubble guy, right? You're on the outside looking at the Warriors. How do you view them right now? Because a lot of Warrior fans feel like, I know the recent slide has kind of exasperated it, but old and slow and no one fears them anymore. What's your view of the Warriors?
I still fear him. I still fear Steph Curry. I saw him game. We've got a really tremendous defender in Jaden McDaniels on our team, and he chased Steph everywhere. And Jaden's 6'10". He might even be 6'11" now. Like he keeps growing. This kid is like amazing. But he's one of the top 10 defenders in the league, and he chased Steph all over the place, and Steph still gave him 38. The problem is been the secondary scoring, right? I mean, like Dario Saric is the only other player this season that has a 20-point game besides Steph, so that's a huge problem. But like Clay's been through an ACL and an Achilles, and he's been a notoriously slow starter sometimes in his career. He's been a slow starter this year. He's going to get it together, and I think Andrews had a tough little run here, but I think Andrews going to get it together. Kuminga still has, obviously room for growth. I really like Chris Paul being that secondary sort of point guard that you can give Steph some breaks here and there. And then when they play together, when he and Steph play together, are fantastic. So you got one of the great floor generals in NBA history running your second unit. We had Dario Saric in Minnesota. We actually traded Jimmy Butler to Philly to get Dario. We got Robert Covington. I really like Dario. Dario was not happy in Minnesota. I just think he was so traumatized. When you get traded, sometimes you can get traumatized by, you're not happy about, the trade. I think that was the case for Dario in Minnesota. But, Dario's overcome his ACL that he had in Phoenix, and I think him working with CP, I think that's going to get better. I think they're going to be fine. And Steve Kerr is one of the top 3 coaches in the NBA. So I just think that, they're going to figure it out. I think that, Draymond is still super competitive and won't let them have slippage. He's still as animated as ever, right?
Yes.
I mean,
you don't say.
You paid attention this past weekend. Yeah, nothing's changed with Day, Jim.
What do you think of Wiggins? As someone who saw up close and personal Andrew Wiggins, because he's really struggling right now, and I don't know, man. Like Warrior fans are quick to get on him.
Well, I mean, here's the thing we say, like Andrew, we needed Andrew to be what Anthony Edwards is for us right now. We needed Andrew to be. Andrews just is not wired up to be that guy's going to get into people's faces. If you talk smack to him, I mean, he's not going to talk back like in the way that Ant does. Like Ant is unbelievable in terms of like that part of it. He gives your team backbone, where with Andrew's better off. That's why I say, like, when he first came to Golden State, like, it was such a great role for him to be with Stephen Clay and Draymond, because he's always he can't be your headliner. He can't be your number 1 or 2 guy. He's got to be number 3 or 4. And if you put him in that role, he's fantastic. So, you know, it was hard for him last year with his dad. You know, his dad's illness, and Mitchell Wiggins was my teammate. I played with Mitchell in Houston. So, I mean, we were all kind of concerned with Mitchell and his health last year, and you know, Andrew missed the last 25 games of the season last year. He missed a bunch before that. So, I don't know. I just feel like Steve and this culture is going to help nurture him back to where he needs to be that catalyst and to be a good player. And I get it. Like, hey, our fan base was disappointed in Andrew too. Like, they were really disappointed because he's not wired up to be that number 1 guy. But you know what? I just got a feeling that this culture will get him back to where he needs to be.
Jim Peterson here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. I want to go back to Ant-Man for just a second, because we got a lot of thoughts. Rudy Gobert, I thought he played well the other night. Karl Anthony Towns is still a force, both sides of the court, especially when he gets down low and he plays big. But Anthony Edwards seems to have up with Draymond Green. This past summer, he was discussing Draymond Green, saying, yeah, I want to go at him. I want to cook Draymond Green. So is there a prior history, or is it just friendly-natured, hey, we're two trash talkers. We love going at each other. We bring the best out of each other. Is this a small thing, or are we making too big of a deal out of this?
No, you know, Ant is very good-natured. Like if you hear him interviewed, he's such a good-natured kid. You know what I mean? Like, right. He's always happy-go-lucky. He's always kind of, you know, cracking jokes and saying funny things post-game. And then one thing he always does too, he endears himself with his teammates because he's always deflecting credit. He's always saying, "Hey, Ant's, Cat's going to be, you know, MVP. We're going to get back him to All-Star status, and you know, Rudy Gobert is going to be all." He's always talking his teammates up during interviews and stuff like that. That's why he's like loved by everybody. But when it comes to smack talking, we were talking about this during our last broadcast. Like, the first game we played here during the empty arena season, which was Ant's rookie year, he talked smack to Draymond then. Draymond was trying to get under his skin. Do you remember when Draymond was trying, and Ant was yelling back at Draymond his rookie year? I mean, that was pretty impressive. And then he told Steph last year that he was going to give Golden State 50, and he did. And so, like, I'm just saying, like, I just think Ant is just so unique. To be as good-natured as he is, and then also at the same time to be as talented as he is. He's taken his game to another level, because he's not just a great offensive player. He's also a very good defensive player as well. And so the reason why we've been good this year is because Rudy Gobert is back to his All-NBA defensive status. Like, he's such a great rim protector, and you saw it in that first game, right? Yep. Everything was being channeled into Rudy, protected the rim. Jaden McDaniels is a top 10 defender. Ant is obviously a two-way player like Klay Thompson has been his whole career. And Mike Conley is so smart and really good. And we've got so many great perimeter defenders. And then off the bench, Kyle Anderson. You guys have probably always enjoyed Kyle Anderson from afar, right? When
I wanted slow-mo on the Warriors, believe it or not. I like slow-mo. I do like slow-mo.
Man, he is such a good player, and seeing him every day, as good as I thought he was in San Antonio and Memphis, he's even better than I thought. So he's one of those kind of guys that when you see him up close every day, he does so much for your team.
Real quick, Jim, but not to cut you off, but we got to run in a second here. What is this in for Minnesota this year? Is this a top 4 team in the Western Conference right now? Because I think you guys have the personnel to be that, and I think Chris Finch is a hell of a coach that nobody knows about. Is this a top 4 team we're talking about in Minnesota here? Yes.
I think it's a top 4 team. We've got the ability to defend, and so we can win games when we're not on offensively. That's a huge key. Number one, we're number 1 in the NBA in defensive rating, so I think we can win games a lot of different ways. And we got a veteran group. So I just really like our team. We're so much different with Mike Conley than we were with D'Angelo Russell leading our team. And Mike Conley is a huge difference maker. Yeah. And so as long as we keep our guys healthy, we can win games.
All right, Jim. We'll see you later tonight at Chase Center. Always good to have you back in town. We'll have you on the show. Good stuff, Jim.
Okay, guys. Okay, see ya.
Jim Peterson here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, breaking down the Minnesota Timberwolves. We'll get the can opener to Cal in just a second, but it starts with Ant-Man. He's taking the torch of that franchise, not only from Andrew Wiggins, but Karl-Anthony Towns. Karl-Anthony Towns is supposed to be that guy. Edwards is that dude now. Everything runs through him, and he's got some dudes to back him up, man. Gobert, quietly, now that's a good trade, right? Nobody's talking about that trade anymore for them.
Talking about Conley being an upgrade over D'Angelo. Yeah. He hit a nice little baseline jumper crunch time last week, or I guess to put that game away. I mean, he's just an excellent player. He's always been an excellent player as a role player, right? And the Anthony Edwards thing is interesting. I want to get into Wiggins in a second because he said something very specific that we need to react to. Anthony Edwards, had the Warriors had the number 1 overall pick, would they have taken Anthony Edwards?
I think they would have at the end of the day.
You think they would have?
I think they would have. Absolutely.
Would he have been able to play and thrive to get to, because I don't think he'd be where he's at right now with the Warriors.
I think it would have forced it.
You think so?
His talent would have shined through, and they would have been like, you know what, this guy's a baller.
Okay.
This guy's a baller. I do think at the end of the day, maybe Steve Kerr's tactic, because we are talking about that a lot, what he said in the pre-draft workouts. We're not going to say we don't work hard.
Saying it.
But yeah, he's used that as a motivational tool. But I think Steve Kerr was trying to motivate him in case he did slip the 2, saying, hey, if you come here, you're going to have to work a lot harder. That's just what it is. So
it does stink. Just big picture. That Wiseman draft is just like looming over everything. And I know it's happened and they moved on and they got
a championship.
No, I know, but I'm talking about
James Wiseman.
Like when you look back at Detroit, right? And Detroit only getting that 1 championship, the Darko Milicic pick, it loomed large over everything that they did, right?
No doubt.
And you could still overcome it, for the short term, but for the long term, it was a really bad,
terrible pick.
I know.
And
it just sucks.
It's not aging well.
It sucks to see, Anthony Edwards be so good 1 pick ahead of them. And they couldn't control that.
My thing is with LaMelo Ball and Tyrese Halliburton, Halliburton's a star.
But he's been on his second team.
Yeah, but you know what? Sac felt like they had to do it, and they got Domantas Sabonis, and Sabonis is playing well as of late. We'll see what he does in the playoffs. But Tyrese Halliburton is special. I mean, this guy is dropping double-doubles left and right, and the three-point shot looks good. But I always look at it from a Warriors prism. How would it have looked with Steph and Clay and Wiggins and Draymond and the style of play that the Warriors that they employ
for Halliburton?
There? For Halliburton. I don't know if they would have tweaked it for Halliburton.
Well, I
don't know if they would have tweaked it for LaMelo Ball.
Oh, well, that I agree with. But I think it's also fair to say, like, let's say JP had never existed.
That's another factor.
He fits right into the JP kind of a role, though, initially. At least that's what you believe. I don't know.
Right.
I think, look, we're in year 3, not year 4, but year 3 with Moody and Kuminga, and they're struggling to get 20 minutes a game.
Right. I don't know what it would have looked like on this basketball team. Because the Jordan Poole factor is another one with LaMelo Ball. It was like Jordan Poole, all of a sudden, he had a rise. Meteoric rise. Yeah, he hadn't come on yet.
At that point.
But you would have taken away that development with LaMelo Ball. Maybe you flip Jordan Poole. Maybe he doesn't. He doesn't have the value. I don't know.
That speaks to like big picture, like where the Warriors are at in terms of their mind. For me, I feel like we're too stuck in what guys were and what we expect, and you just gotta like go out there and let's see what some of these younger guys on your roster can do. And I'm not saying they're the end all be all. They might not be good enough. I mean that might end up being the case. But I think you owe it to yourself. Now it's year 3. It's not year 1. It's year 3. Give these guys an expanded role for a couple of weeks, and if it doesn't work, okay, then we can pivot and move from there. But I think seeing Moody and Kuminga play 25 minutes a game, you got to kind of force it.
Yep. You may have to, and you may see it tonight. I think everything is on the table right now as they're on the 3-game losing streak, and I'm open to anything. But the one part is they got to get back to getting easy buckets or creating easy buckets or getting out on the run. They're also not running.
No.
They're so they're not getting out on the break where everything is going haywire right on the court. They used to thrive, the Warriors that is, in organized chaos. Loose balls, rebounds, they're not getting the 50-50 balls, and then you get out on the break and you pull it up from 3-on-2s, 4-on-3s, 2-on-1s, and you pull it up from 3, and you got the crowd on fire. You're not seeing that as well. So Right now it's a struggle, no doubt, but they're still 6-5. They had a day off. They're having some practice time. Let's see what it looks like, especially if Steph plays tonight. Let's see if they can get back on track tonight in the in-season tournament group play game. Let's get to Ken over to Cal real quick. Ken over to Cal on the roast. What's happening?
What's happening, guys? Well, I'm just sick and tired of the people that sent up here talking about Clay. Clay had 16 points. Moody had 2. Chris Paul had 2. Looney had 2. Payton had 4. Wiggins had 6. But my thing is this. Everybody keeps on saying, well, we're going to get Wiggins more time. Clay brings it. If Wiggins, if them two people would have scored 16 points together, guys, the Warriors would have won that game. Right. But Steve Kerr's philosophy is shoot some threes until the moon falls. My thing is, if they just sit there and just go ahead and focus on scoring twos most and foremost, playing the rookies, Brandon scored 8 points in 1 minute. We need the rookies out there because look what they did to the Pelicans. They played a great game. You can't sit there and say what the rookies ain't gonna do. You got to get them out there and play. And I'm like Shasky said, early in the year right now, guys, you got an 80-game season. Yeah. Go ahead and let the young guys play so you can go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead, Ken Alberto Kyle. You're cooking.
Yeah, you got an 80-game season. Let me ask you something, Bonte. You ever heard of somebody named C.J. Stroud?
Oh yeah, of course.
He's a rookie.
Yeah, I know.
You feel me?
Yeah, I do feel you.
He's a rookie.
I do feel you. So I wanted Trey Lance to start his first year with the 49ers.
Right.
I just had to fill my Trey Lance quota for Kyle. Everybody says I'll bring up Trey Lance once a show, so I had to do it. We only had 15 minutes left, so I had to make sure I squeeze that in. You gave me the opening, Ken, over to Kyle.
Number 1.
Well, my point is, I feel like Wiggins needs to innovate his game.
It just might not be in Wiggins. Like, Cal, you just heard a guy who watched him up close and personal for quite some time. And, we were arguing about this at the summit. I might be really wrong on this. I was like, Steiny's wrong. 2022 is not the outlier. He's been really good. And you look at the numbers and blah, blah, blah. But, maybe I'm the one who's wrong on this, and maybe Steiny was right. And I've done a lot of pivoting this week, but I'm looking at it. Listen to what Jim Peterson said about Andrew Wiggins, and maybe this is what it is when it comes to Wiggs.
When he first came to Golden State, it was such a great role for him to be with Steph and Clay and Draymond because he's always he can't be your headliner. He can't be your number 1 or 2 guy. He's got to be number 3 or 4. And if you put him in that role, he's fantastic. So, it was hard for him last year with his dad, his dad's illness. And Mitchell Wiggins was my teammate. I played with Mitchell in Houston. So we were all kind of concerned with Mitchell and his health last year. And Andrew missed the last 25 games of the season last year. He missed a bunch before that. So
that's Jim Pete on Andrew Wiggins. Now, I agree he can't be your headliner. But nobody's asking Andrew Wiggins to be the headliner. All right? Not on this team. Steph is the headliner.
Did you hear the way he described them? Steph and Clay and Dre. And I would say just through 11 games?
Yeah.
Have those 3 been your best players? Steph, Clay, and Dre?
I think Steph, Dre, and on any given night, it could be CP3, it could be Clay.
Okay.
It could be Saric. He's the only one who's got a 20-point game outside of Stephen Curry. But it hasn't necessarily been Andrew Wiggins. He has not been in that top 3. But I will say, during the championship run and through the first 15, 20 games last year, Andrew Wiggins was your second best player.
But what if that was the outlier and now it's reverted back?
Maybe it is. Maybe it is.
It just feels like something's going on with the guy. I don't know what. Physical, mental. I don't know. He just doesn't look right, dude. He needs to get back. We know sports is very psychological. We know this. There's sports psychologists for a reason. It's very mental every game.
So what if Wiggins does ball out today?
That's good. Great step forward. Great step forward.
So what are we going to do tomorrow when we come into the show, when we open up the phone lines?
We're going to say...
Do we say, hey, you know what? Trade Wiggins now. We're going to say trade Wiggins now because his value's up?
No.
What are we going
to say to ourselves, he can't go back. He can't revert back, right? That's what you're asking this guy to be consistent. Consistent's the key. No one is saying he needs to score 30 a night. We're saying, consistently be a factor on both ends and not what feels like sleepwalking through the television.
Let's go to Joe in San Jose. What's happening?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. I know you guys are rocket science in this
Not really.
But I'm
no, we're not. We're not.
I want to ask you guys an intelligent question. I think personally, this is a farewell tour for the Warriors. This is going to be the last we see of Clay, Curry, and Draymond together. I just honestly think that's the case. But let me ask you guys a question. To fix this problem, if you know this is the last dance, let me ask you guys a question. How would you fix it? What does the Warriors owe the big three? Does they owe it? I think they need another coach. They're just not responding to Steve Kerr. That's my honest opinion. Let me ask you guys a question. What does the Warriors owe it to themselves to change the coach so they can get a different ear? They can maybe respond better because they're not responding to Steve Kerr. And I think that's the route they need to take. Thanks for taking my call.
Anytime. Well, you know what? You may have a new coach next season. But Steve Kerr hasn't signed a contract yet. But no, it's not the coach. Steve Kerr's fine. Players got to play better.
He was just named one of the top 15 coaches of all time.
like, what are we doing here?
In the history of the game.
They lost 3 games in a row.
I don't think he's perfect.
Right? No,
but he's been
come
great.
on, man.
Like Popovich a couple years ago.
This is what we're doing 11 games into the season. Like, come on, guys. We're better than this. Big Smooth in Oakland. I'm not even going to address that.
Okay.
It's Big Smooth in Oakland. I can't. Come on, man.
No, I'm with you. It's a top 15 coach of all time.
Come on,
I actually think he's higher than that, but he was listed as one of the top 15 coaches ever. We could critique and say he wasn't at his best or whatever. But, again, I want you to just listen. I'm going to list off some of the highest paid coaches in the league. Spoelstra, Carlisle, Mike Brown, Frank Vogel, Tyronn Lue, Tom Thibodeau, Mike Malone, Quinn Snyder, Monty Williams, Billy Donovan, J.C. Kidd, Nick Nurse. Come on. Steve Kerr's one of the best.
I'm not addressing that.
I mean, Steve Kerr's one of the best. I just listed. Do you want one of those guys?
I'm not addressing any stupidity. Not today. Big Smooth, what's happening?
What's up, gentlemen? Man, I'm with you, man. Stop all this foolishness. But listen,
stupid.
I went back and looked at that dunk Anthony Edwards made against the Warriors. He got by 2 people. He never even got by 2 people. He had a clear lane. Listen, it's not just about being tall, people. If that were the case, everybody would be 7 foot and higher. It's not just that. Sacramento doesn't have great rim protection, but you see they got that Cleveland butt last night. They beat Cleveland, you know?
They did.
Cleveland. It could be the fact, I think you're right, V. It could be the fact that we need some changes. Here's the part that's perplexing, because I don't really know. Here's the part that's perplexing to me. Other teams, we know that they have pieces coming back. We know the Lakers are waiting for some injured players. We know that Phoenix is waiting to get everybody home. We already whole. That's the scary part.
Right.
We're whole, and there's nothing coming in that door unless there's I'm with you. It's 11 games. We've lost 3 in a row. But before that, it was top 5. It's too volatile right now. We got to wait. Everything calms down to see what we're really working with.
Let's chill out.
There needs to be a little bit more.
Yeah.
There needs to be a little bit more pride in defense. Man.
Yeah, that's my biggest thing, Big Smooth. That's the biggest thing that's happening with the Warriors right now. And Steve Kerr can't fix that.
What's that?
He can't fix age. He can't fix miles on the legs. And he can't fix a problem that the Warriors are having here with these bigger, more athletic teams. And it happened against Phoenix. It happened against OKC in a 141-139 thriller in an in-season tournament. Happened against the Rockets through 3 quarters. Staying in front of your guy. Dribble, drive, penetration is destroying the Warriors right now. Points in the paint. The last 3 nights, again, I'm going to say it on TV tonight. 164 to 114 the last 3 games. Cleveland by themselves in the 2 games against the Warriors. 108 to 62. Points in the paint is killing the Warriors. Why? Because teams are collapsing their defense. Darius Garland, Donovan Mitchell had no respect for the Warriors' defense. They got to any spot that they wanted to. Minnesota the other night, once they fell behind by 36-30 in that second quarter, they just put the pedal to the metal and say, we can get any shot we want. And that's the problem right now with the Warriors. Their defense is not helping, so maybe you need to go all offense, and your offense need to be your best defense. I have no idea, but right now, defensively, they can't guard anybody. And right now, Wiggins, whether we like it or not, is one of their best individual defenders. That's why we're so hard on them right now.
Who are their best individual defenders?
Andrew Wiggins, Jonathan Kuminga, obviously Draymond Green.
And GP2?
And GP2.
Okay. Would you put Moody in there?
I need to see more.
Well,
I need to see more with Moody. But right now he's defending well.
Yeah,
he's defending okay. But I need to watch it more closely.
Yeah, I don't like.
You know,
I'm glad you said like I need to see more because that's just the way I feel watching Moody all the time. And I'm not here saying he's going to be a 25-point-a-game scorer and he's going to be the. I don't know what he is. Maybe he's just a role player. Maybe that's what he is. But I feel like when I watch him, he does a lot of little things really, really well, and he balances the floor, and he makes a lot of hustle winning plays. And this is a team that's older. They need a glue guy like Moody who can do a lot of little things well in between the numbers. And I'd like to see more of him. I think 22 minutes is the right amount of time for him.
Yeah, and he's averaging 17 minutes a game.
Yeah, so just kick that up a little.
Kuminga's averaging 20 a game. Moody's at 17 a game. So they're going to get some minutes here. They're in the rotation. They are in the no more calls. We're done. All right, we're done. I was going to get some Warrior fans some last thoughts on tonight and Andrew Wiggins, but you got to defend. And if you can't defend, you're not going to do well in this league. You're going to get cooked.
If this is the end, as people always want to like get, consequence radio. There is a large part of me, and I know everyone wants to trade everyone away and win everything because you got to win it all, and it's all about Steph. And there's a lot of Steph fans as opposed to Warrior fans. I'm a Warrior fan. There is a part of me that's like, you know what? Kerr, Clay, Dre. A part of me is like, dude, if these guys haven't earned the right to, if they, obviously they can find a happy medium. If they haven't earned the right to be lifetime Warriors, I'm not saying they need to play 40 minutes a game, but if they haven't earned the right to be all-time Warriors, like who the hell has?
I mean, yeah.
If you're in your 40s, if you're in your 50s, and you've been watching the Warriors your whole life, and you watched guys like Jason Richardson, and you watch guys like Gilbert Arenas go to other teams and have their best years in other places, like don't we owe a little bit? I'm not saying you ride them till the wheels fall off, no matter what, and let them shoot whenever they want. No, but like. Can't they go out with a little dignity? Can't we have a little bit of class?
I've been saying that for 2 years now. The rhetoric on Klay Thompson is disgusting. I'll just say that. It's disgusting. The guy had 2 bad games, and all of a sudden we're ready to punt his ass out of here when we were just praising him for the shot discernment and the sacrifices he's making, not taking a lot of shots, making the extra pass, playing team defense, hustling like he did in the Denver game. The shot wasn't rolling early. He made some big shots late, right? He was 8 of 16 overall. He played solid defense. He got scrappy defensively. But yet, 2 bad games and we want to trade him. So to your point, Shasky, I've been battling this with not every fan thinks like that. But I, as a diehard fan, right? As a diehard fan who's rooted for this team, and with the Niners at some point, we're just so quick after one game to say, you know what, punt this guy. He's done. What have you done for me lately? Especially a guy like Klay. Klay's not the same player. And Klay Thompson did not say he wanted a max contract. That's somebody who floated that, right? Maybe an agent talked to another agent who talked to Klay's agent, and they put that out there. But Klay has not said that, and I think Klay has the wherewithal and the smarts to know I'm not worth $40 million a year. Now, a team may come in and offer him $40 million, and he may take it, whatever. But the fact that we're punting on him after 2 games, and Wiggins, and I get Wiggins is struggled. That's more of a concern for me. I'm not really concerned about Klay Thompson. The shot will fall at times, but he needs guys to create for him. To your point about moving on from Kerr and moving on from Klay and moving on from Draymond and all these guys hung 4 banners. That would be like saying after Joe Montana's 2nd ring when they were struggling in 87, and hell, they almost moved off of him. That's what almost happened.
They did.
But we just turn on these players so quick. The fans today, the new fans, not all of them, but there's a lot of fans that I interact with which is, I don't do it no more. I'm done interacting on Twitter. Those days are gone. We're so fickle as a fan base or as fans in society. We're ready to move on so many players after 1 bad game. Like, they're not warranted 1 bad game. We want these guys to be perfect every single game.
Well, I do think that baked into what you're saying, which all very, I'm nodding my head at everything you're saying, but also baked into the middle of it, which is hard to find, is Steph is playing at an elite all-time level.
He's one of one.
I know. And on some tiny little level, similar to Tom Brady, you're like, ooh, if I got to get rid of Wes Welker to be able to extend it and get one more, like I understand
That
the
may
tug and
happen.
pull.
That may
I know,
happen.
but I think that's where, and where I get frustrated is there are people, because the NBA is very different than the other sports, who are Steph only fans,
Right.
not Warrior fans, right, and they're
that's
way
sad.
less loyal.
And that's sad. That's really
Do you
sad.
get-
yeah,
maybe
absolutely.
I don't know if I
understand what you're
articulated
saying.
it.
No,
I
I
don't know if I
understand exactly what you're
articulated it
saying.
appropriately.
You may have to, you know what, do
Sacrifice
something
one.
very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
You may
But
have
then-
to do
but
something
then
that's
I watch
uncomfortable.
Steph Curry after Clay hits the game winner, and then Steph hits the game winner. They're like hugging each other, jumping. I'm saying, you think Steph? If you love Steph that much, you think Steph wants to break that up?
Right.
Like he loves that dude.
Right.
Loves that dude. So I don't know.
I don't know. I just
I go
you know,
back and forth.
I hear a question that's saying that Steve Kerr, the players are not listening to him, and you see a text that's saying, you know what, maybe he's disinterested. They're like, it's just dumb. Like
Steve,
somebody,
look,
like
we could
you know,
argue about lineups
like, you
and
know,
this and there. He's been to 6 NBA finals. He's won 4. He is the highest winning percentage of all time. You know what people said about Phil Jackson for 20 years? Oh, Phil only coaches great teams. Yeah, that's what happens. You bring in the maestro, he fixes everything.
Name me a team outside of Dallas Mavericks.
I mean, seriously.
And maybe the Detroit Pistons in the last 40 years.
I'm not.
That has won a championship without 2 great players on their team.
Larry
or
Brown's
maybe
a-
one.
Larry
Like
Brown-
Hakeem Olajuwon. I'll give you the first Hakeem Olajuwon championship. He had Otis Thorpe and Robert Horry.
5 All-Stars
you know?
that year.
But come on. Like,
Even the Mavericks had Jason Kidd.
Yeah, and Sean Marion was a stud for a
Jason
decade.
Terry.
Tyson Chandler was DPOY.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, come on,
that
man.
team was
What
made
are-
better than
what
like
are we
than it
doing?
looked in that year.
Fast 5.
I'm not
Time
taking
for the Xfinity
You know, Bonte, I'm going to start us off. My soul needed that 49er win in that way, where the defensive line just collapsed the pocket and looked like their vintage self. My soul needs a Warrior win so bad tonight. I need one. We need one. And similar to what you were saying earlier, get the hell out of the house early if you're going to go to Chase Center, because it is going to be a nightmare traffic-wise.
Yeah, Warriors sent out a release, and you know, a lot on behalf of the Warriors. Get out early. Chase Center, we need it rocking. The Warriors need you. It's an in-season tournament game. All right, so it's a double win. It's one of those 2-for-1s, right? You get a win in the regular season, step your 3-game skid, and you get your second win. You get your second win in group play.
If we win the in-season tournament and don't qualify for the playoffs, do we hang the banner? That's a joke. It's a joke.
Not yet. Not
It's a
yet.
joke. I
Not
kid.
yet.
I kid.
Not yet. Not yet. But I do want that Vegas trip. I do want that Vegas trip.
Oh, I got one coming up 2 weeks.
My final thought is let's stop freaking out after one game. Can we just stop for one day? Can we get through 20 games before we start trading people? Maybe that's asking too much from some of you, because that'll never happen. People want to trade people after 5 games, but I guess that's the way sports works these days. Go ahead, Spadone.
Speaking of freaking out after one game, Josh Allen, he stinks. This guy is so fraudulent. They lost that game so many times and still had a chance to win because the Broncos are also fraudulent. Oh, my God. There's been so much bad football this year. It was refreshing to see one dominant team last week in the San Francisco 49ers.
Oh, they say the Raiders.
Oh, well, they're going to get smacked against the Dolphins. That's all right. I'm riding the high. They're 5-5. They're right in it. But the Bills miss me with Josh Allen and co. Ken Dorsey, yeah, that's going to help. They miss Brian Daboll badly.
So last year, you guys remember how every team that played the Niners, except the Chiefs, ended up losing that next week? This year, teams are 5-3 the week after playing the 49ers. So, yeah, fun little factoid there for you.
So you're saying take the Jaguars over the Titans?
I'm just saying the teams are 5-3 after playing the Niners this week. Whatever you do with that information is up to you. I'm just giving it to you. It's up to you to do something with
What
it.
about Ohtani? I thought there was going to be someone on Ohtani.
Why would I talk about a future Dodger?
Oh, I thought he was going to be a future Brave.
Oh, quick last thought. I'm so out on Travis Kelce right now. Dude, you're an all-time legend. Stop it. The commercials, it's insufferable. I'm over Travis Kelce. Am I the only one? Somebody has to say it.
Hey, he's getting his checks, man. I'm not mad at anybody maximizing their value in life.
Spread the wealth to other tight ends.
You got to be selfish in this world. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation synergy network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Steiny and Guru. That's right, Atco Pest Control. They're coming for you.
Switch to Verizon and you'll save.
He brings the...
All righty. Good morning, everybody. Matt Steinmetz there, the Guru Johnson. What's up, buddy?
What's up, baby?
Not much. I'm just getting my levels right and getting ready for the Warrior game tonight.
Yeah, I'm going, and you said something to me yesterday on the ride home that I thought about on the ride home. The Niners got their mojo back. We saw it all come to fruition Sunday in Jacksonville. And the Warriors, who we thought had everything, up and going, Stoney, they're the ones now that are kind of trying to find their rhythm. So tonight you got Minnesota again for the second time. But Stoney, Steph Curry needs some help.
He does. I will agree with you right there. Absolutely. Steph Curry's been terrific, but there hasn't been a consistent second score. There just hasn't. And they got to figure that thing out. Here's my question for Warrior fans out there. Because let's start with the big picture.
All right.
Because they played Denver last week, and they lost a close game.
With no Draymond Green.
Right.
All right.
We came in the next day, and there was a lot of people very encouraged. And remember, I was like, I'm not saying, I don't know, okay. I wasn't discouraged, but I wasn't, after the Denver game, saying, man, this team's got championship.
You and Dibbs and Willard and I were on the other. It was you two against me and Willard.
It was good game. They could have won it.
Moral victory.
Okay. Well, now they played Cleveland and Minnesota. So where are we now? Are we still encouraged about where the Warriors are at? They're 6-5. Are we still encouraged about the Warriors like we were when they were 6-2 or 6-3?
I'm not. And I'm the guy that told you and shocked the world at the summit that I didn't think is currently constructed. This team could win it all. And, this is not something I want to win, nor is it over. But can I tell you something? Put it right on the table early, Steiny. Brought to you by Echo.
Sure.
Tell me what you think. This team misses Jordan Poole. It misses Jordan Poole's ability to score, come off the bench, shoot a three. They got one.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm not laughing at you.
I was like, damn, I
just didn't expect that.
No, that's where I'm at. And I know it ain't even about what he's doing where he's at. Dario Saric has one 20-point game. Outside of that, no other Warrior has scored over 20 points in 11 games. And we're talking about the likes of Chris Paul, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins. And Curry is working hard. You could tell me his minute usage is down. I like that, but he's working hard. And I don't know if he's questionable for tonight. I saw that put on the Vine. So I'm just like, when you hear me say that, do you say, Goo, you're crazy? Or do you feel that they just need a bucket getter, a playmaker?
Yeah, I think they.
And I didn't feel that way when they were 5-1. I'm being honest.
I think they need that. I think they need another score, and I think their defense is a real problem, I think.
Wow.
I mean, can I ask you a question right now? What is Aaron Rodgers wearing on his face?
Patch.
We got a TV here.
Yeah, he's on Pat McAfee show.
Did he have eye surgery?
No.
I'm being serious.
Yeah, no, he's doing some
That's
prompt.
a stick.
Yeah, stick. I hate sticks.
Right.
Guru's Gripes coming up today. No,
we got Guru's Gripes?
No, it was a joke. I said I hate stick, and then I went Guru's Gripes.
I got you.
I got a 0. Evan did laugh. Nobody laughed.
888-957-9570. You know the number. And if you want to talk Warriors, jump in here with Guru and me.
You said defense. Elaborate.
They can't guard on the perimeter. They can't.
I tweeted that out.
They cannot. They're not guarding well at all. They're small right now. Although I don't know how they're going to get any bigger. Did we mention that Curry's questionable for tonight?
Yeah, I did.
With knee soreness?
Yes. And he had a couple spills over the weekend, so I saw it, got up and played. But it hit me, man. Like, oh my gosh, just a week ago I'm talking about out of my fat pie hole strength in numbers, and now here I am just a bit not perplexed that the chef has to work so hard. And Steiny, I will give the team credit. In the weekend that was or wasn't against Minnie and Cleveland, they did have an opportunity. Those games were kind of in the balance.
Okay.
And then their water was cut off.
Oh.
And the spacing when Dre and Looney are on the court and you got bigs, they're sagging off. And I'm gonna put another right on the table. I feel like this team is overpassing, sometimes Chris Paul included. Dre, you hit a couple threes, your percentage is through the roof. Let another one fly. Who cares if you miss it? But I like there's a bit of overpassing too. So I'm monitoring this, Steiny, but they've lost 3 in a row, and they got Anthony Edwards and the Minnesota Timberwolves in their height for playing, the in-game tournament, the second one. In Golden State tonight, so I'm nervous.
Yeah, the one thing I was thinking about, I was talking to Evan before the show, and he said, "Well, Chris Paul is better. He's better than Jordan Poole was last year. I mean, like he's helped,
no doubt."
But then I was thinking about it. But Chris Paul ain't better than Jordan Poole was 2 years ago.
Okay,
2 years ago, Jordan Poole had a heck of a year, and.
That he did. He got paid, too.
He did. And he did. So my question to Warrior fans is encouraged or discouraged?
I like that.
Encouraged or discouraged?
Because they were 5-1. It's 6-5 now, Steiny. I know it's early.
I mean, I'm gonna. I watched the Denver game. I didn't see it.
Well,
I didn't see it though. I didn't see what everybody was excited about.
That they played the champs. Well, I know there was no Murray.
Look, I hate to break it to the Warriors fans, but Denver is now who you used to be. All right? So, yeah, you play Denver tough, but I got news for you. Denver's the defending NBA champions, all right? Did it ever occur to people that maybe they kind of sleptwalked through the game and then, they win it at the end?
I had that thought.
Well, I did too. So then the last 2 games?
Now, those are more concerning. The scrubs were in for both of the teams. Cleveland had to bring in the scrubs. Starters came back, and so did Minnesota. So the fight was stopped in a sense. But I got to go here, Steiny, about Denver. Forget about Denver. The moral victory to me and what a lot of people in Dub Nation were saying was last year this team, the Warriors, the year before had won 11 road games. Normally they would have laid down when they got down. And they got down 8-10 points to Denver, and they fought back. Yeah, they didn't win. That ain't going to get you into the offs, but they showed heart and grit. And it was a one-possession game at the end. So
that's great.
No doubt.
That's great.
Then what happens? So more 48, 72 hours come, and then you play more games, and now the warts that you knew you had going in, there's more warts. You got acne. And what are you, like you said, you're not going to get taller. Steiny, this team is shooting. Fitz needs,
yeah.
What's the thing? The kids are taking.
Oh, no.
A Percocet. Because they're missing, so that was, I don't know what I was, but they're missing the shots. They're shooting like 40% at home.
Who?
The Warriors collectively.
Yeah,
nobody can hit the side of a barn.
Well, that's what happens when the other teams are younger and more athletic.
Okay. So
707, Warriors are cooked, but Steph's still the greatest. He what?
He's balling his ass off.
Who?
Curry.
Yeah,
he needs help. So it ain't far gone.
Oh no! I thought we weren't. We can't waste Steph Curry.
Is this a slump, Steiny, or you think this is who they are? I think this is a slump.
Well, they're 6-5, so that's about a 44-win team.
Well, right? They were 5-1. What were they then?
I don't know. But,
I'm joking.
But this is what we did with the Niners. They're 5-0. Everybody thought, 49ers. 49ers. Look, they're 6-5. I saw some things over the weekend I didn't like. I think You know what? I'm also going to really? Let me ask you a question, Goo. You really think the chemistry's great? You really think the connectivity? The connectivity.
I'm being honest like I am with you 365.
I don't think so.
Okay, let me answer and you tell me why you don't think so, because you posed that question to me. Stoney, the first week of the season, you could see it. It was on display.
Yeah, they won a couple games.
But it was bigger than just the scoreboard. They looked connected. I'm going to tell you something. With my third eye, I didn't like the Draymond Green stuff again.
All weekend.
Shocker. All weekend. But I was looking at Pajinski trying to, hey, Dre, chill. Chris Paul, not uncomfortable, but somewhere in that family. And I didn't like that, but that's who Dre is. So outside of that, I'm asking you, can you elaborate with us on what you've seen to where you're like, you don't feel that connection?
I don't. Listen, if you all want to believe that their chemistry is off the charts because they say last year's over, that's fine. And I'm not saying it's not, but I said it at the beginning of the year. When Draymond Green is talking his talk about how last year was last year and this year we're connected and this year we're together, it's like that means nothing coming from Draymond Green. Nothing. Now, a month after he says it, let's take a look. 2 months after he says it, let's take a look. But it just looks like a regular old team right now. And you know what? And this is the only thing the only point I wanted to make during the whole Jordan Poole, because I do think Jordan Poole's become the easiest scapegoat of scapegoats.
Okay.
But yeah, you got rid of Jordan Poole. Draymond's still here. He's still here, which means that there are going to be countless instances that you have to deal with. Doesn't mean Draymond's wrong. Doesn't mean Draymond's right. Doesn't mean that officials are out to get him or they're not out to get him or he gets away. It's just Draymond Green comes with baggage. And so you can get rid of Jordan Poole and say that problem's gone, but Draymond still has his issues. Did he cost him the game on Saturday? He got thrown out of the game. He got ejected again.
It hurt him
16 times in his career. So that's going to happen twice, probably season. Then then Sunday night,
he poked a bear. But he's not, to me, and I don't think I'm by myself, he's not a bigger issue. You've won 4 with him. And the perimeter defense or their lack of is bigger than Draymond being Draymond. Steve Kerr said to the media that they need more playmaking besides Steph Curry. I got a thought, and I ran this by Evan. I wasn't on the CP3 edition, but he's a Warrior now, Steiny. How about you put him in the starting lineup?
For who?
Draymond or Looney. It's got to be one of the two, and we know it's not going to be Dre, so maybe Looney.
Why do we know it's not going to be Dre?
Because he wouldn't take it well. And I'm not pulling the plug on Andrew Wiggins as a starter.
I kind of don't know what to say, to tell you the truth. It felt like, for last week, all we did was say how great this team was and how Chris Paul's been wonderful and how the players get along and all that stuff. And I'm not saying the players don't get along, but I mean, now it's 11 games in. Who's having a good year other than Steph?
That's my answer.
Who is having a good year?
He could have played crickets.
Other than Steph. Clay?
Hey, what about Dre's offense? I'll give it to Dre.
Okay, sure. He's averaging 12 a game.
More than Wiggins.
Okay.
Who saw that coming? And kudos to Dre for hitting his shots early on. But damn, Steiny, you got Klay Thompson and Andrew Wiggins that are just okay, and that's not good enough. I'm not even going to give Wiggins the okay. I'll never forget the show. I'll never forget the show where you went over when Jordan Poole was out of here, and you went over the games and his point projection, just real quick, let me give this to you all. This is Andrew Wiggins on the season points-wise. 10, 11, 13, 9, 14, 8, 4, 17, 11, and 13. Like, that ain't the Wiggs we know, a career 18-point-per-game scorer, averaged 23 points one year. So that's operation number one. We got to get him going. And Steiny, I just don't know how they do it besides just let him go out there and ball. 4-26 from 3 Wiggins early on.
Wiggins would I don't know. I don't know what you do with Wiggins. I don't know.
You got to ride it out, right? Because this is the team.
I guess you do. But I mean, again, Wiggins isn't playing well. I don't think Clay's playing great. Legitimate question, how is Steph having an MVP year when he's missing a lot? Yes, he averages 30, but he's taking an awful lot of shots. His percentages are fine. It was just
50, 40, 90 last week we talked about.
Yeah, he's shooting 47, 48, and 42 from 3 or 43, so his numbers are fine.
He just needs some help.
Of scoring. But what?
Friends.
About what?
About life.
No, like,
yeah.
What are you going to talk to Shasky about later?
Life and our background in sales and sports. I mean, why do you? You were with the head coach of the Timberwolves last night. You didn't invite me.
No.
And then you post a picture.
I didn't post anything.
Where are we sitting at tonight?
I didn't post any picture.
Where are we sitting at tonight?
Picture.
And then I go, Evan, you and I. You go, me and my other friend, Dana. Dude.
Yeah, I was
Shasky's my guy. So is, I talked to my coworkers.
No, maybe
you should try it.
Well, maybe.
You should try it. Quit being, like, I talked to the boss. I'll call him, check on him. Like, I don't understand.
Call the boss?
Well, we talk, Steiny.
You know, I think the Warriors could use Guru because he embodies the word that they've been missing in the last 3 games. Connectivity.
Oh, God.
Yeah. I'm trying to be positive.
The more
They're
people,
6 and 5.
The more people you connect with, the more opportunity it is for people not to like you.
Well, I think I'm doing okay.
Might be speaking from person.
Like, I went to Willard's house with Evan, and it meant something that he invited me to the Super Bowl. I won't break up my son's party where nobody came from the station but Dibs. I'm playing. It was fun.
What a party in Folsom. It was like in Folsom.
Oh,
Northern
boy.
Frontier.
Oh, boy. It was a little, that was a strike. But come on, man. We got solutions. Chris Paul to the starting lineup.
Woo!
It's above my pay grade to say who comes out. But if Kerr's saying we need more playmaking.
You know what I feel like? Like the one thing that I was thinking about yesterday during the show, we talked all about the Niners, but after watching the Warriors, there are a lot of Warrior fans on here, and I love them. But the one thing that hit me is stop trying to tell me that Steph, Clay, and Draymond aren't declining. Stop it.
I have nothing for you there.
Stop it.
But Dre's offense is better early on, though. Stop, Matt.
What's it matter? If you make a 3 in the first quarter, but you're not going to take it in the fourth?
Well, I saw
He
that.
wants no part of a 3 in the fourth quarter.
Chris Paul, too.
What about him?
He's been reluctant a couple times going up for the shot. Oh, I'm going to pass it and turnover. Like, Steiny, this team, it needs...
What are we going to do with Clay? Well,
he's averaging about 14 shots a game, so his water has not been off. I know that ain't 20 to 25, but the opportunity's there. But you talk about the perimeter D, you said he's guarding big, so that ain't no... Steiny, they're not man. Man, oh, man. And you got OKC coming in Thursday and Saturday, I believe.
OKC?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And let's put another right on the table. Jonathan Kuminga.
Are you trying to be
38%?
You said you're trying to be positive.
I am. I'm bringing him up. He was KD in the preseason when it came to scoring, and he's 38% from the field. What have you seen from him through 11?
Same thing I've seen for 2 years. A little inconsistent. He still hasn't. You know what I think about Kuminga?
He's playing in the box though. He can't. You know, he's more built for
what?
ISO.
Say it.
What?
He's more built for playground basketball. Say it.
Nah, that ain't what I'm
Say
doing.
it.
He's better than
this
that.
is a championship type of team.
Well, you said it was with 3 guys declining.
No. What I'm saying is, if you think you're a championship team, well, then Kuminga's got to play in a box.
Yeah.
Because you can't just be running up and down the court.
They need some athleticism too, Stoney. And I know you're going to laugh, but
what do you do
came
there?
in Saturday and almost saved the day, or when was that, Sunday, coming in doing what he did. I'm not advocating for him to get more time, but how do you get spry? How do you get younger to keep up with these teams? Because Minnesota ain't the only team you're going to have to face like this. OKC's coming too.
Let's go, Warrior fans. Yeah. It's pretty simple. And I want you to tell me if you're still encouraged like we were last week. Last week at 6-2.
Game in Denver, a loss we were fired up about?
Somewhere. I wasn't.
Willard and I were. You and Dibbs weren't.
Exactly. So the question is, but I mean, I wasn't discouraged. Obviously, I felt better about the team on Friday than I did on Monday. But I want to know where Warrior fans are right now because, I don't know, it feels like things, I don't know where they're at.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, you got to get a split tonight. You got to get a split tonight against this team. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors, Timberwolves tonight. How you feeling about your Dubs right now? They're 6-5. They were 6-2. You still feel encouraged about this team? All right, that's it. What's that? Yeah, that segment was brought to you by AC Transit. Also, don't forget, a reminder that with the APEC conference this week in downtown San Francisco, it probably means not as many people are driving into the city. So now is the perfect time to download the Odyssey app. You can listen to all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru, plus other outstanding interviews like Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger, who joined the Morning Roast today to break down the 49ers win against Jacksonville. You get it all on the Odyssey app.
Experience? No problem. Paid training is provided. New mechanics.
That's not a 4.
Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny.
Shut up, Looney.
95.7 The Game.
Shut
Take
up,
it away,
Kevon.
Steiny.
Get a rebound. I'm kidding, Kevon. He's probably helping somebody with a flat tire right now. Kevon Looney. All right, it's funny, Steiny. Thought you actually bought into the Dub start, or maybe you were just trying to not upset the apple cart. This team has passed its prize from the Comcast business text line. This team has passed its prime, with Curry being the only one who is still playing at a high level, plus they're small. They are what they are, about 42-44 win team, which to our fan base is not acceptable. Okay. Yep. I said I still thought they had a small window, the Warriors. After watching them a little bit and before the season at the Summit, I mean, I'm not going to say the window's closed after 11 games, but I feel less enthusiastic about that open window now than I did at the start of the season. And after 11 games, they look small, they look older, and
they need somebody that could put the ball in the hole, not named Steph, Scotty. They need, come on now.
Is that person on the roster?
Yes.
Who?
Number 22, first one that comes to mind, Andrew Wiggins.
Oh, Wiggins.
Yeah.
How about the way I just don't.
Yeah, but I get it.
I'm just so bad at guys' numbers.
But you can look it up. It's on there.
I know, but when you said 22, I was like, is that Clay? Okay. Or is that Pajensky?
Yeah, and my fear with him.
What's Looney's number? Do you know offhand?
No, that threw me for a loop.
Yeah, I was just trying to think of it too. Looney's number.
Evan,
do you know what Looney's number is?
I hope 49er Frankie ain't listening.
He knows. He's a play-by-play guy.
Wow. Curry's is 30.
That I do know. That I know.
Number 5.
No, Clay's 5.
Oh.
No, Looney.
Clay's 11.
Yeah.
Oh.
Clay. Oh, boy. Let's get off this. Oh, boy.
Oh, God.
Derek Jeter.
Who's that?
Derek Jeter, the Yankee famous shortstop.
The captain.
What about him?
His number? I know you know. Like, that's one that...
2.
Oh, boy.
1, 2, 2.
There you go.
Let's go to Gary. Gary's in San
Give us some good news and solutions.
Francisco.
And some solutions. Oh, by the way, police out here. I love it.
Yeah.
Do this every day.
By the way, I got to tell you, did you hear Gavin Newsom? It was pretty funny.
He's got some good hair.
He goes, I know a lot of people out there saying, well, now, yeah, because you've got dignitaries coming in. Now you're cleaning up the city. And that's true.
No doubt about it. I told
He
Evan.
said that's true.
My mom would be, we got company, clean up. And we'd be like, what about every day?
I can't, exactly. That's exactly what's happening right now.
No doubt. I'm seeing marshals and
Love the
police.
transparency.
No doubt, Spadoni. We need this every day.
We got an honest man in office.
Well, I also saw, like, you see all these, I don't know when this started, a couple months ago, the guys and women in the green vests. It says, like, San Francisco safety.
Everywhere.
They're the ones that are kind of rounding up the homeless, not the cops.
Yeah, no doubt.
The cops are too busy standing on the corner.
Let's keep this.
Making sure.
Yeah.
Yay! I don't know what. I'm sorry.
Gary.
I took a call. Yeah. Gary in San Francisco. What's up, Gary?
I'm here. I'm doing good, guys. You should give guys tickets to Reno, and Reno sent them back. The homeless a long time ago. We have a street department. They used to send them to Reno, and Reno sent them back to clear the streets.
Freaking Reno.
Yeah, that was real classy. Yeah.
All right, let's move on.
Anyway, I got worry. You see it right. I've been a fan since '65 since Lon Simmons did the games. Yeah, so on Channel 2. So we had a few games before we had the radiation.
Steve Fiziak.
Oh, he's a legend.
It was Bill King. It was Lon Simmons. Yeah.
Holy roller.
Anyway, basically, if you were scouting the Warriors, who would you fear? Just Curry.
Yeah.
You would pound them inside. You'd just go right inside, outside, take their legs away, pound the hell out of them, aggravate Draymond, and then on offense, what do they have? One play, a split, and then everybody tries to go one-on-one before the shot clock runs over, unless they turn the ball over. Do you ever see them? Popovich was their coach, and it was Ginobili or Parker. He'd bench him for one turnover. Do you ever see Kerr bench anybody for a turnover? No. Ever.
Well, they've been pretty successful, though, and I'm with you. And turnovers have always just been a staple. I'm not defending it, but they got 4 titles with the turnover problem.
A couple of those titles, though, you got to look at. Durant would have never came here. Ever. If Draymond would have won that. If Draymond didn't do what he did, Durant had no reason to come here.
Yeah.
And the other one, when San Antonio smoked them the first game, and Manu, what's his name?
Kawhi.
The guy put...
Kawhi.
Yeah, Kawhi put his foot underneath, put a foot, the cheapest shot in the world, and that screwed him there, too. And if J.R. Smith didn't have a brain fart in game 1, Cleveland might have beat him. Let's be real.
All right. Hey, Gary. Appreciate
was that you? He was, my goodness.
Well, that was stronger than anything.
No, that was that. Yeah, we don't. Man, what are the solutions, Matt? I've already told you. No, Chris Paul can start. See if that gives you. If his thing is playmaking,
I can't do this
because he ain't a shit.
I can't have a guy say Chris Paul can start, but it's above my pay grade to tell me who's coming out of the lineup.
Well, okay,
I need you. You're making good. How much are you making?
Looney's coming out.
Oh, so you're getting smaller.
Well, you're that already.
Well, not. I mean, you go from 6'9" to 6 foot.
Admit this to me. Looney and Dre is not ideal in the starting lineup because they're sagging off of both of them.
I thought we're ecstatic about Dre's offense.
Well, I didn't say offense. I'm just talking. Well, he has been hitting them, but I saw in that game late he didn't. He passed up some shots. Evan, last thing about the Jordan Poole take. You came in here and floored me like Jerry Cooney. Because we continued the Jordan Poole. Can you just share with Steiny, who didn't hear, and the people, what you said? He kind of put a cherry on top.
Well, Guru just got me thinking, about how the Warriors, what they miss is scoring, and that was something that Jordan Poole did provide. Started all 82 games, 20-point per game score. But just watching the Wizards last night, because I texted you guys, and it's so obvious, even if you're only seeing what's on social media, to me it's apparent that they miss each other. Jordan Poole misses the Warriors as much as the Warriors miss Jordan Poole right now. It is so
you're laughing.
Obvious.
Are you serious?
That's real, serious. And I believe that.
Oh my God, are you serious?
You got to move on. That's real.
I disagree.
What?
Well, I mean, even though I said, I don't think all the chemistry. I
know you got to move on, and people want us to move on. I will. I thought the scoring issue was not going to be a problem. It is. Curry is working. He won't survive at this rate.
Their defense isn't very good.
But sometimes your best defense is offense, and that's what they had with Jordan Poole, who on any given night could give you 25 or 30.
I thought you were going to be positive.
You know how many Warrior games in the Jordan Poole era were in the balance, and maybe Steph or Wiggins didn't have it going, and Poole would get to the free throw line to slow it down, everybody take a deep breath? Like that part is missing.
We can't. No chance. We can't do this. What? We've been making a jerk out of Jordan Poole for a month
he's
now.
He's not a jerk, man.
We is not us.
Yeah.
Huh?
Said we is not us.
Oh, I haven't.
Swap Looney for Sarich. That was on the Comcast business text line.
God. That's like rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic.
And Sarich plays whatever. He gives it his all.
Anybody else? How about this one? Somebody explain this one to me. And I get it. Chris Paul's playing 16 minutes. Anybody? I get it. Steph's number. Has anybody really looked at Steph's numbers?
No.
Not just looked at them.
The 50-40?
Really looked at them. Because there is an issue here.
Oh.
Not with shooting the ball.
Okay.
There are other aspects of the...
Yeah.
Steph Curry's numbers right now are the numbers of an unadulterated two-guard. His numbers are two-guard numbers.
Oh.
Shooting guard numbers. He's averaging 3.9 assists and 3.7 turnovers. His assist-to-turnover ratio is 1-to-1 this year. And I can't figure out why. Because you would think he'd have fewer turnovers if Chris Paul's going to handle the ball more.
Well, Chris Paul don't start, Steiny. I mean, so it starts at the tip. So he's in control of that from the get.
You explain it then.
He's got the ball in his hands more now than he's ever had.
Curry?
Yeah.
No, he doesn't. No,
Chris Paul, how many minutes go by before Chris Paul's
if he has the ball in his hands, why is he only averaging 3.5 assists?
Because people can't hit the side of a barn.
No, come on.
We just figured that out.
He's playing off the ball now more than he ever has.
That I give you. My point is his assist, like Stein, he makes a pass, who can make a shot?
I don't know if it's necessarily that.
Oh, I see a lot of overpassing, man.
925. Curry is deferring to CP3 a ton, and the defense is selling out to Steph harder than ever. That's true.
And that's on Wiggins to be more aggressive. That's on Clay has not. Clay's being aggressive as much as he can.
Not.
You don't think so?
Well, I mean,
14, 16 shots.
Well, what do you want?
No,
Tell me what you want Clay to do.
I want the ball to make the shot, and I know it's more. Steiny, who blocked him the other? Oh, LeVert. When I told you he did the ha-ha and then the fadeaway and LeVert just had his hand up.
You were going to be positive.
I'm being honest. And this season's not over, but I'm telling you, if this keeps up and Wiggins and Clay that we seen through 11, Steiny, they got to do something. I'm talking about reinforcements. That Joe Lacob we saw with Raymond Ritter.
They're going to have to get rid of some guys.
Well, I mean, you can get nothing. You can't get nothing for something. You can't get something for nothing.
Let's go to Dave. Dave's in San Jose. What's up, Dave? How you doing, man?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Hey, Dave, talk to us.
Hey, so I'm just going to be straight up. In the next 20 games, and I'm talking about 20 games moving forward, if we don't see any improvement from Wiggins or Clay, one of them's got to go. We can't carry those two guys for the full season and the playoffs if we have to do it with two of them. One of them we can afford. That's really all I got. We need a number two scorer, and if they can't show up in the next 20 games, we got to figure it out. That's all I got, guys. Thanks.
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it.
Wow.
Yeah, neither of them playing great this year, obviously. But who is playing well? Who's been the second best player in the Warriors through 11 games? Just throwing it out there.
Well, I told you my answer.
Who?
Draymond.
Oof. I mean,
Chris Paul.
Offense doesn't count. You got to score.
Sarich. I don't even think he's been great.
Dario?
I'm just. By the way, here's the other thing, Goo, and we got to figure something out here because I was talking to Evan before you got in here, and
make that a drop.
He was saying, like, here's the problem with the Warriors is how are we looking at them? Like, it seems doesn't it seem foolish to look at this team and say, boy, it's going to be tough to win a championship? Like,
no, when you brought Chris Paul in here and made that trade and let Jordan Poole walk. No, it was to get to the Western Conference Finals or the Finals, like you did in 2022.
Okay, well then you know what?
And that's how I'm looking at them.
Okay, well then we're going to rip them all year. I think that's exactly what I'm getting at. If like Evan said, and I kind of agree, said I just think it's kind of it's too early, and it's to talk about this team to win a championship. Well, okay. Then if we don't think of them as a championship contender, we're not going to rip them as much.
So we're wasting. This is what I know they're not doing. Wasting Steph Curry's prime years. That's operation. It's Operation Steph. So there's no way that man that we saw in the break room, Joe Lacob, is okay with this team just fiddle-faddling one and done in the playoffs. So that's why I'm alarmed, because we ain't ripped them all year. They were 5-1, and you were right, one of the few. Hey, who they really kind of played? Lost to Phoenix without.
I can only play who you play. I hear that one more time and knock somebody out.
My fear is Steph cannot last doing the Allen Iverson, and that's what you're kind of asking them to do right now with that Philly team. Look at me. What's up with Andrew Wiggins? Is this a slump, or will he come out of it? I'm asking you. And how long are they going to wait?
There's one of those questions again. This guy is incredible.
Because if you're telling me it's a slump, we're good then. We'll be okay.
Look,
if you want to go Dr. Phil and say, oh, there's stuff going on, then we'd be fools to think something's going to change.
I thought you were going to be positive.
I am. I don't know how.
Let's go to Diego. Diego's in Marin. That's Marin County.
There you go.
What's up, Diego?
Hey, Standing Guru.
Hey, buddy.
I'd just like to say that I think the way Curry's playing this year is who he really is, because if you look at all the help he's had over his career, including Durant and including Lacob spending so much to keep the chemistry they've had throughout their checkbook dynasty and facing injured teams in 15 and 22, Curry's really just an average player with one skill.
All right. Thanks, Diego.
Yeah. Eddie Murphy online too.
Hey, Warrior fans.
Championship.
Hey, Warrior fans.
They got four homegrown dudes. Come on.
What did he say? He's an average player? Just can shoot?
Just checkbook. Come on. Windhorse on line one. Stop it.
Oh, boy.
Luke and I going to the game tonight. You jealous? Yeah, jealous of Lucas, huh?
No, I may pop in. I don't know.
We don't do that good as a show.
What do you mean?
We've never done. We should have pictures plastered everywhere. We go to the cafeteria. It's like we're secret to each other. Let the people know we kick it out inside of here.
Well, we don't.
Wow.
You might see me there tonight. I can't tell you where I'll be, though.
Court Steiny?
We'll see.
With the yellow shirt, jacket, sweater.
No, I'm not. I don't think I'm going to go tonight.
I don't care.
I think I got a net.
I didn't like what you said just a minute. You know we get out. We do stuff out. We went to comedy show together, and you sat.
It wasn't very funny.
Side of the room. Shh. How Rudy was. We were there with Rudy Ortiz. I wanted to get up there. We were feeling a little loose.
Let's go to Marty. Marty's in San Mateo. Solutions only, Marty.
There you go.
Hey, Marty, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. Good, guys. I wish I had the solution, but look, you want to shake up the lineup. You want to shake it up. Oh. Give some love to somebody who doesn't get any love, and I don't understand it. The eye test is there. What about Moody? I mean, look, wow. The upside for Kuminga, super high, right? But he was anointed. Moody is busting his butt day in and day out. He leads Kuminga on every stat, but he's not getting the love. Where's the love for Moody?
Who would you take out? I'm going to go Steiny on you. Who would you put Moody in for?
Okay, all right, just bear with me. Take Wiggy out. I mean, Moody, unleash Moody. Give the man a chance. Don't you love the eye test for Moody?
I do.
Dude is full of intensity. He hustles every time. He plays bigger than 6'5". I mean, come on. He can guard anyone.
This guy, I like him.
There.
Wow, Snotty, free him.
And Moody gets no love. No love.
Thanks, Marty.
I mean, wow. I mean, what? Could you try it, Steiny?
Yeah, you could try it. You could try it. You could try it.
Or we sit there like Forrest Gump at the bus stop waiting on Wiggins. Oh, Wiggins will figure. I mean, I'm not mad at that. That was great. And again, it wouldn't be 10 games. Just throw him a bone and see, because he is active.
If you throw him a
says
bone,
they need infusion of athleticism and youth, Steiny.
Okay, well, they'll lose more games.
They're not scaring anybody.
Of course not. Why would they? They're small.
Well, Clay ain't small. Wiggins ain't small.
Steiny's like, well, Moody's going to have a hard time getting at the bench. Well, I listen, you can put Moody in there. I don't think that's going to solve their real issues, which are deeper than that. They're 6-5, and their perimeter defense is, to me, is a big problem. Guys are just going to the bucket on it. So like,
I hate you for that, but it's true.
You can hate me for that, but if you want to if you really want to get to it, this team can't keep guards in front, and that's a flaw of the backcourt. And they have no rim protectors at the rim.
Oh man!
So somebody out there tell me how that problem gets solved. All right, you're struggling to keep guards out of the lane, but you don't have rim protectors.
Zone. We saw him go zone. I know you're not. Yeah, it's not CYO. They're not doing that for 48. But Stani, they have gone to zone.
Yeah, I mean,
but your point was made.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't.
You're not going to get taller, and you're not going to get faster unless you make those moves. And nobody's advocating any of the big three to come out the game. My point is,
why not?
It's more realistic. You can help your offense more than you can your defense.
Well, I don't think. I mean, to me, if let's say you put Moody in for Wiggins, Moody's not going to be as good as Wiggins was when he was at his best. So, I don't know, man. I don't. I mean, I feel like I'm working hard not to say I think this team's in trouble. Like, I really am. Because last 2 or 3 games, there's some problems there that I got to figure out how they can even solve with what they have at hand. So, why is there so little chatter about Looney, is the 530. Is he too nice to trade? We need a dynamic big that can put up numbers.
Well, this team's needed that's why they drafted Wiseman. They thought that was the dynamic big.
Yeah.
And Looney could play on my team all day, every day. It's not his fault. But Steiny, when they need a bucket, it's Steph or bust. It used to be, okay, Wiggins, you work. Who can they throw it down to? And like Cleveland had my guy with the Allen with the fro, even to just catch the ball and play off of him to where he could pass it to another slasher. I mean, Mobley, Karl Anthony Towns, like, good God, who do the Warriors have like that? Draymond is in the same spot on offense all the time, playing the quarterback. But that ain't putting stress on the defense, Matt, because they know you're not shooting it. You're passing it.
I thought he was good offensively this year.
Oh, his personal offense has been way better, even making his free throws.
How many points a game is he averaging?
Over 12? Yeah. My goodness.
Wow.
40-something% from 3. I'm bringing it up now.
Steiny, why don't you answer the question? What's the question?
What a solution? Like, what can they do?
Warriors play better.
Oh boy,
that's all they have right now.
Play better.
Like, this is what I mean. Friday, everything was fine. Everything was fine on Friday. Now we're talking trades. Now we're talking moving Wiggins to the bench. Now we're talking what's wrong with Looney. How much longer are we going to live with Wiggins? What's going on with Clay? Like, It's just been 2 games.
3 games.
We love the Denver loss.
Well, not the Cleveland loss in Cleveland, then the Cleveland loss here, and the Minnesota loss. They all look alike.
But I'm the bad guy, Goo, when I point out that they've beaten the
Draymond 10 points a game, 10, 5, and 6, 48% from the field, 45 from 3.
Yeah, that's going to keep up.
I mean, it's a start. It's better than Wiggins.
They've got wins over the Pistons, who stink. They beat the Kings twice, once without Fox. They beat Oklahoma City without Gilgeous-Alexander.
Well, I like that one.
They beat the Pelicans without Brandon Ingram, and they beat the Rockets. Those are their wins. Their losses,
Rockets,
Denver, Cleveland twice, Minnesota, and Phoenix. And do you detect a little pattern there, or is it too early?
It's a combo, round table, combination.
888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, where are you at, Warrior fans? We came in here on Friday feeling pretty darn good about this team at 6-2. They're now 6-5, and it feels worse than just a 3-game losing streak. 888-957-9570. Warriors Timberwolves tonight. Can the Warriors snap a 3-game losing streak? Hey, don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal live 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay. Presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged? Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes...
We didn't send the memo out.
It's the Guru Steiny Guru Steiny Guru Steiny show. Let's go.
Do we know that guy's name?
No.
Steiny Guru Steiny.
Oh, no.
Steiny Guru.
That's like walk it,
Guru,
talk it,
Steiny.
walk it.
That was a hit.
Go.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm starting to come around to that.
Solutions only.
Wow. I was just on the YouTube chat talking to some people. Yay! Why do you hate when I'm in the chat?
Because that's my neighborhood.
Okay, so let me get this straight.
50,000 subs, by the way. Thank you.
Wow.
What?
50,000 subscribers on the 95.7 Game YouTube.
So let me get this straight. You make fun of me when I say, hey, what are you and Shasky up to?
Yeah.
But you don't like it when I interact with other people on the chat.
Because I'm talking about you a lot of times. Now you're in there and you can see it.
Here's my question. And Spadoni, you can jump in here too if you want.
Spadoni.
Is it possible? Is it even possible for the Golden State Warriors to have a successful year this year without winning a title?
I can't wait to hear Spadoni's answer.
Is it possible for the Golden State Warriors to have a successful season this year but not win a title?
No.
And that's the conundrum that I find myself in, and we do.
And I don't think Dub Nation, there's only a few that wouldn't have that answer.
So if it's
championship or bust or die trying.
Well, then
something's going to happen, Stoney. That's how I feel if this keeps up.
Well, then it's like if that's what we think, if Joe's right on that, well, it's laughable right now. It's laughable.
But it wasn't a week ago. Warriors were the talk of even the public, the TV talking heads. Can they sustain this? And this is a slump. 3 games in a row.
Well, then be positive. But I notice you haven't been.
Yeah, I need a win.
You're lamenting.
Yeah, I need a win. That's how.
So if they win, everything will be fine.
Nothing like the Niners.
So if they win, if they beat Minnesota tonight 119-101.
You feel a lot better about this just because there's going to be ups and downs.
You know what I can't wait for?
What?
And I know it's coming with you. Oh, I know it's coming.
I'm all ears.
Oh, I know it's coming.
Who is this guy?
It may be tonight, too. Wiggins going to go 10 for 15 for 25. And you know it's coming, Bay Area, tomorrow. Guru will be like, Wiggins is back.
No doubt. That's, yes.
Well, he won't be.
Right,
one game and he's not back.
But you don't know if that one will turn into 2.
I actually do because I followed his career. And he's never turned it into 2, but for 1 year. Anyway.
Yeah, he of all the Golden State Warriors issues right now, to me, and it's a way to go out on a limb, Goo. I'm going third person. The Andrew Wiggins conundrum is nobody, true detective with Woody Harrelson, they couldn't solve what's going on with them.
I think their biggest problem right now, and I don't know if it's just the rut, but they look old, they look slow, and they look small.
But what if they are old?
They are. They are.
But falling off and old, you know what I mean? Like, Dre ain't looking like decrepit. Let's be real. Clay looks like athletically okay. He ain't what he was.
You know what? I'm sick of it. Yeah. Keep telling yourself that. Then why aren't they 10-2? If this team is so great and Clay's himself and Clay and
Stoney, they're little. They're tiny. They're tiny Tims.
Okay, well, they were just as small last year. But everything was supposed to be fixed because Jordan Poole left.
Well, the points left. A guy that could give you something off the bench or even put in the starting role. And I hate to keep going there, but every game that goes by is proof that all of a sudden now this team is starving for somebody not named Steph Curry.
Let me ask you a question.
To put the ball in the hole.
See, but I
ask me.
They're going to have, Wiggins is going to score some points at some point, and Clay's going to score some points at some point, and so the scoring probably will get better.
Okay.
But how's the defense going to get better? That's the part that I don't see it, Bob.
But even, I'm not as down on the defense as you say because, as a perimeter D, does it need improvement? Hell yeah. But Steiny, they've been in all these games at a juncture to where if you had some offense to go with it, who you know what I mean? Let's not just act like they're, and I'm not saying you are, they're losing by 25 every night. It's obvious oh my God, offense is hard. Okay. Even on a break now, you're like, they missed layups last game.
Clay missed the layup.
Well, but you know what I'm like, come on. It's a labor now offensively. And before
you're describing a lot of what's going on. What's the answer? Do we know?
Can I be real with you? And you're going to say, because we don't do phony radio. If this keeps up, you're going to have to look outside. It's going to be uncomfortable.
You're not getting anything for these guys. You're not getting anything for these guys. So what
if you shop Dre? Oh, the Milwaukee Bucks or whoever.
Okay. What are you getting from Milwaukee? Let me get Bobby Portis.
Who?
Okay, is he going to make you better?
But you don't
than
know.
Draymond?
Well, he just mess up his groin, but I don't know, Steiny. Joe Lacob, what? Honestly, I'm gonna leave his name out. What do you think he's thinking?
Who cares? You act as though
because he runs this whole thing. But he can press the button of I'm tired of Steiny. Let's get him out of here. I don't like where we're at.
You act as though Joe Lacob wants to win more than every other owner in the NBA. He doesn't. A lot of them want to win just as much as him.
Yeah, but when your nickname is
well, how's that looking now?
Light years.
Well, how's that looking now?
Well,
that was 10 years ago.
No,
how's
2022. He was light years. They won. So come on, Steiny.
Come on, Steiny. What? Come on, Steiny. What?
This is not cool.
I know it's not cool.
And he's probably
but you know
got
what
more.
else? But you
he's
know
like,
what?
relax.
It's
But
not,
come on.
Steve Ballmer's not cool in L.A. now either.
And he went out and got Harden when he didn't need to,
Stop
but he
thinking
did
Joe
something.
Lacob's got this.
No, he's a killer.
His competitiveness.
I believe that
will manifest itself
I
in
believe that.
what?
In trying to get this team to the promised land.
Okay.
This version of it. Like, he ain't content. That guy was fired up when we saw him.
Well, again, what can he do? Like, what can he do?
Well,
I don't. Let's go to Mike in San Jose. Mike is a very rational caller. What's up, Mike? How are you, buddy?
Thank you, guys. It seemed like a little senior leadership was needed. So
all you.
So, first comment is absolutely the season can be a success without winning the title. If somebody says they got to the conference finals and got beat in the last minute on a 2-point shot from someone and their young guys got better, there's no way that season's a flop.
Fair.
So everybody wants to win. One team wins. So it can't be. Last week, the 49ers want Sam Darnold. This week, Purdy's the greatest quarterback in history again. It's how sports works. So I believe Clay comes back, good 10-day sprint. I believe Wiggins looked flat at the beginning of the season. He's playing harder. The shot will come. It's a long season.
So you said be patient, Mike. Be patient.
Said, Ballmer wants to win as bad as anybody alive.
Yep.
This one's for Guru. I was in Washington, D.C. last week, and that town was the happiest town I've ever seen in my life about getting rid of what's his name, the 49ers, Chase Young.
Oh, okay,
I mean, they
gotcha.
were dancing. They were so happy.
Wow.
So I was worried going into Sunday. But after Sunday, I don't know why they're dancing.
Right, I got you,
Let's
Mike.
put it that way.
So, Mike,
Yeah.
you're saying be patient and roll with what you got.
Yep.
Well, they were happy to get rid of Chase. They were relationships, man.
I think he's right. I think Mike's right. To me, a successful season for the Warriors would be get to the conference finals.
But that seems like the finals right now. That you know what I mean? Like,
so what?
That ain't no walk in the park to get there.
But
You know what I'm
that
talking about?
seems so much more doable. Hey, I know the Warriors are 6-5, but is it possible they can be better than last year? Yeah. They can win more than 44 games.
Well, they got to
and they could theoretically win in the second round.
All right.
That's, you know what? That's the way I'm looking at it.
All right. But Steiny, when I sit here and I'm gonna slow my roll on pointing out individuals outside of Stephen Curry, everybody cannot. The Warriors cannot make a bucket. Like, shooting is awful right now. So is that just a blip on the radar? Nothing to see here? I'm talking about Saric. I'm talking about Chris Paul, Kuminga at 38%. Like, nobody can hit the side of a barn. So we kind of just glossed over that. You're not going to win many games when collectively, outside of Steph, you can't shoot.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Per Sham Charania of The Athletic, Golden State Stephen Curry is listed out tonight versus the Timberwolves with knee soreness.
This team's done.
So, oh man.
Okay.
Normally, I would say, Steiny, nothing to see here, Spadoni, but I'm just.
What do you mean?
You know, things happen.
Kind of
stuff
older,
flares,
right?
But he took a couple falls over the weekend. But my thing is, if this is our, you know, guys miss, you can look at all the league right now with the stars. But, hey, maybe tonight, the guys step up.
Maybe.
Who's starting for him? Who's starting for him?
Chris Paul. I mean, what are you going to go with, Corey Joseph? It's got to be Chris Paul. No Steph Curry tonight. Oh, my God.
Chris Paul shooting 37% from the field. And Joe Montana from 3, 16%.
7:07. There better be something big coming up at the trade deadline from the Warriors because the way we're currently constructed, we're going nowhere.
That's the word, constructed.
Oh, well, I thought everybody was fitting.
No, but
I thought they had great chemistry.
We always talked about you have nobody on the block you can throw it to
They've never
deviate.
had anybody on the block.
But that was when everything was good other places. Now
Well, wait,
it's not.
I thought the big three are still great. Say it, Goo.
I'm not.
They're getting worse.
I can't believe that Curry's out tonight.
Hey, by the way, and there's some like after the Denver game. Sometimes you can't explain stuff. So it's like after the Denver game, Goo. Hey, Steiny, you got to be excited. I'm like, I don't know. I just, you
said it.
I didn't know why I wasn't encouraged. I just wasn't that encouraged. And I can't, I can name a couple players, but the one thing that has always stuck with me sometimes when it comes to NBA players as they age, that some players get old in a hurry. Okay. Like fast. Like 1 year.
Yeah. But you're not talking about Steph because we haven't seen that. Okay.
Not Steph.
But you're right. I hear what you're saying.
But Clay is now in a little bit of a danger zone.
Man.
And Draymond, he's not terrible, but he's not nearly as impactful as he used to be. Not nearly.
And do you think that I got to be careful here? Do you think Dre is frustrated and that's why he's picking a fight with everybody? You know what I'm saying? I don't know, but because Dre has been Dre. He got the contract, but I know he don't like losing. I'm going to tell you something right now, and gosh, the basketball gods look down upon me when I say this. If it were up to you to bring Clay back, I know it's 11 games. Have you seen anything in 11 games that would justify you giving him big money?
Not big money,
That's the other part of this.
Well, he's not going to get big money if this is who he is.
Well, he's getting 40 now.
Well, I know. He's in the last year of his contract. He got paid for what he did, not who he is right now.
But that's what. Remember, before I was like, oh, he should have something before the tip of the season.
Hey, aren't you glad?
That's what. Not me. But the powers to be got to be looking like, Like, what number are you getting right now from 11?
Well, so you're saying you don't want him to retire as a Warrior?
No, you know that.
Well, what are you saying? Come on.
Where is this thing headed?
They're 6-5.
And I was talking about him.
Who?
Clay. Shooting 34% from deep, Clay. 42% from the field.
Let's go to Jamin. Jamin in
no Curry.
Tam Valley. All right. What's
Tam
up?
Valley.
All right. Hey, Jamin.
Hey, Jay.
Hey, my solutions.
Yes.
If Looney has the ball 4 feet from the hoop on a rebound, shoot the thing. Don't pass it out to somebody to bomb a three. And put Moody in, like that other guy said, far more. And take Chris Paul out more. He's shooting horribly, I think, and not taking good shots. And 3 balls in a row, he got up in the air and threw them away the other night. That's why they lost. And play Trace Jackson Davis more.
All right.
I'm with that.
Okay. Thanks for the call, J-Min. And you know what? I'm not hating on that, but you do realize there's an incongruity that you can't say we're wasting Steph. We can't waste Steph Curry and then say, let's play the young guys. Like, those two do not go hand in hand.
But it's early enough to kind of throw everything out on the wall. You know what I'm saying, Stan?
No.
Like, you got to do it now.
Do what?
I'm not saying start give us some more Jackson Davis.
Okay, what if they dig themselves a hole? There's 7 and 11.
Okay, I'm with you, but what if that hole is still there with the way you're doing things and you still have question marks about the others?
So your solution.
Because I've told you, I want to see more Jackson Davis before they lost 3 in a row.
But you're not willing to say whose minutes they're going to take.
A combo of Dre and Looney.
Okay, well, you just got worse.
Have we really?
Yes. Look, I know Looney. Are Looney and Draymond championship players or not?
No doubt.
Okay, well, you're going to get worse if you play a rookie.
But you can have a label that they've earned and still, what if Jackson Davis were to play and get 2 block shots and 13 points and
then
I mean, good. I wouldn't be like, that's chopped liver compared to Dre and Looney, but one could make an argument that he had more impact. How many times were we able to throw it down low and him get fouled or get an and one, which we saw against Denver? That's what this team does not have. It's almost like they're playing with one hand behind their back, and it's worked for them so long that now the chickens may have come home to roost a bit. So you got to evolve. Jackson Davis plays a style of basketball that Looney and Dre don't.
Okay. He's a second-round pick who's played 1 month in the NBA. Like, I'm sorry. You can play him. You can play him, and you can try to develop him. But that's not what we talked about when we talked about we cannot waste Steph Curry's career, where we cannot waste his prime. If you can't waste his prime, then you got to wait for Looney, Draymond, and Wiggins to get their act together, or whoever else is on the team.
That's what Mike was saying.
Mike's in Berkeley. What's up, Mike? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. How are you today?
Hey.
Hey, I'm just wondering if this is kind of like the loyalty tour. I got a feeling there's a little something going on between Lacob and Kerr. Mm-hmm. And I think Kerr doesn't want to take Clay out of the starting lineup, and Lacob does. And I think there's some friction there because otherwise, you'd figure that they would do anything to try to win. Anybody can come off the bench if you're getting the same minutes, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so why not bring maybe Clay off the bench, maybe Steph off the bench if he's getting the same minutes? What's a opposing coach going to do when he sees Steph Curry coming in with 4 minutes left in the first quarter?
But you're talking about an iconic player, man. I'm not mad at you, but just when you bring up Steph, come on, that's never going to happen. Now, Clay, you're right. There's loyalty involved, Steiny. So I believe I've never heard the friction part, or I'm not saying he's wrong, but just think about it. Who's going to go tell Clay you need to come off the bench if it ain't happened 2 years ago?
This is how dynasties die.
Okay.
Can we just be honest?
And sometimes I understand the loyalty that, you know what I mean? Yeah. If Clay didn't get benched a couple years ago, it ain't never going to happen, and he earned that.
Okay. Well, it's easy for you to. Okay, so then can we re-sign him right now, please?
Can
we please re-sign him?
I don't know if the powers that be want to.
Clay said he'll take $90 million for 3 years. He said he'll take that. You signing him now for $30 million, $30 million, and $30 million?
I don't know.
Well, you can't. You have to know. He said he'll take it. Are you giving it to him or not right now?
Nope.
Yes, you are.
I bet you would. Answer. Nope. I just said my answer, man.
Well,
it's bothering me.
Yeah.
But talk to me in a week.
Jimmy's in Dublin. What's up, Jimmy? How's it going, buddy?
How you guys doing?
Doing well, man. Thanks.
All right. Yeah. So, I mean, man, I honestly just feel like it's a lot of dead weight for one, man. I mean, there's no way that nobody on the team outside of Curry can give you a 20-piece, not one time.
Man.
Not one time, right? And then it's like they're like, professional sports, man, and everything should be based on what have you done for me lately, not what have you done for me 3, plus 2 years ago, whatever, et cetera, et cetera. But at the end of the day, man, I think that this is just clear cut and dry right here. The water has run dry. You guys have a good one.
Well, Sarge scored 20. It's over 20 against OKC, so he's the only one to hit 20. But that guy picked up the phone. We love him, and that's how he feels about this team. And that's what scared me. I'm not going to make this about Jordan Poole, but I'm going to make it about what he could do, and he could get you 20 a game. So you ship that off for turnovers, and I get what CP3 has bought, but still there's another facet to we need points from guys other than Wiggins, Clay, and Steph. And right now, that is what's killing you because you ain't going to change your defense, Steiny. And you got other teams just running up, but you kept up with OKC, so I can't turn my nose up to that. And you beat them on the road.
Without their best player.
Without
their best
I forgot about
player.
Shea. I did forget about Shea. Damn it. But it'll be interesting to watch where this thing goes.
I I want to come at you, but I
because I'm down. I need you to help me.
I need
my morale is low.
You know what? I figured out how I'll do it. Instead of me coming at you, I'll just ask listeners to help me.
Oh, okay.
So, listeners.
But you could do it too. We do it every day.
No, but
I'm down.
I guess what I'm saying is I'm having a real bad reaction to you saying, oh, Steiny, they missed Jordan Poole. Well, they didn't miss him last week when the chemistry was off the charts.
But what if the test what if the answers on those tests that I thought were the final exam worthy were not? They were general math because of the teams you were playing. But now when there's no doubt. I saw Jordan get 30 against the Sixers, D, and Maxey in the rest of the game. We've seen him score against the best of them. So I think I might have went overboard on what this looks like against lesser. And now when you're playing athletic marvels or guys that can get after it, JP could give anybody a bucket. And I hate that I'm dumbing it down. Oh, they miss Jordan. They miss his production. I won't even say his name.
He didn't produce last year.
I'm talking about the good
Jordan Poole from last year would not be helping this team.
No, and that's wrong. Yeah, 2 years ago, people. Come on now.
Wasn't it you who were shaming
I read that
Jordan Poole because of the
I dubbed him the Jordan, the Stacey Adams dress shoe.
Yeah.
That was after he got hit.
So he's not going to win.
Last year, Jordan Poole to me was that wasn't the real one. That wasn't indicative.
What about
of
the
who
first
he is.
10 games in Washington?
I don't care. That's different. Evan said it.
So Jordan Poole, get him back. Right now, Goo, would you trade Jordan Poole for Chris Paul if they would do it? 888-957-9570. Help me out, Bay.
Look around. You can find cars like these on AutoTrader, like that car right in your tail. Or if you...
Guru went there.
Where'd that go?
Before I get into what Guru said out loud, no Steph Curry tonight against Minnesota. I wonder if he'll score 70. No Steph Curry. And here's one.
I'm down. I'm going to the game.
Hate to see it. But Goo, I've been saying for years, when you get older, you're going to miss more games due to injury.
I love the young people.
Right. But we didn't talk about this yesterday. It was all Niners, but he took a couple spills on the floor to where that knee, he came back. I'm just saying, I get it.
Were Minnesota dirty?
No.
Were they dirty?
Not at all. But I'm just saying, this is no surprise, but damn, they need him.
Thank you, 408.
What you got?
The camera.
Oh, boy.
It's like every time I leave the studio.
Yeah.
You know what? That's why yours is good. Mine stinks because I leave the studio after every break.
Yeah, nobody's over there right now. Spadoni gave us a bit of news. You want to share it, Steiny?
No, you can because he's your guy.
Okay, so last week, randomly, Spadoni, I told the masses, you know what? I've been watching Chicago, when you gamble, the Bulls basketball. And you know what? I appreciate this guy's game. And it was Zach LaVine.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Caruso.
Oh, Zach LaVine. And you come out of nowhere and say the Bulls and Zach LaVine have talked to each other. And they're looking.
Persham Sharania.
Persham. They're looking for a trade. So sometimes one man's garbage could be the next man's treasure. So if the Warriors are lacking offense right now or explosion, could they pick up the phone, sort of like the Niners did with Chase Young and McCaffrey? Would Joe Lacob or Mike Dunleavy pick up the phone and see what it would take to get Zach LaVine, who would add 8 years to Steph Curry's career, give you a guy, get out the way, let me go get it, and guard the perimeter?
Okay.
He's long. He can do a lot. And now I'm tingling like, are you saying, Jim Carrey, there's a chance, Matt Steinmetz?
I don't care. Zach LaVine.
He would be Dr. J compared to what you got now.
I'm not a system player. I am a system.
What that, dude? They're on fire.
Unlimited
Let's go out to CJ in the city.
Man.
Hey, CJ.
Mr. Irrelevant. Yeah. What's up, baby?
What's up, guys? How you guys doing today?
Doing well,
I got
man.
A quick one for you guys, man.
Yes, sir.
Hey, first and foremost, thank you guys for always taking my calls, and thank you guys for always talking about interesting topics for real. But to get to my point, I think the Warriors have always started off slow. Klay Thompson has always been a notoriously slow starter, and he always picks it up throughout the year. However, I do think that the reason why they what's the word here? The reason why Bob Myers left and Mike Dunleavy was promoted is because he's the one that's going to have to make these tough decisions because he doesn't have as much of an emotional attachment to the players like Bob Myers did. And I think the biggest thing holding the Warriors back right now is Andrew Wiggins. I think ever since that championship run, when him and Poole were talking about we got to get it back, blah, blah, blah. Last year he's talking about, Draymond got to get our trust back, and then he misses half the year. And I'm not going to say it was family problems. I'm assuming it was more than that. I'm assuming it was a Jordan Poole issue, and he just has his homies back. But that's all I got, man. I think we got to get rid of him. And, yeah, thank you guys for taking my call.
Let me ask you this. We just had some breaking news that the Bulls may be looking to trade Zach LaVine. Would you be excited, and what would you be willing to give up to get him in a Warrior uniform?
I think he would be a great addition.
Oh, my God.
I think a package of him, a package of Wiggins, and I would throw in Kuminga as well. I mean, this is a championship run. You go in or go all in or go home. That's all I got, man. Thank you guys, Aaron. Have a great day, Steiny and Goo.
Thanks, CJ.
He's getting a lot, I believe. Steiny, I heard you say that. He's getting paid. So it ain't like he's on the cheap, but man.
He's got, let's right now this season he's making $40 million.
Oh man,
it's an awful lot of money.
Okay,
I know.
So, but here's the deal.
Oh boy.
Okay, all right, let's do it. You want to do it? Let's do it. Would you trade Klay Thompson for Zach LaVine? You have to give up some more stuff, probably a pick. But I could see Chicago wanting Klay Thompson knowing they're not going to re-sign him to save a boatload of money.
His current contract, he signed through 2027, but that 26-27 final year is a player option. He does have a 15% trade bonus, which also is, I think a lot of teams are weighing that. Can they afford that?
You want Zach LaVine? All you have to do is give up Klay Thompson and next year's a number one.
I told you I wouldn't. Yeah.
Would you?
Nah. I ain't trying to. You know me, Stoney, Mr.
Ask me.
Would you do it?
In a heartbeat.
But Chicago, I don't think. Well,
I don't know.
To have that money come off, they might.
Maybe.
And what did Klay mean when he posted me against the world, Tupac? And then I forget who, one of the reporters out here, where he's talking about he knows what this jersey means. Like he was thinking about the possibility of life maybe not in a Warrior uniform. That's how I took it. So I just wonder, would Lacob do it?
You're so funny. You've spent years fawning over Zach LaVine.
Dude,
I just said, okay, you can get him for Klay Thompson.
But I can't.
And you said no.
Yeah, because you know.
And you know what? Yeah, I would do that in a heartbeat.
Would Lacob do it? And the Bulls got incentive just on that alone. If they're like, you know what, we ain't winning it. We ain't beat Milwaukee, Boston, or Cleveland.
But the Warriors are. Here's the other thing about the Warriors. Who do you want off their roster? Like, who do you want? You can't have Steph.
Kuminga. I think Kuminga. Stoney,
but you're not giving up anything for Kuminga because he hasn't. You won't have to give up anything for Kuminga. Like, you're not going to give up a Kuminga. You really? I think Kuminga. I don't think he's a coveted guy around the league.
Who'd we ask? Oh, our guy Geltire. Remember he kind of. Remember, I thought he was going to say they're high on him. He said they were higher on Moody, other GMs.
James in Richmond. Hey, James, how you doing, man?
Hey, man, I'm doing good, man. I'm listening to your conversations and stuff. We're in a mess right now.
Man, James.
I'm just being real talk.
I appreciate the truth.
Yeah, and you talking about bringing Jordan Poole back. You know this man shot 3 for 12 in Charlotte? And 6 for 14 in Charlotte again the next day? Like, what will he come over here and do?
No, we were having fun. Stoney was having fun. We know he's not coming back.
Yeah, that ain't happening. That is not happening. And Steph need help. Draymond can't be doing the same antics that he's been doing. That whole little outrage that he did that time because of that Cleveland game, that was a mess. That shouldn't even happen like that. And we can't be dealing with this right now. We're not built. How we built right now, we is not going to go far in no playoffs, even if we make it.
Ooh.
And Curry can't deal with this workload. He's breaking down already early in the season. We can't do this. So they need Lathrop and them need to make some moves to help Curry out. And Klay, I don't know what we're going to do about him. Either he going look, man, I'm frustrated with this whole thing with him. I don't think we should do it with Zach LaVine, but you know, I don't know. He's more athletic than Klay, yeah. But he ain't shooting the lights out either.
Right.
So you're pretty much trading one guy for another guy with the same stats. So we need to figure something out.
Yeah, I mean, they do get way younger and way more athletic with LaVine. And I don't know what I would do. I mean,
would Wiggins be attractive to the Bulls?
I mean, to me, like, I don't like LaVine.
Yeah.
But he's a better player than Klay right
there's
now.
no on both sides of the ball.
Well, I don't know enough about his defense, to tell you the truth.
Well,
but I can't.
His lateral movement is still there. He's still in his prime athletically, if that does anything for you. Real quick, Stoney, we've been here since 10 o'clock, almost 2 hours. I'm being real. I tried to come in positive. I couldn't fake it. And I am concerned that they're 6-5 and Curry's not playing tonight. But outside of Mike, our guy Mike, not too many people have called and said, oh, we're still good. A lot of people there's, Curry being out, and how much of that is because he's carrying the team on the back. But, Stoney, a lot of people can see down the road, and I think they're uncomfortable.
So if I'm the Bulls and you're Mike Dunleavy and you call me, like, how does it go? Ring, 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 ring. I'm in the Bulls office.
All right.
Hello.
We got Kuminga.
I'm the Bulls GM.
We got Kuminga.
Yeah.
Moody. And CP3. And you say, who do you want? Zach.
So you want to trade me?
Because Chris is up after this year.
You want
Chris
me
can
to
fall off.
You want me to trade a Jag? Trade for a Jag? Moody.
I'm keeping Moody. It's Kuminga, Paul, and a pick or two. Stoney, that could happen.
No, it couldn't. Why? Like, are you really?
Paul's getting 30. What's Paul making right now? 30, right?
How about this? See, this is where I go, I don't understand. I think you used this phrase yesterday. Strength in numbers is back. We were saying strength in numbers is back.
I did.
And now we're talking about a 3-for-1 trade.
But strength in superstars is different, or stars. Zach LaVine is a star. He's an all-star. And now he makes Steph's job easier. That's my number one goal. It may even be my number one goal than winning a championship is how do I maximize Steph Curry? Because right now, Steiny, and we could say, oh, everybody's cold, they'll heat up. But what if they don't? You got now with this news from Sham that
here's the other thing.
Zach's available.
I'm going to put the rat on the table.
Yeah.
Put the rat on the table.
Brought to you by Echo.
And this is what I always, and I get it, they're only 6-5. There's a long, long way to go. But what happened to, as long as you have the chef, you're in the conversation to win a title? Really? No, you need more than Steph. You need more than Steph. Steph's a great piece, but you need more.
Well, I know that.
Let's go to Jeremy, North Oakland. Hey, Jeremy, how are you, buddy?
Oh, man.
What up, Steiny Goo?
Talk to us.
Listen, man, this season will be a failure if we don't make the playoffs, all right? And the way things are going right now, if Steph's doing all the scoring and no one is really stepping up, I'm just going to say it. You might have to consider just blowing it all up because you look at last year, how that went. You look at how this year is going. And so what do you have for the future? You know what I'm saying? It's like, what is next year going to look like if this season has started off this poorly thus far? I mean, just something to think about. And the faster Warriors fans come to grips with the fact that we are not winning a championship this year, the better off that we will be. I'm out, y'all.
Thanks, Jeremy. Appreciate the call.
And I hope, you know what, Stoney, and I'm hearing you, I hope you're looking at me and where I'm at, and I'm kind of down because I'm looking at the big picture and the grand scheme of things. It's not that they're 6-5. It's that I had my head buried in the covers, and now I'm looking at Cleveland twice and Minnesota, and you got them tonight with what we already talked about them being small. But when you had firepower, you can combat that. And that's kind of what you had when you had the good Wiggins 2 years ago and you had the good Jordan Poole. Well, guess what? You don't have those at your disposal now. So that's why I'm kind of like, who are the real 2023 Warriors? It's only 11 games, but the way that these 3 games have played out, and Cleveland and Minnesota called the dogs off at a juncture in the fourth quarter to where the game didn't even go down to the wire, that's why I'm feeling kind of down. And this news out of nowhere that Zach's available, I mean, hell.
By the way, no Steph Curry tonight. No Steph Curry against the Minnesota Timberwolves tonight.
I asked Badoni,
knee soreness.
Has he ever missed a game this early in the season in his career?
Probably. Probably, I would think, right? And I would think so.
Mm.
But he's 35. He's never been this old before.
You're right. But he took some spills, man.
It's because he's,
he's balling.
Well, not tonight.
I would run around this studio naked if I get what you got with Chris Paul about possibly coming to town. If Zach LaVine somehow ended up a Warrior, everybody close your eyes. But that would be the ultimate victory lap.
I'd give you that one.
He ain't coming. Do you call?
I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't. I'm not a big fan of his. Let's go. Oh, man, let's go to Rich in Hayward.
We need a positive call.
Rich says they'll be fine.
Okay.
There you
Talk
go,
to
Rich.
Us, Richie.
Talk about it, Rich. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, the Dubs, we're going to be fine. You know, we got plenty of firepower. Just now people to step up. Now, if they don't do it this game and say if Curry's out a couple games, then I might be a little concerned. But I think that they got, CP3's been a good addition. And, if Kuminga and Moody, they should have to shine. They got to shine. That's it.
Thanks, Rich. Wasn't that optimistic?
Wow, Rich, I'm waiting. Hey, so a couple callers ago, they said blow it up. Steve Kerr ain't watching that. He ain't coaching no rebuild, and you ain't rebuilding.
What's he going to do, quit?
Well.
What's he going to do, quit?
No, his contract is up, but I'm just riding this out.
It's time to blow it up. It's time to blow it up. I'm not saying it is.
It's not time to blow it up, and I know you're not saying that.
You know when the time was to blow it up? Last summer, before the season started.
No, they brought Dre back.
Yeah, they sure did. He's the new.
Hey, speaking of which,
he's like a presidential candidate.
What if
4 more years?
Hey, hold on.
4 more years.
What if
4 more years?
What if Chicago said we want Dre?
Okay.
And Kuminga next man up.
Well, they're.
Huh?
Why would the Bulls want Draymond for 4 more years?
I want to throw something at it, but because they're going the other way, but you're right. Oh,
let's go to Joel in Berkeley.
Positivity.
Hey, Joel, Guru says what they're missing is Jordan Poole. Hey, Joel.
Sure. I meant scoring. Yeah, that's what I meant, but go ahead.
Okay. All right. Guru, man. Yeah, okay, let's say Jordan gives you 25.
Oh.
What's he cost you, man? How about Jordan gives you 25, 7 turnovers, and plays defense like a revolving door for 30 minutes? You think his 25 makes the difference after that? Because that's what I see Jordan Poole. Revolving door defense, 6 turnovers, and, hey, he hits a prayer now and then, and that's it. I don't miss the dude at all. I wouldn't trade CP3 straight across for him right now. No way. No way.
I hear you. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I do think, though, if they would take Draymond, who I love, my boy, if they would take Draymond for Zach LaVine, I might consider that.
But why would Chicago?
Yeah, that's a good question.
It's like, why would Chicago want that? Evan was right.
By the way, Zach LaVine at this point in the season is part of a 3-man core that is essentially the worst in the NBA.
Well, at least we do know if LaVine came to Golden State, they'd call a team meeting their first game.
That was pretty good.
I'll tell you what LaVine would bring you. A little some
Oh, my.
Oh, he's got some buddies. He's got buddies.
22, 3, and 31%
shooting from the field.
41%.
41%.
And 31 from 3.
Oh, boy.
21 overall.
Former teammate of Andrew Wiggins. Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Wow. Look at that.
You know what? They won it all in Minnesota that year.
Gutsy.
Yeah, the North Pacific East Division.
I hate that, Evan, you guys kind of tricked me and duped me into the Jordan Poole is 2 years ago is who we miss. Last year, I know come on now.
They could use him tonight, though.
He was neutered. Like, I can't. The game I'm going to, Evan, he ain't.
You're so encouraged just a day or two ago.
I'm not saying it's a season's lost.
Well, you're complaining like it is.
I just want guys to step up and be who they normally are.
Okay. Because where I'm at right now is I'm trying to play the role of.
I want you to be Lake Up.
Just say.
All right.
I mean,
how many 20 games? 9 more?
Now is not the time for Matt Steinmetz to say, they're done, bro. Give it up. They're old.
That's stupid.
They're old.
They were old when they won it in 2022.
No, they weren't.
They had Iggy.
No, they weren't. Not this old.
Well, Chris Paul with his 38 years. So that's all. You know that hits you.
It's all you got right now, Goo. That's all you got. I won a championship 2 years ago.
Well, that's better than not having that.
How is that relevant?
8 years ago.
No, maybe it isn't. Maybe they've lost a little of their.
Well, the core is still here. Wiggins, Clay, Dre, and Steph.
Right.
And Looney.
And they're all older. They're all older. And remember what I said, Goo? You said you kind of agreed with me, but now you're sometimes guys get old in a hurry. Mm-hmm.
Well, Porter Jr., would you take him or Sarich?
Who?
Otto Porter Jr. He was on the team. He had called Bielitsa. You know, and again, I wouldn't say they won because of Bielitsa.
Well, listen, those guys.
Sarich I love his energy, and outside of the 20-point game, he had 11 the other night, but it's like, Steiny, when there's trees down there and he's a tree, more often than not, it ain't going in.
Let's go to Murillo and Petaluma. He's saying, come on, guys.
All right.
Oh, my Lord. What's up, boys?
Talk to us. Hey, Murillo, I'm trying to not panic.
Oh, my Lord. Guys, 3 losses to good teams, and we're panicking? Come on. Zach LaVine. Has Jordan Poole scored 20 this season? Oh, my. No, Guru, come on. Yeah. I want some things from 2 years ago, too, but we live in the present.
All right. Murillo, we need some scoring, buddy. We need some scoring.
If I want anything from the Bulls, it's Caruso only.
Yeah.
Zach LaVine has a $40 million tag on him. Doesn't play defense. Everybody blows by him.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a little baby. He's a little baby. So here's the thing, guys. I like the question earlier. I'm not discouraged. I'm not encouraged. I'm worried. I'm like that guy at the bottom of the ship who sees a lick, but I know there's a lot of engineers inside the ship. So I'm going to trust the engineers here, and I'm not going to panic. Let's wait. Guys, this is still 11 games into the season. Let's wait 20, 25 games. Let's see.
Thanks, Murillo.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
I wasn't getting the ship part. The engineers are on.
He said a leak.
Oh, a leak.
It's like he sees a leak in the boat.
Okay, gotcha.
And he can't fix it, Murillo, but there are engineers on the boat.
Lake up.
Let's go to Rommel in Atlanta. He's got solutions.
ATL.
What's up, Rommel? How you doing? I hope I'm saying that right.
Rommel,
how are you, buddy?
I'm great. How about y'all guys?
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Rommel, I just realized we're up against the break. You want to hold on through the break so I can give you a fair shot?
Okay.
All right, thank you. We'll get to Rommel on the other side on 95.7 The Game. Warriors, Minnesota tonight. You can hear it all on 95.7 The Game. Unfortunately, no Steph Curry tonight. No Steph Curry knee soreness. Hey, that segment was brought to you by the Golden State Warriors. Also a reminder that Warriors Live with John Dickinson will be at Ballast Point Brewery tonight. Stop by 16th Street and hang out with JD before the Warriors take on the Timberwolves at 7. Warriors Live, an hour before every Warrior game on 95.7 The Game.
It's that time again, Dub Nation. You hear the call. In this arena, every night
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Suck it up, Steph.
Hey,
suck it up and play
the
tonight.
Chef alone.
We got no shot without you. You know it, and I know it, Steph.
Bologna sandwiches tonight.
You got a little bit of that T-Wolves flu. Oh, that's that length. He got a little of that T-Wolves length and athleticism flu.
Bologna sandwiches, because the chef is not cooking tonight. Who's going to cook? This will be the Wiggins game.
You know who's cooking right now? He was nice enough to hold. Ramel in Atlanta. Hey, Ramel, all you, buddy.
Yeah, well, I tell you, y'all guys are so funny. To me, y'all so entertaining. I haven't heard nothing like y'all two.
Oh,
wow. A real quick tip, if y'all could pass it on for Steph, for Clay and Wiggins.
Sure.
To me, both of their shots are flat. And one thing I found out some years ago, because I was a pure shooter, is get on the treadmill and run uphill. And if you run uphill, once you get down on the court, you have an arc to your shot. And that's what both of them seem like they're missing. They're relying more or less on their talent or whatever. But anyway, the other thing I wanted to point out was the other night when the game was about to end, I think it was maybe a minute and a half, 2 minutes, and we was down 12. The young boys came on there, and next thing you know, down by 4. And I'm like, oh, my God. It reminded me of 2 years ago in the playoffs. Remember they was getting blown out by 50 or 60, and the young boys came in. Curry cleared the bench. They came in, and the next thing you know, they had to bring the starters back in because the Warriors was getting too close. Well, if you ever remember the old movie called Slapshot.
Oh, yeah.
Classic.
They had
All
three
Newman.
guys,
The Hanson brothers.
that were sitting on the bench.
The Hanson brothers. Yeah.
They was like cheering everybody on, but they wanted to get in the game. And as soon as they got in the game, what happened?
They got in the fight.
They started winning.
Oh, no, they got into fights. Come on, Ramel.
Well, they started winning. That's how you had to do it in hockey. They started showing some kahunas. And the other night, Pod gets in that game, and in 1 minute time, 8 points.
Yeah.
You got to put these guys in there because why? They're hungry and they got the athleticism. The answers are sitting on the bench, and Kerr got to freaking pull the trigger.
Thanks, Ramel. Good stuff, man. Other than the frickin'.
Where do you come out on that? Because
on what?
When a team kind of puts the white flag up, and then the youngsters come in, and to their credit, they ball down. But it's kind of like, Ramel, if you started those guys, you might lose.
Minnesota does that every game. Minnesota is.
I didn't know that. Oh boy, you and Finchie
had some fun with that last night.
But where do you come out on?
Hey, by the way,
the Warrior youngsters getting to get like, does that? Should they get more? Should we see Pod tonight? More of him for that, being ready and coming in, and they do have quick feet.
Yeah, they also are inexperienced. Right. Hey, you know what I was just thinking of Spadone in there? He'll appreciate this.
Langford is.
So, to my way of thinking, the two worst days for the Warriors in the last year were today after the Timberwolves and last year after the Lakers.
Which Laker game? Lonnie Walker, you think that was the one?
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Is it possible that two guys from Reading, Pennsylvania have put the nail in the coffin
the worst
of
day
the Warriors dynasty?
Was when the video was
Finchie at Minnesota.
No.
Reading, Pennsylvania, and Lonnie Walker.
And don't forget, Lenny Moore still the record holder for the touchdown streak.
That's right.
Yeah, the worst day was when the video leaked for Warriors last year.
Not the actual.
Exactly. There it is. There it is. The day that
the people that said who leaked it is more important than what happened to Jordan Poole. We got to find that person.
That's funny.
Dude, this is interesting, though.
What is?
Once man's trash can be the next man's treasure. We need offense and youth. Zach LaVine available. You got some expiring. You got to pick up the phone, Mike. Mike D.
Sean in Oakland. Hey, Sean, how you doing?
How you guys doing, my brother?
Hey.
Doing well, man. Thank you.
So, I just want to say that I think the Warriors made a mistake getting rid of Jordan Poole. Like, didn't nobody look at all the things he was going through that probably, played a factor in his performance in the playoffs, then find out that during the playoffs, that $500,000. And, like, after the finals, the expectations for him was so high that, like, when he performed like that, nobody really, like, put it out there, like, what he going through. And with Draymond Green, a lot of times he'd be so stagnant on the offense, he'd just be holding on to the ball. We'd be like, why you don't just shoot that? Like, early in your career, you will make that shot, but now you won't make that shot. But with him getting older and a reduction, I would trade him now for Jordan Poole and along with a few draft picks, and then start Kuminga.
Appreciate the call.
That's
I think
never
a lot
going
of
to happen. But
I think a lot of people, there were definitely Warrior fans that didn't want Draymond back.
There's no doubt. But to his credit, Steiny, and I know he's shooting 89% from the line. This is Draymond. 45% from three, and it's not like he's only taking one a game. There's multiple. I'm just saying his offense.
How many is he taking a game?
No, I'm about to tell you. But his offense is better than anybody thought we would see. So I got to give him credit for that. So he's making up for the lack of offense from Clay and Wiggins.
Well, no,
10
he's not.
points a game.
No, he's not. That's too much. No.
Yeah. You want to know how many threes a game?
It's not as many as you think.
I know, and he passed up a couple last game. I was
that's
mad
because
at
they
him
were
for.
important.
See, and that damn,
they were
Stoney,
important.
That's a hell of a word, man. Man,
how many? Actually, it's all right. Who cares? Doesn't matter.
3 a game.
Let's go to Darrell. Darrell's in Antioch. Hey, Darrell, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on, my man?
Hey,
talk to us.
How you guys doing?
All right.
Yeah, just want to talk about these Warriors, man.
Sure.
It's like we're just actually kind of like going to wind up in the same situation that we were in last year. If we didn't address the big man problem, and we're just having problems with big teams. Just like what Draymond and Stephen were saying is they were driving to the hole and didn't have a plan. So just basically, I mean, when we're facing two tall, big people and we don't have anybody to match up against that, can't get offensive rebounds, can't get defensive rebounds, this is causing just more problems. And this is just going to be an ongoing thing throughout this season that's going to come up unless we address that. That's all I got.
Appreciate the call.
Well, the Warriors lead the league, Steiny, in second chance points. They ain't hitting it, but they're second chance points. I understand everything he says.
Actually,
and what's more demoralizing? When you know you don't have bigs, and when it bites you in the ass, it's not like, oh, you're scratching your head as to, oh man, what ails us? You're gonna, when you come up against a team that's good and has active bigs like Cleveland and Minnesota, you're gonna feel that. And guess what? The Lakers got trees. They sent you packing last year. Denver has trees.
Mm-hmm.
They just beat you. Sacramento came in here without their best player and should have won the game. They didn't. I just don't know when enough's enough, Matt.
And what does that mean?
I would pick up the phone to see what I could do to kind of bolster my offense and get younger, more explosive. Zach LaVine does that, but okay, let's say that doesn't happen. All right, I get you. What is the ceiling for this team as currently constructed?
See, here's where I would somewhat disagree with you. And it's like I'm not saying, like, I do think scoring is something that at times is going to be an issue.
All right.
But at times they're going to have plenty of scoring. Defensively, I see a problem every single night. That's what I'm worried about. I cannot, they can't keep guys in front. They just can't. And guys, and let me tell you the other thing is, it's like they got a target on their backs. They are getting attacked by young players on the perimeter driving to the basket. And I think
I have no.
That's just part of the book now on the Warriors. Look, that's the book on the Warriors right now. They struggle to guard on the perimeter, and they have no shot blockers, none. So that's why I think I'm less concerned with the scoring, even though I'm not saying it's not a problem at all. But I think defensively is where.
Do you think Jackson, and that's why I'm not telling you he should play 40 minutes a game, but Jackson Davis is active. He can jump. He can alter shots. Wouldn't that give you more? Wouldn't you be incentivized to kind of give him more minutes, Steiny? Just because they are getting beat at the point of attack.
I don't know. I mean, like, honestly, I think if we're talking about the rookies, I don't know that that's much of a solution. It might help for a couple games. Matt's in Oakland. He wants to talk to you, Gil.
Okay.
Hey, Matt. How you doing, Matty?
Hi, I'm good, fellas. Yeah. Thank God Mike Dunleavy is the GM and not you guys. No offense. Hard no on Zach LaVine. They absolutely do not need another lone wolf who shoots too much. He's got hops, yeah. Whatever. Well, good that Curry's out now. Let's see what's happening. But, I mean, my opinion about their ceiling was to get to the Western Conference Finals and lose to Denver, which I still think is possible. And I am really curious about what the future is going to look like. I'm not, they can probably get Clay for cheap, but what is Lacob going to do? Because this is it. You're right. They're not getting younger. They don't really have that sort of long, dynamic player that everybody else seems to have. Minnesota looks ferocious. Cleveland looks better. Denver. See, I think these experiments like the Suns and the Clippers, that stuff's going to fall flat on its face. I don't fear either one of those teams because they're old and there's only one ball.
Right.
But it's the guys like the Thunder, even Houston for that matter, Minnesota, people who are long and fast and just seems like it's a different era now. And I'm wondering, what the heck are they going to do to get back to championship level? Curry's probably got another 2-3 good years, but I don't know about anybody else.
That's real, man.
We're going to find out some stuff tonight, though. And I play the
what's your number one thing for tonight? Like when you say that, what's glaring at you?
Well, it's a make or miss league, man. They got to make some shots for crying out loud. They could have won several of these games if the ball just went in. I think Steiny's right. The defense is an issue, but they have the shots. They're just not going down. So for tonight, I just want to see an all-around high-energy performance. Even if they lose late, can't have a blowout, man. They got to take these guys. I don't think necessarily that they're going to lose. It is like it's like doubleheaders in baseball. Nobody wins nobody.
But you're playing without your best player.
Sometimes
and everybody else is in a slump.
Yeah, maybe that's how they get out of it.
Like Minnesota would have to do what you thought Jacksonville, or you were saying Jacksonville did going into that Niner game, kind of feeling themselves. And the only reason I say that is Minnesota beat you. But you're telling me now this team that can't hit the side of the barn, guys not named Steph's not there, this would be the ultimate step up. Now Clay's going to get 20 shots, you would think. So hopefully he can do that. Now this is when Jordan Poole, when you had him, I'm just saying, hey, Jordan, Steph's out. Can you get us 25 or 30? This is when I don't know if that guy's on the team tonight. And maybe you do it by community. But, boy, to fill 31 points tonight is going to be huge against an athletic, younger Minnesota team with 2 trees in there.
Let's go to, I think we got Rich in Oakland.
Rich.
From Atco. Hey, Rich.
Hello.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, what's up, Steiny and Goo?
Hey.
No. Actually, this is Atco Pest Control from the YouTube chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm calling because they should have absolutely kept Poole, man.
Oh, yeah, I'm not laughing. But they couldn't. We know why they couldn't. We get it.
But this is my thing. That I have a problem with them trading for a 40-year-old guard. Why didn't they get KP from the Wizards? They could have got KP. Boston gave up Danilo Gallinari and a bunch of scrubs to get KP. Thanks, guys.
I'll let you handle that because I'm just watching Boston.
Well, don't forget. One of the reasons they got rid of Jordan Poole was because they couldn't afford him. Like, let's not Like, I'm just saying, if you want to talk Porzingis, keep in mind that the Warriors made the Chris Paul trade to save over $100 million in future money. So Porzingis, I don't know what his contract is right now. It's monstrous. Let's go to Gary. Gary's in Walnut Creek.
Dub C.
What's up, Gary? How you doing, man?
How you guys doing?
Doing well.
I love it. Hey, I'm with the other caller. I don't know if getting Chris Paul was the right move. I understand we had to get rid of Jordan Poole, but every team Chris Paul goes to, this is the honeymoon stage. Everyone loves him. Oh, no turnovers, the second unit. Guys, he's going to break down, and we're going to be in the same position we were last year without a ball handler in the second unit. Here we go again.
Thanks, Gary.
Well, last year we led the league in turnovers. Chris Paul has already shut that down. So we're handling the rock. He's not injured yet. So is he shooting the ball best right now? No, but he's bringing something else to the table. So I'm not out on the CP3 trade. And the reason I'm not, Steiny, is I thought Wiggins and Clay, because those are my top two. And that's why you're laughing at me when I say I didn't think Dre was going to average 10. But the fact that you're getting something from him point production-wise, it's Clay and Wiggins. This team is not built for those two to continue to do what they're doing. So if this is just a spell and it will subside, okay, we're good. But right now, if it doesn't, Steiny, they're doomed.
Yeah, I mean, like the other thing that's probably going to happen is, Wiggins and Clay will start playing better.
Yeah.
And then they'll start playing a little worse, and then they'll start playing a little better, and then they'll start playing worse because that's usually the way it goes.
You know why I'm discouraged? Because you said something defensively. If you're coming in here to San Francisco to play the Warriors, defensively, who scares you? I got my answer.
What do you mean?
And Dre, this is no shade at you. Who on the Warriors defensively, I'm not scared. I'm going at them. Like Anthony Edwards dunked the other night. Like I fear that's going to happen more tonight.
Okay.
Nobody scares me. On the Warriors,
you're going to be positive. Come on, we can do it.
All right, give me more TJ Jackson Davis. I want to see more of him. This was before the 3-game losing streak. We're talking about Moody starting, Kuminga. I mean, there's always risk involved. And all right, what if you start Kuminga 5 or 6 games and it's not what you wanted to see? Okay, you tried it at least. But Steiny, he is athletically always going to be something you have, and you got to make the other team react to him and his athleticism, good or bad. But these 16 to 18 to 20 minutes for Kuminga, and I'm not saying he's a problem.
Who?
Kuminga, I'm talking about you got to free Kuminga, like to a point to where.
Can't believe this.
I'm telling you, Steiny.
We're talking about the same thing.
25
year after year after year with Kuminga too. Give him more time. Give him more time. Give him more time. I don't know. They weren't as good as they looked at 6-2, and they're not as bad as they look at 6-5. Right. I bet that's part of it too.
And they're not going to be, this is the one I don't like. Guru and Steiny, they're not playing Cleveland and Minnesota every night. All right. But the Lakers are coming. Boston's coming. You got one game with them. Milwaukee. This is about winning the chip or getting back to the Western Conference Finals.
You know what, Goo?
No, I'm being
Stop
real.
making me
That's
why
laugh.
I'm
down.
Well, they ain't winning a championship. Get it through your head.
You don't know that.
Yes, I do. Take it to the bank. But see, that's the problem. If you actually think this is a championship team, you're going to spend this entire season ripping them. Ripping them. And I don't want to do that. I really don't. I'm looking at this team.
And we're not. We're trying to come up with answers.
I'm looking at this team, and I'm saying, what are the goals? What should the goals be? I mean, for me, they won 44 games last year. They want to say, the Warriors want to say, it was because they had all this chemistry stuff and Poole and
yeah.
Okay, well then go out, win more than 44 games, and go further than you did last year. That's what the goal should be, period. And if they do that, then at the end of this year, when they lose in the Western Conference Finals, because they went further, then you can see what you need to get back on top. That should be the goal. I mean, of course, the goal is to win a title, but that's, I mean, you're going to.
I don't want to waste Curry, and I know they don't either. But 11 games in, and the hard as he's working, I mean, good God, how is this? I mean, is this what he's got to do every night to give him a chance to win?
I mean, maybe.
I thought this, Chris Paul, I thought this was going to be, and I'm not putting it on his doorstep, you know? We could give the chef some rest and win some games. Doesn't look that way right now.
You know what bothers me? Like,
what?
Nobody ever, when Larry Bird was with the Celtics, nobody ever said at the end of it, boy, they're letting
bias was coming.
They're letting Larry Bird down. We got to do everything for Larry Bird. Got to do everything for Michael Jordan. Like, it wasn't like that. You did for yourself.
I want to tell you I ain't mad at you on that, but I'm trying to see your bigger point. Curry's leading by examples, Don. He's averaging 30 a game. 50, 40, 90. I know there was some metrics you said.
But he's not entitled to championships.
Right. Well, he's not saying. These words aren't coming out his mouth. But when you're the Don in the place, Steiny, the people are going to ride for you. He's Muhammad Ali of the Warrior. You know what I'm saying?
Let me just put it this way. So when did the Warriors win their first title? 13?
14, 15.
14, 15.
Yep.
Okay, so if they won it this year, that would be 10 years, right?
Oh, my gosh.
And the core is exactly the same.
We did this 8 years ago. It was that amazing to what you're saying now.
You think this team's like 2 years ago?
No, I know it's not.
Don't insult yourself.
Yeah, I'm not, and I won't.
But then don't bring it up anymore. Then stop talking about this team winning the title 2 years ago. It doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't. How is that relevant? Because they proved they could do it. That doesn't mean anything this year.
Well, see, and this is why, oh my gosh, I want to pull my hair out because I'm not trying to do this.
It's over.
You couldn't afford to say night-night to the guy that could get you 25 or 30 points coming off the bench. That Jordan Poole, that was a luxury.
This. You're not doing it.
You guys wanted to run him out of town, and Dre did what he did, but we haven't replaced that. You drunk all the Hennessy, and you didn't replace it. And now people are wet with their cotton mouth. You want a drink. Guess what? Ain't no drink.
If Jordan Poole were on this team this year, playing like he played last year,
I'm not doing it. I got you, Matt. You're right. I'm saying the good Jordan Poole before he got slapped upside the head.
What about the good Wiggins 2 years ago?
That too.
Yeah, well, they ain't going back.
Well, we don't know that. He could come back.
You're delusional, Goo. Really?
Well, so are the Warriors then if they're running Wiggins out here. Steiny, Evan could be right. This is a spell.
Okay. Then why are you freaking out?
Because it's a long spell. Because last year counts to me too. You're a pro athlete. You were gone, Wiggins. You came back, and you were nothing. You weren't yourself against the Lakers.
Goo, just admit that you blew it.
I didn't like that.
Just admit.
Can we play the Ramona Shelburne sound?
Not right now. We're up against it.
When we come
Do
back.
you pay any attention? See, that's what.
I just said break.
Put your hand down, Evan, or I'm not going to break. Hey, download the Odyssey app. Why? Well, because it's a good thing to have. I'll tell you. Mm-hmm. And here's what I'll really tell you. Just a reminder, with the APEC conference in San Francisco, we all know about that, it's the perfect time to download the Odyssey app. You can listen to all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru, plus other outstanding interviews like Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger. He joined the Morning Roast today and broke down the 49ers' dominant victory in Jacksonville. You get it all. And where do you get it, Evan? You get it on the Odyssey app.
Switch to Verizon and you'll save.
Get in the holiday spirit, San Francisco. Verizon has an extra.
big text.
One time just on general principle.
Oh, man.
I'm tired of getting pushed around.
We've gotten to it, yeah.
Guru and I,
that's my dog.
He can hit me hard, too. Says I'm not nice sometimes. I mean.
Well, that's a drop. Oh, boy.
Whoa.
That's right.
Sorry,
I want you to hear some sound.
All right.
Well, after Evan laughed, that was great. Evan, that was great. So, ask me where I'm at with the Warriors.
Hey, go. Hey, where you at with the Warriors?
That I was right before the season started when we found out Poole was not going to be part of the Golden State Warriors. Hold on.
Does not count.
Where dudes say the chest. And you went and cited off how are they going to replace that? If you're telling
when
me
I ripped off those numbers,
if you're telling me 2/5 of your starters are not going to be themselves, now we got a production problem. And I don't know if you're going to fix your perimeter defense anytime soon. But what you can do is put the ball in the hole. And these games have been in the balance, even Minnesota. But your water got turned off. So what's scaring me right now, Steiny, is where do you go and who do you go to replenish those points that walked out of the door in that trade? Chris Paul right now is not a candidate. I've seen him overpass a bit. I've seen Draymond overpass. You ask when it's important at money time.
You know what's interesting? You talked about passing their passing is way down.
What you mean?
The amount of passes they throw now is nothing like
I would have bet my
in
life.
years past.
I would have said you are crazy.
Well, and this is the what's the word? The not anomaly, incongruity, or this is the what's the word?
I did not know that.
You know, this is the push pull, but there's a word out there.
Evan.
This is like the thing about Chris Paul is, yes, he doesn't turn the ball over, but he's a ball pounder.
Oh,
so the ball doesn't move.
Right. Wow.
What?
No, he did.
Sorry, just a
ball pounder?
Oh
my God. What are we coming to?
Remember like Barkley when a guy bangs you? Remember that? Anyway, go ahead.
510, the Spurs. Steiny. No, he didn't say Steiny. I do that a lot for effect.
Yeah.
Just Guru. Spurs were older than the Warriors are now when they won a title. The way they won was going with the youth playing more minutes. They also had Kawhi Leonard, who was the best player on that team.
Right. You don't get younger by getting older. Trent Dilfer.
Put it in cap.
Yeah.
Let's go to. Who's been waiting the longest.
Just a little nugget from our friend of the show, and of course, friend of the station.
Rots?
No, Bonte Hill.
Oh, okay.
Been listening to you guys. According to Bonte, 294 passes against Cleveland, 336 passes against Minnesota, both lower than the average of last season.
Yep. See, Bonte knows.
Wow.
Bonte gets it.
That I did not know. I'll put up a poll
dichotomy,
on that.
Maybe.
Yeah.
No, it's like anyway.
I put up a poll, Twitter, my personal account.
You want Poole back?
No, Zach LaVine.
Possibly.
Yeah. 5,000 people have voted. Exactly 100. Okay. But 66% to 24, they want him.
For who?
That's
where the poll stalls.
No, that's where the guys that get paid to do it make it happen.
Let's go to Push. Push is in Davis. I like Davis.
Yeah.
Nice. You don't, Evan? It's got a cool downtown, man.
You see Davis.
Do you have nostrils?
Can you smell?
Yeah. Are you saying you smell agriculture there?
Yep.
Come on. Hey, Push, you going to let him talk about your city like that? Push?
Evan Randall.
I'll tell you what, Push coming to shove right now.
I'll give you a one.
Let's go to City Boy. We'll go to City Boy.
Now this will let you know where Warrior fans are at. Julian.
What's up, guys? What's up? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I don't think I've called you since opening day, and I at the time, I kind of said I thought point of attack was going to suffer with Chris Paul, and Matt brought up the fact that, because I did think that the second unit would benefit, but But, you know, it's those 15 to 18 minutes where he's got to play with Steph. And then after the first 5 or 6 games, I thought maybe I was wrong. Maybe this can work. And then all of a sudden we're seeing that teams are just hunting those guys. You know, I mean, they're killing Steph's legs. They're hunting Steph. They're killing his legs. The defenses don't respect anybody on this team but Steph, so they're just keying on him. I think other guys are feeling the pressure, and I think that's why they're clanking all these shots, because they're trying too hard. You know, I think they're trying a little too hard. So, you know, I do think a move has to be made. And when I called you guys about that, you know, I did bring up D'Lo and the fact that I think everybody knew they got D'Lo just to flip him, right? And they had to wait a few months because of the contract and all that. But we knew that it wouldn't work with D'Lo and Steph, and that was how I felt about CP3. Not that he's not a great player, but you can't have both of those dudes on the same team getting significant minutes. It just doesn't work. And I think they're going to have to try and flip CP and use that salary as a chip, that expiring contract, and get something in here. And I also want to say that Draymond Green is a jackass. My goodness. I just can't watch this guy anymore. I just can't stand him on the court. I mean, he might be a great person if you know him personally. My goodness. The stuff with Donovan Mitchell, and then he gets kicked out, and then he's going at Ant the next game, and we're losing these games, and these dudes don't respect him. You see, like, they know it's a shtick. They know it's WWE. You know, they're looking at him like, get out of here. You know, nobody... It's ran its course. I wish they didn't re-sign him. I'm just so tired of that dude. And he only gives you good Draymond 1 out of every 2 or 3 games. So you're getting bad Draymond more than you get good Draymond. Good Draymond is fine. You don't get enough good Draymond, man. I'd ship him out if I could in a heartbeat. Anyway.
Wow, Julian.
Thanks, City Boy. Appreciate it.
Man.
There was something about the way he said that made me laugh so hard.
Well, he believed it.
Because we know who he is.
Yeah.
We've met
no doubt.
City Boy.
That was as despondent as he's been.
I could envision it coming out.
Yeah.
He's also been very consistent.
Yeah.
He's been on this for a while.
If you guys will allow me, this is where I'm going to defend Dre. Because I told you I couldn't be on his team. I don't like it. I think I watch the players and the coaches look at him and talk about him behind his back. But then he gets rewarded with the contract. So that tells me I need to take a step back, shut my pie hole, because the organization doesn't find him as offensive or overbearing as the people and the fans of the Warriors watching the game. So who's the genius? It's almost Draymond. Because it ain't as bad as we think it is, right, Matt? Because they wouldn't have brought him back.
I disagree. It's you had to. And you know what? Then they can move it.
But at what cost did you have to, if you got people watching and buying tickets to hear a dude that let Tristan Thompson fire on him out in the streets and not do nothing about it, but then you're Billy Badass on TV to guys that just want to hoop? That's what I don't like, because that's who I am at heart. Like, okay, Debo on and off the court, or you're just Debo on the court. So I don't like that. But obviously they do. No. But I'm asking, man, when you say they couldn't afford to let him go, okay, they brought him back, but at what cost? If a Warrior fan could call and say that, like Julian did, and feel it.
Okay. Without him, you're 4-7, probably. Like,
I'm not saying he don't have impact.
I don't want to get bogged down in semantics, but you use the word that he was rewarded and that they're fine with him.
There was a chance they could have parted ways and said, you know what, we're done with the Draymond Green experience, and they re-upped.
Okay. And then you really going to do that?
Okay.
You're the same person that's saying you can't waste Steph Curry's career.
Yeah, Evan, we got to get
so you can. Like, you can. Like, I don't care if he was biggest problem in the world. You got to re-sign him, and now you got to try to trade him if you want to. I don't know that they do or don't. What's up, dude?
95.7 The Game.
This better be good.
Oh, boy.
Well, off of the earlier news that Stephen Curry is out tonight against the Timberwolves, according to Shams Charania. Golden State's Stephen Curry is believed to have a sprain in his right knee. Sources tell The Athletic and Stadium Curry is undergoing further evaluation to confirm the injury and exact timetable, but is not expected to miss much time. But it is a knee sprain.
Steph out tonight versus the Timberwolves.
If that window could open, I would open it. And then what I would do, 11 games in, and our guy, the franchise, is dealing with a sprain. And I get nothing to see.
Not Chris Paul, though, huh? Not Chris Paul. Chris Paul's still healthy. It's your guy. Off-season, Chris Paul gets hurt. Chris Paul.
I was like,
well, it's your guy got hurt.
Well, Chris, give us some buckets. Man, Steiny.
Man, what?
So now he might not be available, or he's most likely not going to be available for Thursday against OKC.
You want to read it again, Evan, for Goo?
He's undergoing evaluations for a right knee sprain. Is not expected to miss much time, but they'll have a clearer idea on the timetable.
Steiny, so much time in my world with sports it's going to be a few games.
I bet it.
That's why we played the sounder. It's going to be more than that.
Hey, you want to play that sound you wanted to play?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, before you let's squeeze Priest in. What are you doing?
You asked for the sound.
Yeah, Priest. You asked for the sound?
Hey.
Get it?
Hey, Priest, what's up, buddy?
Gotcha. All right. What's
talk to us, Priest. I'm down, man. Pick me up.
I wanted to talk.
All right.
Bro, you asking the wrong dude. Listen, man, I've been trying to tell everybody this for the last 2 years. You cannot, I don't care how talented they are, you can't build a team around a 35-year-old player. You can't do it. I don't care. Steph is 6'3", man. And he's an ultra-talented kid, transcendent talent. I love him to death. But listen, I've been watching Dynasty since McCovey and May. When they get old, they can't do what and the injuries start to mount. Every time you turn around, they're down again. Mays used to make me cry when he got old.
Man. Yeah.
It happens.
It does.
So what I'm saying is this. Last year, I put all of this at Steve Kerr's feet. All of it. Last year, when the mandate is to play those young guys, even if it cost you, they wouldn't do it. And they had no intentions of doing it. They got rid of the whole idea. Steve Kerr trash canned the whole idea and played a bunch of guys that couldn't play and left those guys out to dry. Now, look at all the young talent they've gotten rid of, and look what they're left with. If Steve Kerr is allowed to keep doing what he's doing, along with Steph Curry, the Warriors will be a boneyard.
Priest, let me leave you with this. Priest, I got to get this off my chest, okay? And Steiny, you're a part of this, and I want Priest to hear what I'm saying. The Warriors had the luxury of having Jordan Poole before punch. And when you got news like this, if Curry were out last November, December, and January, Clay and Poole were fine. And that was a luxury. You had a young dog that could get you 30, 35 points. And now,
you're speaking my language.
Now you bring in, I'm not mad at Chris Paul, but Chris Paul can't duplicate or even come close to giving you buckets. So when everybody was laughing, Poole needs to go, this is what you pay for now, man.
You're absolutely right. Think back 2 years ago before he got hit, and before they knew that he was on the outs as far as the big three was concerned. They treated him like trash all last year. Now, this is what I'm talking about. 2 years ago, when Steph would sit, that kid would take that team and run it and put up 38, 40 points. Now, everybody got on him last year because he's trying to be Steph. That dude was doing what Steph was doing. Steph is turning the ball over 5 times a game now. Every game, watch his turnovers. Look at Dre's turnovers. And CP3 can't hit the broadside of a bar.
Man.
This is all at Steve Kerr's feet. Play those young kids. Brunson can play, man. Tree Texas Jr. can play.
No, they can.
It's time. It's over. It's over for the big three. It's a wrap. Move on, Joe.
Wow.
Move on.
I'm not there
thanks,
yet.
Priest. I just wanted to lay out. I wanted to lay out.
People thought it was you. Like, is that AI, artificial intelligence? It's not over for the big three, but it's looking bad. And why it's looking bad is you're asking number 30 to do a lot. Steiny, his knees hurt from carrying the team offensively.
Apparently banged knees.
Yeah, he did. I saw it. He was on the ground. Got back up.
Mm-hmm.
And now how Minnesota approaches
is that a fluke injury or age?
No, honestly, that's a fluke.
Well, I'll tell you, no, it isn't. I'll tell you why. It's because if it happened when he was 25, he'd probably play tonight.
So like when Bosa tore his leg, he was young, but it still was
he's done it like 3 times.
Well, that was a bad comp. Give me 5 minutes.
That's good.
I mean, Goo, you were wondering if Chris Paul would be returning to the starting lineup. Now's his chance.
There you go.
So we all good? I'm asking. Hey, CP3, I'm rooting for you to get out your offensive. This was the day that scared me. Steiny, you need scoring. Okay, Chris Paul comes in. What if he still, I need some Henny.
Huh? Larry Kruger coming up in 10 minutes. We're going to talk to Krugs. D in D.C. wants to holler at you, Goo. I think there are a lot of Warrior fans that are feeling the way D in D.C. is.
What's up, D?
But we don't. Help me out, D. What's up, buddy?
Go.
What's up, baby?
What are you doing, Goo? What are you doing? You know, the minute you mentioned Poole, the whole world was going to come for your head. What is wrong with you, man? That dude is no good. He's nothing but trash, dude. I'm in D.C. watching this garbage out here, man. Warriors do not need Poole. They need more size, and they need another player to put up 20 points.
There you go. Okay, but real quick.
Go over the top.
Listen, it's nuanced. What you got now, I don't know who that guy is in the Poole jersey. I'm talking about the Jordan Poole pre-punch. The Jordan Poole pre-punch won a championship with this Warrior team. Last year's Jordan Poole and the one you have now, I don't even recognize. So I'm yearning for the guy that was that 20-point scorer you talk about, who wore a Warrior uniform and hoisted up the O'Brien trophy.
Guru.
Yes, sir.
Guru, my brother. Now, just about 5 calls before that stated that Poole gives up. Yeah, Poole put up 20 points, but he gives up about 30 on the other side.
True.
Plus 6 to 7 turnovers. Come on, man. He's a negative player, man. That's what you call bad calories, man. Come on, man.
All right.
Thanks, D.
You're better than that, Goo. You're better than that.
Wow.
Thanks, D. Appreciate it.
But I feel good now. I clarified it was the Jordan Poole from 2 years ago.
It still doesn't matter.
Well, to me it does.
The D in D.C., really.
Oh, my guy agreed with me, Priest. We're in the same pew.
Yeah, now all of a sudden, Priest and Guru. Hey, you know what? Steiny? The Warriors are kind of old.
No, he was saying.
Really? Really?
And no. I was gonna say something. The one thing I didn't agree with Priest, real quick.
It's a wrap.
Back to that call. Is I think it's bigger than Kerr not playing the youngsters. Kerr has him bosses. So you know what I'm saying? It ain't just Kerr. But boy, how are they going to score tonight? I'm not saying they can't win. I'm gonna watch.
I'm gonna let you do your thing today, but I am gonna just make it clear that I think the idea that they need Jordan Poole or
somebody to score. Come on.
No.
No what?
No, I don't.
Then what do they need?
They don't need an inefficient scorer who turns the ball over too much.
He wasn't that 2 years ago.
But, that's dream world. That's dream world. You keep saying, I want the Jordan before the punch. He doesn't exist anymore. He's gone.
And, right.
Because of Draymond Green.
Yeah, it's all dream world. So even having last year, like Warrior fans are saying, last year wasn't reality for him.
Why don't you ask for Clay from 3 years ago?
Well, I'll give you a 3.
That's the text line.
Yeah, but he got hurt. He didn't get punched and humiliated by his own teammate. We had that sound, but we're up against it, and we ain't going to be able to get. We'll get it after Lair.
I think we're going to stay. We're going to stay on the calls. We got a bunch of people on hold that we want to get to. I'll even say it. Nick, Tom, Chucky, Spaz, JJ, and Push is back in Davis.
I'm not smoking the Jordan Poole pack.
Yeah,
people, I want points.
Yeah, you're doing
Bring
something.
in Tom, Dick, and Harry. Give me some points. Get off of the name. I want points and scoring.
I know you do.
Quit saying Jordan Poole. Just say the Warriors need somebody to score. That's all I'm asking for. Forget the name Jordan Poole. We need buckets. Damn. Fixated on Jordan Poole, Steiny. Say it. They need bucket getters. It's okay. They need scoring, and I told your ass before when they brought in Chris Paul, they would need scoring.
Yeah. No, you're right.
I did.
I know
now
you
they need more scoring because Curry's out.
You just shouldn't have said Poole.
It don't matter. We need a score. Help wanted. Warriors need a score.
Are you mad at me?
No.
You can't be mad at me.
No, but the Jordan, we need scoring. I'm over Jordan Poole.
Well, it doesn't sound.
Yeah.
That's the only thing. Let's just stick to the.
We need points.
I think if we stick to the scoring, we'll be all right.
All right. And Evan, I'll say that for the other side, but he asked a phenomenal question.
Who did? Or who?
Evan, about the Warriors wasting Curry's prime. Like, is that equivalent to?
I hate that phrase. Like, oh, Mike Dunleavy. We're not really even trying.
Well, I feel like we're closer there now, just by happenstance, than we've ever been.
It's a wrap.
I hope you guys are wrong.
Oh, gosh.
I'm not pregnant. Oh, my. Who are you guys? King Mike. I'm worried, Steiny. And you're like, Steph will be out one game. He ain't playing Thursday.
He might not. He's not going to play 80 games.
So what are we at, 6-8 now? I mean, where we 6-7? Dude. Boy, sports, man. It'll test you.
Yeah, it sure will. Let's put a pin in Jordan Poole for good.
Yep. He's hairy.
Let's use
we just need
another 20 points.
So the hell with Harry. And I wasn't mad at Harry. Not even tell him hello. This team needs a bucket getter. That's all. I ain't saying 40, but this is when Jordan. Oh, I did it. This is when you could insert him, and the boat would just keep on cruising.
Boy, is this some revisionist history? Listen, I certainly don't dislike Jordan Poole as much as many, but and maybe they do miss some scoring.
Right.
But he's done. At least he was done in Golden State. Done. Kaput. All right, coming up on the other side, I'm going to get to the calls. Right. I really am.
Why does NorCal Honda have 14 days of Black Friday?
Ask anyone who hates wasting a day off.
Or would rather take it easy after a holiday feast of turducken with all the trimmings.
Ask anyone who's got better things to do than shop on Black Friday.
At NorCal Honda dealers' 14 days of Black Friday, you can...
Odyssey app.
The Warriors will be a boneyard.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'll tell you what, there's been some classics today. There have been some absolute classics today.
It's a wrap.
Somebody here I like in my family on the First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat.
Sure.
Voice Little Parks. Clay will have 40 shots tonight. It'll be old Clay.
It is old Clay.
So I'm going to yeah, Clay, we love you, but that might be a 3.
I do love Clay.
We're rooting for him.
And let's not lose sight of the big picture with Clay. He didn't make any shots the last couple games, but I still like his approach this year. But I just don't know if they can afford. I don't want to say this.
Talk to me, because they need him now. They need Ultra Clay.
Yeah, let's go to these are great descriptions of the calls. Let's go to Free in Oakland. Hey, Free. What's up, Free? How you doing?
How you doing, man? Good afternoon. Hey, Steiny, I love you and Goo, man. Y'all, when I get off work, man, I always turn y'all on.
Thank you, man. Free. Appreciate it.
I usually don't even listen to sports radio, but I really do listen to you guys. Wow. But what I want to say, Goo, you might as well say we need to get Gilbert. Damn.
Oh.
Who else we gonna call back? Who is gone? We don't need to talk about food no more. And we need to really put the rat on the table. I really believe, I know I didn't want to say this, but do you guys think that it's about that part ways with Clay?
All right. Thanks, Free. Appreciate the call. You kind of break it up a little, Free, but
one thing before you go.
I don't want to talk
about it. Hold on, Joe.
I've identified now that I'm saying the Warriors need what JP brought. So it's scoring now. Okay, so I'm not living in the past. He brought up Arenas. He was like just any old Warrior.
Right.
But Steiny, Clay, the Clay part, I'm not there yet. I told you, I'm watching these games again. I could live with Clay straight jacking. Like, I don't like this formula of him playing now. Well, he ain't taking many shots. Shoot or shoot. And I just wonder if maybe he's not hitting. And it's still early, and he's got off to slow starts. But Steiny, like tonight, give me 20, 25 shots. I'll live with the.
I'll get you.
Yeah.
I bet I'd be surprised if he, without Steph, shoots a high percentage against that team.
Well, I forget who they're playing.
Minnesota.
Man, no, I know. Yeah, it ain't going to be easy.
Let's go to Nick in Clayton. What's going on, Nick? How are you, buddy?
Hey, guys. Hey, Guru, you probably really wanted Ricky Davis back in the day, too, when you put up the fake.
No.
I love Ricky Davis.
I know I did.
Oh, did you like
Hell
Ricky?
Yeah. I love
me some Ricky Davis.
He's a
He hated LeBron got drafted to Cleveland, but yeah.
That's a great name, Nick.
Ricky Davis.
But, I frankly don't think, I'm not really looking for them to add extra scores. I want how this group plays it out, and I think they've earned the right, basically, especially with what we used to have as the Warriors. If this dynasty burns and goes down in flames, and it's them trying to do it, and they just don't have enough firepower, then they just don't have enough firepower.
Wow.
But you know what? They deserve to try and figure it out. And if they and when the time comes, they got to reset. And we haven't seen anything worse than what we've already seen. Anyone who's actually been a real Warrior fan for the days of doing the CSN sideline reporting and so on. I mean, they're just fine.
All right, thanks, Nick. Let it play out, Steiny. And
well, I mean,
I want to defend myself.
I think
here.
they're fine too. The reason I think they're fine is because
you didn't look at them.
Dynasties don't last forever. They just don't. That's why they're dynasties, because they always come to an end.
But we don't. You are right. And as nervous as I am, you asked me a second ago, because we know I'm pro Levine. I'm loyal to the big three. I understand.
Well, then you're done, Goo. You're done. Your days of winning titles are done.
I don't believe that.
Okay. Well,
and that's why I lost my voice about what you let walk out of here. in regard to a guy that could get you some scoring. I think you could find that scoring at the basketball Walmart. We'll see. But this is what I want to pose to you and the listeners real quick. If Steph is out, let's just say 3 or 4 games, I think it's come at the most inopportune time ever.
Yeah.
Or do you think this is an opportunity for others so when Steph comes back, they'll have more confidence? Because normally that's what we hear. I'm eager to hear your answer.
I have no clue.
Because if it goes bad and they lose 3 or however long he's out,
right,
and he comes back and they're under 500,
okay,
then I'm like, oh man, then he's back to working hard.
See, this is I guess
I'm all over, man.
Yeah, you are, and it's frustrating. Actually, the thing that bothers me most is that you've come in here today and railed against the Warriors, right? You know, you just did trouble, but
it was worry.
That's fine. That's fine. But whatever.
When you say railed, it's worry.
That's fine. But whatever they're doing wrong and they're not good. But then in the next breath, you say, I'm loyal to the big 3.
No doubt.
Okay. Well, guess what? That's one of the reasons you're not playing well. The big 3.
Well, the big 2 of the big 3. Because the best one of the big 3 has been playing his ass off.
He always does. That guy always does. Draymond Green, I don't give a rat's behind what the numbers are on offense.
Okay.
He is not nearly as impactful defensively as he certainly was in his prime. Well, that's important. Like, that's really important.
You sound like Sally Struthers.
I don't care. If we get a guy who can score 25 a game, they can't defend anybody.
Wow.
Let's go to
go ahead.
Let's go back to Davis. Let's go to Push in Davis. What's up, Push?
How you guys doing?
Doing well, man.
Good. How are you guys?
Good.
So, man, first thing, Guru, you got to chill out with the Jordan Poole stuff, man. Because here's the fact. We have the 4th best bench in the league right now. Jordan Poole was producing for us on the bench, not as a starter. So whatever 20 points he gave us, we get that from the bench. The issue with this team is it doesn't have a real second option. Andrew Wiggins is supposed to be that, but he's averaging 10 points off 15% from the arc. Clay isn't vintage Clay. He's never going to be that, but shooting 43% and 35% from the arc is decent. 35% was league average last year.
Yeah. But he's not shooting as much.
But he's getting 16 attempts. That's how many attempts you want. He's at his average attempts. The percentage isn't what it is, but also training camp for the NBA isn't what it used to be. They probably don't have their seasoned bodies. Being 6-5 is not that bad. If their shooting regresses back to their mean and Wiggins comes back to who he's supposed to be at 28 years old, we'll be good.
That's what you're banking on. I got it. I'm not mad at that. So, Steiny, he's saying there's nothing to see here.
If
guys are going to revert back, and again, I'm not going to mention JP's name. My thing was, and what I covet from JP was scoring off the bench for this team. And if you're telling me, and I came in here and I said it to you and Bonte and anybody that would listen, Steiny, strength in numbers is back. And there were 4 any given night. But now collectively, the whole team can hit the side of the barn, including the starters. So it ain't bench against the starters, even though 2 guys in your starting lineup are like, I don't want to say lost, or not putting out the production that they normally do. And I think you get the best version of Klay Thompson. I said the best when he's a volume shooter. Now, where's that volume at? Goo, you saying 25 shots? No, I'm not. But I damn sure am not saying 10 or 11, Steiny. And the guy said he's taking 14 to 16, the caller.
Like I said,
I'm loyal to the big 3.
Okay.
And so are the Warriors, and that's why they brought Dre back, because we talked about it earlier.
Well, then don't look, as they decline, because you all of the I don't care. We'll do whatever we have to do for Steph. We'll do it even if we stink for 4 years. It's like, really? Oh, yeah, Steiny, yeah. Okay. Well, then quit complaining about this crowd. Because maybe this is the start of it.
I hope not.
No Steph Curry tonight against the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Now we're waiting on the other part of that. When do we get the news of how long he might be out?
Not sure. Let me ask you this. Let me bring Evan into this because I know what you're going to say now. If I would have asked you Friday, you would have said something different. But anyway,
This guy.
are the Warriors closer to a title or closer to trouble?
I think it's still too early to tell.
So you're not answering.
We're doing you. Vincent. that was the best answer.
Well, I mean, if I had to choose, I'd still lean towards a title because I think they're closer to that than big trouble.
Yeah, see, I don't. I'm starting to think they're closer to trouble because they're not. They've been healthy for 11 games, and they're 6-5. Now, like they are, like you just saw what happened to Curry
out of nowhere.
I mean, like I don't do the injury thing like Guru, but he's right. If he missed 5 games, and I know it's only 5 games. Like,
I could also flip it around and say, hey, well, actually, this might be what someone like Andrew Wiggins needs because now he can just go to work, he can figure himself out, and then when Curry comes back, he'll return to the 16-point per game scorer that he generally is, and he can go back to being the number 2 option. Like depends on what side of the optimism or pessimism glass you want to look at.
And there it is, 90.
Yeah, and
it is right there. That's as real.
That's a fantasy.
Well, you don't know until we see it play out.
Well, we've seen Wiggins' 10-year career play out.
I'll tell you this. You didn't ask me, but if I would have answered the question you posed to Evan, if it was game 35 and Wiggins and Clay were shooting like they were, then I would say we're closer. We're done trying to win a chip. What if it is still?
What if I guarantee
embryo stages of the season?
I can guarantee you. No, I can't. They're gonna shoot better. Andrew Wiggins and Klay Thompson are going to shoot better.
Then I'm overreacting. But does that lead to them winning games, though, Matt?
No, not necessarily. It'll make them look better, but they're not as bad as they've looked in the last 3 games.
And Chris Paul's not a 16% shooter from 3. I'm just we know those are going to come back, get to normal status. But what you said earlier, you really believe this team is 6-5 because they can't defend?
Yes.
I've watched all the weekend games, and the Warriors had as bad as we want to, whatever you want to say about their defense, the game was in the balance.
So why is that an offensive problem?
Because they couldn't score.
They couldn't hold. They couldn't stop the opposition.
I watched all the games this weekend. I'm not saying they were the 80 Pistons. I'm saying they did, even with their warts. Game, if they could have got some points.
Vehemently disagree. They can't keep anybody in front, Goo.
Well.
They can't. They can't.
Right now. Currently.
Fine. That's fine. That's fine. Bridge over troubled waters.
Saturday, they came back against Cleveland and took a lead into the 4th quarter. I'm not saying throw a party. I'm saying as bad or as unathletic as they were compared roster-wise to Cleveland, I'm sitting there watching that game, and then once they blew the lead, they got within 5. Like, they can defend.
That's the NBA, Goo.
But okay.
They were handled by Cleveland and then Minnesota.
I'm not going to fight you.
Handled. I don't care what the final score says.
But a lot of that is they went putrid on offense.
Well, and a lot of it is they can't guard anybody.
I'm not mad at that.
And that's why if I look at the Warriors, I'm more likely to see them starting to make more shots than defend better. Tom's in San Francisco. Hey, Tom, what's going on, buddy? How you doing?
Hey, fellas. Thank you for the conversation today. I was listening, and I didn't hear Steiny about you liking Clay's approach to this year, maybe because he's being more measured with the shooting. But I've realized the last few games, I think Clay's injuries are a little bit in his head right now than they even were last year. He's not catching and jumping, catching and shooting I can't tell you how many times I heard Tim Roy say, look at that jumper. He doesn't care who's near him, how many hands are in his face. I don't think he wants to pull up in the vicinity of anyone being close to coming under him.
That's interesting.
I'm not sure that's a we may see it as he's being more selective. I think he wants to shoot that ball, but suddenly he's decided I'm not going to get someone under me. Your thoughts?
It's an interesting theory.
Something I'll watch starting tonight. The rise, Donnie.
All I'll tell you is that when he said that, my first memory went to his game winner this year, and it felt like there was a guy in front and back.
Well, there was the Kings,
right?
Yeah.
So
Murray was
like that would
go against that.
Yeah, but that's just one shot. That's really important.
Sally Struthers for just $1.
One of the problems the Warriors have is their defense is their players are either good on offense or defense. Clay's not a two-way player. He hasn't been a two-way player. He and Wiggins have not been two-way players this year.
There's no, and how about I go here? They weren't in the playoffs either last year.
They weren't really in the regular season either. Jason in Redwood City. He's got a new one. He's got one I haven't heard yet. What's up, Jace?
Hey, no, Mudge. How y'all doing?
Doing well, man.
Hey, yes, I agree with you, man. It is the defense, and I'm going to put this one on Kuminga. I think he got Jordan fever right now because he is jacking up all type of shots. If you look at his stats, he probably only shot twice over 50%. I don't think he needs to be that Jordan type Poole coming off the bench. He needs to do what he's been doing when he first came in the league, is being aggressive on defense and just like Gary Payton, being aggressive on defense and getting his points, freelancing on a court. What y'all think about that?
I mean,
he's in. Go ahead, Stoney.
This is where I don't blame the coaches. I blame Kuminga more. He knows what he had. If he devoted more of a focus to defense, he would be guaranteed minutes. He would have been guaranteed minutes maybe his rookie year, but certainly last year. We've seen he can defend on the ball at times.
He can get lost too.
Exactly. So if he, to me, put defense at the top of his priority list, he'd play more. The other crap would happen. Maybe not as much as he'd want, but at least he'd be out there getting a run and helping the team. Like, the problem with the Warriors now is if guys aren't making shots, how do they help? Like, how is Clay? They're not just not making shots. They're not helping. Clay and Wiggins are not helping.
I have nothing for you.
Draymond Green, I think he's been He's been fine, but
he's been arguing.
But Draymond can help you in a variety of ways. If Clay and Wiggins aren't knocking shots down, they're not guarding either. They don't rebound. They don't get to the line. When one guy does get to the line and make foul shots.
Well, here we go. And Kuminga don't need me to defend him. As Stoney, I don't know if you know, but he's shooting 17% from three on the season, Kuminga. So I don't know what's going on there. But we saw in preseason, I'm sure the coaches didn't say go beat Kevin Durant, but he was scoring 28, 35 points. I never bought into it, but it was almost like fool's gold. But why I will defend Kuminga, Stoney, is I feel like sometimes who he's out there with, the Warriors' offense is such a labor. You got ball stoppers, Dre trying to get the ball to Steph. What's a guy to do when he gets it? Who's kind of helping him get off if they're not giving it to him in the post? But he is getting to the free throw line. So I see that growth, shooting 75%. But beyond that, everything non-Kuminga with the other four guys, to me, is so constipated that when he gets it, it's obvious, shot clock going down, somebody has to get to the hole or try to create a shot. And he's doing that. And I'm not saying he's doing it at full capacity, but he's the only one that has enough, one of them, athleticism to get the shot off. And one thing that I love about him is he's getting fouled more times than not than he ever has.
You never talk about a guy's defense. Like,
my mouth just dropped on the floor.
He's having a bad year, Kuminga.
What if I told you he defensively he ain't worse than Wiggins or Clay?
Yeah, they're having bad years too.
All right.
I mean, Clay's having the best. If you say Kuminga, Wiggins, and Clay, I think Clay's been the best of the three. Believe it or not. But I asked him this question. Guru, loyal to the big three, are you signing Clay to a 3-year, $75 million extension right now?
See, and I'm being so real, and I told you this in the first block, this first hour of the show. I need to see the rest of this year because I'm worried now. I am worried about what my
Well, then you're not loyal to the big three.
No, I don't have to make a decision until end of the year.
Right,
so I'm loyal all the way up until this point. But boy, if this thing doesn't get turned around, Steiny, I don't know if I could write that cheddar for what I'm getting back in regard to my dividends.
Interesting. Then next year you're gonna have the Warriors team without Clay but with Draymond.
I'm one of them dudes when you got me.
Spaz is in the city. What's up, Spaz? How you doing, man?
I'm fine. Oh, Spaz.
What's up, guys?
Hey, man.
How y'all doing?
Dynamite.
All right, so I'm a little conflicted because normally I don't agree with Steiny as much as I do today. It's the defense, bro.
Wow.
We got to do and Goo. Just I thought you would point this out, Goo, just because how you always point stuff out. Jordan Poole's a crybaby. Okay, he's a quickest person on offense, slowest person on defense. He could score 20 and give up 40.
All right.
What was the score last year? Let me say this real quick. We were in a playoff game, and we were down in the second quarter over the limit. Instead of Jordan Poole moving his feet, he reaches out, foul, team goes to the line. Like, we're not missing that, okay? And the Clay disrespect is unreal. Clay deserved every missed shot he had for the rest of his career, all right? Y'all have a blessing.
All right. Spaz loyal to the big three.
No, that's loyal. I turned in my membership because you caught me on a technicality, and I wasn't trying to be fake. If I can sit here and tell you I ain't signing Clay 3 for 90, I ain't loyal.
Oh, I thought you said 3 for 75.
I did.
Oh, my
I lowered it.
Well, 90 was the one I said should get it done before the season started. Now I'm a little worried, Evan.
Well, if he's taking a, $15 million pay cut a year, Clay actually might be worth 3 for 75.
Is that where his head's at? Because I could give you 5 teams that would say, Clay, come shoot as much as you want. The Lakers being one of them. The Knicks being another. Maybe even the Bucks. Like, there are contenders that need.
Okay. For 1 year? Or will they re-sign? Will they want Clay for 3 more years?
I was thinking for 3 more.
Well, I don't think
the
there's
Clippers
a
would
chance
be
in
one.
hell
All
of
right.
that. Like, I think the only team trading for Clay is a guy that probably wants to come off the money at some point.
Wow.
I mean, not at some point, at the end of the year. And then maybe if they want to re-sign, they'll try to lowball the hell out of him. But
so are you saying you could never see him after getting another 3-year deal? Like when he...
Well, I mean, not a 3-year, $90 million deal,
Which
no.
I thought he should have had before the season started.
Somebody's mad at me. 510.
Bring him on.
Warriors have only played 11 games. Give me a break. All right.
Nell Carter.
All right.
All right. This Curry news, I hate that you're not where I'm at.
But, Goo, I've been where you're at for 3 years with this age team.
Okay, we got it.
Like, the last thing I am right now is surprised Curry's going to miss tonight's game. Of course he's going to miss tonight's game.
Boy.
You know what? He's going to miss at least 15 more. Take it to the bank. That segment was brought to you by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming live sports.
Let's head out. The theater's about to close.
Wait, what does that sign say?
Warning, watch your step?
No, next to it.
If you are 60...
the Warriors will be a boneyard.
That's really important.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
Hey, reminder that the APEC conference this week in downtown San Francisco. Now, perfect time to download the Odyssey app. You can listen to all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru plus other outstanding interviews like Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger. He joined the Morning Roast today to break down the 49ers win over Jacksonville. You get it all on the Odyssey app.
Yeah, that was a good interview with Baldy. I heard it. Just $1.
And we have a super chat.
How much?
A guy, Ramel, from Atlanta, I think. Ramel Murdoch paying $5, and he says the defense has been passable. If one or two starters make a bucket, problems solved.
He feels like I do. Steiny, not that it's not what you want to write home about, but even in these games, they were, and let's be honest, against Denver, had the ball to win the game, had a chance.
A chance to tie.
Well, 3 would have won it.
I mean, take a 3.
I know.
They didn't go for the win.
On the road. Last game of a road trip.
Yeah, that was a little strange.
Tell me how many games Curry's out. Anybody.
Well, he's out tonight. Steph Curry's out tonight against the Minnesota Timberwolves.
And they got OKC youngsters. Who steps up? Who's your guy tonight? It's Wiggins. It's Wiggins or Clay.
I don't like to play that game.
They got to step up. Okay. Give me 20 shot attempt. 23 Wiggins.
Okay. 23 Wiggins.
No other Warrior named Curry has scored over 20 points in a game, and it's been 11 of them.
Strength in numbers you were talking about.
Strength and pedestrian. Give me some buckets. Well, what if you had to bet? Who you putting your money on to score over 20 tonight? It's going to happen.
Okay.
I'm going Clay.
I don't know. You know what? That's a good question. Who's going to be the Warriors' leading scorer tonight?
So far, there's only been one guy to do it, not named Steph. Is it going to be him?
I know who it is.
Is it going to be Saric?
Boy.
What if I told you?
Oh.
Yeah, it's a yawn.
Long night with Finchy, huh?
It's a wrap.
Why do I want to say Chris Paul, believe it or not?
Crack is a hell of a drug. Stop.
And all he's got to do is get 17, and he'll lead the team in scoring.
Well, hey, we take it all contributions.
By the way, we're just on the TV
this
here.
Is
they
incredible.
just have Run TMC up there. Mitch Richmond, Tim Hardaway, and Chris Mullin. Who would you take? Ba-ba-ba-da.
That's a hard
rank. Those players.
We were lucky
in order.
Well, depending on
Mullin,
what you need.
Richmond, Hardaway.
It depends on what you need.
I don't know if my answer really counts though.
Because I hate young people. So you weren't even born.
94.
Hey, they took the Lakers into playoffs. Run TMC. Remember Magic?
When you say took them, that means they lost.
4-1.
Right. I got you.
Yeah.
Let's go to Rafi in Berkeley. How you doing, Rafi? What's going on, man?
I'm doing okay. How y'all doing?
Talk to us, man.
I'm a longtime Warriors fan, and I'm feeling what I've noticed over the past couple of seasons, and I'd love to hear your take on this. But, when everyone says the Warriors need a little size, and everyone says, they won a championship without any size. They've always won a championship without any size. That isn't true. In fact, they always had size. And in fact, they had multiple looks to throw at people with a lot of fouls to give when you're thinking about David West, when you're thinking about
Bogut.
Bogut, you're thinking about
McGee.
The guys, whoever Kawhi stepped on his foot.
Zaza.
My brain's not working right now. Zaza. And then when they wanted to switch it up, they went small. And slowly, I think, over the course of the progression of history, what became their alternative look, their faster look, has become kind of essentially their only look. And I do think that both on offense and defense, they did have someone to anchor the paint. Looney, great offensive rebounder, not a shot blocker. Not intimidating. On the offensive side, yeah, he can be in the high post and do some passing, but mostly they're just running dribble handoffs. When you look at Bogut, when you look at Zaza, when you look at David West also sweet little 15-foot jumper, but they all ran high post and were really they were great and underrated passers.
Yep.
So I actually think that the Warriors have lost a look on defense and a look on offense that, again, their primary look was going big. And then when you throw in the Kevin Durant years, that was a cheat code. Give me a break.
That's true. I'll buy that one.
And then against the Celtics, they won a chip, but who was injured the entire series? Grant Williams. If the Time Lord is healthy, I don't think the series looks like that. I'm sorry. So that's kind of my take is I think they need it on both sides of the ball.
Fair. Good points, Rafi. Robert Williams, right?
Yeah. Time Lord out for the year. Yeah, Robert Williams out for the year.
Yeah, I know.
But, yeah.
Another one? You got another super chat?
We don't get the proceeds. But it's about the people. For just $1.
Hey, Evan, this better. Oh, okay.
It's on YouTube.
I'm not reading that. I'm not reading it.
If they paid for it, let me find it.
I'm not reading that one.
We don't do scare business.
Somebody else has to read that one. I'm not reading it.
JJ, is that Jose?
Touching on tomorrow because we only got 3 minutes in the show.
Is that JJ?
Yes.
We got to read it.
I'm not reading it.
Guru sounds hella selfish. Curry's prime was never wasted. In fact, he's a 4-time champion. The Big Three is not good enough anymore to be called the Big Three. Now, I'm not mad at that, but I would call him a front runner. Dude, you just went to the conference semis a year. You were nasally right there. Hey, a year after you won it. So it's not like they won 37 games.
No,
and they had TMZ drama from the outset. JJ doesn't believe. That's fine, but they're still a dynasty.
No, they're not.
Oh, you know how this season's going to end?
Yeah. Not a title.
Well, you don't know that.
Well, the question is, if they get to the Western Conference Finals.
Remember, you have a calculation for it. Does it? Yeah. Well, last year was their one-off to play with, right? Remember you said they got to get to the.
I don't know. When I talk about the Celtics, they won in 81, 84, 86.
Okay.
Okay, 87, they lost in the finals.
No, that's still, you're still rolling.
Okay, 88, they lost in the Eastern Conference Finals.
You're still rolling.
And then then they lost in the second round. Okay, so then they're still in a dynasty.
Oh, they got replaced by the Bad Boys.
Who walked off the court and didn't even. Yep.
Let's put the round on the table.
Brought to you by Echo. Billy was at the Warrior game the other night.
Who?
Billy from Echo, him and his wife.
Oh, nice.
Yes, was I there.
You going tonight?
Yep.
Nice. Should be a...
Where's Curry? He'll be on the bench. I'll talk to him.
Wait, it's a knee?
Sprain.
Boy. No Steph Curry tonight. Knee soreness. Not expected to miss a lot of time, but may miss a couple.
We got the guys coming up. Who you think will be positive or negative about the Warriors?
I just don't want to get into a fight. That's all.
But we never call them fights, bro. It's our job.
It depends. I mean, is Willard going to come in and try to stick it to one of us? You know what I mean? Yeah. Is he going to come in and say, listen, I heard what you said earlier, and I disagree.
Well, that's every day. That ain't, you got a temper. You need to get it checked out. So the hell with Harry.
Yeah, thank you. You know what? Thank you so much.
My stuff.
I really appreciate that.
Dude,
thank you.
Man,
that's a sincere and honest thank you. All right, we got crossover time next on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, guys. Matt Coker here with...
the Warriors will be a boneyard.
That's really important.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Steiny and Guru now joined by Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. Hello, gentlemen. How are you?
Guys,
What's happening?
No Steph Curry tonight.
I think it's perfect timing.
Oh, please explain.
Captain Positive to the rescue.
Oh, wait a minute. Because I've been panicking, Will, and I don't know how much you've been listening.
I know. I've been listening.
I need some meds.
I heard you an hour ago go, this is the worst timing ever. And I'm like, 11 games into the year is the worst timing ever?
No, it's symbolic that your older best player is already out.
Well,
that's what hurts.
I mean,
but I get where. Go ahead.
That's going to happen. That's going to happen. If you're looking for a second scorer, okay, everybody's auditioning. Let's go. Let's see it. Like now, I have no idea if he's going to miss 2 games or 20. And now we're having a completely different conversation. But if he misses this week, I think that actually is great timing. It's very early. Nothing's going to be won or lost right now. So there's certainly no reason to push the guy physically.
Oh no, I understand.
In November. And secondarily, I think it allows some of these other guys to let's see what you got. Let's see what you got.
No other Warrior Dibs has scored over 20 points.
Well,
11. No, Dario scored 20.
Yeah.
Over 20.
No one scored over 20.
Yeah. Deion
Someone will tonight. Someone will tonight.
You so sure?
Or else they're going to lose by 40.
Strength in numbers.
Boy.
Totally.
So you need about 9 guys in double figures.
Everyone's going to score 19.
Yeah. You know what they need?
Maybe.
They need to trade back for Jordan Poole.
Oh.
But that's
we do.
That was for you.
Yeah. I didn't recommend that. All right,
can I just share
he
my
was playing on words. That didn't come out of my mouth.
But it did. Because I actually.
I'm hurt now, Will. What you mean it did?
I can mark it. I texted the lovely Christy.
Oh my God.
You started the show.
Oh, yeah.
You started the show, and you were 4 minutes in, and I know what street I was on. Roque Morales in Mill Valley, coming back from the gas station, and we were going to pick up the dogs.
All right.
And the show started, and I'm like, all right, Steiny and Goo, what do we got today, boys? Let's go. And here it and less than 2 minutes in,
because it just came out of nowhere.
The sentence was uttered.
Steiny!
They missed Jordan Poole. And I texted her and I went, oh, for crying out loud. Oh, for crying out loud. He said it.
Yeah.
He said they missed Jordan Poole.
They missed his production.
I get
is
it.
What I want.
So then we go to the dog park and we come back and you're like, I didn't say they missed Jordan Poole. And I'm like, you just said they missed. Yeah. So I know I missed what was in the middle where maybe you sort of.
Money's in the middle.
Yeah, you had some time to qualify and
But
explain.
The production is what I'm saying. Willard.
Well, they need a second score.
And a third and a fourth.
Yeah.
This team can't hit the side of a board.
And we know who those people are. They're just not doing it right now.
Well, time can never mend the careless whisper that is Andrew Wiggins. Because, thank you. During COVID, we made
no doubt.
We made a lot of hay.
You were
and you guys co-signed, and you all co-signed on it because Andrew Wiggins, 4 of 11. 5 of 13.
Float on.
6 of 15, Andrew Wiggins. Another 14-3 night with 1 assist. So is he your second scorer tonight? Does he break out and go for 27-9?
My bet is Clay because Clay will shoot it. He will attempt it.
Those are facts.
Some nights Wiggins is not aggressive. I'll never forget Roger Narcisco, my CYO coach, told me this way back in the day. St. Anne's Warriors, yellow and black, gold and black. I'd rather coach a kid that was overconfident than one that didn't have the you can tell this guy that shoots too much. Hey, dial it down, Benny. But the guy that we got to give you the heart to go see the Wizard to shoot. That's hard. That's a whole nother thing.
Yeah. He is averaging 14.1 field goal attempts per game.
Wiggins?
Klay Thompson.
Oh, okay, yeah.
14.1 field goal attempps per game.
That's down.
Do you know how many times in his career has he averaged less than that?
Probably.
Once.
You gotta go.
I'm going
way
war move.
His rookie year. You got to go Chris Berman. Back.
That is exactly right. Only once, and it was his rookie year.
Man.
When he only started 29 games and he averaged 10.9 shots per game. Every year since then, he has averaged more shots per game than he's shooting now. But guess what? Tonight, me got's a feeling that he's going to shoot more than 14 times tonight. Let's see what he does. And yes, Steve Kerr on our show last week expressed supreme optimism. I wouldn't expect him to do anything else, but supreme optimism that Andrew Wiggins is, quote, going to be fine. We'll find out. They may be wrong. I heard Priest. Maybe this whole thing is cooked.
I don't
and
agree.
It's time to take it out of the
a
oven.
point.
But two things. A, it's game 12. Let's see.
All right.
And then secondarily, I would argue this. I'm willing, and Steiny, this is the middle ground of what you two. I'm willing to ride the boat even if the boat sinks. Because
I'm on it.
Yes. Like you can't
#Titanic.
You can't yell at the San Francisco Giants and say, you don't have any people that are our guys. And then the Warriors got a bunch of people that are your guys, and the second it goes sideways, you want to dump them and move away from them. To me, the fear would be never knowing whether or not it's actually over. So forget the next contract. We'll figure that out at the end of the year. But I don't want this thing to break up before you're 1,000% sure that it is actually done, and maybe many of you are.
I don't know how you can break it up. So
That's another point.
You're going to trade Andrew Wiggins, who is basically, and you said earlier, one man's trash is another man's treasure, and I love that expression, but he's not your trash, and he's nobody's treasure. So are you going to trade?
He was. That's actually who he was for this team.
Like when?
He was Minnesota's trash.
When?
And when they won the title.
Right, but when is that, Mark?
A year and a half ago.
Okay, and here we are in 2023. It's almost Thanksgiving, and we're turning the clock to 2024, and he's not that guy anymore.
Stuff happened in his life. We don't know. He was gone.
Dude, he's
I'm not giving passes.
He's on the all-milk carton team.
But we're 11 games in.
I'm counting last year's 82.
But why?
Because it's on the resume.
I know. Of course it is.
It's over, but it's not over for him. He's still that player that he was last year.
But I'm not. Well, no, the player he was last year wasn't even there.
Oh, man.
It's on his resume. I'm not trying to take it off his resume. But
it's on his Wikipedia.
But I don't know if it's relevant tonight. Is it relevant tonight that he missed 2 months last year?
Well, we're going to find out.
I don't know. Good answer.
If he goes 8 for 27,
let's find out.
No.
I'll take the 27 field goal
I will
tips.
too, Guru, but I can tell you right now, he's going 7 for 19 and in a more aggressive mode, and they lose by 22.
Well, I take the under on lose by 22.
Okay, what's the spread?
I don't know.
The post-Steph spread.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I think it went up to where Minnie was favored by 3.5 after, because Warriors were favored by 2.
Finchie by 3.5.
Give me 15 seconds.
I'm done betting after last night's debacle.
Yeah, I knew.
Who did you have?
You talked it up too much.
3.5. Yeah, it's
the way you talked it up. I'm like, there's no way they're going to cover this crap.
And in some breaking news, I don't know if you guys had it, but Miramonte has lost a coordinator. Yes, Ken Dorsey's been fired by the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah. Where's plus 2.5?
Shout out Miramonte.
Plus 2.5.
Miramonte.
Oh, that's where he went.
Ken Dorsey.
So he was scapegoated.
Orinda. Yeah. Well, scapegoated.
Is he turning the ball over?
Yeah.
12 men on the field on a missed field goal.
Okay, but
my God,
this was the point that I was trying to make over the last
big fantasy win for your boy. I'm not out of it.
Out of bed.
Yeah.
No, this is the point I was trying to make about
Patient has a heartbeat.
About Steve Wilkes the last 3 weeks.
Barely.
It's like, was it fair? No, but that's the way it works. You're the coordinator. You're the boss of a group that's underperforming. I'm sorry, what do you want us to do? Do you want us to cut Dre Greenlaw? What do you want us to do?
Cut Josh Allen. Yes.
Well, there's another option.
Yeah. Well, no.
How about the quarterback coach? Could we fire him?
Yeah.
How about McDermott? I thought he was awful last night. Yeah. Could he fire himself?
Well, usually it doesn't go that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He ran a bunch of zero blitzes that blew up in his face, too.
Yeah. So does Steve Kerr fire himself because their offense is
I hope not.
Flaccid?
He hasn't signed a new deal.
Yeah,
Maybe he's thinking about it. I don't know.
Well, geez. I mean,
that is the more I think about something else, the more I think it's like I think we're seeing that the thing
just say it. Just say it.
Yeah.
You spent 4 hours saying it.
$1.
You spent 4 hours saying it. It made me angry.
I don't like the road that it's starting to go down with Clay and this contract.
Jeez, yeah.
Well, what's this contract?
But he started off slow before.
His contract extension. Yeah. Like it's going to be a real tough one.
I agree.
You know what I mean? It's tricky. It's going to be very, very tricky.
It's tricky.
I think.
Thank you.
As it stands here today, you're absolutely right.
Because let's just say hypothetically, take off the last 2 games because he didn't shoot it well. Yeah. But the first 9 games, I think his approach is pretty good. He's not overshooting.
Yeah.
But how much is that guy worth? How much is that guy worth? The first 9 games.
It's funny you say this because I was thinking about throwing this out as a bit on our show. Like every game, we recalibrate Clay's contract. Like, what's the contract now? 11 games in. What's Clay's contract?
The 3 for 90 that I said he should have got before get tip of the season.
Are we at 3
Willard?
for
I'm
80?
reluctant now, and that's not fair to Clay.
See, but here's
fair.
Here's the way I look at it. I look at it like this. Because his overall field goal percentage is right there with everything he's been doing for the last 4 years.
And I got something for
you. That's not a big deal. Is it just a volume thing? Well, it's actually his 3-point percentage, which currently is the lowest in his career.
Okay.
But I'm not the type to be like, so you're shooting the lowest of your career for 11 games. So let's change your contract. If this guy had made one more 3-pointer per night, or even like a 3-pointer and a half per week, our perspective on this would be completely different right now.
Would it?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, because he'd be averaging...
From a stat standpoint, he'd be basketball reference, maybe.
His efficiency would be better. He'd be averaging 18 and a half instead of 16, and we would be like, he looks like Clay.
But the eye test tells you that he's lost a step and change.
It's been telling us that for 2 years.
Right. So you can basketball reference me into submission. When you watch the games, he's not the same defender, as I borrow from Mark Jackson.
But does he need to be?
He does.
Well,
for a team that can't
He's the same defender he was in 2022 when they won.
They can't stay in front of anybody.
He's the same defender he was when they won in 2022.
No,
and he led the Warriors with the most playoff minutes. So
it's a great stat, but he's not. He's not. He is taken a step back defensively from 2 years ago, I think.
Is the team asking him to do that this year? Was it so? But I would argue that, like, it's interesting that we sit here today talking about Clay. Maybe we're just tired of talking about Andrew. He's been a way bigger disappointment than Clay.
Okay,
And Kuminga is supposed to. We all asked for it last year. He's supposed to be the one who steps in and does some of the things.
And he has.
That Clay.
He's taken a big step up.
He's
Kuminga
taken a big step up, but it hasn't been enough offensively or defensively.
38% from the field.
You're asking Kuminga to take a step up as a third-year player. You're not asking him to be Wiggins. The biggest problem with this team, it goes Wiggins and then Clay, and then you can get to CP3. Please, dear God, I love you, Chris. I advocate for you.
Joe Montana from 3, 16%.
Stop shooting, please.
Or over dribbling.
Chris, no, dribble all you want.
Has to. You have to have that as a threat.
Stop shooting.
Yeah,
but you
no
have
doubt.
They
Channel your inner Draymond and stop shooting.
But if they're gonna rondo you, which is we're just gonna stand down on the box and you have to make that shot.
And you can see him thinking about it now too.
Defensively, you're gonna get locked up everywhere else.
Shoot your shot. I've got gut rot.
Yeah.
Okay.
How long did you work on that?
Actually 4 seconds. I've been working on, because that's his sign off every day. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Yeah.
So I've been working on my.
Sleep by then.
Totally. I've been half in the bag. I've been working on my totally most shows.
I don't know what that is.
The good shows.
Steiny was with Finchy last night.
Yeah, how was that?
Let's do this if you want to.
I would love to. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now here's Matt Steinmetz to talk about hanging out with NBA coaches. An old friend. Give us some backstory
Reading,
on you
Willard,
and
him and
Finchy. You and Finchy.
I went to the same college.
Same college, same time.
Played for the same coach.
What kind of a player was he?
He was great.
Was he good?
He was a D1 player.
Was he your year?
No, he's younger than me. He's 50.
He was D1, Steiny?
Oh, 5 years
We
younger.
had.
Okay.
All right, you guys really want to hear this?
I do, because his head coach,
Anytime
Glenn
you smile,
Robinson.
Steiny, we're in.
Steiny, I always ask you about this because and I hate to say this to your face, but I admire your college career. You were all decade.
It was D3.
Whatever, dude. You never played. I never played. This guy
Willard.
talks about shooting jumpers at San Mateo High. What?
I do.
Well, I kind of make you, but whatever. You had a wetter. You had a San Mateo wetter.
I did.
What was your nickname, real quick, before we get back to Steiny? San Mateo who?
No, the Bearcats. I thought you were talking about me. I'm like the baseball team called me BP. I don't know what the basketball team called me. But anyway, go ahead.
You and Finchy getting hammered.
So I grew up in Reading, Pennsylvania, along with him, and I went to college in Lancaster, which is about 45 minutes away, and there was a guy, Dennis Wesley, who went to Holy Name, my high school. He went to Franklin and Marshall College. The year after he graduated, I went to Franklin and Marshall College out of Holy Name. My senior year, Brian Mennett, who was from Reading, Pennsylvania, went to F&M. And then, so there was a 15-year run of
lineage
of one guy from Reading who
Franklin
was usually pretty good on the team.
Yeah.
So that's how I became affiliated with Finch, but he was also I just knew him from around. That's all.
From around the way.
And Finchy, better player than you?
Oh, my God, yes. Yes.
Oh, wow.
Finchy should have gone Division I. He could have played in the Ivy League easy.
Why didn't he? Got into the stuff, huh?
Oh, no.
That's an absolute.
I'm kidding.
That was so well timed.
He did.
That was perfect.
I was like, is it true? Nice, Donnie.
Yeah. I don't think this is telling anything out of it. We did talk a stretch about Curry and just how, what you do as a coach when, like, you can't do anything. You know what I mean? Like, I was just like, dude, hey, he's just sitting over there and he's making this stuff of like, what? And he's like, yeah, he said, basically, he's got a couple rules. 2 steps, 3s, timeout. Automatic.
And he used them the other night.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he used
2 3s from Steph and it's a timeout.
Yeah.
And
I like that.
He doesn't like he likes to play him one way because he thinks that if you start really messing with stuff to try to, it messes everybody up.
Right.
So he tries to just do one basic coverage that everybody is on the same page. But he's like, yeah, it's just nothing you can do.
And when he finds out that Steph listens to your show,
I hear everything.
Will he ever tell you any of this stuff ever again?
No, that's why I said I don't think this is a big deal.
Okay.
I mean, Greg Popovich calls a timeout like that.
Well, yeah.
The last thing about, go ahead.
No, I was going to say Finchy's got the 3 bigs anyway, so it's pretty easy. Like, run them off the 3 and funnel them to Nas and Gobert and the Cat. And I mean, it's pretty easy when you've got 3 guys who are 7'7" that you probably want to make guys shoot mid range and go to the rim.
Yeah,
you guys are good. Yeah,
when Gobert gets out there, he's just got to live with it. Yeah, I mean,
right on a switch. Or whatever, okay.
I know the game has changed. I'm old school Willard. I do miss an active big, and you guys can laugh at Sabonis and Cleveland with Mobley and Allen. But I'm telling you, man, just watching Minnesota to have an active big be able to score and defend. I know we're spoiled with the outside shot, but it's why they drafted James Wiseman and didn't pan out. And I watched that King-Cavs game. I'm just like, is it so hard the Warriors can get one of those guys that can do that? Control the paint, get it out of here, alter the shot. And I love Looney and Dre, but come on.
Pretty good dynasty without one.
No, I understand
haven't had one in 15 years.
That component of ball, hey, throw it in the paint.
Okay.
Give it to my guy.
You had me thinking about like Shanahan versus, and I'll just say McDaniel in Miami, because Shanahan likes to go with the fullback, your guy, 21 personnel. We're going to beat you up on both sides. It's a style. It's a vibe. And the Warriors try to play their vibe, which is ball movement, everybody moves, high screen.
Ball ain't been moving that much this year, Stoney. Let me know from the Warriors.
Yeah, but it's because, the tempo's slower and all that. But that's the way they try to play. But if you had a big, or if you had Gobert on the Warriors, you can't play the way that they play. Yeah. You can't play 5 out or 4 out and have Gobert be a passer. Gobert's useless on offense. So,
but Cat would work.
Maybe.
Because he would be letting them fly from deep.
I mean, Cat's nickname is appropriate because
I like him.
Yeah, he's pretty soft, I think.
He's kind of soft.
I mean, he's made better by the fact that he's got Naz Reid and Gobert.
And Edwards.
Yes, so he can play like, power forward in a lot of lineups, so.
Yeah, I mean, no Steph tonight. Doesn't help.
And I'm before I get out of here, I'm going to defend Clay. Steiny,
defend him or rip him?
No.
Which one is it today?
I'm going to rip you, but not really ripping you.
It's a drive-by.
But I'm going to give Clay love. Okay, so we know what went out the door with the trade. I won't bring up his name. Points, scoring. Okay, some of that was gone with that deal. So Steiny comes in here every day since the season started. Oh, Clay's playing different. My point is, has anybody put themselves in Clay's shoes because shooters shoot and the team can't hit the side of a barn? Have you ever thought about Clay's probably in a straitjacket, Mark, from the sense of what you just talked about, the volume of shots? And if this is the offense we're going to get and guys like Wiggins are not going to take advantage of his opportunity, I'm all for Clay, live your life, live your best life, let them fly, but not letting them fly because other guys aren't taking advantage. Like, I think it's hard for Clay to play this way, Mark.
I don't know.
Let him. He's a volume shooter. This is the lowest he's averaged with Curry in his career. That ain't coincidence.
Yeah,
he's playing the right way. Give me more Clay. Let the chips fall where they may. Because it's happening right now anyway.
That's pretty quick. Like that. Like a week and a half ago, it was.
He's playing.
Stop shooting. Stop shooting so much. And now, because he's at 14.1 shots a game versus what he was last year, which is 18.1
and what'll
shots
be tonight?
Well, yeah,
it'll be 22, 23.
It'll be like I don't know that would knock him so much off of his flow. Like, I mean, the guy is a how many year vet? This is a 12-year vet.
Yeah.
In the NBA, he should be fine. The team has had a bad week. Last week they were 6-2. And we were thrilled.
Do they got a defensive problem, Mark? This team, Dibs,
and I thought that from the start. Yeah. That was the main reason. Like, put aside all the funny stuff about like I can't wrap my head around Chris Paul in a Warrior jersey. The basketball thing that concerned me about it was defense. Yeah. They're small and old. Small and old is a bad combo in the NBA, and so they've got to work that out rotationally because they do have some size and they have young legs. And you know, they got to figure it out. That's why I'm going to avoid grand opinions after 11 games. Cuz they could go win this game by 8 tonight and we're going to come back in here and say what? I mean, they're a 2-point dog.
Yeah.
And we're talking about them as if it's time for grand moves. It's not. They got a lot of stuff to figure out. They're not the favorite. They weren't ever going to be the favorite, but I personally I have no thought anytime soon about grand moves and changes with this team. Let's see what happens. They got a lot of work to do. That was always going to be the case.
So notice you wouldn't pick up the phone for Zach LaVine, who said he wanted to trade today, and the Bulls said they're going to try to trade him. You wouldn't pick up the phone if you're the Warriors?
Who?
For what?
It would be
offense and youth.
No, but
who you
trade? All I'll tell you is LaVine makes $40 million.
Yeah.
I mean,
so Wiggins, Kuminga, and Moody for LaVine.
And now
did that get it done?
What about Clay?
Well, I mean, Clay's gone at the end of the year. Then,
and
I mean,
what about Dre? And Kuminga be your new Dre.
You forgot about Dre.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a 2.
Thank you. I'll take it 2.
But what is that like? Okay, put LaVine on the team.
Yeah.
Now what does that do? Now you're a contender.
It makes Steph Curry's job, I believe, 10 times easier on a nightly basis.
It's November, and now you're going to reboot working somebody else into the system,
or take advantage of an opportunity that you didn't see.
I don't think it makes them any better. I don't think it makes them any better. Not in the near term. And it only makes things more complex financially.
He does give him that ha-ha.
No doubt. No doubt. And that's what's most important.
Well, we need some ha-ha.
All right, gents, let's reconvene tomorrow and go Dubs.
Go Dubs.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs. On 95.7 The Game.
That's not coming off as disrespectful, is it? I certainly hope not. This is the perfect time for Steph Curry to miss a game or two. I don't know what he's going to miss. So maybe he's going to miss more than 2, and then obviously the timing's terrible. Doc Pandia will be here at 4 o'clock, and we'll get into quote-unquote knee soreness based on what he saw on the floor the other night. But my goodness, really? Are we this freaked out at 6-5 with a questionable tag on Steph Curry, I'm not there yet at all. And if you're looking for a second scorer, what a great opportunity to audition for a few. Let's see what you got, Andrew, Clay, and Jonathan. What are you going to do with this opportunity?
Right.
Let's see it.
Terrible time, though. It is the play-in tournament, and this is game 2 of the play-in tournament, so you don't want to give away a game and not have your best. But, yeah, other than that, it's probably a good time for Steph to be out based on the fact that he's probably only going to play 70 games this year, if that. Last year he played, 58, I think?
Something like that.
In total. Yeah. So he's going to miss games, and you'd rather have him be healthy in April. So if this means he misses now, then so be it.
I know that the Warriors have been through this before, and yes, this is absolutely the way we fan, and that's totally okay. But I didn't think we would be here at 6-5. But you don't get concerned after 11 games. The same way when I came in here on Friday, and I was thrilled at where the Warriors were coming off of all of those road games. After last season's road record, I don't know how you couldn't be thrilled by it, but I also very clearly stated this has nothing to do with any June opinion. You can't have a June opinion yet.
Right.
I don't see how, I guess you can. I don't know how you can, though. Right? Priest has made himself into a drop today. That's wonderful. Okay, so apparently that's it. The Warriors are cooked. It's over, and we can move on. I don't know. That's my response to that. You're not allowed to have a June opinion, not in my house.
Well, you can have whatever opinion you want.
No, of course. But in my house, I would tell my kids, we're not doing June. Let's do Christmas.
Sure. How about Thanksgiving first?
Send me your Christmas list. I've been asking already for a week. I ask a week earlier every year because that's what happens. As you get older, you want to shop earlier.
Yeah.
That's fine. Send me your Christmas list. Don't send me your title opinion in the NBA.
No.
They played 11 basketball games.
We don't even know who the bowl matchups are in college football. We don't even know who the Final Four will be in college football.
Oh, sure we do. It's Alabama, Georgia, Clemson, and Ohio State. I thought it was a rule.
Isn't it always that way?
I thought it was a rule.
And, Michigan, unless Harbaugh can't make it in. But, right now, if the playoffs started today, well, there are 71 more games for the Warriors, and most teams have 72 or 73. So I'm with you in terms of sweeping opinions. However, you look at where the Warriors have been of late, they've lost 3 in a row, and they don't win home games. They're 1-2 at home, 1-3 at home, rather, and you've got a game against Minnesota on a second half of a stay and play, and it's not an easy game when you don't have Steph Curry. And you talk about a second scorer even when Steph is around, and who's that going to be?
I don't know.
And I think that's a question you can ask in terms of forget the title run or the playoff seed or April, but in the short term, even when Steph is here, who do you got right now, Warriors? Because Chris Paul cannot score, and I love him. He distributes. Draymond Green is looking to score. Wiggins is a non-factor. Kevon does Kevon things, and other than that, you've got nothing. You've got no second score on this team.
So aren't you just a little bit curious?
Of course, I'm curious. I'm more concerned than curious.
Really? See,
yeah.
Concerned
about tonight and concerned about Steph Curry.
What's the concern tonight? The worst thing that happens is they're 6-6.
Fine, and that means you lose 4 in a row, and you're 1-4 at home.
Right, it's not good, but it's November.
And your play-in tournament hopes are now on the brink.
I hope they are. I don't care about that thing. The courts are cool.
Either way, you have to play additional games.
I know. I understand.
And Steph can explain it to you a little bit later in the show.
Well, can he? Is actually a really big question.
I listened to Steph, and I was like, yeah, dude.
Yeah. Okay.
Speak on it.
All right, go ahead. Explain it.
I get it.
Explain it. Explain the whole tournament so that a little kid could understand.
Well, there are groups of 6 teams.
Yes.
There are 5 of them. Or six groups of 5.
There you go. You've already failed.
8 groups of 4, 6 groups of 5.
There's 6
groups. 6 groups of 5.
6 groups.
The winners of those 6 groups, they make it into the quarterfinals, and then there'll be 2 wild cards.
Correct.
And then those teams will play, and the winners of that quarterfinal will go to Vegas, and then they'll play 2 games apiece. And the teams that don't make that Final 4 will get 2 regular season games added. And that's where the schedule has that 12-day gap that we talked about already in December. And that's basically it.
Okay. Got all that, everyone?
Yeah, it's easy.
I guarantee you everyone was like, no.
Tonight's not a must-win, but it's important. It's a big game.
Not for that reason.
Oh, yeah, for the play-in tournament, in-season tournament?
He literally went through, and we'll have the sound for you in a little bit. I'd love to play this for you people because it's hysterical how Steph's like, it's really not that hard if you just do the reading.
Yeah.
And I'm like, do you live in America? We don't do the reading.
We don't read.
Like, hello. Like, oh, yeah. We turn on YouTube, and if a commercial comes up that's longer than 5 seconds, we're like, I'm sorry, I don't have the patience for this. The video's not that important. So if you do the reading, that's like the iTunes service agreement. Like, no, I'm not going to read it. And by the way, in my sports, with all due respect, Steph, I don't want to read. I'm not here for the reading. I get it. Everything you just said, I understand it. It's my job to understand it to a certain degree. But this idea that lickety-split, snap, everybody should be able to understand the in-season tournament, first of all, is a fallacy, followed by the bigger point. Why the hell should I care? He even said in his commentary the other day, he's like, well, and there's a financial reward in there.
Oh, yeah, for them.
Why do I care?
$500,000.
Don't care.
Yeah.
Don't care. Short hair, don't care. Don't care. Why do
You
I
got some
care?
long hair right now.
Yeah, I do.
You're due for a cut.
Tomorrow.
Yeah?
Tomorrow.
I can tell.
You knew.
Yeah, you and I, we spent too much time together.
Oh, here it is. Steph Curry.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Break it down for me, Chef.
We got an extra brown court tonight.
The Chef.
And here's why.
Have the guys figured out the format, or is there still a little bit of confusion about how to advance?
If you just take the time to read the situation, it's pretty straightforward.
Nope.
I love the commentary around nobody knows what's going on, but if you actually just take a second, take a deep breath, and understand there are 6 groups, and whoever has the best record out of the 6 groups and 2 wild cards, go. And then you play a bracket from there and try to get to Vegas, the Final Four, play 2 games. Championship is an extra game, but there's monetary stakes on the line. And then everybody else who doesn't make the bracket gets regular season games made up. Pretty simple.
Pretty simple.
Hold on. So I'm supposed to take a deep breath.
Pretty simple. Yeah. You got to go deeper than that.
Okay, let me try again.
Yeah, you got to rack that up a little deeper. Yeah. There you go. Take a deep breath. It's not that hard. Yeah.
Yep, still don't care.
No.
And
Wow.
still don't really understand why the NBA would put together a little something that Steph needed 6 ands to explain. It's not that hard. You got 6 groups, and then we're going to play games, and then whoever's going to win is going to go to Vegas. But then there's 2 teams. If they don't win, they get to go to Vegas too, and then they're going to move on, and then the other teams get some games too. They get filled in, and then sure, there is 1 extra game if you get all the way to the championship.
Yeah, but there's money there.
But rich people will win more money if that happens, and then...
Well, they're not all rich.
And then just do the reading. I'm sorry, what? What the hell did you just say?
You broke it down perfectly. Perfectly.
I get it. But you either bailed halfway through that comment because you're like, wait, so what? Or you said, so what? And that's kind of where I'm at. I get it. I'm still totally lost as to why a fan of the NBA should care. The courts are really cool. And that's the end of my TED Talk. That's it. That's so far what I care about. The wood on the floor underneath their feet looks really cool on TV. Thank you for coming to my in-season tournament commentary.
Right.
That's
Which
it.
is short-sighted and disingenuous because the best game they've played this year was an in-season tournament game.
Kawink-a-dink.
No.
Kawink-a-dink.
You could say coincidence, but in fact, they played both sides. They played that game like it meant something.
Oh.
141-139 over
Really?
OKC. No doubt.
So why is Steph not playing tonight?
Because he's hurt.
You don't know how hurt he is.
He's hurt enough to where he'll be out for a little while, which tells me he's not playing tonight. And he's not playing against OKC, and maybe he's not playing against OKC. The game after that, he's going to be out a little while with knee soreness. So, I mean, is this the Super Bowl? No. Is it the NBA Finals? Of course not. But it's a game that means more than a regular regular season game.
I couldn't disagree more. It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday. I'm excited.
You just hate Tuesdays. That's why you came in a bad mood.
I'm not in a bad mood. I'm excited.
Came in angry.
I'm excited. I came in angry. I'm literally the one who opened the mics and said this is a good thing. It is.
Yeah, it's not.
I mean, I don't want to call it
a good thing.
No, of course not. But you get what I'm saying. The timing is strong. If you're looking for a second score, let's see what y'all got. This is Tuesday. This game means something because it's a Warrior game. And to me, all 82 of them mean something. Can't wait to put the remote control in one hand and some food and a drink in the other.
Nice.
And let's watch the game. I couldn't give a rip that it's an in-season tournament game.
Oh, I got goosebumps.
Other than that, I've seen the sneak preview of the floor, and I'm like, pretty dope.
I love
That's
the
pretty
floors,
good.
yeah.
It's pretty good looking.
I like the floors all across the league. I think it's pretty fun. It's kind of a nice twist.
Other than that, it's a Warrior game. It's a Warrior game.
This one counts.
Let's
Mark.
go.
This
LFG.
one means a lot.
It does. It counts. It's the 12th game of the year.
Well, and if you lose, you're a game behind Minnesota in terms of Group C in the West. And you don't want to fall.
Are the Warriors in the group of death?
No.
I don't know. What's the group of death this year?
Well, I would have to look deep. In the West,
Did you call Sepp Blatter and get that answer?
The Grupo de Muerte?
Yeah.
As Steiny said. In the West, I think they spread the West out pretty nice. This group is tougher than Group B is Denver, Houston, Dallas, New Orleans, and the Clippers, which, I mean...
Whoa.
Yeah, Denver. Group A is Utah, the Lakers, the Blazers, the Suns, and Memphis.
Oh, throw the records out. All right,
Group C is
what's
the
our
toughest.
group?
Minnesota, Sacramento, Golden State, San Antonio, OKC.
Oh, my gosh. You got Wembanyama in there and all those other teams.
Yeah.
There's the NBA trying to stick it to the Warriors yet again. Ridiculous.
I'd say Group C in the East is the group of death with Boston, Brooklyn, Chicago, Toronto, and Orlando.
You can't even get through it with a straight face.
It's
stupid.
I'm locked in. In-season tournament. Let's go.
No, you're not.
Let's go. Up next, they got San Antonio. I'm sorry, they got Minnesota tonight, then San Antonio, then Sacramento.
Is it the game that's the day after Thanksgiving? Is that an in-season tournament game?
For San Antonio?
No. Well,
Yeah.
For the day after Thanksgiving.
Yep.
It's going to be, remember, hot ticket. Hot.
Soup? Well, it's because Wembanyama.
And Black Friday. Everybody's
and
off.
in-season tournament.
Yeah, everybody's off. You can get down to the arena at 2 in the afternoon if you want.
You can't just get an IST ticket easy like that. In-season tournament, IST.
Oh, is that what it is?
And Wembanyama.
You think the price is because it's the in-season tournament?
No doubt.
Okay.
Forget Victor.
What are the tickets for tonight? Look it up.
Okay, I will.
How do they compare to Thursday? Look it up.
Look it up.
Look it up. You won't.
I'm looking it up right now. Tickets available. $1,000.
$1,000.
$1,000 to get in.
That's not the
I'm sorry.
get-in price.
Yeah,
No,
$1,000.
it's not.
Hate to break it to you.
Stop.
Actually, I rounded up. It's actually $9.97.
That's not true.
$40.
How's that compare to Thursday?
I mean, now you're asking me to do multiple Googles
I
at
am.
once.
I want you.
Thursday. That's OKC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the price?
For Thursday?
$40. Oh, you mean that Tuesday and Thursday are the exact same flipping thing. 7 o'clock, work night, and somebody's in town. Okay. Woo! In season 10.
Feel the buzz.
Oh, baby.
Raymond Ritter. I'm trying. This guy.
No, listen.
This guy's trying to keep me down, Raymond.
I'm not over here trying to poo-poo the game.
I'm trying to hype up the Warriors.
No, the game
You're
is
out here just trying to
The game is hyped up because it's a game.
It's an IST game.
I didn't even know. You know that you said that, and I'm like, what the hell is IST?
Yeah.
Used to be the name of. Used to be when I worked in Boise, Idaho. They had a show called Idaho Sports Talk, and they called it IST. I'm like, why the hell is he talking about Idaho Sports Talk? We're sponsored by BMW. Let's get to your Warrior phone calls. Peter King is coming up in 45 minutes. It's Willard and Dibs.
Now through November 30th, during the
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Dibby, can I do a little rapid fire off of the Comcast business text line?
I would love to hear some texts.
Bunch of texts that just came in with regard to everything we were discussing. 510, the in-season tournament is like Thursday night football. And I'm not sure exactly what that means, good or bad.
It's been mostly good this year.
I think when you say it's like Thursday night football, people tend to say that meaning like Thursday night football, the players aren't usually ready. It hasn't been as good of a product. Now, the other side to that is no matter whether you like the way it looks or not, it every year is the second-rated show on television.
Exactly.
Only behind Sunday night football.
Yeah.
So it's wildly popular, but there's one analogy. 707, nobody cares.
Shout out Gary Radnich.
408, the IST, I think this is becoming a thing, doesn't encourage me to watch more NBA games. I already watch every Warriors game, but even if I didn't, it still wouldn't entice me.
Well, when you're watching your various sports channels and you come across a game and you see the court different than the court normally is, you know it's an IST game.
I know, but
you're more inclined to watch it.
But you just said
you're
that. You're
locked in.
But you said that in a way that, pardon me, was very age specific. People do not scroll through their television anymore.
Well,
you said when you come across, people do not channel surf.
No, but when you put on your TV, when you get home from work and your team's not playing,
yes,
and you throw on the TV, you're going to look at, is there a game on? And is it, if you're a football fan, it's Tuesday night Maction, or it's, an NBA game.
You and I
or
will
a college hoop game.
I would argue that the people they're trying to reach with this don't even have TV. And so they're watching this either through social media, through YouTube, Hulu, however they go about getting their content. It's all very, very different. So I hear what you're saying. I'm just saying people are not surfing like what's on channel 2, what's on channel 4, what's on channel 5. Like
I didn't mean to say like you're going channel to channel, but when you go home and your team's not playing and you have whatever amount of time to watch sports, you're going to put it on and you're going to, maybe you put into your Xfinity app, you say sports, or you go to the sports app and up pops all the games that are on. It's like, oh, you got this game. That's an IST game. I'm going to watch it.
It's interesting. If tonight there was no Warrior game,
right?
And I went home and whipped up a little den, and then I'm like, all right, let's see what's on TNT, ESPN, whatever night of the week it is. I'm like, oh, the Hawks are hosting the Pacers, but the floor is red. This is not going to do it.
But what are you watching tomorrow, for example? On a hump day, Wednesday. No Warrior game.
Yeah.
And, I mean, what are you watching? You're watching something.
No, probably not.
That's a disappointment.
I mean, I just don't.
Answer.
I don't. Yeah. Like, the kids will take over. I don't know what the hell they'll put on. They'll put on something, but it could be a YouTube show. I don't know. Yeah, they might be watching.
Dude Perfect.
They might be watching Good Golf. Exactly. Have you seen that one?
No.
Yeah, you should check it out. Yeah, that's probably and I won't stop them. Because it's Wednesday. It's just Wednesday. I don't force feed myself like, yeah, if there are games on and there's nothing going on, I'll put that on. But that's true whether the floor is red or hardwood.
Yeah.
It's just so anyway, I don't really, the funny thing is, I know it sounds like it. I don't have anything against it. I just don't have anything for it. I've been asking the same question since they initially threw out this new idea. Why should we care? I really wish that I had been in a press conference with Adam Silver to ask that question. Why is the NBA fan supposed to care about this? And I know, he's Adam Silver. He'd come up with an answer.
Yeah.
I don't think it'd be an answer that resonates, though.
Well, it's just a regular season game that has a little bit more import. And that's all it is.
Import, though.
Yeah.
I don't care if they go to Vegas. Well, I don't care.
I wish you wouldn't say that because I've already been trying to, talk to the Warriors about us going to Vegas.
How's that
if
going?
They go to Vegas.
How's it going?
It's lukewarm. I mean, they're 1-0 in group. If they win tonight, we have a little bit more, meat on that bone.
Yeah, but that's self-serving. Even though I'm with you, okay.
Do you not want Moses Moody to get $500,000, or Lester Quinones, or Dario Saric, who's not making a ton of money?
More so than the young players on other teams?
Yes,
Yeah,
you should.
I don't care.
And that's disappointing.
I don't care.
That's mean-spirited.
No, they're going to be fine. Moses is going to get another deal. He's going to play a long time in this league.
But would he rather get $500,000? Of course he would.
Of course he would. So
and don't you want the Warriors to hang another banner at Chase?
What do you do if you win this thing?
Dude, you drop an IST on that rafter.
I mean,
Randy.
Let's go to...
Try not to swear, Mark.
Let's go to Mike and Hayward here on Willie and Dibby. Hi, Mike. What are you doing?
I'm just sitting there listening to you guys talk. I mean, it's only like 11 games in. I can't believe this conversation, right? 11 games, like, really? And why don't we want to know how good they are without Steph? We got to know that, right? So they're professionals. I think they'll probably win the game tonight. They're going to have to come up. They're going to have to step up. Let's see what they look like. This is not going to be the only game Steph Curry's going to miss this season, right? So we got to know. What we got. And so far, we know, well, they ain't doing the Wiggins ain't, but Clay ain't shooting well. Well, Clay just needs to keep on shooting. That's all I can say. And so we got to see what they look like.
Mike, I'm totally with you. Yeah, I'm totally with you. I think that the timing of this, if it was going to happen, this is great. It's only 11 games in. Nothing is going to be won or lost in November. Sure, you thought as of last week, wow, maybe the Warriors are going to stack a bunch of wins and have that in the hip pocket if there is an injury in January. Sure, that was hopeful. Now it's less hopeful. But who knows? Maybe they will start a 5-game win streak tonight. I don't know. So you never love to see him out. I get it if you're a ticket holder for tonight's game. It's a bummer. It's a big-time bummer that Steph's going to miss home games.
Yeah.
That stinks. That stinks out loud. But if you're going to have an injury that's a key one, have it early. And there's a secondary piece to this tonight and in any subsequent games, which is we're all sitting here having a talk about the Warriors finding more scoring options. Well, now the door's wide open. Auditions start tonight at 7:00. Let's see what you got.
I don't like the options.
That's fine. You don't have, but we got to see it.
4 players averaging in double digits. Forget guys averaging 20. You got one guy averaging 30. You got Clay at 16, Kuminga at 12, Wiggins at 10.5. End of list.
Not good.
And Chris Paul's at 9.9, and actually Draymond's at 9.9. Sorry. Then Chris Paul's 8.2, Dario 8.1, 6.8, 6.4, 5.8, 5.0. Offensively, you don't have a second scorer. So now you lose your primary scorer, and who are you expecting to step up tonight?
But how many times have we done? We used to do this on load management night. It's like, oh my gosh, the Warriors are now going to be
But you had Jordan Poole.
11.5-point dog, and they will go out and win some of those games. Everybody tonight is now asked to perform a different role.
Sure.
So let's see it. Let's see it, because you're right. You're giving us what the Warriors have not had to this point. And we can all agree they're going to need to have it. And if you all agree that the answer is not outside the building, well, then you better find it inside.
Right.
So let's do this. 7:00. Let's see it. Who wants to step forward and be the dude tonight? I love this. I can't wait to find out what this is going to look like.
Well, I mean, I'm excited because it's a Warrior game, but I look at what they're averaging in terms of offense, and they're averaging 114 a night. So you take out Steph's 30.7, and you need 114 points tonight. That's what you've averaged, and that's been good enough to win 6 of 11 games. So where do the points come from? Can Clay get you 25? Can Kuminga get you 20? Can Andrew Wiggins get you 10.6, which would be more than his 10.5. I just look at the names on the roster and what they've been this year, what they've provided, and Chris Paul has been great in terms of passing and not turning it over, but offensively, he's shooting 37% from the floor, 16% from 3.
But let's see tonight.
My God.
But let's see tonight. Any one of these
Of course,
dudes,
let's see tonight, but what do you think?
What do I think? I think Chris Paul looks exactly like I thought he would look.
No, but what do you think in terms of the whole team tonight? Like, if they're going to go out and get 114 points, is it a Claymaker game? Is it Draymond who finds his way?
Vegas says they only need 107, by the way.
What's the over-under?
The over-under for them or for the game?
The team.
The team is 106.5.
And for the game, it's like
215.5.
Oh, so they're
Minnesota's a 3-point favorite.
3-point favorite.
Yeah, they've gone up to 3.
So 109.5.
109.5 to 106.5. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So you need 107. Not
or if you want to win the game. Yeah. I mean, again, you want to hold. Play good defense. Play good defense. Have this be a lower scoring game. But yes, do I think the Warriors are going to go north of 100 tonight? I do. So even without that 30, other people are going to have to score. Let's see what it looks like. I mean, honestly, I look at this so glass half full because what we're all sitting, Steph will average 30, and we all agree that over the last 3 games especially, not good enough. The team's not good enough. All right? So what do they need? Well, they need better other options. Perfect. Let's see them. So what has to happen tonight has to happen for the season anyway. So that's why I look at this as an opportunity. Now, I will completely create a qualifier in this conversation if Steph is going to miss 3 weeks or 4 weeks. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know where this is going. So I'm not saying that. But if you had told me, and actually this is sort of what I thought when it was still during our show yesterday when he got named and announced as questionable. I'm like, okay, more I thought about it, wouldn't be that terrible of a thing. Sit him. I tweeted it this morning. I said, you know what? I really hope he sits tonight. I hope he sits tonight because A, there's no reason to push him physically right now on a Tuesday in November. And B, I am interested to see what these other, air quotes, scorers look like without him on the floor. Someone needs to step forward even when he is on the floor. So now they're going to be forced into that role. Let's see who does well with it.
Right.
I'm very interested to see what this looks like.
And I love the notion of scorers because they only have one guy who is a scorer outside of Steph, and he's not playing great. He's had a few bad games in a row, and that's Klay Thompson.
Historically,
Draymond Green's
Wiggins
not a scorer.
In his career, he's a scorer.
Like, how far back do you want to go?
No, every year. What's his worst year been in terms of scoring? I bet it's probably 17 or 18 a game. It would be my bet. I'm not saying he's a great scorer, but he's a scorer.
17 last year.
Yeah.
17. He's at 10.5.
Yeah. I know. He's having a terrible year.
11 games in.
His worst season.
He's at 10.5.
As a rookie was 16.9 points per game. That's a scorer.
Right.
He's a scorer.
You have to shoot to score.
Right.
And if you look at his shots.
He looks awful.
But he's not even shooting. It's one thing to look off.
He will tonight.
Like Klay.
That's my point.
Will he?
I hope.
Well, you hope. And that's the whole point about Andrew Wiggins. And you look at his career, and you're right. He's been dead consistent. He's been between 43.7 and 47.7% from the floor. He's been between 13.9 shots and 18.8 shots. He's a guy who's going to shoot between 14 and 19 times a game. And yet this year, he's shooting the ball 10 times a game, and he's shooting 41% from the floor. That, to me, is the most galling part of this whole 6-5 start to the year. Steph has been Steph. Klay's been up and down. Draymond actually scoring a little bit more. Chris Paul couldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat in the middle of the Indian Ocean.
He's old.
It doesn't matter. He's not this bad of an offensive player. The biggest issue is Andrew Wiggins.
Agreed.
It's not that he's not scoring. He's not trying to score. He shoots the ball 10 times a game. He's never shot the ball fewer than 14 times a game, yet he's shooting it 10 times a game.
Yep.
Why?
I don't know. Well, actually, I do know partially. He's also playing way fewer minutes. And the reason he's playing way fewer minutes is because a lot of his shots aren't going in.
Well, it's because he's not playing with any real effort, any force.
It can look that way. I know where we're coming from on the Andrew Wiggins conversation, and you're not wrong. He has well earned the reputation for being a floater, somebody who coasts. I get that. He doesn't have that dog in him. That's fine. But I also think too often in sports, we jump to the he's not trying and he doesn't care card because certain dudes just have that look on their face. And it doesn't mean they don't try. Cody Bellinger looks like he's high all the time, but he played at an MVP type level last year.
Right.
So you can look like, and you can still play well.
Look how you want to look.
And Wiggins has in his past at times. We've seen it. It's rare, but we've seen it. So I think he looks like he cares, and just when the ball goes in more, not like because he's got some sort of maniacal look or way about him. I think he'll shoot more tonight. Oof. I think he'll get more minutes. Largely, in fact, if you look at just the percentages of the Warriors' quote-unquote scorers, people who have scored in their career, Clay, Andrew, Chris Paul, their percentages from two are the same. It's just their three-point shot. The Warriors' three-point shooting this year outside of Steph and then role players like Moody has been disgusting.
Andrew's not shooting the three. He's shooting 2.4 a game.
Right, and he's
down
making
from
less
last
than
year's 6.1 a game.
Right, because he is playing fewer minutes and his confidence is shot.
Right, 11 games in.
But all it takes is a few to go in, as you know. Shoot.
Well, you have to shoot for it to go in.
Yes.
And that's where
what I
look at Andrew Wiggins. Well, I think it's deeper than just Steph's not playing, go get him, Andrew. Something's wrong with Andrew Wiggins in terms of how he feels about his role in this team or his role as an NBA player. Something is not right.
Okay,
he's not playing the way he's been so consistent, Mark, as a Warrior. And this is now his 5th year. And you look at all 4 of the previous years, and I've given him a hard time for being K-Wig and being, 5 of 14 and 6 of 13, whatever. This year, he's not even getting to those levels of mediocrity.
No doubt.
He's not even showing a desire to try to score the basketball.
I think that's a leap to put thoughts in his head, though.
I'm not putting any thoughts in his head.
Well, you said something.
I'm looking at his game,
You said
and
something.
I'm saying, when I watch the Warriors play, a lot of times I have to actually look for him and go, oh, my God, he's actually playing basketball.
You can fully say something is wrong, but when you take the leap to his role on the team or with this, I don't know. I can't tell you you're wrong, but there's no way to know that that's what's going on, and I'm not comfortable acting like we know that Andrew's unhappy. I don't know if he's unhappy.
Idea.
It's 11 games.
Right.
So he doesn't look right.
That's not a small sample.
It's not a large one either.
It's enough of a sample to where you can look at what he's done and say, this is not the Andrew Wiggins. This is a third of the games he played last year.
But we relearn this lesson every year. We did this for 2 months with Klay Thompson last year. And then he was the player of the month in the league.
And then he was terrible.
And then he was bad again.
Yeah.
Right. But 11 games does not a season make.
Of course not.
Let's see what happens. And that's why I find the Steph injury to be a little bit intriguing, because you are now going to call on other Warriors to be more aggressive and take a larger role and more shots. I can't wait to find out, him in particular, what he does with this tonight. I would imagine there's going to be more minutes. I would imagine there's going to be more shots. One of these nights, they're going to take the lid off that rim, and he's going to get going again. I believe that. I could be wrong. And if he does this for a full season, well, now we have a completely different conversation, because now you got one of the most overpaid players in the league.
4 of 26 from 3.
Yeah.
4 of 26.
He's freaking cold.
It's beyond cold.
Maybe.
That's beyond cold. That's permafrost. That's some serious Arctic thunder right there.
It
4 of 26?
It's terribly cold. It's terribly cold. But through 11 games, I'm not ready to brand him now as that player.
Branding him.
Well, it sounds like it.
No, you look at what he's done, and he's only taken 2 and change threes a game.
He's been bad.
He's been terrible, but he's been reluctant to shoot as well. So that's where I think about looking at a player.
That's chicken or the egg.
It's not.
Of course it is.
Shoot the ball.
No, because they're not going in.
Has Klay Thompson shied away from shooting when he struggled?
And he gets torched for doing that.
But he gets also applauded because a shooter shoots.
No.
And Andrew Wiggins is playing basketball, and he shot 26 threes in 11 games.
We left here last year torching Klay for a whole offseason because when it wasn't falling, he wouldn't stop shooting. Now you're asking Andrew to keep shooting when they're not falling.
I'm asking Andrew to play with some aggressiveness and play with some force, which is what his own coach has recommended that he needs to do.
That's different.
And also his own coach is not playing him in the end of games, and it's not because he's not shooting the ball. It's because he's not playing well on either end of the floor.
He played at the end of the Denver game, and he played really well.
Right,
good fourth quarter. I know. I'm just saying we got to pick a side. We can't say if you're cold, keep shooting, and then when you do, we rip you for being a gunner. Like Andrew Wiggins,
I would love to rip him for being a gunner.
I have no doubt that Andrew has shot fewer times for two reasons. One, he's not playing as many minutes. Two, they're not going in. So he's not going to force that up. When you've got the Splash Brothers next to you, are you going to keep firing away your three-pointer when you're shooting 15%? That would be horrible. Don't do that. Try to affect the game in a different way. That would be my criticism of him. When your shot's not falling, be a maniac on the boards. Be a crazy defender. That's how you stay on the floor when your shot's not going in. Who was that cap for OKC a couple years ago? Roberson? That dude couldn't throw the ball in an ocean, but he stayed out there because he was a defender and he played hard. So that's what I hope to see from Andrew tonight. The shot, I got no choice but to think that that's going to come. He's played for a decade in the league and averaged 17 points a game or more. I got to think that that's coming at some point. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Peter King is in 20 minutes. Your phone calls coming up next. Keenan, you'll be first up. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. Are you considering remodeling?
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Chris Paul, and you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, thank you, Chris. Wonderful to hear your voice. Wonderful to have you here with the Warriors. Thank you for your adulthood.
Now go score a basket.
But also, things do kind of look like I feared they might. I don't even want to, assess Chris Paul in that sort of way. He's 38 years old. So when you're like, make a shot. I don't know. The poor guy's 38. What the hell you want from him? Where do you see some of us play knockout in a couple of weeks?
Jesus.
Yeah. I don't know if you know this, but the legs go. They go. And if you've had major surgeries on them, they go earlier, Clay. So
Dibber.
We can, all of us, we can talk about all of these guys. I like where our conversation went moments ago because nothing compares to the, I'm not going to go Sinead O'Connor on you.
Thank you.
Nothing compares to, thank you. Not too long ago, right?
No, about a year,
Yeah. Has it been a year? That feels like that was a month ago.
It does, right?
Was it a year ago?
It was probably 8 months ago.
No. I need to. A quick aside. When was that? She passed away.
July.
So
5 months almost.
Okay.
Yeah.
So split the difference. Okay. But yeah. Anyway. All right.
Anyway.
Nothing compares to the disappointment this year of Andrew Wiggins. You say whatever you want about Chris Paul, Jonathan Kuminga, or Klay Thompson. Draymond's attitude. You can do whatever. Nothing compares to the eyebrow raising of yo, what is going on with Andrew Wiggins? I have no guesses. The tone that Steve Kerr shared with us whenever we ask is just oh, whatever. No, he's fine. So, okay, I have no choice but to feel that until this becomes more than 11 games. For you, it sounds like that's already getting to be a pretty large sample.
It's a lot.
I'd need to see that again to really, really sound the alarm. So if we get to a quarter poll of the season,
20 games,
still averaging 10 points a game, then we can reboot this.
You look at Kuminga, Chris Paul, and Andrew Wiggins from 3. They are a combined 14 for 85. 14 for 85. That is 16.47%.
Who'd you say? Wiggins, Paul, and who?
Kuminga.
Oh.
Kuminga's been sneaky bad from 3. So he's 4 of 22.
So all those shots.
Chris Paul is 6 of 37.
Uh-huh.
And Andrew Wiggins is 4 of 26.
So all those shots that Kuminga took on Twitter this year didn't count. That's what you're telling me.
None of them, I'm afraid.
Golly. Because he made them all.
He's 4 of 22, which is better than Chris Paul's 6 of 37, which is better than, hey, now, you're an all-star, get your game on, okay. Andrew Wiggins, 4 of 26.
Well, no wonder they've lost 3 in a row. Quite frankly, you listen to these stats, and it's a miracle that they're 6 and 5.
14 of 85. Meanwhile, Steph is 62 of 139 for 45%. 44.6.
He's been incredible. He's been incredible.
I mean,
it's especially incredible knowing that right now there are no other threats on the floor.
Right.
If I were the defense, just follow him around.
Exactly.
Send 3 people at him. Pick him up at half court. What are you doing? Make the other guys shoot threes. None of them are going in.
And we all know it's a make or miss league, and that's kind of my favorite expression because, of course, it is. Just like in football, it's a catch or drop league. But the Warriors are shooting 44.8% from the floor. Last year, they were 47.9. So they are a full 31 points lower than they were last year. And if I go to the year before, in which they won a title, they were 47%. So that's about where you want to be. And this year, they're 44.8. So outside of Steph, nobody is scoring the basketball. And you've got Klay, who's trying, but he misses a lot. And you've got Chris Paul, who can't hit water if he is in the Indian Ocean.
Right.
And you've got Andrew Wiggins, who just simply won't shoot. He's shooting it 10 times a game for whatever reason. So you talk about tonight, and I know you like the Warriors and their chances tonight.
Yep.
But my God, Mark, who's going to score the basketball? I know somebody's going to. They're not getting shut out, but I mean, they might. But I mean,
Well, that's why I'm interested to see it.
God.
I'm interested to
Bet
see
the
this.
under.
Well, right. So based on what we're talking about and feeling as Warrior fans, yeah, the Warriors may not get to 50 tonight.
Right.
But they will. So that's what I want to see. How did you do it, Warriors? Because you might get something out of that. You might find something. So let's go on a little journey. Let's see what happens in this one. I bet they're going to surprise you tonight. That would be my bet. Peter King in 10 minutes. We got a lot of Niners stuff to get to. Let's go to Keenan in San Diego. Hey, Keenan, what are you doing?
Oh, man, I was just sitting here finishing up some work, but scratching my head because especially want to get Div's take on this. So national media is saying Curry needs to feature Wiggins more. And I'm like, what game are y'all watching? He just won't shoot the ball or he misses it. And I don't think he's comfortable with being a number two. So I think we got to lower our expectations a little bit. Same thing I had to do with Clay. Like, he's not what he used to be. But as far as this narrative that Wiggins is not getting featured, I just totally disagree with it. I just think he's not making shots right now, and the ones that he's taking, he's missing.
Yeah, but you know what, Keenan? They're not asking him to be a number two, and they never have, except for when everybody was hurt. Like, they're not asking Andrew Wiggins to be a number two.
Well, when they won the title, he was their number two.
He was their second best player. But
sure.
I don't even know. Like, I'd have to look. Was he their second scoring average player in those playoffs?
I think in the games that they won, the big games, he was. But in general, it was Clay
average more?
I'd have to look at the exact numbers, but he was their second best player. And as far as what Keenan said, and thank you for the phone call and the kind words, they're never going to, quote, feature Andrew Wiggins. But what Andrew has always done with the Warriors is when he gets the ball, he either attacks the rim or he shoots the three when open. And he's not doing either right now. He's not becoming a big part of the offense in any real perceptible way. He's turning down shots. He's not driving to the basket. He's not getting to the foul line. He's playing without any real force, and that's what you need when you've got Klay Thompson not scoring. Draymond Green has actually upped his game offensively, and he's looked good. And, tonight I think actually that would be a prop I would look at in terms of the game.
Which one?
Draymond Green player prop. And the points, rebounds, and assists, because Draymond Green is going to have to be a big, big part of the action tonight. And he's going to have to play more than 25 minutes, which is what he's averaging.
No doubt. By the way, Grandy just whispered in my ear, Andrew Wiggins in those playoffs 2 years ago, actually the Warriors' fourth leading scorer in the playoffs as a whole, because we forgot Jordan Poole was on the team.
Yeah.
So,
well,
Steph?
We could look at the playoffs as a whole. I was more concerned with the last two series because that's when Andrew Wiggins really became a big factor.
But it wasn't all scoring. I'm going to agree with you. He was their second best player because of his effectiveness. But the Warriors never looked at Andrew, tapped him on the shoulder, and went, okay, buddy, go be our second option tonight. They've never done that. That's why he likes it here. He likes it here. He doesn't want that. He doesn't succeed with that. Giving the ball to Andrew and going ISO Joe, that doesn't play. That's what Minnesota tried to do. And it led to all kinds of problems between him and Cat and the fan base and all that stuff. The reason Andrew has fit so well here is because of what they don't ask him to do, as opposed to the other way around. Hell, even when he was gone for 2 months, they didn't even ask him to tell anybody why.
Exactly.
Like, they don't. This organization has been perfect for Andrew Wiggins because they don't put pressure on him.
Well, the pressure's ratcheted up when you don't have Steph Curry.
Sure.
And I'm looking at the Dallas and the Boston series, 11 games. He averaged 18.5 and 8.1. He averaged 18 and 8 in 38 minutes. He shot the ball 16 times a game. His three ball was 29%, but he was aggressive and he played with force. He averaged 18.5 points and 8 rebounds a game. That's the Andrew Wiggins you need. Now, you can't expect him to do that every night, but tonight, for example, you need 19 and 8 from Andrew Wiggins.
We're sponsored by Consumer Cellular, Freedom Calls. Many more of your Warrior phone calls still ahead on this show, but Peter King is going to join us coming up next. Did you know that Brock Purdy is not only the best quarterback in the NFL right now, it turns out he's the best quarterback of all time. Did
Are
you
those
know
Peter's
that?
words?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Brock Purdy's career NFL ranks since the merger among 339 quarterbacks who have had at least 400-plus attempts. Passer rating, first. Completion percentage, first. Yards per attempt, first. Passing TDs per attempt, first. Since the merger, among 339 quarterbacks. And we're all sitting around here still, as of 3 days ago, should we keep him? What do you think about 2 weeks from now if he throws another pick? Then Josh Allen goes out there. They turn the ball over 4 times. They don't even have a winning record right now. And immediately, Josh Allen, Brock Purdy. I'm not saying Brock Purdy's Josh Allen. I think we've reached the point. I don't care. Why do we care if Brock Purdy is as good as Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen? It doesn't matter. You're getting historic production if you're a 49er fan. Shouldn't that be the only thing that matters? So we get to that and much more with Peter King, who joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
Consumer Cellular offers unlimited talk and text on every plan starting at $20 per month. Stay connected and reign.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, one of our favorite times of the week. In fact, Dibs, I would argue it's one of the only things that saves Tuesday. Tuesday's the worst day of the week.
Yeah.
But it's the day that we get to talk to Peter King.
It's the 7th best day. I'd like you to be a little bit more positive.
That's a good way to say it.
Yeah.
It's a good way to say it. Look,
number 7.
We have to do it every single week. There's no way around it.
True.
But I do look forward to these conversations with the great Peter King, NBC Sports, Odyssey NFL Insider. His Football Morning in America column is a must-read every single week. Hello, Peter. How are you today?
What's going on, guys?
Well, everybody, as you might imagine, is feeling a little bit better around these parts. So, in your column, in sort of the bullet points that are on social media to promote the column, you wrote 49ers make the smart move. What specifically were you talking about, Peter?
Well, I thought that what they did in this game more than anything else, I know that Kyle seemed to disapprove of that first throw, the first touchdown pass of Brock Purdy. But, and again, I'm not going to sit here and say I'm Joe strategist on offense. But what I am going to say is the reason I loved that throw is that it showed that my quarterback has the confidence to layer a ball in there exactly to the right spot. And for the many who have been critical of Brock Purdy, I think what this game showed is that if he has his weapons back, he has a little bit of time, he has his left tackle back, he's going to win games. I mean, this reminded me so much of the Dallas game because the quarterback made plays when he had time and when he had his weaponry. And I think just as far as being smart, okay, so look, I wrote a good chunk in this column about the Chase Young trade. And I think the thing that people might not have realized when it was made is you have to think about the way the NFL is structured and how they reward teams when they lose high-priced free agents. So I pointed out in my column that assuming that the 49ers lose Chase Young after this season and assuming that he gets a contract of over $20 million a year and assuming that the 49ers don't go out and sign a couple of high-priced free agents because I think their days of wine and roses in the free agent market ended for a little while anyway with the Javon Hargrave signing. But assuming all that, then they would have traded the 101st pick in this year's draft for half a year of Chase Young, which already began to start paying dividends on Sunday in Jacksonville. They would have traded the 101st pick in the draft for a half year of Chase Young, and in 25, somewhere around the 98th or 99th pick overall in this draft. And I don't know how anybody could argue with the results of that.
And that's an approach that they've taken in terms of minority hiring and in the coaching staff and the GM and getting comp picks back the other way. So it feels like they're working ahead of the curve. But I want to touch on what you said about Deebo Samuel. Is the threat of Deebo Samuel and the way they use him motion-wise maybe as impactful as when he actually has the football?
That's such a good point because I think one of the things that Mike McDaniel has used to optimum efficiency in Miami is using what I call and what San Francisco uses several teams, not a lot, use a lot, and that is this thing called orbit motion. So it's not just putting a guy in motion. It's putting him in motion so that when he comes out of his motion, he has momentum going toward the line of scrimmage. Do you know how hard it is to block a Deebo Samuel anyway when he's in motion and he's not stationary at the line. That's hard. But if Deebo Samuel has momentum going toward the line of scrimmage at that time, one of the things that's interesting, he's going to be very dangerous. One of the things that's interesting is that if you watch a Canadian Football League game, they allow not just motion, but they allow receivers to get like a 10-yard head start. They can start sprinting, before the snap of the ball, and they can start sprinting so that when they get to the line of scrimmage, they're already at full speed. And I think that is the attempt when you have a real talented or a bunch of talented receivers to confuse the defense and to not allow them to get their hands on a receiver coming right off the line of scrimmage.
Peter King with us, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. We do it every single Tuesday. Peter, in your column, you quote Fred Warner not only talking about the rest that they got from the bye, but he used the word reflection. And then he also said to the team in the in the post-game celebration, we learned our lesson. What did you take from all that? They were reflecting on what, and what lesson did they learn?
I think they basically learned what the rest of us learned about this team, which is that if they're at full strength, they are a dangerous, dangerous team. And I think, what Fred Warner talked to me about, that they're physically and mentally rested. And so everybody always says, no matter when you get a bye, the bye came at a great time for us. The bye came at a perfect time for the Niners, because not only did they need one more week for two of their five most important offensive players in Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel, maybe two of their three most important, but not only did they have another week to get them healed, but I also think that this team needed a little while to basically say, hey, listen, let's just take a break. We've lost 3 in a row. We haven't played great. We haven't played our best on either side of the ball. And look, for the 49ers to score 17 points 3 weeks in a row, something is wrong. He saw it. They all saw it. And so that's the reason to me why he said they really needed this, and he thought that they benefited mentally and physically.
And now they head into a stretch where they've got 3 games in 17 days, including a date looming with Philadelphia. If you're looking at the 49ers now, Peter, do you look at the team that is back at near the top of the NFC, or is it a team that never really left that perch?
I don't think they ever left that perch. I mean, I don't know who the best team is, but it's clear now. They've played 10 weeks in the NFL, and there's 5 or 6 teams that, to me, stand above the rest. The 49ers are one of them. Are they second? Are they sixth? Are they third, or are they 7th or 5th? I don't know. And the interesting thing is, it doesn't matter at all. It just simply doesn't matter. What matters is that if you look at the 49ers, you have a schedule that's going to be difficult. You got the Bucs at home. I don't think that will be necessarily difficult compared to what else is on tap. But then it's at Seattle and at Philadelphia. And look, at Seattle's a short week game. Every time you play the Seahawks, I don't care how good they are, it is going to be one of your most physically demanding games of the year. And for the 49ers to have to play the Seahawks this year in weeks 12 and 14, that right there is a huge challenge. And then follow that with having to chase Kyler Murray around for 4 quarters down in Arizona. So they've got a tough go, in the next month or so. But the short week game at Seattle, that's really going to be tough for them.
Peter, I want to press that conversation that you just brought up a little bit. When you say there are maybe 6 teams and we're not sure yet who the best is, and it doesn't matter. If I acknowledge all of that, but what if we asked it this way? Because all of the teams on some level have shown some sort of warts. But I wonder if we assume each of them are at their best. the best we've seen of each team, who's the best?
Well, the best we've seen of each team is, I would say that San Francisco's the best. But I'm not sure that that's the logical way to ask the question. Not logical, but that's not the way that I would want to find the answer to who's the best team in the NFC right now. Because to me, look, the 49ers won a game at Jacksonville and just wiped out a 6-2 team, right? And then the 49ers beat a team that looked like it might be the best team in football when they played them, Dallas, and they beat them by 32 points. So at their best, they have played good teams better than anybody else has. But, you can't eliminate what happens when they are not fully healthy. And so that's why, we've talked about this 74 times this year. And why I think that part of the strategy of this season is not playing every game like it's the 7th game of the World Series. The strategy of this season, in my opinion, needs to be that if things are looking good in the course of a game, get Deebo Samuel out of there. Get Brandon Ayuk out of there. And it's hard to say this, too, because you want to keep your quarterback in, but if Trent Williams can get a blow every now and then, in the fourth quarter of a game, get him out of there. And so that, I think, is really, really important with this team, maybe more important than it is with some other teams. But, look, I look at all these contending teams right now. I look at Detroit. I look at Philadelphia. I look at Dallas. And playing at their peak, I think the 49ers, if you take any of those four teams, you take their best 2 or 3 games this year playing at their peak, nobody's had a better, say, 2-game run anyway than the 49ers against Dallas and Jacksonville.
Yeah, and yet we have a big one on Monday night, Eagles at Chiefs, we can all look forward to. You said something there that was interesting in terms of pulling players out when the score is lopsided, yet we saw Kyle Shanahan actually put Christian McCaffrey back in to try to get that consecutive touchdown record. What did you think of that record pursuit and the sort of a risk-reward play that Kyle Shanahan made there?
I'm not crazy about those things. I've never felt that you ought to play the game with records in mind. I think if records happen naturally, that's great. But personally, I wouldn't have felt that great about Christian McCaffrey, continuing to build that record and to actually set the record. If he scored a game, however much time there was, 5 minutes, I don't even know how much time was left, but the game had been over for a half hour. I've just never been a big fan of that myself. But again, I remember too, a long time ago, when I asked Jimmy Johnson one time about why do you have Emmitt Smith in games in the fourth quarter when you guys are up 17 or 21? Why? And he goes, look, Emmitt wants to leave his footprints in the sand in the NFL. He wants to be remembered forever. And he wants to have 7 carries when the game is out of reach because that helps him to build his profile a little bit. And we can say anything we want about that. They ought to put the backup in. Bad if Emmitt gets hurt and everything. But then again, we're not the coach. We don't know how Christian McCaffrey feels. We don't know how Kyle Shanahan feels. I've never asked him about this, so I'm not in favor of doing that, but I do think that there is some benefit to knowing that your players would respond positively to that. So I'm not really bothered by it, but it's not something that I think is such a great idea.
Peter King is with us on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game, Odyssey, NFL Insider. Peter, going back to the Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel injuries, the football stuff here is obvious. They're really good players. But having been around the locker room, I wonder how you would put into words, what more is there to it than just the football, the emotional leadership that those two guys bring?
You walk around that team, and look, I'm around them 3 times a year, so I can't tell you, in a deep or insightful way what exactly they mean to their teammates. But I do know this. I walked into that locker room after the Dallas game, and the biggest crowd was around Trent Williams. And it's like he was the oracle. Everybody wants to know what he thinks, what he says, what does this win mean. Thought it was really cool, and we talked about this at the time. Thought it was really cool where he was telling the reporters, let's not get too excited. We got to go play Myles Garrett next week, and they're really, really good. And, so that's a good message to hear from arguably, your offensive leader. Your guy along with maybe Fred Warner, who everybody on the team looks to. Hey, what do you say, leader? And so I think that is really important. And I think with Deebo, there are some guys. I remember a long time ago, Jason Garrett was coaching the Cowboys. And Jason Garrett's a huge Yankee fan. And so before an exhibition game, he went because he had never met or really talked to Derek Jeter. And he said to Jeter, hey, I'm curious what you think about this. Probably our 2 veterans who everybody looks to are Tony Romo and Jason Witten. And yet they hardly ever say a word. They're not the kind of guys who get up in the locker room and say X, Y, and Z. And Derek Jeter said, listen, I never thought, for me anyway, it was about what I said. I thought it was significant that when the guys start to drive in, and we got to be in whatever time it is, 7:30 or 8 o'clock on a work day, I thought it was important that when they walked into the stadium in Tampa in spring training, that they saw me out there 45 minutes before we had to report, 45 minutes out before everybody got there, taking ground balls. It's not anything I had to say. It was just what I did. And I think in a lot of ways, it's what Deebo does. It's him being a physical presence who will not be denied. And I look at him, and I look at a lot of guys, and they lead in different ways. Trent Williams, I'm sure, says more than Deebo Samuel does, and that's good for Trent Williams. He's doing what comes naturally to him. And I think Deebo Samuel is doing what comes naturally to him, too.
And to have those leaders takes a lot of pressure off the young quarterback, Brock Purdy, and yet you look at a dominant win over Jacksonville, and what can you do for an encore? Well, in comes Tampa Bay and Baker Mayfield. What's been your impression of what Baker's done in Tampa in kind of a tough situation for a team that still is very much in the playoff race?
It's an odd thing with Baker Mayfield because I'm not the biggest Baker Mayfield backer. I understand that he's been in some tough situations, but when you're on 4 teams in a little over a year, and I think I'm right in saying he's on Cleveland, Carolina, the Rams, and Tampa in a little more than a year, and you say to yourself, well, there's a reason for this. And look, a lot of guys have to go because of whatever reason, or their time's up somewhere and all that. So I understand him leaving Cleveland, but he had every chance to win the Carolina job. He also had every chance to show Sean McVay and everybody that, look, I'll do whatever you want. If I need to sit behind Matthew Stafford for a while. I don't care. I just want to be immersed in this offense and be a great player. And at some point, whenever Stafford leaves, maybe I'll be the guy. But I think what Baker Mayfield wanted to do was he wanted to play. I don't blame him. And so he leaves there. It's just, I think when I look at Baker Mayfield, I look at a guy, he wasn't in the greatest situations. But if he was a really good player, he would have won one of those 3 jobs. And he didn't. And so we'll see what happens. Now, Tampa, he's played above average up to this point, and I think he's got a chance right now to be their quarterback going forward. Now, for 5 years, I don't know. For 2024, that's what it's looking like. And so, good for him. And they're very, very dangerous at the receiver position with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin and a couple of young kids. I mean, they're a decent challenge, but this is a game that, if you look at the schedule right now, maybe you could argue that the Rams game in Week 18 at LA, at home, might arguably be easier. Who knows? But this is a game is an absolute must-win because of who else is on their schedule coming up.
Peter King with us here on Willard and Dibs. Peter, certainly want to get a other side now conversation or comment from you about all of this Steve Wilks, Kyle Shanahan. Where should Steve Wilks be? He moves down to the sideline. And so after these 3 weeks of discussing that and looking at the comments Kyle made, what do you make of all that and just sort of the relationship that the two of those have going forward?
When I think back on the 49ers on defense, since Kyle Shanahan has been coaching, I think of Robert Saleh being very visible on the sidelines, being a very hands-on coach on the sidelines during games. And I've always thought that's probably what Kyle Shanahan likes. And it seemed apparent that Steve Wilks wanted to be the eye in the sky. But look, there's 2 things I would say about this. Number one, I simply do not think it was a very big deal where Steve Wilks was. Even though they played a lot better on defense, I think one of the reasons they played a lot better on defense is because Chase Young was there contributing 4 pressures and a half sack. Javon Hargrave was playing as well as he has overall as a Niner. And Nick Bosa was benefiting from both of those things, as was Eric Armstead. But I kind of look at that and I think, I just don't think it's that big a deal. If Kyle Shanahan really wants the guy to be on the sidelines, then be on the sidelines and everybody cope with it. It's fine. But I don't think the score would have been any different from 34-3 if Steve Wilks was upstairs for that game.
Peter, great stuff as always. We thank you. We look forward to next week.
All the best, guys. Thanks a lot.
All right, there he is. That was Odyssey NFL insider Peter King. We can react to that, and we'll take your phone calls. Shay, you'll be first up. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. This is Willard and Dibs.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have...
with Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Already looking forward to our conversation with Steve Kerr, which is still 3 days away.
Okay.
But that's okay. That's okay. We get a in-season tournament game and then an out-season tournament game this week. And then we'll talk to Steve Kerr. More on the Dubs and Steph Curry being out tonight later on in the show. Would definitely love to take some 49er phone calls right now, especially after listening to Peter King. And I know he didn't fully want to go there, but I'm amassing a bag. I got a bag.
It's a major bag alert.
It's a major bag alert. I'm about to get that bag. A bag of major NFL voices. Some are media members, some have played. Who, when I asked that question, hey, take all the good teams and then take them at their best, then say who's the best. They all keep saying the 49ers. And maybe it's too early for that. Maybe, as Peter said, it doesn't really matter. Like, it's not.
He kind of dismissed your question.
Well, but he also,
out of hand.
but he said the 49ers. In other words, what I think he said is what I sort of intimated yesterday, that I do think, I don't know if you want to make them the top two, but the Niners games against the Cowboys and the Jaguars, for me, have got to be on one hand among the two of the top five performances that an NFL team has had so far this year. That's the way I would say it. And it sounded to me like in his answer, that's what he was saying. It's not fully relevant. It's hard to say.
Right.
But when they played the Jags and the Cowboys, there's really isn't anything in the NFL that we've seen that's more impressive than that.
It was nice, dominant wins, but they only count for one win. And the win over the Rams and the win over Pittsburgh, they count for exactly the same as the win over Jacksonville and the win over Dallas at home. So, I kind of am, glomming onto what Peter said in terms of, the overall import of the question. It's nice that you've had good wins against good teams. It's better than having bad losses against good teams or good wins against bad teams.
Bad teams. That's the worst
Exactly.
thing.
Losses are losses and wins are wins. It doesn't really matter at the end of it. You stack it up after 17 games, and if you've had enough wins and you make the playoffs, then you go and you play games that actually matter. And when you play Dallas again and you play Philly maybe a second time, maybe you'll play Seattle a third time, maybe you'll play Detroit for the first time, maybe you'll play Tampa for a second time. That's when these games really matter. That's when you're measured.
But that's what we're doing here. We're sitting here measuring this, right?
Yeah.
We don't, like, there's been 10 weeks, there's been 9 games. And to me, and you can dismiss it as not mattering, that's fine. But the reason I find it relevant is what we're looking at doesn't mean they'll meet it, but I'm looking at the potential output of every NFL team. And for me, the highest potential output sits with the Niners and the Eagles. And I'm not quite sure yet which one I would put in front of the other. I think the 49ers have looked better at their top moments. The Eagles have been more consistent in just putting out a high level.
Yeah, winning games.
I really, really can't wait. Of all non-49er games, this is the most anticipated one of the year for me. On Monday night, the Eagles at Arrowhead.
Yeah, it's definitely up there.
That's the one.
It's up there for me. And, you talk about Miami and Buffalo before, and I think it was Kansas City who played Miami over in Europe. And, Peter was explaining why that game was placed in that spot. That was highly anticipated. But this one on Monday, two teams off a bye, Philadelphia and Kansas City, and it's a Super Bowl rematch, and it's on Monday Night Football, and both are on equal rest, so there's nothing tricky about it. And that's partly why the win over Jacksonville to me was so impressive, is that Jacksonville was also off a bye. There was no additional benefit for Jacksonville other than having that game at home. And they both were off a bye, so it was on even footing. And the Niner game against Cincinnati, I told you 4 months ago that I thought it was a scheduled loss based on the fact that the Bengals were off the bye and the Niners are at the long end of, 12 straight weeks of games, 4 preseason, 8 regular season. Those things matter. So now the Niners come out off equal rest and they hammer Jacksonville. And now they come home, they take on Tampa. and Tampa's going to have to travel. And, Tampa's in a spot where they're on equal rest in terms of having just played. And so the Niners have a huge advantage, and they're favored by 10.5. And even the game against Seattle, and Peter was kind of warning Niner fans, that Seattle game on short rest, on the road, Seattle's also going to be off a short week as well.
Same 1-2 punch we watched Purdy do last year. Remember, it was Tom Brady's team. But his very first start was against the Bucs, and he broke his ribs. And 4 days later, he had to play in Seattle. So I'm really hoping that history does not repeat itself with the ribs part, but it's Tampa Bay, and 4 days later, you've got to play in Seattle. So they had to do this last year. They executed it perfectly. They won both games with relative ease. I know Seattle got within one score late, but they looked really good. And after this, what I would call kind of an invigorating win over the Jags on Sunday, they've got to do it again. I like their chances. Doc Pandia, in about 5 minutes, will update the Steph Curry situation. Let's go to Shay in Annapolis with regard to Brock Purdy. Hey, Shay, what's up?
How y'all doing?
Good.
I got to tell you guys, Brock Purdy has a lot to prove to me. I want to see him win a game when every throw matters, and he has yet to prove that. He's going to have to, because I'm going to tell you something. When you get to the postseason, I do not believe that teams are going to allow Christian McCaffrey to run the football. And I think y'all brought that stat up where Kyle Shanahan is 0-36 when trailing by 8 or more entering the fourth quarter.
Yes.
Now, does that really, really alarm you? Because I'm going to tell you something. Brock Purdy's going to have to make some throws in the postseason, fellas.
He's already done it.
Now, we could, huh?
He's already done it. Like you're asking him to do something he's already done. You started this by saying he needs to win a game where every throw matters. That's one of those sort of cliched type comments that we make when we're watching football. All the throws matter all the time. But if what you mean is you need to see him do it in a big game, I would absolutely argue you already have. You watched him. He played Dallas. He played Seattle from behind. He won those football games. He's the top-rated passer, as it turns out, in the history of the NFL since the merger. And so that does not make him the best quarterback of all time. I'm not saying that, Shay. I guess my Brock Purdy point today is I don't know why we're still asking for stuff. If you're a Niner fan, you're getting unbelievable production at the quarterback position. Does that make him the best? I don't know, and it's irrelevant. You're getting wonderful production, so you shouldn't be jealous of any other team. Do you understand where I'm coming from there?
I'm understanding what you're saying, but I believe when the postseason comes, because this team is going to be either the 2 or the 3 seed. They're not going to be the 1 seed. So he's going to have to take his talents on the road.
Maybe.
The question, I think they dug themselves too much of a hole.
And that's a fine opinion, but it's not a fact.
I believe teams are going to say, we're going to shut Christian McCaffrey down this running game, and they're going to make Brock Purdy beat him. They're going to make Brock Purdy beat whatever team they play. And for God bids, if he does it, no complaints. No complaints. But I remember you said something. I just heard what you said about the Eagles and 49ers. I can't wait for that matchup. I cannot wait for that matchup.
None of us
honestly,
can.
I really believe the Eagles match up dramatically with this team. I really do.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, go ahead, Shay. Finish up.
Because I firmly believe the Eagles' defense, the secondary is not very good, but their front seven is excellent. However, the 49ers don't have anybody on the outside that fears me, that fear anybody. So my question is, can George Kittle be the Gronkowski? Can he elevate his game in the postseason? Because I feel like he's been too inconsistent. What's your take on that?
Yeah, Shay, thanks for calling.
Shay.
Yeah, I don't.
It just depends on, I think, the play calling and, what. I agree with him in terms of they don't have anybody on the outside who really strikes fear down the field, but Brandon Ayuk can, in between the hash marks and the routes he runs and the way Brandon Ayuk is found by Brock Purdy, he's absolutely a threat. But I do agree with what he said about the Eagles' front seven. The front seven for the Eagles is nasty. And I don't know if you can take away Christian McCaffrey completely because of what the Niners do on offense. They move him around. They use Debo in the run game. And you saw it this last weekend against Jacksonville where all of a sudden Debo Samuel's the running back, and you have Christian McCaffrey now as the wideout, and you have Juszczyk, when they flash him into the slot and into the wing position, so he's like a second tight end. They have so many interchangeable pieces that, if healthy, I don't know if you can take anybody away. Now, you can stop them by being, more physical than the Niners' offensive line.
If you win battles.
If you win in the trenches, yes, you can take somebody away, but I don't think you can, by design, just take Christian McCaffrey away.
No, I appreciate your comment. I was thinking the same thing, where sometimes we look at football through baseball lens.
Or even basketball lens, right?
It's like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna intentionally walk Barry Bonds. Well, so I'm not gonna let Barry beat me. Well, in football, you don't get to do that. You can't just say we're going to stop Christian McCaffrey. If you could just say that, then NFL teams would do it every single week. You can't just stop Christian McCaffrey when Trent Williams is blocking for him and he's an elite back. The 49ers are going to try to jam that down the opponent's throat. And some games they will and some games they won't. And can Brock Purdy function when Christian McCaffrey isn't functioning at a high level? He has before. And then there was also the 3-game recency situation where people will argue that it wasn't as good, and that's fine. But I think when we look at this sometimes, there are those of you out there that know, and this is all I would say about it. When the 49ers play, you see Brock do stuff, and you wipe it clean, and then you come back the next week and you go, okay, nice win, but now I want to see him do that. Well, he's not a show pony. The goal is not for him to go do all kinds of different stuff. The goal, in fact, is for him to do the same thing every week and win the game. And he does do a lot of the things that people say you haven't seen him. Like, come on, we started the call with, I'd like to see Brock Purdy win games where every throw matters. I don't know. He played in the playoffs and won 2 games, and then the arm fell off. So, he's played big games, and he's played them very, very well. He torched Dallas on Sunday Night Football. You're getting unbelievable production at quarterback, 49er fans. Unbelievable production at quarterback. Fact. All right, we'll keep going on the calls there, but right now, it's time for Cleared to Play. Take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on the segment and bring in Associate Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya, who is ready to go. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Hey, Doc, what's up?
Good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing great. So, Steph Curry, come on. What'd you see the other night, and what do you think?
When everyone was concerned about the fall, if you watch the video, it looks like he might have twisted his leg a little bit before he fell. And you worry about, obviously they're going to probably get an MRI. You worry if this is maybe a slight MCL injury. Typically when they say, oh, this is a sprain, it's not going to be that big of a deal. You're thinking of maybe a grade 1-ish, maybe 2-ish MCL. So not super concerned. I think it's obviously better to be cautious as the season is very early right now, but would love to hear a little bit more if they do get an MRI and what the actual diagnosis is. But that would be my guess, that it potentially is an MCL and doesn't sound too serious based on the report from Shams.
Well, we saw the sprained MCL years ago when he slipped on Lake Montejunas and his knee kind of semi-caved in. Is the MCL injury one that can be recurring? And if so, does the severity and the return to play become more elongated based on re-injury?
It absolutely does, yeah. When that ligament basically has stretched out and you don't get surgery, we know that there's some scar that is basically in that ligament, and there's some degree of stretching. You're more susceptible to have a secondary injury to that. So given the fact that if that ends up being the same thing and that's the area that's injured, you may potentially wait a little bit longer in terms of getting him back, because the last thing you want is the ligament stretches more, and then he goes back too early when that ligament isn't fully healed, and then you worry about it becoming a grade 3, which is then several weeks out, as opposed to kind of nipping in the bud early and keeping it something that could only be 7 to 10 days.
Doc, Trent Williams played through ankle injuries a couple of times in the past, and it didn't work out so well. This time it did. What did you see with regard to his play? Why do you think it was different?
I think, the things you look for is number one, was his agility good? He looked great. Number two, was he able to generate power? And I think potentially what they did this time was be a little bit more cautious in terms of getting him back. And even though maybe potentially a while back with a regular low ankle sprain, you'd be like, look, let's get you right back in right away. As opposed to this time, they're like, look, this is potentially a low ankle sprain, and you have this history of a high ankle sprain. Let's give you that extra time to make sure that your ankle is totally feeling stable, and you can do the things you need to do on the football field effectively. So whatever they did clearly worked out. You couldn't tell at all that he had an ankle injury. He was playing just like the Trent Williams that we've known. So very positive, and maybe it was a little bit more caution in terms of how they brought him back into the fold over the past couple of weeks.
And Deebo Samuel looked pretty spry with the shoulder injury, and turns out he also had a little bit of a knee issue that benefited by his time out based on the shoulder. Did you see him shying away from contact or anything else that you could perceive him coming back from injury?
Not at all. I mean, you would have no idea that he had this hairline fracture in his shoulder. Didn't seem to be shying away from contact. Clearly was able to catch the ball and be impactful. So, yeah, pretty remarkable. Demonstrates how every fracture is different, and particularly if it's not in a very critical area. But you'd have no idea based on how he played and how he looked that there was any issue going on with the shoulder, which bodes well as the season goes on.
Doc Pandia with us. Hey, Doc, I want to apologize for my language right now, but Aaron Rodgers apparently says he's returning next month. What the F? Like, what the hell? What the hell is going on?
Yeah, all orthopedic surgeons are talking about this right now, and they're like, what did he get done? But I think really what you're looking at is if you look at when, tendons will heal, we know that pretty predictably at 3 months, which would be in that December timeframe he's coming to come back, the tendon's going to be healed. The question is, what's the risk of it tearing again, which is probably pretty high at 3 months, no matter what techniques you use and kind of what things you're putting in there. And then number two, which I think is a bigger question, is has he regained the strength everywhere else in his body? And, is he going to be effective? Is he going to injure something else? So could he potentially come back and play? I mean, yeah, he could get back on the field. Is he going to be effective? Probably not. And as he gets out there, is there a very high risk he could re-injure that again with, 39-year-old tissue? Absolutely very high. So I think a lot of this is a little bit of smokescreen, a little bit of kind of social media creating, kind of controversy up in the air. He was just running, I think the report was 50% weight on a treadmill. So you can imagine you're going to go from running 50% of your body weight to playing in a month. Probably not going to work out too well. But, if an athlete understands the risks, they may go out there but I don't think the performance will be necessarily that good, particularly for the Jets.
Has there been an accelerated evolution in terms of the repair of the Achilles tendon, or is this maybe just an outlier in terms of a guy trying to push his way through what has been garden variety rehab and reconstruction?
Yeah, I think that the two big advances have been, the incisions that they use for Achilles surgery are much smaller. So what that means is that there's less disruption of the blood flow and everything you need to heal that Achilles. So I think number one, that's kind of helped. Number two, how they're actually sewing it together. You can actually push rehab a little bit more. And I think Cam Akers is a realistic example, even though he tore the other side, of how you can push that rehab and potentially be back at 6 months so you don't have as much secondary muscle issue. And then third, after that, the only thing we don't know, because no one said how bad his tear was this potentially not a full tear? Was this a partial tear? Are there things about his case in particular that allow him to be this more aggressive in his rehab? So a lot of different factors, but, they haven't necessarily advanced scientifically that much. The rehab's pushed a little bit more, but it's still sewing together a tendon that is torn at the end of the day.
Hey, Doc, going back to the Warriors real quick, what do you think physically could potentially be going on with Andrew Wiggins, if anything?
Yeah, that's obviously a lot of people are questioning what's going on with this play. I mean, when you look at that costal cartilage, that rib cartilage injury that he had, in general, if you look at all of them, sometimes they take 8 to 12 weeks to fully heal, but sometimes that healing process can take up to 6 months. And that doesn't necessarily mean that an athlete is not out being able to play, but how does that impact his conditioning and training, over the summer? Was he not able to kind of necessarily train at the intensity he could because he was potentially having pain there? Or is that making him shy away from contact or do more explosive activities? So if you look kind of at his injury history, you wouldn't necessarily think the adductor issue that he had because he came back and played with that would be the issue. But that rib injury happened right at the end of the season, and he's still within that 6-month time frame for what you may potentially see with certain athletes. So that potentially could be something that limited his ability to get the training he needed to be effective, similar to what happened to Klay last year, where he didn't have that offseason in the first part of the season. There was a lot of struggle.
That's really interesting. That's something to keep an eye on for sure. Doc, great stuff as always. We'll talk to you next week.
Yep. Take care, guys. Yep.
Okay, there he is. Doc Pandia, the proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. As long as Andrew keeps playing like this, there's going to be a lot of us like throwing out all kinds of different possibilities. There's another one.
The other one being possibly he's injured.
That he's still dealing with the rib cartilage injury.
Yeah. And that's one that's always difficult for me because I feel like if you are out there playing, then you are healthy enough to play. And if you're healthy enough to play, then whatever you do when you're playing goes on your record because you're out there playing.
Well,
and this to me, goes back to the Brock Purdy. Everyone, many people are saying, oh, well, he was concussed. So those 2 interceptions that he threw, those don't necessarily count because he was concussed, but he played.
But no one's trying to excuse
it.
No one's trying to excuse it. We're looking for potential optimism that it'll get better.
Right. I wonder. I was going to ask the doc about how that gets better. Like, can it get better while you're still playing?
Well, I mean, he's 6 months. 6 months. I mean, time is going to heal. Could that slow the healing? I guess. But yeah, 6 months. If we're still in that window, I don't know that has anything to do with what's going on. But if we're looking for a light at the end of the tunnel, that could be one of them. That's actually a positive. I know a lot of people's brains are like, what's going on off the court or what's going on with his mental health.
Right.
This is something that could provide actual optimism that it will get better, which is what the team keeps putting out there. 888-957-957. Let's go to Jaime, San Carlos. Hey, Jaime, what's going on?
What's up, guys? First time caller. Okay, so I got just 2 quick things. All right, Purdy has been. I mean, I'm still in the camp where I think he still needs to maybe season a little bit more because once they take that run game away, he hasn't been able to really put the team on its back and go. But hold on. I'm
allowed to laugh. I'm allowed to laugh. Go ahead.
It just, from what I see, because of the lack of arm strength, every throw's got to be perfect. If he's a little bit off, that's where he gets in trouble and gets picked. But he's been doing good so far with the throws and when that run game is going. Okay? Once playoff time comes, they're going to take the run away. They're going to stack that box, sort of like the Chiefs did versus Jimmy G in the Super Bowl.
So why'd he score so many points against Seattle last year in the playoffs? Why? Like I'll never.
Willard.
Yeah.
They ran for 200 or like 180 yards,
and he threw for a bunch of yards also. Right. That's the goal is to play really, really good football. All of it is always complimentary. Jaime, thank you. I'll never understand. Why are we so obsessed with Brock putting the team on his back by himself? Can someone answer that for me? Why are we so obsessed with that? It doesn't matter until Brock does it all by himself. Why? Who does that? Why do we ask for that? That's not how football usually works. It's like we're all waiting for some epic performance all by himself. Comp that for me. Who does that?
Yeah, almost nobody.
Who won the Super Bowl where they were like, it was amazing. All the other players left.
Right.
And then the quarterback just went, I got this. What are we waiting for? He's the top-rated quarterback in the league.
Right. People are waiting for him to have that big, big game like Dak Prescott had this last weekend. What Dak did against the Giants, and he threw for, 406 and 4 touchdowns, and he ran for another one.
Against the Giants, yeah.
Right. That's what people are waiting for.
All right, we can keep reacting to this. More calls coming up. Fall brings the best weather, breathtaking views, and amazing sunsets to Bodega Bay. Come enjoy it all in at the Tides with the Fall Midweek Special now through November 26th. Rooms starting at just $279. Book your escape now in at thetides.com. It's Willard and Dibs.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids.
9570 is the number. The Warriors, of course, back in action tonight. Warriors Live, 7 p.m., brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity 10G network made for streaming live sports. How about Dave in San Jose? Hey, Dave, you're on with Willie and Dibby. What you doing?
How you doing, guys?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. Rolling through South San Jose. I'm actually from Santa Clara. Raiders fan. I can't hate on the 49ers anymore since they're playing in my city, and they're playing such excellent defense. And I'm just calling to say that is totally unfounded criticism of your quarterback, Purdy. And I just like to ask the callers, maybe Willard, what else do you want? What else would you suggest? Going to Darnold right now? There are only so many human beings on planet Earth that could play that position, and he's one of the best.
Yeah.
And maybe Raiders fans, maybe we're like overly optimistic, but you guys are just some Niners fans, San Francisco 49ers fans. I call them the Santa Clara 49ers now. They're just so willing to throw your guys under the bus just like that. Just amazing.
Yeah, for a quarterback who's won almost every one of his games. I mean, all but 3 regular season and 1 playoff game. He's won every other game he's played. And yet, for many people, it's not good enough because he can't do it against defenses that are facing him. And thank you for the breakdown, Lucas. I couldn't have discerned that without you.
No, it's interesting. It is interesting that people want Brock to put the team on his back. We're not satisfied until then.
And I don't really know what that means.
I don't either, especially in football, but I would argue that teams that do have a player that has to put the rest of the team on his back, those teams are not beloved. That's considered a problem. Let me think if I can think of one. Let's see. Can I find an example of a team that only has one player who's performing well and the rest of them are all being dragged along? Let me think. Oh, right, the Warriors. And we've spent all day talking about what the hell are we going to do because you can't find another good player on the team. Steph needs help. The greatest player who's ever worn a Warrior jersey, quote, needs help. But none of you want to say that about Brock Purdy. Boy, if you say Brock Purdy needs help, you are ripping the man. You are ripping him. Stop the obsession with Brock Purdy putting the team on his back. You're getting unbelievable production at the quarterback position. This is a fact. And I'm done with whether he's Mahomes, Allen, or it's ridiculous to put him in the same sentence. I don't care. I don't care if he's not as good as Mahomes. It's completely irrelevant. The 49ers are getting everything they need from the quarterback position. Give me an example, by the way, of when Joe Montana, quote unquote, put the team on his back. What's the game that stands out as the signature moment in his career?
Yeah, I'd have to look through all the games, but it strikes me that he usually had a pretty good supporting cast around him and a good defense.
He did.
I think about Lamar Jackson as a guy who, quote, puts his team on his back. And even at that, he's not doing it at the same level that he used to. He's actually spreading the ball around more, and he's not the leading rusher on his team anymore. That's Gus Edwards. And they've become a more balanced team. And as a result, they're a better team than the Lamar Jackson that we normally would see. And even Patrick Mahomes, we talk about him as the gold standard for putting his team on his back. And he makes plays as a quarterback, and he does a lot at quarterback. But they've got a good run game, and they have a better defense than they've ever had with Andy Reid as the head coach.
Yeah. Remember the game? Remember the catch? Remember the catch with Joe Montana?
Yeah.
I know
they turned it over 6 times in that game.
Right. He threw 3 picks in that game.
And they fumbled 3 times.
And the 49ers ran the ball at 4.1 yards per carry. That idiot Montana needed Lenville Elliott to rush at 4.8 yards a carry. Without him, I don't know what the hell he would have done. I don't know what he would have done. You got to be allowed to make a mistake. What an odd obsession. He threw picks. Right. He threw picks. I hate to do this. Here we go again. He's going to throw more. He not done. There's more where that comes from. He will not end the year with 5 picks. I'm going to say it right now. And what will we do? Will it be Darnold time?
Lock that up.
Is it going to be Darnold time if he throws another one? Because I've had it. I've had it with all the picks.
Have you had it, Mark?
I've had it up to here.
What about the fumbles?
I've had it.
Like, that's what you should be more upset by.
I'm furious. Now, forget that there's way more touchdowns than all that stuff. Forget those.
3-to-1 ratio.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about those. I've had it.
Russell Wilson has a better ratio.
I've had it.
Stroud has a better ratio.
Stroud's got a better ratio.
Herbert's got a better ratio.
Right. You know what they don't have?
Baker Mayfield has a better ratio.
Does he?
That's close. 14-5, not 15-5.
Okay, so no, he has a worse ratio.
Yeah.
but whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever. You know what those guys don't have as many of? They don't have wins.
Right.
Dave in Pleasanton next. Hi, Dave. What's up? You're on with Willie and Dibby.
I'm getting sick and tired of all this Brock Purdy talk. Look, I am a Jimmy hater and a Trey Lance supporter, but when it comes to Brock Purdy, we need to just let him do what he's doing. We finally have a quarterback that's willing to take chances. We haven't had that in years. We had Mr. Game Manager Jimmy Garoppolo that just threw interceptions just because he's Jimmy Garoppolo. And now we're worried about somebody whose interception to touchdown ratio is completely better than Jimmy. And it would be better if we didn't have Christian McCaffrey inside the 10. We just hand him the ball, he gets the touchdown. So people just need to knock it off. Dude is a great quarterback, plain and simple. If you can't tell that he's a great quarterback from that play where he threw to Kittle when he was basically getting smacked in the mouth.
Yep.
And threw the perfect ball. There's 25 other quarterbacks that could not have made that throw in the NFL. And so people need to knock it off. That's all I got. Thank you.
Yeah, Dave, thanks. He calls it the Brock Purdy debate. I'm not sick of the debate. I'm totally confused at why it even exists. Why would there be a debate?
Well, there is no debate.
Yeah,
I don't know why we feel like there is a debate, and I take my cues from the people who actually make these decisions, and there's no debate.
Yeah.
Like, Kyle Shanahan has been unwavering ever since, May, when it looked like Brock Purdy's surgery went well and that he was on track to be healthy again. He has not wavered in terms of QB1, and then he's gone out and he's won 6 of the first 9, and he's number 1 in quarterback rating. He's number 1 in QBR. All the metrics you want to look at, he's been excellent. Yeah, he's made mistakes, sure. And that last caller made a great point about the George Kittle touchdown pass. And you see Kyle Shanahan fist bump when Kittle catches it at the 38-yard line, knowing that it was a great play call, yes, and it was a great execution. Brock Purdy hung in there and delivered the ball, and it was a touchdown. And there is no debate. There's no discussion about QB1 now or in 2024. There is no discussion. Yeah. So sometimes it wears me out a little bit that we, in our position here, we continue to allow this to be a thing because it's not a thing. And Brock Purdy's the guy, and you can either think that Brock Purdy is really, really good, that the stats and the record and the eye test would tell you that Brock Purdy's a good quarterback. He's shown you he's a good quarterback. He's made me a believer. And if you are not a believer, then you're either a hater or you're not watching football, because Brock Purdy, he's not perfect. No one is. But he's been very, very good for a team that has won a lot of games. So I don't know where the whole idea of a debate, there's not a controversy, there's no debate, there's no anything.
But there's plenty of people who still see it a very, very different way. They call this show every single day.
I know. I sit here and I shake my head because I don't understand. I don't understand why you think that. Like,
I don't either.
What is it about you, the individual, that thinks that this is a thing? Now, you can think that we overhype him, fine. You can think he's not an MVP candidate, sure.
Fine.
You can think he's a system quarterback, whatever. He is their starting quarterback, and he will be next year, and they are really good. That, to me, is the conversation.
And he is effectively doing his job at an incredibly high level, almost an historic level, if you want to look at it through stats. I don't usually look at it just through stats.
Right.
But those are there if you want them. And you're welcome to take a big bite. Like that's out there for you if you want. I wonder if those of you who see it that way, if you're aware of the unwinnable conversation that you create. I wonder if you're aware. Now, you can have your opinion. You can do whatever you want. But just realize that this is where you're going. When it goes well, you say, well, that's because of all of his teammates. But then, conversely, you'll say, we need to see this guy be able to put the team on his back.
Right.
Which means you're saying that when all of his teammates don't play well, then that's his fault. So play well, teammates get credit. Teammates play poorly, your fault. In other words, when the run game isn't working and the defense doesn't play well, if you don't go out there and save all of their butts, that's your fault, and you're therefore not a good quarterback. You have created a scenario where there is 0 win for Brock. You either save everyone's bacon, or if it goes well, you don't get any credit for it. You've created a lane in which no one can exist as a quarterback.
And that's the part that I don't really get, because we all talk about how the quarterback is the most important player on this team or any team in all of sports. The quarterback is that guy. So he gets all the credit and he gets all the blame. So when you go out there and you have a game like he did against Jacksonville, he should be given all the credit for the win. Yet, we come in and we talk about how the defense was nasty and they had 5 sacks, and that's all true. But Brock Purdy himself had a pretty good game. He made all the throws he needed to make. He made no real mistake in the football game, and he was great. The offense was dominant, but he doesn't get the same amount of credit.
Yeah, it's a head scratcher. Matt in Oakland, next up, Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Matt, what are you doing?
Hey, first time, long time. I want to talk about metric arm strength.
Okay.
Right? We talk about Brock Purdy and how he's not able to throw the ball as well as some of the other quarterbacks. Did we not just watch Josh Allen go 15-26 for 177 yards and throw 2 picks? He's considered by most having the strongest arm in the league. So why are we still concerned with arm strength and Purdy? It makes no sense.
Another good question. And here's another thing. Not only can you debunk the whole idea of arm strength is everything in the NFL, I'd love someone to prove to me, show me when arm strength was even a problem on any one Brock Purdy throw. Call up. What was the throw where you were like, oof, arm strength got him there? When did it happen? I saw him not be able to step into a throw to George Kittle this week that he dropped in a bucket for a 66-yard touchdown. When has arm strength been a problem? Or are you just deciding because he looks slight in nature and the ball does not come out howitzer level like Mahomes and Allen? So what? When has that been not just a thing in the NFL? When's the throw where you're like, damn, that drive would have went right well if Brock had some arm strength?
Well, the counterpoint would be, and this has been a little bit different since Jimmy G's been gone, but the Niners don't throw the ball outside the numbers a lot. And that's where you really need arm strength. Now, they throw it outside the numbers more than they used to, and I'm talking outside the numbers running like an out route where you've got a receiver who runs down the hash mark and breaks it out to the sideline. That's where you need a, quote, big arm. They don't run a lot of those routes. Now, to your point, has there been a time where they've run that route and Brock Purdy's been unable to get the ball out there in time with enough velocity? I can't recall a lot of those throws. And just because they don't run a lot of those routes doesn't mean that he can't do it. It's the Shanahan offense. They don't do that by design. They run a lot of screens, throws to the flats, and balls down the middle. They run Brandon Ayuk down the middle. They like to run George Kittle down the middle. They run a lot of wheel routes, which are not your typical out routes. Does that mean he doesn't have a big arm? No, just because they don't necessarily throw those passes or run those routes. And I think the whole idea of a big arm is something that we lean on as a quality that isn't necessarily that important based on whatever offense you run.
Well, I mean, it's the same thing we do with oh my gosh, you need to be able to, as a quarterback, you need to be able to run like Lamar. Like, remember the whole, oh my gosh, they got Trey Lance because he's going to run like Lamar.
Or even a receiver running the 4-3.
Yeah.
It's like
Jerry Rice, didn't.
Yeah.
He's the best of all time.
Exactly. And it just depends on your offense. The Shanahan offense is not predicated on, and we've talked about this a lot, personnel-wise. They don't go 4 wide receivers ever, and they don't run a lot of out-breaking routes. They run a lot of stuff in the middle, a lot of crossers, a lot of underneath, a lot of screens and throws to the flat. And for those routes, you don't really need a big arm.
This is a total aside, just because Josh Allen's name just came up. I want you to know if you think I'm a total idiot here. So, you know that wacky 2-quarterback fantasy league that I'm in?
Yeah.
And it's -6 for any turnover.
Oh, geez.
So imagine Josh Allen on a night like last night, -6 for any turnover. But obviously throws a lot of touchdowns and a lot of yards as well. A guy for the last 2 weeks has been trying to trade Josh Allen to me. And the offer keeps getting lower. Like, he came back last night. For 2 weeks, he's like, you give me Goff and a receiver. And I was like, nope. Last night he came back to me and goes, straight up, Allen for Goff. What would you have done?
That's going to be a no from me, dog.
That's what I said too, and I couldn't figure out why I was saying that, because Allen is still the top scoring player in all of fantasy in this league.
Allen's got 100 more yards than Goff.
Yep.
And he's got 5 more touchdowns than Goff, 6 more picks than Goff.
Right. Goff's already had his bye week. Josh has not.
Good point.
Josh has got a much harder schedule. Goff gets to play a bunch of Packers and Bears and all this.
Good point.
And so I looked at it and I went, I think I'm a moron, but no. I won't even do Goff for Allen straight up. He's like the number 1 pick in the draft in this league. It was wild. I can't believe I'm saying this, but no.
Yeah. Wow. Goff is 8th in quarterback rating. Allen is 12th.
Yeah.
Just on quarterback rating, which is not fantasy football.
That's a yes from me, Doug.
Yeah, Grandy's voting
Guys
yes.
in the other room think I should have done it.
Well, and I actually
I can go back to him. I could probably still get him.
I like the way Detroit is approaching offense as opposed to the Bills.
Same.
And, the Bills are, and maybe I have PTSD from last night's losing wager, but the Bills are not as wide open as they used to be.
Well, they just fired their coordinator.
Exactly.
So
Ken Dorsey.
Who knows what they're going to do.
Shout out Miramani and Arinda.
Let's go to Tom in Palo Alto. Hi, Tom. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. I'm just waiting at the airport. I just want to say this. Love your show. You guys are awesome. You crack me up every single day.
Thank you, Tom.
On top of that, here's what I think. All the pundits, Stephen A. Smith, Kyle Hurd, and all these East Coast biasness, the reason why they can't stand the fact that Purdy is so good is because he's proven the fact that every measuring statistic that you use to take a quarterback in the first round is wrong. Purdy is taken in the 7th round, and he processes way faster than any of the 32 quarterbacks out there. If you took a survey today and you said, hey, let's say hypothetically, we'll trade Brock Purdy, I guarantee you all the pundits and all the other teams will probably take the Niners on the offer.
I don't agree with that, Tom. I think you what you're eliminating there is circumstance and setting, if you will. You've heard, for instance, Kurt Warner come on this show last week and say every quarterback is a system quarterback.
Right.
What you want to do as an NFL team is have a system that you like to run that's going to be successful, and then find a quarterback who runs it well. It's not as simple as we like to make it. We get good quarterback, we win games. It's not like that. There are guys who can succeed in one system, may not be as good in another. It was interesting. I saw somebody tweet at Richard Sherman last night and go, man, if you know what Josh Allen needs? Josh Allen needs to go to Kyle Shanahan. And Sherman was like, he goes, actually, I don't think that would work very well. And I was like, I wanted to hear more why, and he didn't really expand on it. But my bet is because Josh is like the king of improvisation. He's all over the place. He's running the ball.
Right.
He's buying time. He's hucking thing into windows. He would drive Shanahan absolutely through the roof.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's a good fit. So I'm not here to tell you Purdy is Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes. Talent-wise, he's not.
No.
I'm here to tell you he's the right guy for this job, and they're producing.
This system, yeah.
Yes, they're producing at a high level. So why are we poking around for something else? You got a good relationship. Stay in it. Stay in it.
Yeah.
Stop getting wooed by the girl that walks down the street in a short skirt. You're in a great relationship. Shut up and enjoy it.
Brock Purdy is 26th in the league in pass attempts, and he's number 1 in quarterback rating, which tells me that he fits the system very well. Josh Allen is number 2 in attempts this year, and he's number 1 in interceptions. And to your point about Kyle Shanahan, the one thing that we know he can't stand more than anything else is the turnover. And Josh Allen is 12th in quarterback rating. A lot of yards, a lot of touchdowns, a lot of interceptions. It's a risk-reward offense with Josh Allen at the helm. Brock Purdy is not asked to do a lot, but when he is asked to throw the ball, he's accurate. He doesn't make a lot of mistakes in terms of turnovers. He's thrown 5 interceptions. One of them was a ghastly one at 1st and goal from the 8, and then his very next pass was a telegraph throw, back-to-back terrible picks, but by and large, he's efficient. He protects the ball. He runs the system, and they win.
15-5. You take it every time. You take it every time. 15 touchdowns.
You even look at like touchdown percentage. The percentage of his throws that are touchdowns, that to me is a more accurate number. He's number 4 in football in touchdown percentage.
Touchdown percentage? I thought that number we talked about earlier was that since the merger, he's number 1 all time.
In touchdown percentage?
Yeah.
Maybe that is accounting for last year. This year, he's number 4 in touchdown percentage.
Yeah.
Russell Wilson is 1, then Justin Fields.
That's surprising.
Then Tua, then Purdy.
Those number 1 and number 2 are surprising. That's a little surprising.
Russell Wilson's having a pretty good year.
It's okay. Justin Fields is the surprising one.
Right. Well, he's only played 6 games.
Yeah, exactly.
162 throws, 11 touchdowns.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Definitely some more of you on the board here that want to talk this out. We'll keep doing it. Some Warrior stuff as well as we get closer to the game. And our conversation with Peter King is around the corner as well. 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs.
Tune in to 95.7.
I've played this game. I've coached this game.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That made me laugh, yes. I've played this game. I've coached this game.
Great drop.
He actually sounded a little bit like Lewis Black. He had a little bit of Lewis Black in him.
I've played this game. I've coached this game.
And Lewis, by the way, I just saw this on Twitter like 2 minutes ago. He announced he's done touring forever.
That's it?
That's it. It's a wrap.
Man.
As Priest would say.
Yes.
It's a wrap. It's over. Nothing is over until we decide it
Totally.
is. Okay? I've played this game. I've coached this game.
I've played this game. I've coached this game.
That's very funny. Warriors T-Wolves tonight at 7. No one will score for the Warriors. They've got no one good playing. But Warriors Live is still happening. We got good people playing. We got JD. And that starts at 6 when we're done. He's live tonight from Ballast Point Brewing Company right across the street from Chase Center. So if you're headed to the game tonight, stop by Ballast Point Brewing Company to see JD. And while you're there, say hello to Dibs' backdrop, who got stolen right in the middle of this show.
They stole it from me.
So they could take it over to Ballast Point.
Oh.
I couldn't believe it. Look at Dibs. Look at you on YouTube with just a big, like curtain behind you.
A little bit of an unsettling moment, too, because you go to break and the boss comes in and he beelines right for me. And all I could think of is this a Dan day? Because Dan days usually mean I'm getting called in the office and I'm getting ripped. And as he's walking over, I'm thinking, I thought I had a pretty good segment. I've had a pretty good show. It's been a good 2 or 3 months. I haven't pissed off my partner. We haven't gotten in a shouting match. And,
that you know of.
Well, and that's why. And he comes right over to me. I'm like, did Mark snitch on me again? Dibs is being too harsh on my Brock Purdy take. And he walks right by me and he goes, oh, look. Don't look behind you.
Don't look.
I got to take your backdrop. Sorry.
Well, it is also unsettling when
very
the boss,
unsettling.
Not just you took it personal.
He came right toward me.
I know, but I went bigger picture. When they start cleaning things out behind you in the middle of the show, you're like, is the show over? Are we done?
Go on.
Did Odyssey fold?
Oh boy.
I don't think so. No.
Yeah. I got too real.
We just got here. Where are you going? So luckily, the backdrop behind me is still here, just evidence that we may be here again tomorrow.
Yes,
that's.
Go to Ballast Point, say hi to JD, and you can drink one of my. It's on my Mount Rushmore of beers. The Grapefruit Sculpin, very good beer.
Hey,
it's a good. It's kind of not super fruity.
Sounds like a tropical fish.
It's a solid IPA.
The Grapefruit Sculpin.
Yes, or you can just get the Sculpin. They have the Grapefruit Sculpin. They have the Sculpin. It's an IPA. Ballast Point, one of the great breweries. Tell them Dibs sent you.
Okay. I do know that going to bars around the Bay Area and telling them that Dibs sent you works. It does. I've tried it.
Sadly.
Pat on the Bay Bridge. He's out on the Bay Bridge going, Dibs sent me. Hey, Pat, what are you doing?
Well, I actually just got off the Bay Bridge. I did the conga line part of the whole commute. Then we did the slow dance section, and then finally got into fourth gear, and now I'm just getting off. So, but anyway, I just want to pipe in about this Brock Purdy criticism. I'm a Raider fan and grew up in Oakland, so remember the '70s and all that. But just a little thing here. Rich Gannon, I don't think he could throw it more than 12 yards, and it was a wobbling duck. He threw checkout downs to fucking Poop. I did it. Sorry.
Boop. Yep.
Why are you whopping me?
Stop whopping people.
Stop whopping me. Thank you.
Yep, I get it.
It's good screening.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, that very stop whopping me voice is going to be joining me next week because you got yourself like a stretch 9 coming up, right?
Well, dude, it's Thanksgiving. I'm out.
Well,
I'm out.
You're out for 3, and I've been told today I got 3 different partners, including on Wednesday.
I didn't know you were working next week.
Yeah, I'm working Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Look at you.
Well, it's because I took the Niner bye week off. Which was, I guess, last week. I did that kind of an odd Tuesday to Wednesday or Wednesday to Tuesday or whatever. And so I thought I'll work the 3 days leading up to Thanksgiving. And I got the call today. Look.
Yeah.
You have a minute? And so I have 3 different partners, including Stop Whopping Me,
Stop
Larry
Whopping
Krueger,
Me.
next Wednesday.
Yeah, no, I like you.
He's trying to buy time so we can go back to the phones. Back to the F-bombs.
Stop whopping me.
Stop Whopping Me next Wednesday.
Very well played. Yeah, the kids are out of school. So, and by the way, not that anybody cares about this, but I'm not hosting, but my uncle here in Petaluma is. So the whole kit and caboodle, the Willards, the Vaqueros, that's my sister, everybody's coming up. Everybody's coming. So I'm like,
Paulo Vaquero?
I can't work. No, he's nowhere near that athletic, but we might golf. We're actually going to fish. We're going to go fish for rainbow scalping.
Okay.
But,
in the Petaluma River?
No, we'll probably go up to Bon Tempe, toss a couple in the water.
Good.
See what we can do.
Yeah, Rooster Run, nice golf course. Not too difficult.
Yeah.
You get there early in the day, beat the wind.
I think we're going to get up to Northwood.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Play 9 in Northwood.
Let's get 9 in at Northwood.
Tell him Butcher sent you. We've got a cabin up there.
I might just yell at Butcher. I'm sure he'll be there.
Seriously.
Hey, Butcher. 9th green, right? No, 1st green. Anyway, I forget. Lar in San Francisco. Hey, Lar, what's going on?
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Oh, hey. Yeah, so, hey, Mark, hey, Willard, hey, dudes. So, man, you know what? I got to say this about Brock Purdy. That's my dude, man. All he's doing is killing it.
No, that's my dude. You can't have him. That's my dude, Lar.
Okay. Well, let's just share it.
All right.
You know what? This is what I come to this conclusion, man. The same people who say they haven't seen enough out of Brock Purdy are already calling C.J. Stroud an MVP.
It's a great point.
Phenom.
Great.
It is. It's a great point. It's a great point. Like people go, hey, small sample size, and then C.J. Stroud was 3-4, but was putting up stats and winning people fantasy games, and everyone went future star. But that's because he's the second pick in the draft, Lar. It's draftism. We know this.
Yeah, you know, I was saying, I was telling this one cat, back to winning.
I mean, I think that we, and Lar, thanks. I think that we will get to a point this season where people can look back on the 3-game losing streak. I always stop when it's like, it was a good thing. No. Like, win the games. So it's not better than wins, but what can you draw from it? And did it kill you?
Yeah.
Well,
they learned their lesson, Mark. We know that.
But we don't know. We're not going to know yet what the net result of those 3 losses are. It's possible they lost the 1 seed right there. It's possible.
Yeah.
It's possible they didn't, and it's a wonderful learning lesson, and off we go into the sunset, and the Niners win the Super Bowl.
It's possible they lost the 1 seed and lost their chance to go to the Super Bowl, which is what happened last year. They lost the 1 seed. They had to go to Philadelphia, and Philadelphia came out and knocked you out of the playoffs in a very violent fashion. And you can ask Bonte and Joe from the Morning Roast about how hostile that crowd was on that January afternoon in Philadelphia. And I'm sure the team doesn't want to have a repeat visit to Philadelphia. They're already going there in early December.
Yep.
I don't think they want to go there in January.
Well, if they go there in January, it means they made the NFC title game. So I don't think that's
most likely. Unless it's a 2-3 matchup in the divisional round.
They could have lost the division. I know no one even acknowledges that right now, but the Seahawks are right there with the exact same record.
True.
So maybe these 3 losses, if the Niners lose on Thanksgiving Day, you could argue that these 3 losses were incredibly damaging, more than we realized. So I don't know which way it's going to go. I do think it is important to remember, go back and again, I don't want to trumpet stats because they don't tell the whole story. But when we go, we're glossing over these 3 games. Well, Purdy played bad.
He played really well.
No, he didn't. He had some bad results, and he made some very poor decisions in the 4th quarter. And we can go through each interception and pull apart whether it was bad interception, an understandable interception. Like, for example, the last pick against Minnesota, that's not the same to me as the first pick against Cincinnati. Like, there's 30 seconds left to go in the game. You're forcing the ball into pass coverage. A lot of those balls are going to get picked. Like that's what happens. It's not to excuse it, but like he plays against the Cincinnati Bengals. He has 2 picks. They were bad picks. The tail of his tape is 22 of 31 for 365 yards, a touchdown, and 57 yards rushing.
Yeah.
And
again, if you want to play the stats game,
I don't. But
thank God, because that 361 is grotesquely overinflated by the last 2 drives where he got 110 of his 361.
No doubt.
And if you look at the last 2 throws of the game, I think those last 2 accounted for like 85 of that 361.
I don't know if it was that much, but there was a
damn
chunk.
near, because you had Ray went for like 45 on the last play, and there actually was a penalty on the Niners that Cincinnati just declined because the game was over.
Point is, and in the Minnesota game, 21 of 30 for 272 and 19 yards rushing. And I actually thought in the first 3 quarters of that game, dude was balling.
Yeah.
So there's no escaping his decisions late. I don't think we should move forward with Brock Purdy was terrible for 3 weeks. He wasn't.
No, he led them to a field goal winning position against Cleveland.
There's another great point.
I mean, when's
he going to bring you back? He did.
He led them to the 25-yard line, right? It was a 42, 41 yarder.
Even closer. Yeah.
It was outside of 40, I know, because that's where he's had his misses. But
23-yard line.
Let's say he got to the 23, 24-yard line. Here you go, kicker. Make a kick. Make a kick that is an 85 to 87% certainty, and he missed it. So, yes, Brock Purdy led you to that spot. And Minnesota, you're right, and not all interceptions are created equally. And he had one last year that he threw up for grabs at the end of a half because it was the last play of a half.
So
and it's why not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So stats do lie, and those numbers he had against Cincinnati were grotesquely padded, and the 2 picks that he threw were ghastly. And that was the game where I think you could look at it and say, well, he didn't lose the game for him, but he didn't play very well in that game.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Love looking at all your comments on YouTube, on the Comcast Business text line today as well. Your calls, our conversation with Peter King is about 6 or 7 minutes away. I agree with what you just said there. And I would just, for me, let's evolve to this. If I were king for a day, let's evolve to the point where we can look at this 49er team and say this. I don't know what's going to happen health-wise the rest of the way. That's true for all teams. And everybody's got key players that you sort of kind of can't afford to lose. But if the Niners are healthy at the end of all of this, I would argue they have everything they need. They're not perfect at every position. Maybe they're not perfect at any position. They're kind of perfect at left tackle. But maybe they're not perfect at any position. But the idea that we continue to pull apart each player, talk about what they don't do. Nick Bosa doesn't have TJ Watt's sack total, and he's not going to be DPOY this year.
No, he's not.
Okay. What else you got? Well, Hufanga overcommits sometimes. That's true. And that secondary, I don't love them. Right. You didn't love the secondary the year before the Niners went to the Super Bowl either, and it was the same group that came back and had an epic year because suddenly their pass rush was really good.
Deebo Samuel doesn't run good routes.
There you go. And Deebo's too physical, and Brandon doesn't get downfield, and George Kittle, I don't know, what do you want to say about George? George blocks, he's too into block. They don't loosen up George and throw to him enough, and Brock can't put the team on his back.
McCaffrey missed a couple of pickups this pack. I don't know if you saw that, Mark. I watched it a third time. McCaffrey missed some blitz pickups now.
How about his red zone fumbles? So
inexcusable.
I would argue the Niners have everything they need, and that includes their quarterback. So if that's the case, can we evolve to, I don't care if he's as good as Patrick. I don't care. I don't care if he's as good as Josh. Someone argued on Twitter just last week, 32 out of 32 GMs would take C.J. Stroud over Brock. Maybe. I don't really agree with that, but who cares? I don't care who he's as good as. I don't care if you're comfortable with the word elite. I don't care if he's on your Power 5, on your big board. The 49ers have plenty at quarterback. That's the way I'd like to say it. I don't know if he's 5, 6, 7, 8, or 11. They have plenty.
21, according to the Ringer.
Sweet. Thanks, Steve.
You're welcome. Fresh rankings tomorrow.
They have plenty at quarterback, and I'd love to hear someone argue me against that idea. They've got plenty at quarterback, and your argument back cannot include, but I haven't seen him put the team on his back by himself. You're right. You also haven't seen any other quarterback ever do that, because that's not how it works. Even your cockamamie Patrick Mahomes had no Tyreek Hill argument, which is incorrect. There's still a team that has wonderful weapons, starting with the best receiving tight end in football, a very, very effective offensive line, an improving defense. Like, the Chiefs are a good football team.
Right.
And in fact, you can look at their 7-2 record right now, dive into the numbers. Patrick Mahomes has not been the whole sauce in Kansas City this year. He's phenomenal.
Yeah.
Their defense, the reason they're 7-2, their defense is actually playing this year.
Mahomes has thrown 8 interceptions.
Okay.
And 17 touchdowns. His interception percentage is basically the same as Brock Purdy, a little bit higher than Brock Purdy. And if you want to dive into the numbers, and it's not all about stats, but you just mentioned it, you don't want Brock Purdy to be Patrick Mahomes because this offense doesn't need him to be Patrick Mahomes. Kansas City throws it 60% of the time. They run it 40% of the time. The Niners run it 51% of the time. They pass it 49% of the time. They've run it 273 times. They've thrown it 253 times. That's throughout the full 9 games. So half the year, 273 run, 253 pass. You don't need Brock Purdy to be Pat Mahomes. You need Brock Purdy to be, wait for it, Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
You need him to be a guy who's going to throw it 25 times a game, which is exactly what he's done, basically. He's thrown a little bit more than 25 times a game. And you need him to complete 68.8. You need him to not turn it over. You need him to be efficient and effective. And that's what he's done.
You know how many times the Chiefs have scored 30 points this year?
Probably every game. Twice. 2 of the 9. 2 of the 9
times. Beard on YouTube. Guys, Mahomes had 52, 50, and 41 touchdowns last year. LOL. How about this, Beard? LOL. The whole point is I don't care. I'm not asking Brock to be Pat. Can we stop? I don't care if he's as good as Pat. Of course he's not as good as Pat. Pat's the face of the league. He's the face of the league. Nobody measures up. Nobody.
Well, the point of that, too, is, in response to Beard, this year, he's not going for 52-50 and 41. He's on pace for about 4,633. And I know last year he led in both of those categories, and he led in QBR and all the rest of it, but this year he's not having that kind of a year. But Kansas City doesn't need him to have that kind of a year because their defense is better. And we've talked about it.
This year, he has thrown 113 yards more than Brock.
Yeah.
9 games.
9 games, yeah.
So what's 130? You're really good at this. What's 113 divided by 9?
It's 15, Mark. It's not even 15. It's actually 13.
Yeah, 113 divided by 9.
It's it's 12.7.
12.5.
Yeah, sorry.
So there you go.
Get there a little late.
12.5 yards per game. There you go.
A first down.
Everybody freak out because Pat's got 12.5 yards per game more. And I freely acknowledge he ain't Pat. I don't know why we care.
We don't want him to be Pat because Pat throws it 60% of the time and Brock throws it 49% of the time. So you want Brock to be Brock. Brock is going to be in a run-first offense, which is what they have been, and that's what Shanahan wants them to be.
Our conversation with Peter King here shortly, but Connor and San Leandro first. Hey, Connor, you're on Willard and Dibs.
Hey, guys. Love this conversation. I got to say, you guys are pursuing the harder truth here, which is that it's great if he is an awesome system quarterback, and everyone just wants something different than that because you can't draft a system to your fantasy football team. This is the truth of it. We don't need Pat Mahomes. We got a great quarterback, and I love that you guys are defending the harder truth here. The thing I wanted to ask you, coming up with Mr. King, I mean, you guys just do a great job with him every week whenever you guys get to talk with him. I'm really interested if he thinks that this upcoming matchup with the Eagles, I know we're looking ahead if we talk about it, but if that's really the opportunity for Brock's coronation sensation.
That's
so much, guys.
Yeah, Connor, thanks.
Thank you, Connor.
First of all, next time, really good call. Next time we talk to Peter, it'll be the morning after or the afternoon after the Eagles play in Kansas City. So that'll be very, very relevant. Then again, we thought that about Brock going into Dallas on Sunday Night Football. The game against Dallas. We thought, if he does it then it's a coronation sensation. Then he did it, throws 4 touchdown passes. Cha-ching! Then 1 week later, everybody's back off the bus. Not everybody, but a number of people are back off of the bus. By the way, one other point on this he's not Pat thing. When everyone goes, hey, 32 out of 32 GMs would take Pat over Brock. What if you added in that one of them makes $50 million more than the other one?
There's that.
Then would you still take Pat?
Al Gore, inconvenient truth. Sorry.
Think about it. Our conversation with Peter King, we began by asking about the bullet point on social media on his article, Football Morning in America, and it said 49ers make the smart move. I asked Peter what specifically he was talking about there.
Well, I thought that what they did in this game more than anything else, I know that Kyle seemed to disapprove of that first throw, the first touchdown pass of Brock Purdy. I'm not going to sit here and say I'm Joe strategist on offense. But what I am going to say is the reason I loved that throw is that it showed that my quarterback has the confidence to layer a ball in there exactly to the right spot. And for the many who have been critical of Brock Purdy, I think what this game showed is that if he has his weapons back, he has a little bit of time, he has his left tackle back, he's going to win games. I mean, this reminded me so much of the Dallas game because the quarterback made plays when he had time and when he had his weaponry. And I think just as far as being smart, okay, so look, I wrote a good chunk in this column about the Chase Young trade. And I think the thing that people might not have realized when it was made is you have to think about the way the NFL is structured and how they reward teams when they lose high-priced free agents. So I pointed out in my column that assuming that the 49ers lose Chase Young after this season and assuming that he gets a contract of over $20 million a year and assuming that the 49ers don't go out and sign a couple of high-priced free agents because I think their days of wine and roses in the free agent market ended for a little while anyway with the Javon Hargrave signing. But assuming all that, then they would have traded the 101st pick in this year's draft for half a year of Chase Young, which already began to start paying dividends on Sunday in Jacksonville. They would have traded the 101st pick in the draft for a half year of Chase Young, and in 25, somewhere around the 98th or 99th pick overall in this draft. And I don't know how anybody could argue with the results of that.
And that's an approach that they've taken in terms of minority hiring in the coaching staff and the GM and getting comp picks back the other way. So it feels like they're working ahead of the curve. But I want to touch on what you said about Deebo Samuel. Is the threat of Deebo Samuel and the way they use him motion-wise maybe as impactful as when he actually has the football?
That's such a good point, because I think one of the things that Mike McDaniel has used to optimum efficiency in Miami is using what I call, and what San Francisco uses, several teams, not a lot, use a lot, and that is this thing called orbit motion. So it's not just putting a guy in motion. It's putting him in motion so that when he comes out of his motion, he has momentum going toward the line of scrimmage. Do you know how hard it is to block a Deebo Samuel anyway when he's in motion and he's not stationary at the line? That's hard. But if Deebo Samuel has momentum going toward the line of scrimmage at that time, one of the things that's interesting, he's going to be very dangerous. One of the things that's interesting is that if you watch a Canadian Football League game, they allow not just motion, but they allow receivers to get like a 10-yard head start. They can start sprinting, before the snap of the ball, and they can start sprinting so that when they get to the line of scrimmage, they're already at full speed. And I think that is the attempt when you have a real talented or a bunch of talented receivers to confuse the defense and to not allow them to get their hands on a receiver coming right off the line of scrimmage.
Peter King with us, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. We do it every single Tuesday. Peter, in your column, you quote Fred Warner not only talking about the rest that they got from the bye, but he used the word reflection. And then he also said to the team in the in the post-game celebration, we learned our lesson. What did you take from all that? They were reflecting on what, and what lesson did they learn?
I think they basically learned what the rest of us learned about this team, which is that if they're at full strength, they are a dangerous, dangerous team. And I think, what Fred Warner talked to me about, that they're physically and mentally rested. And so everybody always says, no matter when you get a bye, the bye came at a great time for us. The bye came at a perfect time for the Niners, because not only did they need one more week for two of their five most important offensive players in Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel, maybe two of their three most important, but not only did they have another week to get them healed, but I also think that this team needed a little while to basically say, hey, listen, let's just take a break. We've lost 3 in a row. We haven't played great. We haven't played our best on either side of the ball. And look, for the 49ers to score 17 points 3 weeks in a row, something is wrong. He saw it. They all saw it. And so that's the reason to me why he said they really needed this, and he thought that they benefited mentally and physically.
And now they head into a stretch where they've got 3 games in 17 days, including a date looming with Philadelphia. If you're looking at the 49ers now, Peter, do you look at the team that is back at near the top of the NFC, or is it a team that never really left that perch?
I don't think they ever left that perch. I mean, I don't know who the best team is, but it's clear now. They've played 10 weeks in the NFL, and there's 5 or 6 teams that, to me, stand above the rest. The 49ers are one of them. Are they second? Are they sixth? Are they third, or are they 7th or 5th? I don't know. And the interesting thing is, it doesn't matter at all. It just simply doesn't matter. What matters is that if you look at the 49ers, you have a schedule that's going to be difficult. You got the Bucs at home. I don't think that will be necessarily difficult compared to what else is on tap. But then it's at Seattle and at Philadelphia. And look, at Seattle's a short week game. Every time you play the Seahawks, I don't care how good they are, it is going to be one of your most physically demanding games of the year. And for the 49ers to have to play the Seahawks this year in weeks 12 and 14, that right there is a huge challenge. And then follow that with having to chase Kyler Murray around for 4 quarters down in Arizona. So they've got a tough go, in the next month or so. But the short week game at Seattle, that's really going to be tough for them.
Peter, I want to press that conversation that you just brought up a little bit. When you say there are maybe 6 teams and we're not sure yet who the best is, and it doesn't matter. If I acknowledge all of that, but what if we asked this way? Because all of the teams on some level have shown some sort of warts. But I wonder if we assume each of them are at their best, the best we've seen of each team, who's the best?
Well, the best we've seen of each team is, I would say that San Francisco's the best. But I'm not sure that that's the logical way to ask the question. Not logical, but that's not the way that I would want to find the answer to who's the best team in the NFC right now. Because to me, look, the 49ers won a game at Jacksonville and just wiped out a 6-2 team, right? And then the 49ers beat a team that looked like it might be the best team in football when they played them, Dallas, and they beat them by 32 points. So at their best, they have played good teams better than anybody else has. But, you can't eliminate what happens when they are not fully healthy. And so that's why, we've talked about this 74 times this year. And why I think that part of the strategy of this season is not playing every game like it's the 7th game of the World Series. The strategy of this season, in my opinion, needs to be that if things are looking good in the course of a game, get Deebo Samuel out of there. Get Brandon Ayuk out of there. And it's hard to say this, too, because you want to keep your quarterback in, but if Trent Williams can get a blow every now and then, in the 4th quarter of a game, get him out of there. And so that, I think, is really, really important with this team, maybe more important than it is with some other teams. But, look, I look at all these contending teams right now. I look at Detroit. I look at Philadelphia. I look at Dallas. And playing at their peak, I think the 49ers, if you take any of those 4 teams, you take their best 2 or 3 games this year playing at their peak, nobody's had a better, say, 2-game run anyway than the 49ers against Dallas and Jacksonville.
Yeah, and yet we have a big one on Monday night, Eagles at Chiefs, we can all look forward to. You said something there that was interesting in terms of pulling players out when the score is lopsided, yet we saw Kyle Shanahan actually put Christian McCaffrey back in to try to get that consecutive touchdown record. What did you think of that record pursuit and the sort of a risk-reward play that Kyle Shanahan made there?
I'm not crazy about those things. I've never felt that you ought to play the game with records in mind. I think if records happen naturally, that's great. But personally, I wouldn't have felt that great about Christian McCaffrey, continuing to build that record and to actually set the record. If he scored a game, however much time there was, 5 minutes, I don't even know how much time was left, but the game had been over for a half hour. I've just never been a big fan of that myself. But again, I remember too, a long time ago, when I asked Jimmy Johnson one time about why do you have Emmitt Smith in games in the 4th quarter when you guys are up 17 or 21? Why? And he goes, look, Emmitt wants to leave his footprints in the sand in the NFL. He wants to be remembered forever. And he wants to have 7 carries when the game is out of reach. because that helps him to build his profile a little bit. And we can say anything we want about that. They ought to put the backup in. Bad if Emmett gets hurt and everything. But then again, we're not the coach. We don't know how Christian McCaffrey feels. We don't know how Kyle Shanahan feels. I've never asked him about this, so I'm not in favor of doing that, but I do think that there is some benefit to knowing that your players would respond positively to that. So I'm not really bothered by it, but it's not something that I think is such a great idea.
Peter King is with us on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game, Odyssey NFL Insider. Peter, going back to the Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel injuries, the football stuff here is obvious. They're really good players. But having been around the locker room, I wonder how you would put into words what more is there to it than just the football, the emotional leadership that those two guys bring.
You walk around that team, and look, I'm around them 3 times a year, so I can't tell you, in a deep or insightful way what exactly they mean to their teammates. But I do know this. I walked into that locker room after the Dallas game, and the biggest crowd was around Trent Williams. And it's like he was the oracle. Everybody wants to know what he thinks, what he says, what does this win mean. Thought it was really cool, and we talked about this at the time. Thought it was really cool where he was telling the reporters, let's not get too excited. We got to go play Myles Garrett next week, and they're really, really good. And, so that's a good message to hear from arguably, your offensive leader. Your guy along with maybe Fred Warner, who everybody on the team looks to. Hey, what do you say, leader? And so I think that is really important. And I think with Deebo, there are some guys. I remember a long time ago, Jason Garrett was coaching the Cowboys. And Jason Garrett's a huge Yankee fan. And so before an exhibition game, he went because he had never met or really talked to Derek Jeter. And he said to Jeter, hey, I'm curious what you think about this. Probably our 2 veterans who everybody looks to are Tony Romo and Jason Witten. And yet they hardly ever say a word. They're not the kind of guys who get up in the locker room and say X, Y, and Z. And Derek Jeter said, listen, I never thought, for me anyway, it was about what I said. I thought it was significant that when the guys start to drive in and we got to be in whatever time it is, 7:30 or 8 o'clock on a work day, I thought it was important that when they walked into the stadium in Tampa in spring training, that they saw me out there 45 minutes before we had to report, 45 minutes out before everybody got there, taking ground balls. It's not anything I had to say. It was just what I did. And I think in a lot of ways, it's what Deebo does. It's him being a physical presence who will not be denied. And I look at him, and I look at a lot of guys, and they lead in different ways. Trent Williams, I'm sure, says more than Deebo Samuel does, and that's good for Trent Williams. He's doing what comes naturally to him. And I think Deebo Samuel is doing what comes naturally to him, too.
And to have those leaders takes a lot of pressure off the young quarterback, Brock Purdy, and yet you look at a dominant win over Jacksonville, and what can you do for an encore? Well, in comes Tampa Bay and Baker Mayfield. What's been your impression of what Baker's done in Tampa in kind of a tough situation for a team that still is very much in the playoff race?
It's an odd thing with Baker Mayfield because I'm not the biggest Baker Mayfield backer. I understand that he's been in some tough situations, but when you're on 4 teams in a little over a year, and I think I'm right in saying he's on Cleveland, Carolina, the Rams, and Tampa in a little more than a year. And you say to yourself, well, there's a reason for this. And look, a lot of guys have to go because of whatever reason, or their time's up somewhere and all that. So I understand him leaving Cleveland, but he had every chance to win the Carolina job. He also had every chance to show Sean McVay and everybody that, look, I'll do whatever you want. If I need to sit behind Matthew Stafford for a while, I don't care. I just want to be immersed in this offense and be a great player. And at some point, whenever Stafford leaves, maybe I'll be the guy. But I think what Baker Mayfield wanted to do was he wanted to play. I don't blame him. And so he leaves there. I think when I look at Baker Mayfield, I look at a guy, he wasn't in the greatest situations. But if he was a really good player, he would have won one of those 3 jobs. And he didn't. And so we'll see what happens. Now, Tampa, he's played above average up to this point, and I think he's got a chance right now to be their quarterback going forward. Now, for 5 years, I don't know. For 2024, that's what it's looking like. And so, good for him. And they're very, very dangerous at the receiver position with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin and a couple of young kids. I mean, they're a decent challenge, but this is a game that, if you look at the schedule right now, maybe you could argue that the Rams game in Week 18 at LA, at home, might arguably be easier. Who knows? But this is a game is an absolute must-win because of who else is on their schedule coming up.
Peter King with us here on Willard and Dibs. Peter, certainly want to get a other side now conversation or comment from you about all of this Steve Wilks, Kyle Shanahan. Where should Steve Wilks be? He moves down to the sideline. And so after these 3 weeks of discussing that and looking at the comments Kyle made, what do you make of all that and just sort of the relationship that the two of those have going forward?
When I think back on the 49ers on defense, since Kyle Shanahan has been coaching, I think of Robert Saleh being very visible on the sidelines, being a very hands-on coach on the sidelines during games. And I've always thought that's probably what Kyle Shanahan likes. And it seemed apparent that Steve Wilks wanted to be the eye in the sky. But look, there's 2 things I would say about this. Number one, I simply do not think it was a very big deal where Steve Wilks was, even though they played a lot better on defense. I think one of the reasons they played a lot better on defense is because Chase Young was there contributing 4 pressures and a half sack. Javon Hargrave was playing as well as he has overall as a Niner. And Nick Bosa was benefiting from both of those things, as was Eric Armstead. But I kind of look at that and I think, I just don't think it's that big a deal. If Kyle Shanahan really wants the guy to be on the sidelines, then be on the sidelines and everybody cope with it. It's fine. But I don't think the score would have been any different from 34-3 if Steve Wilks was upstairs for that game.
Peter, great stuff as always. We thank you. We look forward to next week.
All the best, guys. Thanks a lot.
There it is. Peter King, Odyssey NFL Insider. Our conversations with him happen every single Tuesday right here on Willard and Dibs. I think there's still some people here on the lines that want to talk football, but I do want to throw in some sort of breaking news that we can discuss a little bit more as we get closer to Warriors Live at 6 o'clock. But I think most of you know Steph Curry's not playing tonight. Shams tweeted out earlier that he's going to miss some time, but not expected to be a lot. That was the thought at the time. I don't know if that means 2 games, 3 games. what have you. But the Warriors here's the development, the Warriors have sent him for an MRI, and they are awaiting results. I don't care how not serious it's expected to be. Nerve-wracking moments when you send the chef for an MRI.
No doubt.
On the knee.
Well, that means it's something that you want to see with magnetic resonance imaging.
Yep.
It's not a minor contusion or a bone bruise or a Charlie horse. He's got something in his knee that they want to look at. And he's had sprained MCLs in the past. And I mentioned it to Doc Pandia earlier from UCSF Health, cleared to play. When he slipped against Houston, I refer to it as him slipping on Lake Montejunas because Montejunas, I think it was DeMontis Montejunas, fell to the floor and Steph Curry went in right after him and his knee went whoop and his knee kind of buckled in. And as Doc told us earlier, when you strain those ligaments, or when you sprain those ligaments rather, they don't really ever recess back. So you're more likely to have this happen again. Hopefully he's only out for a very short period of time because his team has struggled without him this year.
Yeah, obviously. And again, the stat that everyone's watching tonight, no Warrior has scored more than 20 points in any of their 11 games. Just Steph Curry, that's it. I saw a graphic earlier today, and I'm going to forget the exact number, but it's like 200. Most teams are averaging like 4 guys at least, 4 or 5 guys who have scored more than 20 points in a game. The Warriors have one.
Yeah.
One. It's a huge outlier. I would imagine that changes tonight just because of the nature of the business in the game, but we shall see. 888-957-9570. Back to some of our football talk. Mark in Oakland is with us here on Willie and Dibby. Hi, Mark. What's up?
Hey, what's up? I think I found my apartment today.
Hey, that's
I was
you.
just gonna ask.
Wait, did you already put a deposit down?
No, I'm about to, but the last 3 times I called you, what are you doing? And I was just being honest. I'm looking for apartments.
Yeah.
But it's got a perfect open concept kitchen where I'm going to set up the big TV, football. I don't have that good scenario for that right now, so I'm stoked about that.
Oh, good to you, man. All right. Here it is, Mark the closer. Bring it home, Mark.
Mark, you remembered Mark the closer. That's it. I half agree with you, so I'll say that, but I half disagree, and I'm going to really push that part because I feel that you and Peter King too were there's like a fatal flaw in your argument that's kind of pro-ish Brock Purdy.
What is the argument? Could you, Mark, for people who are just tuning in, can you give a synopsis? I don't even know what argument you disagree or half agree with.
Okay, what I'm hearing at least is this, that you think, he doesn't, and I agree with this part of it, he doesn't need to be able to take the team on his back like a Patrick Mahomes. He can be consistent and be what he is, and they can win a Super Bowl with that. You don't need the over-the-top guy, right?
That's part. Yeah, that's part of our conversation. Is I don't really feel the need to compare him to Patrick Mahomes because he's not Patrick Mahomes, and that doesn't matter. He doesn't need to be.
Yeah, and I agree. And there's plenty of examples of quarterbacks that aren't like that don't carry the team to win Super Bowls. But what you point out on guys like Peter King and people and this looks like it's his bread and butter. But here's the fatal thing you're missing, I think, or potentially at least. We'll see. The consistency thing, he's great when they're playing teams that have the 19th ranked offense and 23rd ranked defense, like the Jaguars, who are not as nearly as strong as their record might lead you to believe. Yeah, their team already looked great like that. We knew that before the 3-game losing streak. What matters is what happens when they get up against a top team in the playoffs and Brock gets rattled, and he has shown, and I like to go by evidence, not by hope or what I think. He's shown he gets rattled and starts throwing picks. Now, is this his dark night of the soul, and he learns and fights the demons, and that's the hero's journey, and he makes it, and he wins the Super Bowl? Maybe, but maybe not. And that's what I love watching. But to ignore that, he has not shown that he can do that. And you do need, even if you're Trent Dilfer, you need to be consistent and not mess it up.
But Mark, I would question the entire premise of what you're saying. You sort of said that when he goes up against a good defense, and then you filled in the blank. This is what he starts doing. First of all, he's lost 3 games in his entire career. So how can we argue that there's a trend that he, quote unquote, blank, does blank whenever he's going up against a really good defense? Secondly, I would argue, like, even today, as we sit here today, the Cowboys are the third-ranked team defense in football. So what do we do with that and your argument? Because he torched them for 4 touchdown throws and 42 points on Sunday Night Football. So doesn't that blow up what you're saying?
I don't like that you just brought that up because it slightly does.
Well, there you go. That's how we do it here, Mark.
Yeah, like,
you got closed by a closer.
But you know,
I was
Mark,
in need of a closer.
And Mark, we got to run, but thank you for the call.
Thank you, Mark.
I'd also say that in the other direction, which is we're really early for broad characteristics of Brock in finer situations. The only broad characteristic I can give you right now is good. He's a good player. He's a good quarterback.
Well, he hasn't led them back from being down by 8 or more points in the fourth quarter, but no Niner quarterback has under Kyle Shanahan.
And how many chances has he had?
He's had 1 this year.
Okay, so he's 0-1.
Right.
So that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, if you want to go into finer points, like beyond the broader points, situational characteristics, how many times has he even been in any situation?
He's been unable to start and finish an NFC championship game.
Correct.
So if you want to talk finer points.
He's undefeated in Vegas, which is where the Super Bowl is
this year. Which is nice, yeah. And he's only suffered 3 losses in the regular season.
Correct.
And he's undefeated starting games after a 3-game losing streak.
And he's undefeated against Tampa Bay. He's undefeated against Seattle regular season and playoffs.
And Miami, never beaten Kansas City.
But do you see how silly all of this sounds?
Finer points.
Like we haven't had enough of a sample of any of that.
We'll get to the playoffs, and if the Niners are a playoff team, and they pretty much should be, I think they're at about a 90% chance of being a playoff team. So they get in the playoffs, and then it all starts for Brock Purdy again.
And
if he loses his first playoff game this year, if they get knocked off in a home playoff game, it doesn't mean that he's not the starting quarterback again next year. So all of the finer points and all the statements we want to make about Brock Purdy, none of them have to do with the permanence of his job as it pertains to next year.
888-957-9570. Why now might be the perfect time for Steph Curry to miss a game or two. Coming up next, and then it's Warriors Live. This is Willard and Dibs.
Hi, I'm Nabil Ahmed. Have you been summoned to court to deal with a restraining order? It's crucial to understand the potential consequences and steps needed to protect your...
Yeah, Draymond.
Yeah, Day-Day.
Need you tonight, kid.
Need you to get thrown out.
Yeah,
come on, we're radio guys.
We need more than a triple single, Draymond.
Technical.
No.
Technical.
How about a win?
Ex post facto technical. Those are my favorite. How about a technical? This is my dream for tonight, okay? Warriors play the whole game inspired by the loss of the Chef. Get down.
The Chef!
Right? The Chef. You get down to the end of the game. The Warriors are down by 1, and they've got the ball, okay, with 22, what's his number? 23 seconds to go.
Okay.
All right? And there's timeout on the floor. And the officials go to the review. And they decide that Draymond did something in the third quarter that bothered them. And he's out. He's out of the game. And so the Warriors have to play with 4 players for that last play, and they're unable to get a shot off, and they lose by 1. And then we'll have a show.
Because they wouldn't be able to sub anybody in?
Yes, that will also be illegal.
I got
because
you.
the officials will look at the review and decide that that is a new rule as well. No more substitutions after the 25-second mark.
Gotcha.
New rule.
New rule.
New rule.
Making stuff up. I just hope that they're able to, I don't know, score tonight without the Chef.
Score.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to have to. Like, someone's going to put the biscuit in the basket, as they say on the ice.
You think somebody gets 20 tonight?
Yeah. Not just 20. Somebody gets 21.
You think?
That's my prediction. I don't know who. Someone will get it. Clay will score in the 20s tonight.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You betting that? You betting?
What's his over-under? Do you got an individual?
I don't have it right now, but
an individual
I'll
over-under?
find it here momentarily.
Let me see, yeah.
Player props.
I saw 21.5 earlier.
21.5?
Yeah.
That's a pretty good bet to go over. I mean, somebody's going to have to score points. They're not going to just score 72 tonight and lose by 40.
Haven't been held under 100 all year.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. So somebody's going over 20 tonight. He's their next leading scorer. Why wouldn't it be him? That feels like a pretty good bet. Don't you think?
Yeah, I know a guy who bet over 3.5 threes for Clay tonight. So
you know a guy?
Yeah, I work with a guy.
How many units?
I don't know what his units are like in terms of those wagers, but I know he's going over lay off over 3.5 threes.
Oh, got it.
Jesus.
Got it.
I was thinking maybe this was you, and then I was going to take the under.
I did. I thought he was talking about himself.
Get out of here.
I thought you were
Quit
talking
trying to
about
fade
you.
the dibber.
Well,
I told you I'm taking the Broncos money line.
I mean,
My
we
goodness.
should have put
You bunch of cowards. You guys are big talker, Betty Crocker, both of you.
Everybody should have put their entire Christmas bonus on the Broncos plus 7.5.
You
the
won't.
Second you started talking
And
about
you
it.
didn't.
Well, I was talking to you.
You know why?
The game started in the middle of our segment. What do you want me to do? Call timeout in the middle of the show and go start placing bets on the Broncos? I sat here and told you were peacocking.
I was able
way
to bet
too
it
much.
while you were talking, but it's because you go for 4 or 5 minutes at a time. I'm going to say this right now.
Why don't you talk longer so I can win some money?
Because normally I don't have that much to say.
That's enough talk out of you.
Pretty much.
Okay.
And I'm going to say this as a public service to everybody out there, and just know that I say this with a heavy heart because I love the Golden State Warriors. Take the T-Wolves, lay the 3. Take the T-Wolves, lay the 3. Lock it up, Grandy.
Yeah, but
play your cute little lock sound.
Here's what I can't tell.
Wait, what?
Are you doing that because you actually think that's the
I'm
right
betting
play?
it. I'm loading it up right now. I'm betting it.
Okay, good. Now I feel great because I already laid money on the Warriors.
You
plus
did
the 3.
not.
Yes, I did. You want to see the betting slip?
118-104 tonight. T-Wolves roll in the in-season tournament.
That's not the final score tonight.
I just told you that was the final score.
No chance.
118-104.
All right,
Wolves.
Let's do it. Wolves total at 117.5.
Is that what it is?
No, but I'll take the under.
No, we'll play the actual total.
No.
Yes,
You're
is
the
that how
one
this
who
works?
Yes, it is. You threw it out there.
It's a prediction.
Put your name on your pick.
The total's 110. I'll go over the 110 for the T-Wolves.
You predicted 118.
All right, Mark, here we go. T-Wolves 111, Warriors 107. Are you happy now?
No, I'm not. But I will be because Drew Down called, and he always makes us happy.
Drew Deasy.
Hello, Drew. What are you doing?
Hey, Willard, Dave, what's going on?
Good evening, Andrew. How are you?
Tonight. I've been absolute cheeks the last couple of weeks, so I'm hoping that I can get back on track. One thing on the betting line, word across the pond is they actually call him Dan Quigley over there in
Thank you.
across the pond.
That's a 4.
That's just what I heard. Can't confirm or deny.
That's a solid 4, Drew. Keep it up.
Hey, I mean, this is what I heard. No bias here. But as far as the game goes tonight, I was actually do yourself a favor. Google Andrew Wiggins' 2022 NBA playoff highlights. That dude was a two-way monster. We need two-way Wiggs to show up, break out of whatever slump he has. I'm not coming down his road, but at some point, he's got to be that. I feel like for the Warriors, he's got to be the second best player on the team if they want to be an elite championship contender. Clay, Chris Paul, Moody, all these guys are great role players, but I feel like Wiggins has the capability to be a 20-point scorer, more or less, and a defensive wing that can guard the other team's best player. So Andrew Wiggins, wherever you're at, brother, please, two-way Wiggs, we need you, bro. Let's go. Golden State, come on.
It's going to be an interesting night, Drew. Thank you very much. You got to think about this now. These guys, all of them take the court here in an hour with a different mindset than what they normally do. And that's not soft. It's not meaning that they just sit there and go, okay, Steph, you do it. But no, there's a pecking order in the NBA. There's a game plan, and it revolves around your best player. Well, tonight he's out. So everybody's well aware that they're going to have to do something differently. Doesn't mean the shots are all going to go in, but I have a hard time believing that everybody's just going to go out there and stink it up and the Warriors can't get to 80 points because Steph's not there. Someone's going to fill it up tonight. The Warriors are going to be in this basketball game. It's not like they're just left naked. Do they not have professionals with resumes on this court tonight?
They do, Mark.
Right.
But the whole idea of two-way Wiggs, he's been no-way Wiggs this year.
That's
he hasn't
correct.
been Wiggs on either end of the floor. So now, tonight, you're telling me that Steph is out, so now Wiggs is suddenly going to throw on the cape. I'm not so concerned. I'm not concerned about Andrew or anybody else missing shots. I'm concerned about Andrew taking shots. You always say at the end of the show, and I can't wait until you say it because that means I get to go home. Shoot your shot. It's all you got. Andrew Wiggins is the one who needs to hear that. So maybe you need to start giving him your cute little sign off because he doesn't shoot his shot. Shot attempts are at a career low.
Of all the Golden State Warriors, I do believe he's the one who listens to sports radio the least. And so we'll work on that.
Klay Thompson. I would put Klay.
You're probably right.
Wiggs might catch it on his way by, going on his way to 102.1 Jams. He's probably listening to Jams, and he stumbles across it. I don't think Klay even has a radio. I don't think Klay knows what radio is.
He's got some sort of smart speaker on that boat. I hear the music all the time.
Good point.
So let's not feel like he doesn't have the option. And
Steph is probably listening right now.
Yeah,
in the MRI tube.
No,
he's the petty king. That guy doesn't miss a thing.
It's true.
Yeah.
Just because Clay is a receipt keeper, I feel like he might know more than we realize.
Good point.
I know that he doesn't like to come on, but I feel like Clay's ears are bigger than Andrew's.
His mouth is too.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to leave you hanging there because I was doing my Wiggins impersonation,
Yes, you were.
which is it's an Emmy Award winner. So I think I got a Marconi for that.
Yeah. No, look, they're going to be in this basketball game. I fully believe that. They got NBA players.
They do.
They're at home.
Sure.
They're adjusting to whatever it was that they saw the other night from this team defensively. And I also believe this. There's no way that this many guys can shoot three-pointers like this for the whole year. I mean,
It's just
come on.
3 guys.
Yeah. And all of them
Kuminga, Paul, and Wiggins are combining to shoot 16% from 3.
And Clay is down as well. He's definitely down on his three-point shot.
A little bit.
Yeah. So, they're going to start falling. They're going to start falling at some point. I don't know if it's tonight, but come on.
It better be tonight.
They're not going to shoot 12% for the rest of the year.
It's 16, and it's just the 3 of them.
Yeah.
Good luck tonight. I don't like your chances.
Good luck to you.
Take Minnesota, lay the 3, thank me in the morning. I've been hot.
We've been thanking you every morning because we're going the opposite way.
Fade the dibber.
You want to do it again tomorrow?
Not if I don't cover.
Okay. Might be a solo show. Ramona Shelburne's joining us at 2:30.
Yeah, Momo.
Yeah, but JD is coming up next on the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. It's time for Warriors Live with JD ahead of the game against the T-Wolves, live from Ballast Point Brewing Company, just across the street from Chase Center. Go say hi to them. If you're parking right now, stop in and say hey to JD. That's it for us. Here come the Dubs for Dibs. For Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Hey, Andrew, shoot your shot. That's all you got.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip of every Warriors game throughout the season as we get you ready for the action. Brought to you by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network.
Bank of America is the proud employer of over 210,000 teammates who go above and beyond to support their clients' financial goals. Like Bruno, a better